Interstellar New Calendar Year 216. Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Noon. At the very center of the playground a crowd encircled the platform. Life countdown 100 days. Su Nan's thin figure stood stiffly upon the central dais. When a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, he froze for a moment, but did not pay much attention to it. He had just transmigrated here, and his whole being was still in a dazed, bewildered state. Where is this place? He murmured. He only remembered that moments ago he had still been working overtime at the company. Then a sharp tearing pain erupted in his chest, followed by a world-spinning vertigo. The instant he opened his eyes he had arrived here. As a freshly graduated university student, the 996 schedule had been his daily norm. Pure drudgery, a complete corporate workhorse. Suddenly, a vast torrent of memories surged into his mind like a tide. After several seconds of piercing pain, clarity washed over him. He understood everything in an instant. This was a high martial world where the way of martial arts flourished, yet technology was likewise highly advanced. Whoosh! From time to time sonic booms streaked across the sky, long waves of compressed air carving paths through the clouds. The students on the playground seemed long accustomed to such sights, no one showed the slightest surprise. Martial arts. Mecha. Space battleships. Weren't these things supposed to exist only in novels? Just then a voice cut through his wandering thoughts. Soon in poor cellular activity. Poor blood and chi affinity. Poor meridian capacity. Grade martial talent. The examiner closed the record book and spoke in an even tone next. Laughter instantly erupted across the playground. Ha ha ha. A triple failure, that's what he is. Look at how scrawny he is, like a little monkey. How could he possibly have any martial talent? To be branded with all three poor indicators at once. His talent was abysmally low, almost a violation of the natural order itself. Alright, you may step down. Try not to be overly disheartened. After all, besides martial arts you can still take the cultural path. The examiner's words were somewhat detached, yet undeniably reasonable. In this world, mecha were not something ordinary people could ever approach. Sunan rubbed his forehead and nodded lightly. He quickly accepted the fact that he had died from overwork and then transmigrated. But why did he have to transmigrate into a complete good for nothing? He had finally escaped the sea of suffering. Yet now, having crossed into this world, he was being told he still had to walk the cultural path. Even a dog would refuse that road. Cheat, come to me. Sunan cried out in his heart. According to his many years of reading web novels, and grade talent was practically the standard protagonist opening. Yet after half a minute passed, there was still not the slightest response. Damn it. Without a cheat, how was he supposed to play this game? Was he to become a corporate workhorse all over again? Step down, the other students are still waiting for their tests. The examiner reminded again, his tone free of impatience. He simply assumed Su Nan was temporarily out of sorts, unable to accept the result of his martial evaluation. Su Nan then returned to stand in the line of his own class. This time his spirit truly seemed absent. Until he saw a cheat arrive, he knew he would not feel right. Su Nan, since things are already like this, you must learn to accept reality. Tomorrow I'll give you the form for the liberal arts class. Once you fill it out, you can transfer to the liberal arts intensive class. A graceful young woman in a slit cheaphouse spoke with a tone and expression tinged with pity. Lu Hanyan, Sunan's homeroom teacher. Sunan, being without father or mother, was already misfortune enough. Now he had suffered such a crushing blow. In this lifetime, he was clearly destined to be cut off from the path of martial arts and forced onto the cultural road. Lu Hanyan's heart was full of sorrow for Sunan. The struggle on the martial path had always been cruel. A single measure of martial talent could easily determine the course of a person's future. With grade martial talent, cultivation would be like a turtle crawling. One might even be insulting the turtle. Teacher Lu, you don't need to comfort Sunan anymore. Sunan, you can rest easy. My family still lacks someone to clean the toilets. Once you graduate, you can come direct. Zhang Hao laughed without restraint. He had long disliked Sunan. So what if Sunan ranked first in liberal arts? He was still a martial waste. His own blood and chi had already reached 9 points. Moments earlier he had passed all 3 items on the martial talent test. It was thanks to his lifelong medicated baths and dining on precious ferocious beast meat. Though it had cost vast resources, he had at least made it into the top 3 of Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Exactly 3rd. Sunan meanwhile lived on synthetic meat and synthetic vegetables every day. His physical fitness was abysmal. His blood and chi were only at 0.9 points. Now the martial talent test had confirmed his extreme deficiency. Zhang Hao could mock him with even less restraint. As the eldest young master of the Jiang family, the people he despised most were exactly those like Su Nan. In his eyes, Su Nan belonged to the lowest stratum, destined to be trampled beneath his feet forever. Only during school hours could Su Nan barely manage to exchange a few words with him. Jiang Hao, this is a school. Who allowed you to ridicule your classmate like this? Lu Hanyan's brows knit slightly, a trace of anger in her voice. As homeroom teacher, she was responsible not only for her students' martial training, but also for their character. Teacher Lu, there's no need to shield a waste of a student. Jiang Hao's lips curled in a mocking twist. The Jiang family stood among the foremost clans in all of Jiangxing, their industries spread across the city. For someone like Su Nan to come clean toilets for them was already a kind of favor. If not for the fact that Lu Hanyan was a school teacher, he would scarcely have bothered with so many words. Besides, the Jiang family had donated a considerable sum of money to Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Jiang Hao, what are you raging about? Su Nan's deep eyes stared coldly at him. His voice was hoarse and icy, like sound echoing from a 10th sandier ice cavern. He was already someone who had died once. What was there to fear? What did it matter if he had no cheat? Even if it meant ambushing or staking his life, he could still bite off one of Jiang Hao's ears to drink with. At these words, Jiang Hao's body instantly stiffened, his face full of astonishment. He had never imagined that Su Nin would dare speak to him in such a way. You? What tremendous nerve. Jiang Hao's features twisted with fury as he roared. That someone he considered a bottom feeder would dare to resist him was beyond his comprehension. Lu Hanyan's red lips parted slightly, her long lashes trembling, as she too stared at Su Nan in disbelief. The usually taciturn Su Nan seemed to have become a different person. Ding. Detected that the host harbors a reckless disregard for life. Life for points system loading. Loading complete. Life for points system. 1 day of lifespan can be exchanged for 10 years of cultivation. Martial skills, treasured artifacts, and more can all be cultivated with lifespan. Host Su Nan. Blood and Qi 0. 9. Remaining lifespan 100 days. Martial talent F. Other information loading. Reminder: after acquiring this system, the lifespan gained from realm breakthroughs will no longer occur. In this high martial world, blood and Qi were the standard by which a person's strength was measured. Those whose blood and Qi were below 10 points were uniformly called martial trainees. Only upon reaching 10 points of blood and Qi could one be called a true martial artist. His cheat had finally arrived. Light flashed in Su Nan's eyes, sweeping away the gloom in his heart. When he saw the figure for his lifespan, though slightly taken aback, he did not show panic. What of a mere 100 days? It was still a life he had freely picked up. Moreover, he refused to believe the system would leave him no way out. At last he understood what the earlier voice in his mind had meant. Still, he could truly feel the exhaustion and frailty of this body. When he had just walked a few steps, his bones had already creaked as though they might collapse at any moment. A wretched sense of a life on the verge of ending. In this high martial world, the average lifespan of ordinary people reached 100 years. It no longer mattered. He had already died once. At least this time his fate lay in his own hands. Su Nin, you dare ignore me? Jiang Hao arched a brow, his tone edged with fury. Do you think you can escape by playing dumb? Has Su Nin gone mad today? He actually dares to provoke Jiang Hao. I have no idea. For a moment, the entire class fell into a buzz of discussion, everyone whispering heatedly among themselves. Su Nin merely swept a brief, indifferent glance around him. All around were students and teachers. High above, patrol guards in the sky passed by from time to time, conducting their inspections. I cannot use the cheat ability right now. He analyzed calmly in his heart. In front of so many people, if his Qi and blood suddenly surged dramatically, he would inevitably arouse suspicion, perhaps even end up on a lab table dissected and studied. There was a tenfold gap between 0.9 units of Qi and blood and 9 units. But so what? How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? Having died once already, the word tolerance had completely vanished from his personal dictionary. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Together with his thin, gaunt face, that smile appeared particularly eerie. Su Nin now stood only 3 steps away from Jiang Hao. Judging by the current disparity in strength, if he struck directly, he would undoubtedly end up being sent flying. The next second, he decisively advanced 1 step toward Jiang Hao. That step was slow, accompanied by the cracking sound of protesting bones. Su Nin, what are you trying to do? Jiang Hao, seeing Su Nin ignore his words and instead move closer, felt a surge of wariness in his heart. He decided that the moment Su Nin made any move to attack him, he would strike first. Unexpectedly, Su Nin immediately made a move that left Jiang Hao deeply perplexed. Su Nan's right leg stepped forward again toward Jiang Hao while his left leg remained rooted in place. This strange posture made Jiang Hao hesitate, unwilling to attack rashly. Su Nan's body was so frail that Jiang Hao feared a single blow might kill him on the spot. The patrol guards in the sky would not show his father any mercy. Only when Su Nin showed clear intent to attack could he make a move. At that moment, Su Nin placed his right hand over his chest, his left leg suddenly weakening, as though he might kneel at any time. He was about to drop to one knee. Jiang Hao instantly understood a trace of smugness curling at his lips. Su Nin was choosing to submit. Jiang Hao burst into inward laughter. Indeed, people at the bottom would never possess the courage to resist. His vigilance plummeted to its lowest point. All these subtle changes were clearly captured by Su Nan's eyes. Suddenly his expression sharpened, becoming razor keen. Using his right leg as a pivot, he swung his waist and drove his left leg out, unleashing a sweeping kick that howled through the air toward Jiang Hao's lower body. By the time Jiang Hao sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. He felt his lower body lose all stability, his frame tipping uncontrollably to one side. With his current level as a 9th-rank martial trainee, he was still incapable of regaining his footing midair without any support. He crashed heavily onto the ground, sending a small puff of dust into the air. Su Nin, however, had no intention of giving Jiang Hao any time to react. Seizing the advantage, he pounced without hesitation, completely disregarding whether his own body would be hurt. He knew only that he must not squander such a perfect opportunity. In an instant, he straddled Jiang Hao's body. Without the slightest pause, he swung his fist down. His target was clear, the bridge of Jiang Hao's nose. The next moment, a scream tore through the air. Jiang Hao's nasal bridge collapsed with a crack, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Su Nin knew that the nasal bridge was made of cartilage and could be fractured easily. Given his current qi and blood level, it was the only area he could reliably damage. Most importantly, this injury would not be enough to convict him of any serious crime. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, praising him for facing strength with weakness and displaying a reckless spirit worthy of commendation. The system's function to plunder lifespan automatically unlocked successfully, seizing 10 days of life. Seeing the illusory panel appear before his eyes, Su Nan's gaze blazed with excitement. How satisfying. He could gain lifespan by beating someone. In that case, he found the prospect immensely appealing. Indeed, the system would not abandon him to despair. 1 day of lifespan was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Did this not mean he had just gained 100 years of cultivation? By the time everything concluded, only 10 seconds had passed. Only then did Lu Hanyan recover from her shock, immediately calling out in concern. Soon in this kind of behavior will earn you punishment from the school. She did not blame him. She simply assumed that Su Nin had reached his limit under oppression and fought back in desperation. In her eyes, there was nothing wrong with that. It's fine. I merely taught him a small lesson, Su Nin replied. Rising to his feet, Su Nin gave a faint smile. He had already calculated that even if he were judged to have struck first with this degree of injury, the worst consequence would be the cancellation of his free resources. Given his talent in the martial path, such resources held little real significance for him. Damn. Su Nin actually smashed Jiang Hao's nose flat. Someone cried out. No way is Jiang Hao's 9 points of qi and blood just for show. I've long been sick of Jiang Hao. That punch was beautiful. So handsome. This is the first time I've ever thought Su Nan was this handsome. The other students in the class were completely stunned, and the way they looked at Su Nan was now filled with awe and respect. By this time, Jiang Hao had finally struggled free from the pain. His face was stained red with blood, his once fine clothes now dusty, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Su Nan, he roared quickly, springing to his feet. Eyes bloodshot and full of indignation, he fixed Su Nan's position and bellowed in fury. It had been a sneak attack. It was a blatant slap to his face. As the young master of the Jiang family, he had had his nose smashed flat. If word spread, where would his pride go? Yet the instant he stood up, fresh waves of pain contorted his features. Ah! Jiang Hao carefully touched his nose with one hand, only to cry out uncontrollably from the sharp stab of agony. All eyes were now drawn completely to Su Nan's side, everyone curious about what had just transpired. The patrol guards in the sky did not slow or pause because of this. Unless a death occurred, the patrol guards would not intervene. For those who practice martial arts, a collapsed nasal bridge was merely a minor injury, easily healed. Only the pain would be somewhat intense. Feeling the strange looks around him, Jiang Hao sensed his dignity slipping away. Su Nan, you're courting death, he shouted. His body moved at once as he tried to reclaim his lost pride. Seeing this, Su Nan did not move, his expression one of complete confidence in victory. Here it comes, he murmured. As expected, a stern voice rang out. Stop, the voice commanded. The crowd subconsciously parted to form a path. An elderly man, his face marked by urgency and confusion, strode quickly toward them. This was Su Yuhing, principal of Jiangxing First High School. Moments ago, he had been in the observation room idly cracking sunflower seeds as he watched this year's martial talent assessments with great interest. Even when he saw Su Nan tested as having grade martial talent, his expression had not changed in the slightest. He was already long accustomed to such results. A small place like Jiangxing rarely produced true geniuses. Though grade talent was indeed exceedingly low, it was not beyond the bounds of acceptance. In truth, he had grown numb to it. After that, he had witnessed Su Nan suddenly attack. Frightened, he rushed over in haste. Yet he was still a step too late, allowing Su Nan to succeed. This time he had no choice but to intervene. Under normal circumstances, a death must never be allowed to occur. He was not afraid of Jiang Hao being beaten to death. Rather, he feared that Su Nan's body would not withstand it. He could not fathom why Su Nan had suddenly erupted into violence. But Jiang Hao in truth was foolish to the extreme, mistaking stupidity for cleverness. With such a vast gap in strength, he had still managed to be beaten into this state. At such close range, Su Yuheng could clearly sense how weak Su Nan's qi and blood were, like a dying lamp flickering on the verge of being snuffed out. How could his qi and blood be so feeble? At that moment, Jiang Hao's face flushed red, clearly overwhelmed by rage. His reason had been drowned, and his body still refused to stop moving. Su Yuheng was taken aback to see Jiang Hao completely ignoring his commands, a hint of panic showing on his face. Audacious. A wave of pressure instantly enveloped the area. He casually waved his hand downwards, and a powerful red hand appeared out of thin air, forcefully pinning Jiang Hao in place, rendering him unable to move even an inch. Phew, that was close. Su Yuheng let out a long breath. He could not allow Su Nan to die at school. If anything happened to Su Nan, the Sky Patrol would immediately descend from the air to the ground. At that time, he too would bear some responsibility. Damn it. He almost caused himself trouble. Usually Jiang Hao's father donated a substantial amount of money to the school, and for the sake of the money, he had turned a blind eye. As long as there were no troubles caused, everything was fine. Now Jiang Hao had completely disregarded him. I must punish you severely. Su Yuheng made up his mind. After being pinned down, Jiang Hao's angry and anxious feelings dissipated considerably. He realized he had acted impulsively. If Su Yuheng hadn't stopped him, and he had actually killed Su, then it would have truly been a huge mess. A sneak attack. What kind of skill is that? His eyes glared fiercely at Su Nan, his tone filled with unwillingness and anger. If it weren't for the sneak attack, how could I be so embarrassed? That's right. He still felt dissatisfied. How could an ant with 10 times less vitality be his opponent? You're the fool, yet you blame the sneak attack. Su Nan sneered. On the battlefield, ferocious beasts won't show mercy. Sharp-tongued. You think I can't do anything about you? The real combat assessment is in 3 days. Jiang Hao revealed a sinister smile, his tone filled with threat. If he didn't hold back during the real combat assessment, and someone died, the Sky Patrol wouldn't trouble him at all. The martial arts competition has always been this cruel. 3 days. If you can still stand and talk, then consider me defeated. Su Nan's expression was calm, but his tone left no room for doubt. Good. Very good. Jiang Hao was so angry he laughed. A waste with a vitality of 0. 9 actually dared to be so arrogant. Interesting. A hint of admiration emerged in Su Yuheng's mature eyes. A dim light with only 0. 9 vitality dared to challenge someone 10 times stronger than himself. Such courage is something only a few can possess. Moreover, he believed Su Nan's words were quite reasonable. If Su Nan had been a ferocious beast, in that moment Jiang Hao would have been dead. However, a sneak attack is still a sneak attack. Jiang Hao fell for it once, but he wouldn't fall for it a second time. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already made up his mind. In 3 days, he would make Su Nan pay. Su Nan, he viciously spat out a harsh remark. As for whether Su Nan could withstand it, that was no longer his concern. Thinking about the possibility of beating Su Nan in 3 days eased his mood slightly. As his words fell, he prepared to turn and leave. Jiang Hao completely no longer wanted to stay here. It was too embarrassing. If there were a hole in the ground, he would want to just burrow into it. But fortunately, he would soon be able to prove himself. In the face of strength, all rumors would dissipate. Unexpectedly at the moment he turned around, Su Yuheng's authoritative voice rang out once more. Jiang Hao, you attempted to kill a classmate, and even after I, the principal, called for a stop, you dared to act. This is simply outrageous. Hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around in shock. What do you mean attempting to kill a classmate? This is completely framing him. Old-fashioned tactics. Principal Su. I was just impulsive. It wasn't that I disregarded you. Jiang Hao clasped his hands together and forcefully explained. The reason he didn't listen to Su Yuheng's orders was partly due to his anger, and partly because he was convinced that Su Yuheng wouldn't intervene, or even if he did, there would be no consequences. This had always been the case. Killing a classmate, you never mentioned that. Su Nan smiled slightly, fanning the flames from the side. If he could step in, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao shot a furious glance at Su Nan. If looks could kill, Su Nan would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. 2 crimes. I will punish you by doubling the prices of all martial arts in the library from now on, no tenfold. Su Yuheng said with a seemingly casual expression. What? Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. Tenfold. This is no different from robbery. All martial arts are controlled by the federal government. He really had no choice but to accept it. This punishment was quite severe. For others it would be equivalent to declaring that all martial arts in the library would henceforth have nothing to do with him. Even if Jiang Hao's family was wealthy, they could not afford such a burden. What? Do you have any objections? Su Yuhing slightly frowned, a hint of displeasure revealing itself. Of course I do. Principal Su, you can't kill the donkey after using it. Jiang Hao's meaning was already very clear. He was just one step away from saying the matter of giving money. 20-fold. Su Yuhing spoke in a calm tone, as if he were merely announcing something trivial. Hiss! The others around them gasped in shock. A 10-fold price was already enough to make them hesitate. Now with a 20-fold price, some among them couldn't afford it, even if they went bankrupt. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Su Yuhing to completely disregard his father's feelings. Any objections? Su Yuhing asked. No. None. Jiang Hao dared not say otherwise. Old man, my family has given you so much money easily. He cursed inwardly. This made him so angry that his teeth itched. Jiang Hao glanced at Su Nan. In the end, he still didn't speak. He felt embarrassed to bring it up again. After all, being successfully sneak attacked by someone with only 0.9 vitality would be something he would be scolded for as a fool if it reached his father's ears. In the office, Lu Hanyan stared at Su Nan. Sigh. Su Nan, you're still too young, too impulsive. Today Jiang Hao just happened to touch Su Yuhing's bottom line, which led to Su Nan's offenses being overlooked. However, she didn't think Su Nan would win the real combat assessment in 3 days. After all, their vitality values differ by 10-fold. There was one thing that surprised her. That was today, Su Nan seemed different from usual. His entire aura had changed. Indeed young, but not overly impulsive. Su Nan had no regrets in his heart, only yearning. He even felt he had held back. Beating someone could seize their lifespan, and lifespan was what he urgently needed. You. Lu Hanyan's words were swallowed back. She could only shake her head helplessly. Following that, she took out a white form from the drawer and handed it to Su Nan. The front page of the form boldly displayed several large characters. Liberal Arts Acceleration Class. Fill out this form, and you won't have to participate in the real combat assessment in 3 days. This was the only way she could think of to save Su Nan. Su Nan took a quick glance at the form. Teacher Lu, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to switch to liberal arts. With the golden finger he had received, he couldn't possibly say it out loud. In 3 days, everything would be clear. Lu Hanyan's expression darkened, and a hint of anger clearly appeared on her fair face. Fine, I want to see how you handle the real combat assessment in 3 days. She believed that Su Nan was currently too conspicuous, which wasn't a good thing. Training room. After leaving the office, Su Nan did not leave the school. The federal government provided him with special privileges as someone without parents. The training room, which originally required a fee, was completely open to Su Nan for free. He directly summoned the system panel. Host Su Nan, vitality 0.9 remaining lifespan 110 days, martial talent F, other information loading. The lifespan he had just plundered had already been added. As for this martial talent, it can only be said that it is one of the necessary conditions for the protagonist to start. He waved his hand. Forget it with cheat abilities, what does talent matter? With 3 days left until the practical assessment, the urgent task was to improve his own strength. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult to enhance vitality, requiring constant and repetitive training. Even Jiang Hao, as the young master of the Jiang family, had never lacked resources since childhood, and he only reached a vitality of 9. With no resources, Su Nan had spent over a decade to achieve only 0.9. This shows just how weak his talent was. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. System, let's try consuming 10 days of lifespan first. He decisively decided to enhance his Ding. Consumed 10 days of lifespan. You have activated a century of cultivation. Level talent is like a baby lifting a cauldron with 99 of the vitality flowing out of the meridians. But even if there is only a trace left, it's enough to transform you completely. Vitality 1. Doubled. His pupils contracted. The vitality, which had not stirred for a long time, suddenly became boiling. A surge of unprecedented wild heat exploded within him. It was a weak yet tangible power flowing through the meridians like magma. Su Nan had been stuck at 0.9 vitality for 3 years. Now with the help of the cheat, changes were finally happening. Not enough. Consume 90 days of lifespan for me. Su Nan's gaze was resolute. His main approach was to fear nothing. The remaining 10 days were enough. Ding. Consumed 90 days of lifespan. With a massive amount of time invested, you did not rush or become anxious due to poor talent, but started your cultivation step by step. Vitality 9. 1. Crack. A crisp sound resonated from within Su Nan, as if something had shattered from the inside. His once withered and emaciated body regained some vitality, and his strength increased dozens of times compared to before. Vitality 11 martial artist level remaining lifespan 10 days martial talent F other information. Ding. Congratulations, you have broken through to the first stage of martial artist level. Each realm is divided into 9 stages. The entire martial artist realm corresponds to vitality between 10 and 99 from first stage to 9th stage. Su Nan felt the surging vitality within him and was extremely excited. Finally, I no longer feel that weakness, he said with a hint of excitement. Only 10 days of lifespan were left. However, his overall spirit had changed. His thin body had become a bit fuller, completely unaffected by the decrease in lifespan. The two aspects did not interfere with each other. No rush. Su Nan maintained a calm demeanor. In 3 days' time for the practical assessment, he could easily regain lifespan. In other words, any lifespan gained afterward would be like picking up for free. I wonder how strong I am now, he muttered. He glanced at the sandbag testing device placed nearby. It was an instrument specifically designed for testing strength in the training room. The sandbag testing device had a digital screen on top, which was used to display data. His model was a basic one, with only 18 rectangular grids corresponding to martial trainees and martial artists. Let's see if my current strength meets the standard. He assumed the starting stance of the basic fist technique. He slightly turned his legs using the strength of his waist to drive the movement of his arms, as the vitality surged through his meridians, gathering towards his fist. Then he aimed at the target, exerted force, and punched hard at the chest of the humanoid sandbag. Boom! A muffled sound erupted. The sound was enormous, echoing throughout the entire training room. In an instant, the bottom grid lit up at an incredible speed. Green light, green light, green light. One after another lit up rapidly. Soon it had lit up to the 10th grid, corresponding to the first stage of martial artist level. Just when Su Nan thought it had stopped, 2 more grids lit up in succession, stopping only at the 12th grid. 12 grids. This corresponded to the 3rd stage of martial artist level. But I clearly am at the 1st stage. A few seconds later, Su Nan attributed all the credit to the system. He speculated that the system might have helped him enhance his vitality to a more refined, near-perfect state. A normal martial artist practicing diligently could never achieve such a state. At this moment outside the training room, a yellow-haired boy had been eavesdropping for a long time. The muffled sound that just came from inside startled him greatly. He realized that it must have been the sound from the sandbag testing device. As expected, he has practiced some secret method. He smiled triumphantly, believing he had uncovered a great secret. With only 0.9 vitality, Su Nan could not possibly produce such a loud sound from the testing device. The material of the sandbag testing device was not ordinary. If he hadn't even reached 1 vitality, a punch would not only fail to make a sound, but would feel like a mere tickle. He had come to the training room to gather information on Jiang Hao's orders. Regarding Su Nan's changes, Jiang Hao remained quite skeptical. Thus, he quickly left the training room. Once outside, he immediately called Jiang Hao. Just a few seconds later, the call was connected. Bro, how just as you suspected, Su Nan has definitely practiced some secret method and forcibly increased his strength. The yellow-haired boy reported excitedly. Oh, then how much has Su Nan's strength increased through the secret method? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He wondered why Su Nan was acting differently today, or it turned out he had obtained a secret method from somewhere. Is this your capital to be arrogant? Ridiculous. Secret methods can be said to have both pros and cons. Using it at a critical moment of life and death can indeed save one's life. However, using it now would only bring disadvantages to Su Nan. With a vitality of 0.9, even if he used the secret method, he was confident he could win. I really don't know about that. The yellow-haired boy scratched his head. He indeed heard the sound, but he couldn't directly determine Su Nan's realm from it. After all, the sound weakened considerably as it passed through the wall, making it even harder to distinguish. Wait until tomorrow at this time, and you can try it out. Remember, absolutely do not invoke my name. Jiang Hao warned. Me, eh? The yellow-haired boy couldn't help but ask back. His vitality was only 4 points. After Su Nan used the secret method, he truly had no confidence that he could win. Add 20000. Alright, then I'll take the risk and give it a try tomorrow. The next day, in the training room, there are not only training equipment, but also a large bed measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, where Su Nan sleeps comfortably alone. Remaining lifespan 9 days. He gazed at the remaining days of his life, falling into deep thought. Even with just these days left, Su Nan's mind was still very active. The only martial skill he currently possessed was the basic fist technique. This was a free martial skill that every martial arts student had to learn. As the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao certainly did not lack martial skills, which made Su Nan feel somewhat uneasy. His current realm surpassed Jiang Hao's, yet he was merely brimming with brute strength. He decided to practice this basic martial skill. After all, it was still a martial technique, directly boosting his cultivation. Of course that would be delightful. With a single punch he could indeed knock someone out. But the problem was, he had to first land a hit. Right now he felt like a wealthy man who could only use his bankbook to hit people. Encountering another wealthy man, it would be a competition of who had a thicker bankbook. At this moment he could win by sacrificing his life. However, if he faced someone skilled with a blade, even if that person possessed only a tenth of his wealth before he could even lift his bankbook, his throat would have already been slit. The saying goes that one who possesses great strength can conquer 10 who are skilled, but such feats can only be accomplished by those with dimensional crushing abilities. With this thought, Su Nen became more resolute. System, I will use one day's lifespan to practice the basic fist technique. The proficiency of martial skills ranges from beginner, proficient, expert, to perfection. Su Nan's proficiency in the basic fist technique was at the expert level. Ding. Consumed one day, you have started practicing this basic martial skill. Your martial arts talent is relatively poor, yet you perfected the basic fist technique within the first year. In the remaining 9 years you devoted all your time to studying the variations of this basic fist technique. Every move was ingrained in your heart, and you began to extrapolate other possibilities of this martial skill. Through your continuous improvements, you finally comprehended a brand new martial skill. You perfected this skill and named it Mountain-Shattering Fist. Su Nen felt a sense of familiarity with this name, and thus he employed it. Mountain-Shattering Fist, Xian Class, Upper Grade Perfection. Each punch surpasses the last, unleashing a fist imprint that towers like layered mountains, each stronger than the last. This martial skill is divided into 3 levels of punches. Xian Class, Upper Grade. The power can continuously stack. Su Nen said with a hint of excitement. Xian Class Upper Grade martial skills could fetch several million in the outside world. However, they are often priced without a market. He was even somewhat eager to test the power of his new martial skill. He couldn't help but glance at the sandbag testing device. Not interested. He shook his head. The sandbag testing device wouldn't move at all. It wasn't practical for real combat. Moreover, if he were to exert too much strength and break the testing device, he would have to pay for it. He certainly wouldn't engage in a losing deal. If only a human sandbag could come right now. Su Nen chuckled. That way he could test the power of his new martial skill and also plunder some lifespan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. The next moment the door to his training room was knocked loudly. Su Nen looked bewildered. Is there really someone here? Of course he wasn't a violent person and wouldn't just attack anyone. Otherwise not only would his conscience be troubled, but the city defense police would not let him off. He walked to the door and pressed the button to open it. Screech. The door retracted to the right with a... What came into view was a yellow-haired person wearing sunglasses and covering his face, looking very sneaky. His blood vitality was 4 points. Su Nen immediately recognized it. The other party completely did not hide his blood vitality. Generally a normal person would conceal their vitality to prevent being seen through by others. Only when they were about to strike would their vitality fluctuate. You must be Su Nen, right? The yellow-haired individual was extremely arrogant. Was he practicing a secret technique again? Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of pressure? I am your father. Su Nen couldn't help but let a slight smile appear at the corners of his mouth. Someone dressed like this couldn't possibly be a good person. There was no need to be polite. Huh, my father. The yellow-haired guy momentarily didn't know how to respond. According to the normal script he had in mind, Su Nen should first acknowledge him before he made a move. After a few seconds of being dumbstruck, a hint of anger gradually appeared on his face. You're my father. I see your whole family as my father. The yellow-haired guy shouted angrily. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Nen, who had received professional training, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Have you experienced some kind of trauma since childhood, or did your head get caught in the door? He couldn't help but ask. Was this really a normal human? Damn, I got led into a trap by you. The yellow-haired guy slapped his forehead. Immediately after he discarded the script he had envisioned in his mind. His footwork surged swiftly, and as his body rolled in the air, he drew an arc before launching a whip kick towards Su Nen. Flashy moves. Su Nen's gaze sharpened as he mobilized the blood vitality within him, slightly tilted his body, and unleashed a punch. A white fist imprint 1 meter high instantly formed. Mountain-Shattering Fist, first level. He wanted to see how powerful it was. The moment the fist imprint made contact with the yellow-haired guy's right leg, a crisp, bone-cracking sound echoed. Up. The yellow-haired guy immediately let out a howl of pain. However, this was not the end. The fist imprint did not dissipate, but continued to smash towards the yellow-haired guy's body. Once again, the symphony of dull thuds and bone fractures filled the air. Ah! This time the yellow-haired guy screamed even more pitifully. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood and blood seeped from other parts of his body. He felt as if he was being tortured inhumanely, how every corner of his body seemed to no longer belong to him. Soon he directly fainted from the pain. Is it really necessary to scream this loudly? Sunan couldn't help but express his confusion. He had held back and only used a small portion of his blood vitality, though otherwise this yellow-haired guy would have died on the spot. Successfully plundered lifespan 5 days. 5 days. Yesterday he had only broken Jiang Hao's nose and obtained 10 days of lifespan. It seems that the plundered lifespan is determined by the opponent's realm. Generally, individuals with a higher realm have a longer lifespan, which is quite reasonable. As for whether it would depend on the severity of the injury, that would need to be tested on the same person to know. Remaining lifespan 14 days. Illusory light and shadow appeared before Su Nan's eyes. Very good. Another 5 days added. He had stated that all lifespan gained afterward was essentially free. Soon training rooms around him began to open. Everyone came out to see what was happening. The yellow-haired guy's screams were so loud that even those inside the training rooms could hear them clearly. Of course, this was also due to the unique design of the training rooms, preventing anyone from causing trouble where training was supposed to occur. When they saw the scene before them, they all frowned. This is too ruthless. Isn't that Su Nan? That class martial arts talent. How is that? They recognized that the person before the yellow-haired guy was Su Nan, one of the most eye-catching individuals during the martial arts talent assessment yesterday. After all, being last is still being first. It was easy to remember. The aura emitted by the yellow-haired guy was clearly at 4 points. Su Nan's aura value yesterday was only 0. 9 points, making him look quite emaciated. Now how come his demeanor has changed so drastically? His body has also grown stronger. However, some sensible individuals immediately called for the school doctor on their phones. If the yellow-haired guy's blood continued to flow like this, he could very well die here. The school had regulations stating that if someone saw an injury and didn't report it, there would be penalties. If I had known, I wouldn't have meddled in this, someone regretted. Seeing that someone had already dialed the school doctor's number, Su Nan chose not to call. He only needed to wait for the school doctor to arrive and then explain what happened. However, arriving before the school doctor was Su Yuheng. He hurriedly walked over to the training room. Su Yuheng usually took a stroll around the school as part of his routine. At such times, he found immense pleasure akin to a lion surveying its territory. However, today was different. A horrifying scream shattered his reverie. With his current realm, his senses were exceptionally sharp. Even the faintest sound reached him with crystal clarity. What happened? He followed the source of the sound. Soon he arrived at a training room just 3 doors away from Su Nan. His gaze swept around, grasping the basic situation. Did you call the school doctor? He casually turned to a student and asked. I called. The student felt a bit nervous at the principal's sudden inquiry. Well, that's good. He then quickly approached the injured individual to assess the situation. After a few seconds of examination, he discovered the injuries were severe. What a vicious attack. Su Yuheng couldn't help but exclaim. The injured youth was in a semi-conscious state and would likely need to lie in a hospital bed for over half a year. This would definitely mean missing the martial arts examination. He turned around and looked back, noticing that Su Nan was the closest to the injured. Su Nan, tell me what happened. I expect you to know everything since you're so close. At that moment, he had no suspicions about Su Nan. Although Su Nan's performance yesterday had impressed him, it was merely that. He possessed courage, but lacked strength. That yellow-haired kid was looking for trouble, and I gave him a lesson. Su Nan's expression was calm as he briefly recounted the events. You taught him a lesson. Su Yuheng couldn't help but laugh. This was the biggest joke he had heard all year. A mere 0.9 vitality value inflicted lessons on someone with a 4 vitality value. The disparity was quite significant. Su Nan was an orphan without any powerful martial techniques. How could he possibly engage in battle beyond his level? Moreover, when he had assessed Su Nan's vitality yesterday, he found him to be extremely weak with a vitality that was very unstable, making it even more impossible for him to be a match for the yellow-haired youth. Su Nan, tell me the truth. What exactly happened? Su Yuheng thought Su Nan was just joking. However, Su Nan adopted a serious demeanor, saying, I'm not joking. Upon hearing this, Su Yuheng began to scrutinize Su Nan closely. He noticed that Su Nan indeed seemed different today compared to yesterday. His vitality was no longer unstable, and his physique appeared stronger. He seemed like a completely different person. Did you practice a secret method, Oi? Su Yuheng inquired. This was the only possibility he could think of. Secret methods could elevate one's vitality in a short period, but at a tremendous cost. Some involved tapping into one's potential, others drew from hidden vitality, and some even directly consumed one's lifespan. That's right, Su Nan confessed decisively. He admitted this to better explain himself later. Otherwise, how could a martial talent rated at F with a vitality value of only 0.9 suddenly rise to a higher realm? He planned to first admit to using a secret method, then find some excuse to brush it off later. For example, he could say he practiced a secret method that opened up his meridians. As for whether people believed it, that was not his concern. Hearing such a definitive response, Su Yuhing sighed and nodded. What a pity. He only hoped that when the side effects came it wouldn't affect his transition to the liberal arts sprint class. Some secret methods could be used multiple times. He believed Su Nan was practicing such a method, thinking that Su Nan was just trying to show off to compete with Jiang Hao. Su Nan, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but even if you used a secret method you still can't compete with Jiang Hao, Su Yuhing cautioned. After all, there was a tenfold difference in vitality between Su Nan and Jiang Hao. Moreover, as far as he knew, the only martial technique Su Nan knew was a basic boxing manual. This was the only martial technique provided for free at their school. Jiang Hao, being the young master of the Jiang family, would undoubtedly use techniques that, while not the top tier, were still excellent and the most suited for him. In comparison, the difference was evident. Martial techniques were categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, with each level further divided into superior, middle, and inferior grades. The basic boxing manual was the weakest of the yellow grade's inferior techniques. If Jiang Hao can stand, then consider me defeated, Su Nan said with a calm, yet arrogant tone. This wasn't arrogance, merely confidence, or perhaps a statement of fact. Ha ha ha. Su Yuhing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, you have guts. They'll be waiting to see your performance. He didn't continue to discourage Su Nan. Young people are often like this, they don't turn back until they hit a wall. Why should he stop them? At this moment the school doctor finally arrived at the scene. They immediately lifted the injured youth onto the medical bed. The medical bed had the ability to stop bleeding directly, and it also possessed slight healing functions, often able to pull someone hanging by a thread back from the brink of death. Alright, since this yellow-haired kid started the trouble, then you have nothing to do with it. Su Yuhing waved his hand. He would review the surveillance footage later. Of course, he also believed that Su Nan wouldn't deceive him. It was an instinct. You should rest well and prepare for the practical assessment. Su Yuhing said helplessly. The practical assessment wouldn't prohibit students from using secret methods. This was because no one had ever done so. Secret methods were generally avoided. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, no one would use them. It seemed a new rule was necessary. This time would be an exception. Su Yuhing couldn't allow students to ruin their own bodies. Since Su Nan had already used it, there was no other choice. He was sure that Su Nan would regret it because of the side effects of the secret method. Alright. Su Nan turned and returned to the training room. He had not rented a place outside. With a free training room, why would anyone stay elsewhere? On the day of the practical assessment, Jiang Hao arrived early at the martial arts arena. He sat in a chair with a sullen expression. His nose had returned to its original shape, leaving only a small scar as proof of the previous fracture. That bastard better not have taken my money and run off. He frowned, appearing quite impatient. His fingers scrolled through his call log, showing his agitation. He had made nearly 10 calls in the past 2 days without a single one connecting. The money had already been sent. Now he suspected that the yellow-haired kid had taken the money and run, deliberately ignoring his calls. He'll deal with Su Nan first, then settle the score with you. Jiang Hao viciously turned off his phone screen. He didn't consider other possibilities, assuming it was simply a case of running off with his money. Even if Su Nan had practiced a secret method, he didn't think the yellow-haired kid lacked fighting power. It didn't matter. The fact that Su Nan had embarrassed him in front of so many people by breaking his nose meant he needed to settle that score today. Jiang Hao cracked his knuckles, proclaiming, I will take my revenge today and let everyone in the first high school know that I, Jiang Hao, will be the most dazzling new star in the future. Remaining lifespan 12 days. The system reminded Su Nan as usual. Yet Su Nan remained indifferent. So what if it's 12 days? Hey. System, just wait, I'm going to feed you well today. An hour later, Su Nan arrived at the training arena. At this moment, it was bustling with excitement. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the weather was dry. Yet this did not dampen their fervent spirits. They all longed to prove themselves through practical combat. Many familiar faces were boasting to each other. Just watch me take down all of them. You? With your 6 points of blood value. You know nothing. I've just learned a powerful martial skill. If you encounter me, you'll be in for a tough time. There were also several beautiful girls who had specially dressed up for today's practical assessment. Some wore sleek, black training outfits. These outfits were quite form-fitting, perfectly outlining their figures, and the all-black look gave them an air of elegance. Some even wore short skirts. With their safety shorts fitting snugly, it wouldn't affect their performance much. After all, with so many people around, everyone wanted to look good when they stepped into the arena. It's a pity that Xie Chen isn't participating this time. You love-struck fool. Oh, come on. The girls were teasing each other. Currently, all participating students and observing teachers were present. However, their seating arrangements were different. Teachers and the principal would sit in the observation area, while the students sat in the waiting area. This assessment was voluntary. Except for 2 individuals, everyone in the martial arts class of the 3rd year participated. This was because the top 3 in the practical assessment could receive rewards which were determined annually by Su Yuing. Of course, for Su Nen it didn't matter what the rewards were. What was most thrilling was to seize life through battle. Quiet. Upon seeing the time, Su Yuing stood up to control the order in the training arena. All participating students just need to sit tight. When your name is called, come up to the stage. Above the arena, there was a large projection displaying the basic information of the participating students. Seeing that everyone had settled down, Su Yuing nodded in satisfaction as the blazing gazes turned towards the projection. The first match, Jiang Hao from Class 2 versus Li Song from Class 11. A mechanical female voice announced. The information of both participants immediately appeared on the projection. The first match was Jiang Hao's. He leaped up from the waiting area and effortlessly reached the arena. Ha ha ha. With those 2 absent this time, I can just play around. As the 3rd highest in blood value in the school, he believed that defeating these lesser opponents would pose no challenge. Most importantly, his gaze searched around and finally found Su Nan's figure after several seconds. A sly smile crossed his face as he slowly slid his hand across his neck, full of provocation. Upon seeing this scene, Su Nan didn't take it to heart. He simply responded with a contemptuous smile and a middle finger. The more confident Jiang Hao became, the worse it would be for him later. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was about to get angry when he heard a voice nearby. Brother, how you can't treat me like air. Li Song looked somewhat aggrieved. The 3rd in the school, the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao. Li Song recognized him. His blood value had reached 7 points, making him part of the upper echelon in Jiangxing High School. Once he got on stage, he noticed that Jiang Hao's attention was completely off him. This led him to believe that Jiang Hao was looking down on him. Who do you think you are? Jiang Hao sneered. In his view, no one could be his opponent. Perfect. He would take out his frustrations on you. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Come on. Li Song also refused to back down. The way of martial arts is to face challenges head-on. How could he retreat just because his realm was lower? The 3-minute preparation time was up. Match start. The mechanical female voice echoed again. Li Song gathered his strength and his body shot forward like a sharp sword targeting Jiang Hao. Understanding that his blood value was inferior to Jiang Hao's, he chose to strike first. Water break palm. He decisively unleashed his most refined martial technique as he closed in. Competing palm strength. Jiang Hao scoffed. Tiger transformation palm. A red tiger conjured from the essence of blood appeared, without any pause, lunging directly at Li Song. The tiger bit down on Li Song's palm, and he felt an immediate numbness in his hand. The might of his martial technique was instantly rendered ineffective. His strongest technique, water break palm, was thus easily broken. Moreover, the red tiger's momentum remained fierce. Despite his reluctance, he still shouted, I concede. To avoid injury, he had no choice but to choose this. After all, while practical assessments were important, the martial examination was the stage that determined their fate. He absolutely could not afford to be injured now. Coward, Jiang Hao mocked. This technique was specifically employed to show off in front of an audience, but it consumed a fair amount of blood energy. This technique was ranked as a superior yellow-grade skill. Although Li Song felt humiliated, he could only leave in anger. As Jiang Hao was about to exit the stage, he shot a fierce glare at Su Nan. Su Nan saw this technique and remained unfazed. He even felt a bit amused. This technique was nothing more than flashy with a high consumption of blood energy. Practicing such techniques was akin to adding unnecessary details. Their effectiveness was minimal. Not worth fearing. After another hour, it was finally Su Nan's turn. Next match, Yang Na from Class 5 versus Su Nan from Class 2. As the words fell, a girl in a short skirt with short hair immediately stepped onto the arena. Yang Na. Blood value 8 points. This blood value ranked among the top 10 in Jiangxing High School. She was also wearing a pair of technologically advanced blue crystal high heels. These high heels were not ordinary. They were tailored for girls training in martial arts. Not only were they comfortable, but they also had no impact during combat with retractable blades at the heels. Su Nan leaped lightly and followed her onto the stage. He looked at the girl in front of him, dressed in a short skirt that showcased her long legs, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Finally, I can see some life. Su Nan was filled with excitement. To onlookers, it might seem like he was thrilled to encounter a beautiful girl. Even Yang Na saw it this way. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Keep staring, and it'll poke your eyes out. With that, she stomped her foot lightly, and the blades in her heels shot out, sparking on the arena. Soon she knew. Martial arts talent, grade blood value 0. 9. How can you even dare to participate in this practical assessment? Yang Na expressed her disdain. She hadn't expected to encounter someone so weak right off the bat. Despite the harsh words, Su Nan remained calm. Yet he uttered a line that took everyone by surprise. Are you a cheap slut? Anyone who opens with such mockery, what else could they be but contemptible? Su Nan, truly fearless, someone exclaimed, genuinely awestruck. Yang Na was widely known at school as a bold, unyielding young woman, brash and fiery in temperament. Most crucially, she possessed overwhelming strength. For several seconds, Yang Na's body stiffened, her disbelief palpable as she stared at Su Nan. Then her fists slowly clenched. What did you say? Her expression darkened instantly. Even her short hair seemed to bristle with fury. You want me to repeat it? Are you begging for a tongue lashing? Very well, I shall oblige. Contemptible. 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 Su Nan had always excelled at heeding others' requests, and those who sought reprimand received none of his indulgence. After this relentless barrage, Yang Na's chest heaved violently, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her rage had reached its boiling point. Had there not been a brief preparation interval, she would have lunged forward then and there to tear Su Nan's mouth apart. This was the first time anyone had dared insult her. At home, she was a cherished princess doted upon by her parents. At school, her formidable strength rendered her untouchable. She bowed to no one, save perhaps a handful of elite peers. You're finished, she snarled through gritted teeth. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Match commences, announced a mechanical female voice. In the blink of an eye, Yang Na surged forward like a caged beast unleashed, her feet propelling her off the ground with explosive force towards Su Nan. Swallow flight, 13 kick. Her legs blurred in rapid fluid motion, like swallows darting midair. At the final step before Su Nan, her kicks accelerated beyond the eye's ability to track. Her technique built momentum gradually, then exploded into blinding speed, each high heel stiletto flashing cold steel across the air. Incredible. Such assault. I'd surrender on the spot. Is Su Nan, that frail weakling, merely here to catch a whiff of fragrant breezes during practical assessment? The spectators in the waiting area watched riveted, utterly baffled as to how Yang Na could possibly lose. She was simply too powerful. Even most among them would have conceded defeat against such a technique. Just as all assumed Su Nan's defeat inevitable, a white fist print erupted into existence. Mountain-shaking fist, first layer. It descended upon Yang Na with terrifying velocity and force. That strike resembled a blacksmith's hammer, deceptively simple yet laden with devastating power. Instantly, Yang Na's stiletto heels shattered completely. Even the concealed metal blades within were pulverized to dust. Her legs snapped midair, bones fracturing with a sickening crack, her entire skeletal frame twisted grotesquely. Her internal organs felt as though wrenched and knotted together. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek tore from Yang Na's throat. It was agony unlike anything she had ever endured. As the fist print dissolved, she collapsed onto the floor, limp, lifeless like a broken doll. Su Nan planted one foot squarely atop Yang Na's prostrate form, and spoke down at her, victor's disdain etched in every syllable. Your strength leaves much to be desired. Those words struck Yang Na like lightning, burning themselves deep into her psyche, searing an indelible scar upon her soul. Her psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Lifespan successfully seized 20 days. Remaining lifespan 32 days. Excellent. His lifespan had now surpassed 1 month. Yet Su Nan still felt a lingering hunger for more. Su Nan, victory. The mechanical voice declared it faster than any human reaction. It was as if a boulder had plunged into placid waters, triggering shockwaves of disbelief. Wait, pinch me. Did I truly see that? His Kiblood level is really only 0. 9. Then what does that make me, a joke? HSS, defeated in a single blow. Terrifying. No one had foreseen this outcome, not in the slightest. And there had been no flourish, no embellishment, only one move. One move, and Yang Na with her Kiblood level of 8 lay utterly vanquished. At that moment, even Jiang Hao stood frozen in stunned silence. Though Yang Na fell short of his own prowess, she should not have been so easily crushed. Yet Su Nan had ended her in a single decisive stroke. If that were true, then Jiang Hao could already foresee Huang Mao's fate. Worthless, he spat in fury. All show, no substance. He dismissed Yang Na's loss as mere weakness in practical combat, perhaps compounded by Su Nan's use of secret arts. Kiblood levels correlated directly with strength, unless one possessed extraordinary battlefield experience. A spent arrow. He still regarded Su Nan with utter indifference. The distance between ring and waiting area, coupled with Su Nan's swift surgical precision, meant no one perceived the subtle fluctuations in his Kiblood. Meanwhile, the observing faculty erupted into chaos. They could scarcely believe Su Nan, the same student recently assessed as fire in martial cultivation, was now shining so brilliantly. Yet a shared conclusion formed unspoken in every teacher's mind. Su Nan had employed forbidden arts. Beyond such techniques, they saw no plausible explanation for his sudden staggering ascension. And they anticipated dire consequences ahead. The stronger the forbidden art, the more catastrophic its aftereffects. Alas, only when one strikes the southern wall does one turn back. Lu Hanyan sighed softly. She felt pride in Su Nan's strength, but knew it was fleeting, a blossom blooming only once. Once the match concluded, he would surely collapse into profound exhaustion, then succumb to the brutal, merciless backlash of his forbidden art. Even granting the use of such arts, she still deemed Su Nan utterly incapable of defeating Jiang Hao. 1 strike, bold 2, waning a 3, exhausted. Forbidden arts followed the same principle. She feared Su Nan might not even survive long enough to face Jiang Hao. Su Yuhan too wore an expression of genuine astonishment. Powerful. Exceptionally powerful. His senses were the sharpest among them. He detected faint ripples in Su Nan's ki blood, but incompletely. What he sensed registered at level 8. He had never imagined Su Nan's cultivated art could be so potent. I wonder if he'll still qualify for the humanities intensive class. He worried Su Nan's body might shatter entirely, leaving him crippled, or worse, a hollow shell. He had never imagined Su Nan's cultivated art could be so potent. I wonder if he'll still qualify for the humanities intensive class. He worried Su. Moments later, realization struck. That's the opening stance of fundamental fist art. He slammed his palm onto the armrest and shot upright, eyes wide with incredulity. Impossible. Even among the prodigies he'd witnessed, none had ever derived original techniques from a foundational manual. Some lacked talent, but more critically, time was always the limiting factor. Prodigies attempting self-innovation might labor for a full month. Yet if success eluded them by then, they abandoned the effort outright. For the investment of time and energy rarely justified the returns. Could Su Nan then be a rare seed of genius in this domain? Thereafter, each opponent Su Nan faced chose immediate surrender. It left him quietly frustrated. Having witnessed Su Nan's prowess, none dared challenge him, fearing Yang Na's fate. Time was precious. With martial examinations looming, no one wished to waste days bedridden. The psychological impact differed profoundly between the two. Finally, the inevitable confrontation arrived. Next match, Class 2's Jiang Hao versus. The psychological impact differed profoundly between the two. Finally, the inevitable confrontation arrived. Next match, Class 2's Jiang Hao versus. Class 2's Su Nan. The mechanical female voice fell. Whether in the waiting area or the spectator seats, everyone was fully alert, staring intently at the arena, afraid of missing any detail. They could learn from the battle. Jiang Hao stepped onto the arena, first appearing arrogant and eager. Today I will let you know the gap between us. He made a bold statement. Having lost face a few days ago from an ambush, he was determined to regain his lost honor today. He planned to humiliate Su Nan severely in front of everyone, making Su Nan understand the consequences of provoking him. On Su Nan's side, he appeared very relaxed with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Leaping up, Jiang Hao appeared to Su Nan as nothing more than a walking experience package. Not worth mentioning. If you can stand up, I'll admit defeat. Su Nan repeated his words. His aura radiated from within, both arrogant and confident. Su Nan's current realm was that of a first-tier warrior. A leap of a major realm brought a huge difference. Coupled with the 9 Heavens mystic art, he had more than enough power to defeat Jiang Hao. Don't think that defeating Yang Na gives you the right to be arrogant. Jiang Hao said with a hint of ridicule and disdain. To me, she is merely a somewhat powerful ant, not even qualified to fight me. He believed that apart from the first and second ranked, no one had the qualifications to fight him. I am only a step away from the warrior realm. Jiang Hao directly released his blood and chi fluctuations. His blood and chi had clearly surpassed level 9, being just a final step away from the warrior realm. This caused many in the waiting area to gasp in surprise. This level was enough to make many envious. Even the teachers in the spectator seats nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Jiang Hao's cultivation. A step away? That still means you are not in the warrior realm. Su Nan scoffed lightly. Once his words were spoken, others also nodded in agreement. After all, being a step away was not the same as being in the warrior realm. The two were not comparable. Though it sounded harsh, it was the truth. Stubborn as a dead duck, I will make you aware of my terror. Jiang Hao shouted angrily. The 3-minute time was up. The match begins. Jiang Hao's gaze became serious and he moved first. Even when hunting rabbits, a lion uses all its strength. This time he would not have any carelessness. He intended to use his strongest power for a quick victory. He unleashed his full blood and chi, the blood and chi in his meridians flowing rapidly, constantly circulating in his body. Mountain-crushing step, Jiang Hao shouted. This was the martial skill he had practiced most frequently over the past year. It was also a high-grade yellow-tier skill, yet its power exceeded that of the tiger's claw he had practiced. That martial skill was purely for show. The quality of this mountain-crushing step was actually very close to a low-grade mystic-tier skill. It was ultimately classified as yellow-tier only because of its excessive consumption, suitable only as a finishing move. Jiang Hao had no intention of holding back at all, preparing to finish with a single strike. This martial skill appeared to belong to the movement category, but it was actually an attacking martial skill. His steps were rapid, circling around Su Nen endlessly. With each circle his momentum grew stronger. The oppressive feeling of ocean waves and its reality intensified. Illusions of blue waves arose around him. Prepare to die, Jiang Hao proclaimed as he spun his speed incredibly fast, gathering momentum in mere seconds. At this point it was too late to stop him. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to hinder him. Su Nen, however, was capable of doing so. He did not stop him simply because it was too weak. There was no need at all. To Su Nen it still appeared to be a flashy display. Good momentum, but the intensity is lacking, Su Nen said calmly. At this moment Jiang Hao had fully gathered his strength. What big words. If the intensity is lacking you'll know after trying it. The illusory waves suddenly moved crashing towards Su Nen in overwhelming layers. The powerful momentum made everyone in the waiting area feel at their mouths agape. Su Nen simply stood quietly in place, his expression calm. The waves began to slowly engulf him from above. Jiang Hao saw this scene and thought Su Nen had been scared silly. He assumed Su Nen understood he could not withstand it and had chosen to give up resisting. Ha ha ha. What do you have to fight me with? Jiang Hao laughed wildly, his laughter full of mockery towards Su Nen's overestimation of his abilities. Using this martial skill had nearly drained his blood and chi. If Su Nen did not die next, he would have no strength left to continue fighting. It's a pity you won't have such a chance, Jiang Hao said confidently. This was his strongest strike. Even those at the same realm could not withstand it. Moreover, Su Nen was just someone whose strength had been forcibly enhanced with a secret technique. Su Nen still cannot match Jiang Hao. I knew Su Nen could not be Jiang Hao's opponent. Many in the waiting area had realized the outcome of this match. If Su Nen lost, then the first place in this practical assessment would belong to Jiang Hao. It's over. The teachers in the spectator seats unanimously provided their verdict. This strike was nothing, but for Su Nen that was a fatal blow. The entire arena fell into an extreme silence. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Just when everyone thought Su Nen was bound to lose, a clear and resonant voice emerged, a trivial. Su Nen raised his right hand, slowly clenched his fist, the veins on his arm twisting like a dragon. His entire bodice blood and chi surged violently, gathering into his right fist. Mountain-crushing fist, first strike. Break. The originally imposing waves instantly crumbled. Su Nen's clothes remained unstained, exuding a magnificent aura. How is this possible? Jiang Hao's eyes nearly bulged out, his face full of disbelief. With this strike, everyone present gaped with mouths agape, as if one could fit an egg in. However, it was not over yet. Mountain-crushing fist, second strike. Another white fist imprint appeared, yet this imprint had changed, becoming larger and trailing shadows. After the fist imprint appeared, it headed straight for Jiang Hao in a clean and swift manner. Jiang Hao felt Su Nen's blood and chi fluctuations. First-tier warrior realm. This was a realm he had yet to step into, yet Su Nen had already reached it. No. Impossible. As his words fell, the fist imprint approached. Boom. The powerful air wave shook the arena. Jiang Hao was directly sent flying. A massive fist hole appeared in his abdomen, blood splattering, and his white bones were fully exposed. Ah! The intense tearing sensation caused Jiang Hao immense pain. Just as he was about to be thrown out of the arena, Su Nen rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Hao's head. His 5 fingers gripped Jiang Hao like iron pincers. Is this your strength? Too weak. Su Nen shook his head in dissatisfaction. Too weak. Jiang Hao's expression became dazed. He had always been proud and confident, yet today he was defeated in seconds by Su Nen. The blow this result dealt him was simply too great. He could not accept this outcome. That's right, utterly weak. He smiled lightly, completely countering all the ridicule. Get lost. With a casual toss, he threw Jiang Hao off the arena, as if discarding trash. Successfully plundered. Lifespan 30 days. Remaining lifespan 62 days. Tip: repeatedly plundering the same target will reduce the lifespan obtained. This lifespan was enough for him to elevate his realm again. But he preferred a direct leap to a higher realm that was much more exhilarating. Thus he planned to hold on to it for now. The number of times he would beat people up would only increase, and so would the lifespan he plundered. He wasn't in a hurry. This time it was mainly because he had demonstrated his terror, and with the martial assessment approaching, those talented individuals chose to avoid battle. As far as he knew, there were still 2 experience packages left in the school. Those were the first and second ranked who did not come to participate. Their realms would definitely be higher, and the lifespan obtained would surely be greater. A sparring session could be quite advantageous. At this moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. The originally quiet martial arts arena was suddenly filled with noise. Wow, this is too amazing. First-tier warrior realm. Who told me he only had 0.9 blood and chi? Is this really grade martial talent? Does that mean my grade martial talent is a joke? Wow, so cool. I suddenly think he's so handsome. Brother Su, and do you need any little brothers? I can serve you. This time Su Nen unabashedly circulated the blood and chi within him, fully displaying his fluctuations to everyone. All the teachers in the spectator seats fell into self-doubt. Su Nan. He really did it. Lu Hanyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with shock. The originally weak youth now shone brilliantly on the arena. How could secret techniques achieve such a cross-realm leap? Other teachers completely disbelieved that Su Nen had achieved this through secret techniques. If there was a secret technique that could allow someone to break through from 0.9 blood and chi to 11 blood and chi, they would not believe it at all. This was an entire leap across a major realm. They felt that their worldview had been severely impacted. Compared to this, they believed even more that Su Nen had hidden his blood and chi before. That's right, this child definitely hid his blood and chi before. I think so too. Other teachers nodded. Su Yuhang's heart was even more excited, his expression unable to hide his happiness. Creating a mystic tier martial skill hiding true strength. This reminded him of a saying. A king descends from the heavens with fierce eyes wide open. Su Yuhang suddenly jumped up from his seat, his back straight, his face full of excitement. This martial assessment has gained a few more hopes. A dark horse has emerged. The practical assessment has concluded. Inside the principal's office, you have the right to choose a martial art of the Xian rank without limitation on its quality. Su Yuhang said with a benevolent smile. This is the reward for being first in the practical assessment. Originally, one could only obtain a low-grade martial art of the Xian rank. However, having observed Su Nan's talent, he believes Su Nan is one of those hidden geniuses who remains inconspicuous on ordinary days. At crucial moments, they shine the brightest at the center of the crowd. Thank you, Principal. Su Nan nodded calm. He was unscathed, his clothes appearing spotless. In Su Yuhang's eyes, this meant that Su Nan had one far. Moreover, seeing Su Nan's current state, he is even more convinced that Su Nan has definitely not cultivated any secret techniques, but rather concealed his strength. Good child, you must work hard. There is only 1 week left until the martial arts examination, Su Yuhang said with a look of satisfaction. Although Su Nan's strength may not match the first place's Tang Mali, he should be on par with the second place. This gives Jiang Chung No. 1 high school a bit more hope this year. You can directly go to the second floor of the library to choose. I've opened a quota for you to receive a martial art of the Xian rank. Su Yuhang patiently reminded him. If you have any questions, you can directly ask the library staff. Though time is a bit tight now. But with Su Nan's talent for creating martial arts, it's not impossible. What if he really cultivates a Xian rank martial art to the entry level in a week? Su Yuhang does not aspire for too much. Adding another Xian rank martial art would give Su Nan a bit more strength in the martial arts examination, even if it's just at the entry-level proficiency. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Sure, go ahead. Su Yuhang waved his hand. His gaze remained on Su Nan until he left. He has a gut feeling that Su Nan's strength is far beyond what he has seen today. Psi intuition is just intuition. I hope they can break into the top 10,000 this year. Su Yuhang said with a hint of hope. He was also self-aware. Being in the top 10,000 would already make him very happy. As for higher ranks, that was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river, and there are even more geniuses above the geniuses. In the entire Hunan province, there are many cities, each with numerous martial arts high schools. Every year, countless participants take the martial arts examination. Those who stand out among them are all top-tier talents. Being in the top 10,000 already means surpassing countless individuals. Each of them might be called a genius in their schools. After leaving the principal's office, Su Nan headed straight to the library. Free Xian rank martial arts. Who would refuse such a gift? Moreover, the lifespan consumed by martial arts is far less than that required to elevate one's realm. Having an additional high-grade Xian rank martial art is naturally very beneficial. Indeed, although Su Yuhang said there are no restrictions on quality, Su Nan only heard the option of a high-grade Xian rank martial art automatically, filtering out the other 2 options. This is akin to someone asking you whether you want this golden axe, this silver axe, or this wooden axe. In comparison, the choice is undoubtedly the golden one. Furthermore, the best part is that there are no tricks involved. Half an hour later, Su Nan successfully entered the second floor of the library. He glanced around, his eyes sparkling like a thief entering a treasure vault. So many martial arts. These are priceless outside. This library is equivalent to a moving treasure vault. Why rob a bank when you can rob a library? The martial arts stored on the second floor are all of the Xian rank, though most are of the low grade. The Xian rank martial arts are recommended for those who have at least reached the martial artist realm to cultivate. Otherwise it may backfire, even posing a risk of losing control. This is also why Jiang Hao, despite being wealthy, still only cultivates high-grade, Huang rank martial arts. What suits you best is the best choice. Soon he followed the signs to find the location of high-grade, Xian rank martial arts. There was a large bookshelf here, but only a few scattered martial arts were placed upon it, making it appear quite empty. But that's to be expected. High-grade, Xian rank martial arts are certainly much rarer. So the mountain-shaking fist has quite a bit of value. Su Nan chuckled. He suddenly felt like he was reaping benefits while acting coy. However, he wouldn't sell it. He wasn't short on money, and this was also unique to him. A martial art with uniqueness has no flaws. There's no one on the second floor either. Su Nan realized he had been on the second floor for 10 minutes without seeing a single person. The staff is on the first floor and not on the second. Subsequently, he began to browse through the scattered high-grade, Xian rank martial arts. Originally, there was a blue laser protecting the bookshelf, but as soon as his hand reached for the martial arts, that section of laser automatically disappeared, thanks to Su Yuheng granting him access in advance. Otherwise, even if he had no issues, the martial arts would have vanished into thin air. Great Sun Wheel Seal cultivating this technique can produce a blazing golden wheel that burns the soul into oblivion. Su Nan read the introduction on the first page aloud. Soon he shook his head. No way, the consumption is too great, and its attack power is even inferior to the mountain-shaking fist. As for burning the soul into oblivion, he thought it was pure bragging. Besides, the name is too unrefined. What is this will seal? Why must it be? He then proceeded to the other side of the bookshelf to check out other martial arts. The distribution of martial arts on this bookshelf was too scattered, requiring him to keep moving around. Lightning strike technique. Not good. Furious wind curse. Not good. Su Nan moved back and forth around the bookshelf, checking each book, feeling that none were suitable. He could only choose one, and it had to be the most useful one. In the end, after several comparisons, he selected a martial art. However, this martial art had one flaw: it was only half complete. Seeing this, Su Nan immediately knew that this martial art was specially waiting for him. Novels always write it this way. Classics never go out of style. Of course, he still cautiously flipped through it. After all, he only trusts what he sees. However, this martial art was somewhat different. This half was already considered complete. He did not know who had filled in the gaps. Now this martial art can be cultivated normally. But in reality, he believes this martial art's true rank is higher than Xian. Spirit Monkey Finger, mimicking the ancient fierce beast, the Spirit Monkey, who is innately intelligent. The attack resonates with the heavens, and this finger can stabilize all things under heaven. The simple introduction on the first page immediately captivated Su Nan. Along with the subsequent description, he understood this was a martial art that could immobilize opponents while accompanying an attack. It could be said to be extremely powerful. After immobilizing the enemy, attacking them makes it impossible for them to escape. This is quite beyond the norm. Just as he was about to take this martial art, an untimely voice interrupted. Put it down. This martial art is not something you can touch. A handsome young man dressed in a white shirt furrowed his brow, staring intently at Su Nan with displeasure written all over his face. Yet Su Nan showed no hesitation. He decisively took down the martial skill. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the suddenly appearing young man. What are you? Su Nan showed. Since the other party was so rude, what did he have to worry about? The handsome young man seemed taken aback for a moment, but then his expression darkened further. My name is Xiechun. Xiechun's tone was filled with anger and a hint of threat. Xiechun. Su Nan quickly searched for this name. Soon he realized the identity of the person before him. Oh, so you are the second one? He asked with a trace of excitement. Doesn't that mean the other party is the experience package he is looking for? I don't have time to chat with you. Let me tell you, this martial skill has always been borrowed by Mo Li. Xiechun said impatiently. He extended his hand towards Su Nan, indicating to hand over the martial skill. Tang Mo Li. A smile appeared on Su Nan's face. Isn't this effortless? 2 experience packages have appeared, but regardless, he was determined to secure this Ling Monkey Finger. I don't care about your Mo Li or whatever AI am set on this Ling Monkey Finger. If you disagree, you can come with me to the training ground. Su Nan's tone was calm, yet arrogant. I don't have time to indulge your nonsense. If you don't back down according to the rules, the person who has leased the Ling monkey finger long-term has priority rights. Xiachen sneered. Being the second in the school, how could he possibly regard Su Nan highly? If it were him, it would be a different story. Lease? When did I say I wanted to lease it? Su Nan showed an indifferent expression as he picked up the martial skill and headed straight for the first floor. Since the other party didn't want to fight, he didn't want to waste time either. Seeing this, Xiachen panicked. Not good. If he takes it, Mo Li won't let this go. He immediately chased after him. First floor. Su Nan went directly to the front desk with the Ling monkey finger. The librarian was a young girl looking to be in her 20s. Hello, you've completed your selection, right? She asked with a smile. Yes, this one. Su Nan handed the martial skill to the librarian. He didn't care about any Mo Li as it had nothing to do with him. This was a reward promised to him by Su Yuhong. If Mo Li was unhappy, she could come and find him. He wasn't afraid of trouble. At that moment, Xiachen rushed down hurrying to the front desk. He selected the Ling monkey finger, which does not belong to the low-grade martial skills of the Xian level. Moreover, this Ling monkey finger is not allowed to be purchased. He immediately voiced his dissatisfaction to the librarian. Xiachen also knew Su Nan's identity, the first place in this practical assessment. But in previous years, the reward for first place had only been a low-grade martial skill of the Xian level, so he naturally assumed Su Nan had chosen the wrong tier. Since both points were valid, Su Nan wouldn't be able to take this martial skill. The librarian, however, showed a hint of confusion on her face. Please wait a moment. She opened her computer to check. After half a minute, she found that the information she received was accurate. No problem. Su Nan one-time permission for Xian-level martial skills, no restrictions on upper, middle, or lower tiers. She read aloud the contents on the computer. What a... Xiachen exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this answer. The librarian, worried that Xiachen wouldn't believe it, directly projected the computer screen. The projection appeared above them, clearly displaying the permissions Su Nan possessed. How is this possible? It has never been like this in previous years. Xiachen said anxiously. He didn't expect the rewards for this year to be so high. If I had known this, I would have participated. He lamented. Originally, he thought of saving time to cultivate. Now it turned out he picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. Since this martial skill is said to be only for leasing, he should have selected a martial skill that can be purchased when he chose. Xiachen's mind turned, trying to find potential loopholes in the rules. Regardless, Tang Mo Li suddenly had new insights about this martial skill. He had to borrow it. Once Tang Mo Li successfully cultivated this martial skill, even if it was just the basics, it would significantly increase the combat power for the upcoming martial examination. I'm sorry, but the permissions do not state that leased martial skills cannot be selected. The librarian shook her head again, not acknowledging Xiachen's claim. Although Xiachen had leased multiple times and was quite familiar, rules were rules. Su Yuhong had specifically instructed her that Su Nan could choose any Xin-level martial skill. Damn, Xiachen couldn't help but curse. After a few seconds, he found himself at a loss. Thus he turned to Su Nan, forcing a smile as he asked, Su Nan, could you possibly give me this martial skill, and you select another one? Don't worry, just tell me the compensation amount. If it weren't for the fact that this martial skill couldn't be purchased, he would have already bought it and given it to Tang Mo Li. There was no need for such trouble. I want this martial skill. Su Nan replied firmly without any hesitation. He didn't need any compensation, he only wanted this martial skill. Seeing Su Nan refuse, a hint of anger gradually surfaced on Xiachen's face. The blood and qi within him erupted. Don't think you can act arrogant just because you're also a first-tier warrior. He threatened darkly. No matter what means he used, he must get this Ling monkey finger for Tang Mo Li, even if it meant facing punishment. If it were other martial skills, it would be fine. Even if he took one, he could always copy it. But this martial skill was the original and could not be copied. This was also because the materials for this martial skill were exceedingly ancient. I am perfectly fine with facing punishment. Su Nan's voice turned icy cold. He was most unafraid of threats. Xiachen slightly raised his head. Don't think that just because we are both first-tier warriors you can look down on me. Even among the same rank, there are differences. He believed his strength surpassed Su Nan's, even if they were in the same realm. This was his confidence in his own. Su Nan couldn't care less. Since he didn't dare to fight, there was no need for him to waste words. Once the librarian released this martial skill, she returned it to Su Nan. At the same time, she handed Su Nan a silver-white ring. This was entrusted by Principal Su to give to you, she said softly. Upon holding it, Su Nan immediately recognized it as a spatial ring capable of storing items. This item was also quite valuable. He accepted this token of goodwill. He needed something to store items at any time. He directly placed the ring on his right ring finger, and once it was worn, it automatically shrank to fit the size of Su Nan's finger. Not too tight nor too loose. Su Nen placed the martial skill next to the ring, and it instantly disappeared, being stored within. Seeing this scene, Xie could no longer wait. I initially didn't plan to waste time here, but it seems I have no choice now. He was too lazy to take Su Nan to the training ground. Xie eyes fixed intently on Su Nan, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Right here, if you lose, obediently hand over the martial skill. Come. Su Nan felt no fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Such a request was indeed something he longed for. As for the consequences, they were no longer his concern. After all, the surveillance had all recorded this. It was Xie who proposed it. The librarian, upon seeing this, showed no signs of panic. She immediately activated the protective barrier at the front desk. A pale blue shield enveloped her completely. Xie did not hesitate. His blood and qi began to circulate rapidly within his meridians. Copper skin technique, he exclaimed. As his words fell, his skin gradually turned a bronze color, appearing smooth and shiny. I can tell you in advance that my next move is a fist technique. Xie confidently revealed the martial skill he was about to use to Su Nan. He was ranked second in the entire school, not only because of his realm, but also due to the synergy between his two martial skills. One was a body-enhancing martial skill, and the other was a fist technique. With the combination of both, he was confident he was invincible among those of the same rank. Fist technique. Su Nan sneered. If it was a battle of fist techniques, he was even less afraid. In the next moment, Xie launched a decisive attack. 100 Cracks Fist. A layer of stone instantly covered his bronze fist, riddled with cracks, as if there were truly 100 fissures. The attack was incredibly swift, surpassing even Jiang Hao. This was a straightforward approach focused on close combat. A confident light shone in Xie eyes. He did not want to waste time aiming to resolve Su Nan quickly, and then hand over the spirit monkey finger to Tang Moli. Seeing this scene, Su Nan decisively used mountain-shaking fist. First level. A white fist imprint appeared, colliding directly with Xie fist. Xie felt a powerful force that sent him retreating several meters. The stones on his fist were cracking even more violently, with some flying off. Such powerful strength. He couldn't help but reassess Su Nan's abilities. Nevertheless, he was determined to take the spirit monkey finger today. He began to frantically draw upon the qi and blood within his body, causing them to continuously gather towards his fist. Instantly, another layer of stone covered his fist, making it appear more solid. After a brief second, he exerted force from his feet, propelling his body and fist towards Su Nan once again. Meanwhile, Su Nan remained remarkably calm. Second level. An even larger white fist imprint emerged, enveloping Su Nan's fist. Su Nan's waist exerted force, twisting his body as his fist swung, leaving a trailing shadow as it rushed towards Xie, charging up for a powerful punch. The moment they made contact, Xie immediately felt a tremendous impact, accompanied by vibrations that jostled his internal organs. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his face flushed red. After 3 seconds of resistance, he crashed heavily against a pillar in the library. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Xie fell against the pillar in a half-reclined position, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the pillar was made of metal, otherwise Xie would have likely been embedded in it. Successfully plundered life, 50 days. Remaining lifespan 112 days, not bad. Su Nan revealed a smile, satisfied with his gains, which extended his lifespan beyond 100 days again. After a series of staggering attempts, Xie finally stood up slowly. Fortunately, he had activated the copper skin technique, otherwise his injuries would have been severe. This could be considered a stroke of luck. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? His eyes were filled with disappointment. He lost. Completely lost. His pride and confidence were utterly deflated. The spirit monkey finger was no longer attainable. Su Nan paid him no mind, and directly made his way towards the library's main entrance. He had acquired the martial skill and plundered lifespan. Quite delightful. Training room. After leaving the library, Su Nan returned directly to his training room. He took out the spirit monkey finger, but did not rush to cultivate it. He still had 112 days of lifespan remaining. With 7 days until the martial exam, he needed to reserve at least 8 days of lifespan. This left him with 104 days of lifespan. Previously, he had spent 100 days of lifespan transitioning from a martial apprentice to a martial artist, and now he needed to break through from a first-tier martial artist, meaning his current lifespan was definitely insufficient. Ultimately, he decided to wait. He wanted to break through a major realm all at once. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still an experience package he hadn't used. This time he had taken away the martial skill that the other party wanted. They would certainly not let it go easily. Moreover, he could tell from Xie urgency that Tang Moli needed this martial skill badly. First, they'll cultivate this spirit monkey finger. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Nan firmly settled on his decision. After all, cultivating martial skills didn't consume much lifespan. System cultivates spirit monkey finger, consuming 1 day of lifespan. Ding. 1 day of lifespan consumed. You comprehensively grasp each character, cultivating as if 10 years have passed in an instant. At this moment, you have completely mastered this spirit monkey finger with the current proficiency mastery. A decade of deep understanding surged into Su Nan's mind, as if he had truly cultivated for 10 years. But he was not satisfied with mere mastery. System directly consumed 10 days of lifespan to cultivate spirit monkey finger. Su Nan was very decisive. Under normal circumstances, consuming 1 more day of lifespan would allow him to perfect this martial skill. But it was important to note that this version of the martial skill was supplemented by later generations. The reason he wanted to directly expend 10 days of lifespan was to deduce the original version of this spirit monkey finger. In his insights, although this martial skill was already complete, he could still sense a slight disjointedness. It was clear that this was a martial skill that had been patched up. Ding. 10 days of lifespan consumed. You have long mastered this martial skill. Just by using it day after day you can achieve progress. Soon 5 years passed, and you successfully reached the perfect realm. However, you were not content. You actively went on to deduce, starting from the disjointed part, trying to find out the original version. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first 50 years you deduced several versions, but none were the original version. The quality could only reach the upper grade of the profound rank. After several decades you finally had an epiphany. Years of accumulation made your deductions smooth sailing, and within this year you successfully deduced the original version of Spirit Monkey Finger and cultivated it to perfection. Spirit Monkey Finger, perfect lower earth rank. Remaining lifespan 101 success. Su Nan suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement. He only used 11 days of lifespan, but gained a perfected earth-ranked martial skill. What a steal! Earth-ranked martial skill. This was a martial skill that did not belong to his realm, yet he had successfully cultivated it to perfection. The following day, inside a hospital room in Jiangxing City, a young woman wearing a dress adorned with jasmine motifs entered the room. Her face was a classic oval, delicate and charming, yet carried an innate haughty air of disdain. "How is your body faring?" Tang Moli asked, her voice laced with genuine concern. She had never imagined that something as trivial as borrowing a martial technique would leave Xie Chen gravely injured. "I'm fine. With my current condition, I'll make a full recovery before the martial examination." A faint strained smile flickered across Xie Chen's pallid face. Though he longed to deliver that martial technique to Tang Moli, his strength fell short. Utterly insufficient to fulfill his intent. "Good, so long as you recover." Tang Moli patted her chest and exhaled deeply. She feared this incident might prevent Xie Chen from sitting the martial examination. She held no affection for him. But should her actions bar him from the exam, she would be consumed by profound guilt. After all, Xie Chen had always treated her with unwavering kindness. That despicable Su Nan. Even if he refused to hand over the technique, he had no right to beat someone so mercilessly. Tang Moli spoke with simmering resentment and fury. She believed Su Nan had struck with excessive cruelty, not only seizing her spirit monkey finger, but also leaving Xie Chen battered and broken. Her gaze lingered on Xie Chen lying motionless on the hospital bed, and the more she thought, the angrier she grew, until she could no longer bear to stay still. "Rest well. I'll confront Su Nan myself and settle this score for you." Fury blazed in Tang Moli's eyes, as though she yearned, this very instant, to storm before Su Nan and exact vengeance on Xie Chen's behalf. Xie Chen gazed blankly at Tang Moli, then smiled faintly. "This is the first time you've ever shown me such concern." "Moli, don't speak of it again." The final word died unspoken, cut off sharply by Tang Moli's interruption. "Or else, don't blame me for turning cold and cutting ties forever." A flash of irritation and revulsion hardened her features. She could no longer endure Xie Chen's advances. The matter had been addressed repeatedly. Any lingering guilt she'd felt evaporated entirely in that moment. This was nothing more than calculated proximity, a deliberate ploy to exploit the situation and pressure her into compliance. An absolute impossibility. All right. Disappointment flickered unmistakably in Xie Chen's eyes. He had become a fool. Yet truthfully, he had intended to seize this moment to confess, while emotion ran high, believing his chances of success were greatest then. He hadn't foreseen that Tang Moli harbored not a shred of feeling for him. "Rest now. I have matters to attend to today, but tomorrow I'll settle this affront on your behalf." Tang Moli's expression cooled once more to its customary frost. Without hesitation, she turned and strode out. No glance backward, no trace of hesitation. Her resolve to confront Su Nan stemmed from two motives alone. First, to dispel the faint guilt gnawing at her conscience, lest it disturb her cultivation later. Second, and far more crucial, she must reclaim the spirit monkey finger. By force if necessary. Su-nan, you'll wait for me. The spirit monkey finger will be mine. Tang Moli's voice was glacial. She strode out of the hospital, words trailing behind her. Training hall. Remaining lifespan 100 days. That number had reset to its original value. But Su-nan was no longer the same youth who stood here mere days ago. He was now a bona fide first-rank martial artist, and had effortlessly defeated Xiechun, ranked second across the entire academy. From invisible obscurity, he had ascended into radiant prominence. Knock, 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 knock. A synthesized electronic chime echoed, the sound of a door being knocked upon. Su-nan opened without pause, and found a young woman standing before him. But it was not Tang Moli, rather the library's chief librarian, still clad in her sleek black uniform. Su-nan, Principal Su requests your presence in his office. The librarian shyly adjusted her round black-rimmed spectacles. Up close as she noticed, despite his prior gauntness, Su-nan's features possessed an uncommon refined handsomeness. His former leanness had obscured both his countenance and bearing. Understood. Thank you. Su-nan nodded curtly, asking neither why nor what lay behind the summons. Such matters were never disclosed, their rationale belonged solely to the principal. Is there anything else? Noticing the librarian frozen in place, staring at him, Su-nan raised an eyebrow in quiet curiosity. Oh no, nothing. Startled back to awareness, she flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with flustered tension, and fled the corridor in hurried disarray. Su-nan frowned slightly, touching his own cheek. Am I truly so fearsome looking? He assumed, mistakenly, that his recent brutal beating of Xiechun had frightened her into panic. After all, he'd struck Xiechun within her very line of sight. He dismissed the thought and left the training hall, heading straight toward the principal's office. Half an hour later, Su-nan stood before the principal's office door. He pressed the button beside the frame, and the familiar electronic knock chimed once more. Almost instantly, before a second had passed, a voice boomed from within. Enter. Su Yuhan's tone carried urgency, as though he'd been waiting, breath held for quite some time. Without pause, Su-nan pushed the door open, and there, already risen from his seat and stepping forward, stood Su Yuhan, face inches from Su-nan's eyes locked onto him with unnerving intensity. The suddenness left Su-nan momentarily stunned. Does this old man harbor some peculiar predilection? He mused inwardly. My head may fall, my blood may spill, but my integrity remains inviolate. That was his unbreakable line. Seconds passed in silence. Then Su Yuhan finally drew breath and asked, voice low and measured. You defeated Xiechun. At those words, Su-nan relaxed visibly. Ah, that matter. Indeed. He wore an expression of quiet inevitability. Su Yuhan stepped back, straightened his posture, and adopted a solemn demeanor. Then suddenly clapped his hands, his face erupting into unrestrained delight. Excellent. Ha ha ha, excellent. Brilliantly done. His laughter rang with unfeigned joy. Xiechun's injury was negligible. Su-nan's strength, however, was paramount. He'd assumed Su-nan stood no chance against Xiechun. Both were first-rank martial artists, but Xiechun wielded techniques with masterful synergy capable of overwhelming most peers of equal rank. Yet Su-nan had laid him flat. Did that mean Su-nan's power transcended the first rank? Could he truly fight and win across tiers? Principal, surely you summoned me for more than just this. Su-nan offered a calm, knowing smile. Ahem. This year's martial exchange tournament requires your participation. Su Yuhan chuckled softly, clearing his throat twice. In past years we sent only our strongest student, but this year differs. The host school has unexpectedly added a second slot. That slot was meant for Xiechun, but since you sent him to the hospital, only you remain worthy of it among first high school's ranks. I've already notified Tang Moli of the change. She hasn't replied, likely already rushing to martial arts exchange competition. Su-nan quickly searched his mind and confirmed that it indeed took place every year. Moreover, it was always held on the eve of the martial arts examination, and all the martial arts high schools in Jiang City would send representatives to participate. This year's host was still Jiang City No. 3 High School. The host mainly considered the overall strength of the school and the first place from the previous year's exchange meeting. Last year's champion was from Jiang City No. 3 High School, so naturally the hosting rights fell to them again this year. Jiang City No. 3 High School had been the host for 3 consecutive years. However, in previous years there was only 1 quota. Why was it increased to 2 this year? This is a way for our Jiang City Martial Arts High School to gauge everyone's strength, Su Yuhang said earnestly. You can gain experience by watching others fight. Such practical experience is invaluable. He spoke with a serious tone. This was no trivial matter. The participants were the top talents of Jiang City, and they were all the focus of attention at school. Everyone's strength would be formidable, making this practical experience crucial for them. Are you going? Su Yuheng asked with a hint of nervousness. He was worried that Su Nin might refuse to go, which is why he said so much. After all, with the martial arts examination approaching, many still wished to focus on their training. However, time was limited, and there wouldn't be enough time for training. It would be better to gain some practical experience which could actually help with the martial arts examination. Su Yuheng was afraid that Su Nin did not understand the importance of practical experience. Of course I will go. Such a great opportunity. Su Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tone barely concealing his enthusiasm. He had been worrying about how to strengthen himself before the martial arts examination, and now this martial arts exchange was simply a blessing. Then that's settled, Su Yuheng said with a relieved smile. However, there was also a hint of doubt on his face. He noticed that Su Nin showed no signs of nervousness or panic in the face of strong opponents, or rather, there seemed to be a flicker of excitement. At this moment, he couldn't think too much about it, and picked up the small remote control beside the table, pressing the button. A few seconds later, a rush of air entered Su Nan's ears. He turned to see a sleek, technologically advanced small airship appearing by the window. The airship was entirely silver, radiating a unique white gleam. The glass dome was transparent, allowing a view of the interior which was just spacious enough for one person. This is a small airship dedicated to the school. You can use it, Su Yuheng said, handing the remote control to Su Nan. Su Nan nodded slightly and took the remote, saying, "Okay. The address has already been set in the airship. Go ahead, show our no. Free high school style." Su Yuheng encouraged with a smile. He understood that Su Nin might be defeated by others. That was only natural. There was always a higher peak. Even among geniuses there were greater geniuses. As long as he could gain some practical experience this time, it would be beneficial for the martial arts examination. Su Nin pressed the start button on the remote, and the glass dome opened instantly. Seeing this, Su Nin gently leaped into the airship, and the glass dome closed automatically. Although the space inside the small airship was limited, the seats were incredibly soft and comfortable, like cotton candy, allowing one's body to sink into them naturally. The interior was also silver in color, giving it an overall sense of sophistication. Su Nan turned to wave at Su Yuheng and directly pressed the start button. He didn't hesitate or pause for thought. His eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness. He could hardly wait to meet those geniuses. Boom! The airship erupted with a powerful engine roar, slicing through the air at incredible speed toward its destination. Su Yuheng watched Su Nan leave decisively, pausing momentarily. "Are you in such a hurry?" He had expected a more touching scene of teacher-student affection. Young people are fearless, which is normal. "I hope you gain something." He was very aware of the value of practical. The flowers in a greenhouse are not to be relied upon. Jiang City No. Free High School. A colossal and magnificent complex, as if a giant steel beast had risen from the ground. The exterior was surrounded by a faint blue light, and electric arcs occasionally flickered in the high sky. The main entrance featured a massive archway, evoking a sense of awe. Su Nin piloted the small airship straight through the main entrance without any obstruction, as it had already been registered in advance. The small airship arrived at a garden before coming to a stop. Su Nin opened the protective shield and stepped out immediately. He scanned the surroundings and found the environment to be quite nice. Not only were there automatic fountains spraying the surrounding flowers and plants, but there were also many butterflies lingering, creating a scene of harmony between man and nature. However, in this world, man and beasts are opposites. "Is no one here?" Su Nin muttered to himself. Saying so, he began to move around. Just a few steps out, he heard the voices of a man and a woman. "The people from No. 3 High School have arrived," said a remarkably refined man with a smile. Standing next to him was Tang Ma Li, dressed in a dress adorned with jasmine patterns. Tang Ma Li's expression didn't seem very pleasant. There was more hostility than anything. Of course, it was hostility directed at Su Nan. A few seconds later, their eyes met. "So it really is you." Tang Ma Li's tone and expression were icy. After arriving at No. 3 High School, she had seen the message from Su Yuheng. Su Nan's expression was calm. "Of course it's me." Now they were both representing No. 1 High School. But if Tang Ma Li wanted to stir up trouble, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. "Ha ha, Tang Ma Li isn't Su Nan from your No. 1 High School. How come you seem so hostile?" Chu Bai chuckled softly. For him, witnessing conflict within the same camp was quite entertaining. However, he merely saw it as a form of amusement. He was completely confident that the champion of this martial arts exchange competition would still be from No. 3 High School. Every participant's arrival would be communicated to the host. Chu Bai was one of the participants from No. 3 High School, and naturally the reception duty fell to him. He simply got lucky to participate, Tang Mali snorted coldly. Her meaning was clear. In her mind, even if the number of participants had increased, it should have been Xie Chun attending, not Su Nan. As for the comparison of strengths, she regarded it as Xie Chun underestimating his opponent, which led to his defeat by Su Nan. Most of her hostility stemmed from Su Nan having taken away her spirit monkey finger. This martial art was just one step away from her mastering it. Once she did, it would greatly assist her, potentially improving her ranking in the martial arts examination. Chu Bai glanced meaningfully at Su Nan. "You two chat, another guest has arrived, and I need to attend." As soon as Chu Bai left, Tang Mei no longer held back. She reached out a hand towards Su Nan, her tone icy and tinged with a hint of threat, saying, "Hand over the spirit monkey finger to me, and I can overlook the matter of you injuring Xie Chun." She believed that the urgent priority now was to reclaim the spirit monkey finger. "Give it to you. You think you're something special?" Su Nan replied bluntly. Such a person was self-important, completely disregarding others, and demanding things without hesitation, including ordering Xie Chun to retrieve the spirit monkey finger. After Xie Chun was injured, she didn't care at all, still focused on demanding the martial skill. "I'll give you one last chance." The threat in Tang Mei's tone grew even stronger. At the same time, the fluctuations of her internal energy burst forth. Second stage martial artist. This was a level higher than the current Su Nan. However, upon sensing this fluctuation, Su Nan merely smiled dismissively. "Fool. Just a second-stage martial artist, and she dared to be so arrogant." Though he was only at the first stage, his displayed strength during testing had reached the third stage, and with his martial skills his power far exceeded Tang Mei's imagination. "Fool, eh?" Tang Mei froze for a moment, her body suddenly stiffening. She never expected Su Nan would dare to insult her like that. She thought that once Su Nan sensed her level, he would obediently hand over the martial skill. At this moment, Tang Mei's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, her chest heaving with anger. "This is your own doing. Whether you hand it over or not, that's not for you to decide." She had already resolved to get back this martial skill today. With that, she directly unleashed her martial skill. Her body began to spin rapidly, her skirt swirling faster and faster, resembling a top. Several white petals appeared around her, sharp as blades, emanating the aura of a second-stage martial. Seeing this scene, Su Nan couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you trying to whip yourself like a top?" This was his first time witnessing such a martial skill. "Wouldn't you get dizzy after spinning for too long?" Seeking death. Tang Mei coldly scoffed. Flower storm. This was also a low-grade, mysterious martial skill. With the surrounding wind, Tang Mei charged violently towards Su Nan. The leaves and flowers around were blown away. Trivial skill. Su Nan's expression remained calm. For such a level of combat, he didn't even need to use the spirit monkey finger. It was too weak. Mountain shaking fist, third level. Su Nan's gaze sharpened as his internal energy surged rapidly, converging into his right fist. Soon a massive fist imprint enveloped his hand. This time the fist imprint changed color, taking on a faint red hue, appearing even more ferocious. "Take this." With a powerful thrust of his waist, he struck directly at Tang Mei. The fist imprint detached from Su Nan, and in less than a second it reached above Tang Mei's head. Tang Mei instantly felt an immense sense of oppression, but she still did not retreat, treating it as an illusion and charging fearlessly toward the fist imprint. Bang! At the moment of collision, a burst of sparks erupted. Unfortunately, it was merely a bruise. Tang Mei's spinning top immediately came to a halt, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Then her face turned pale with terror as she spat out blood, quickly flying backward. Boom! Her body crashed into a stone pillar, ultimately slamming into the wall, creating a dent before finally stopping. Her face was ashen, filled with fear. Strong. Too strong. Just that white fist imprint, she even felt that she would struggle to resist it, even at the third stage martial artist level. How could this be? Why is he so strong? It's an illusion, all an illusion. Tang Mei couldn't accept the fact that she had been defeated in one strike. Su Nan walked step by step toward Tang Mei. He directly placed his foot on her abdomen, feeling the soft sensation, which only intensified the pressure under his foot. Su Nan smirked slightly. "Is that it?" It ended in one strike. Trash. For him, a second-stage martial artist was merely a single strike with no challenge at all. "I am the trash." Tang Mei's face was full of pain. She couldn't comprehend why someone with great martial talent suddenly became so powerful. Her expression was dazed, looking like a lost soul. "No. This is impossible." She kept Another one gone mad. Su Nan shook his head helplessly. Could these so-called geniuses not handle a setback? Successfully robbed lifespan 60 days. Remaining lifespan 160 days, another gain. Su Nan walked away contentedly. At that moment, a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails approached. She had just witnessed the entire battle. Timidly she asked, Do you need me to take her to the medical room? Hearing this question, Su Nan was taken aback. Was there really someone so kind-hearted? He revealed his harmless smile. Of course, but could you first tell me where my residence is? Unexpectedly, when the girl saw this smile, she instinctively took a step back in fear. Su Nan's strength was formidable. That was her conclusion. Which school are you from? She asked cautiously. Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. No. Free. Then you just need to walk 50 meters ahead, and you'll see a residential area, which is where we temporarily rest. Each school's door number is also posted there. She pointed in that direction. She thought Su Nan might be from No. 3 high school, which is why she asked. As for why she had this assumption, it was no fault of hers. She believed only students from No. 3 high school could be this strong. After all, they had been the host for 3 consecutive years, and their strength was evident. Okay, thank you. Su Nan smiled slightly, and walked towards the residential area. For now, he just needed to wait for the martial arts exchange meeting to start. During this time, he could fully utilize it to enhance his strength. His current lifespan was already at 160 days, allowing him to indulge freely. A few minutes later, Su Nan saw rows of 2-story houses, each with a door number hanging in front. Jiangcheng No. 5 high school. Jiangcheng No. 4 high school. Following his gaze, Su Nan easily found the location of Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. In just a few steps, he reached the entrance. He placed his palm on the identity verification device at the door. Beep. Identity verification successful. The door opened automatically, revealing a spacious living room. He placed his palm on the identity verification device at the door. Beep. Identity verification successful. The door opened automatically, revealing a space. In front of him in the living room was a genuine leather sofa, looking very soft, seemingly inviting people to sit down. After Su Nan entered, the door closed automatically. What a comfortable environment. The entire second floor was originally meant for him and Tang Meili to live together. But now Tang Meili likely no longer had the capability to stay here. Alright, now it's time to cultivate. Su Nan was already somewhat impatient. The enhancement of his strength made him feel exhilarated. At that moment, a loud and dull voice echoed throughout Jiangcheng No. 3 high school. The martial arts exchange competition has been postponed for 3 days. 3 days delayed. Su Nan was puzzled. He couldn't understand why there was a need to postpone for 3 days. However, it wasn't a big deal. 3 days it is. It was as if he couldn't afford to live. For the sake of seizing life, 3 days was nothing. Forget about it. He decisively summoned the system panel. Vitality value 11. Remaining lifespan 160 days. Other information loading. The next realm for a warrior is the Master Realm, and to become a Master, one needs to break through the 100 vitality value threshold. System, put all my lifespan into my vitality value. No, wait. Leave 10 days. Su Nan almost added his own life force. Going all in is an art, but it easily leads to impulsiveness. Ding. You have consumed 150 days of lifespan. You begin a daily regimen of vitality refining. This process is long and slow. With such low talent, it would take a turtle to reach mastery by the time you're done. However, you remained calm and focused on yourself. Finally, through sincerity and perseverance, you managed to break through to the Master Realm despite having poor talent. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the first stage of the Master Realm. Vitality value 101. Remaining lifespan 10 days. Su Nan slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt that the world he saw had changed. This time his 5 senses had also enhanced, becoming more acute. He could faintly hear the sound of butterfly wings flapping outside the house. Inside his body, it felt like something had exploded. Muscles bulged inch by inch as if countless invisible giant pythons were writhing, coiling, and tightening beneath his skin. The current muscle shape wasn't large, but was defined and carried a sense of strength. The qi and blood in his meridians had also become more substantial. Previously, his qi and blood could be likened to a small puddle, but now it finally converged into a small stream. Why does it smell so bad? He glanced at his body and discovered he had expelled quite a bit of black sludge. Washing the marrow. He moved his wrist and felt that even the slightest movement was filled with strength. As for validating his power, that could only be done in the exchange competition. Indeed, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. And he relied on external help. What if talent is lacking? Simple, I just use cheats. I should take a shower first, I'm too smelly. Su Nan wrinkled his brow in disgust. A foul odor wafted into his nostrils, reminiscent of a stinking ditch. Half an hour later, Su Nan emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed, draped in a bath towel, his muscular chest exposed. Finally clean, he said joyfully. Holding his phone, he walked while looking. This was because he had received a message from Su Yuheng. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if anything happens. If anything goes wrong, I'll back you up. Su Yuheng had originally intended to give his contact information to Su Nan, but Su Nan had run off too quickly. So he retrieved Su Nan's information from the school database and found the contact number. Back me up. Su Nan smiled slightly. This principle isn't bad. That was Su Nan's assessment. Currently, I'm still lacking a breathing technique. He lay on the sofa contemplating. Although he had become stronger after entering the Master Realm, he couldn't control the consumption of his vitality. If it was just a fight against one person, there would definitely be no problem. But what if he encountered a siege? That would be dire. During the martial arts examination, he could potentially face a siege. If his vitality was exhausted at that time, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Breathing techniques are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, D. I need to figure out a way to get a book. Su Nan murmured to himself. His gaze suddenly swept to Su Yuheng's message. Isn't that a solution? He thought with a grin. Then he decisively dialed Su Yuheng's number. Hey little sister, let me tell you, Grandpa already has a partner at home. A ringtone rang out. What kind of thunderous music is this? Su Nan fell silent. Within 3 seconds, Su Yuheng's voice came through the line. Su Yuheng asked with a hint of confusion. He had just sent Su Nan a message, and he didn't expect Su. Yes, I indeed encountered a situation. I'm currently lacking a high-level breathing technique. Su Nan got straight to the point. This was something Su Yuheng himself had said to contact him for any issues. This was the biggest problem for Su Nan. Breathing technique. And it has to be a high-level one. Aren't you just at the warrior realm? Why do you need to practice breathing techniques? Su Yuheng appeared even more puzzled. Breathing techniques have a strict requirement: one must reach the master realm before they can be practiced. Otherwise one would only go astray and explode. That's right, I'm already at the master realm. Su Nan's tone was flat. It was as if he was stating something very casual. As soon as these words came out, Su Yuheng fell silent for 2 seconds. What? You say you're already at the master realm? Are you kidding me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Yuheng immediately denied it in his heart. If it were a small realm he would believe it, but this was a substantial leap between realms. Su Nan was only 18 years old and had reached the master realm. The more Su Yuheng thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. I only have a level breathing technique here, but I definitely won't give it to you. Su Yuheng stated righteously. He was afraid that Su Nan would go astray and end up exploding. Level? That's a bit low. Su Nan thought that at least a level technique would meet his requirements. There was no point in seeking out Su Yuheng. After this exchange competition, whether he believed it or not, he would have to. Lo, you brat are really greedy. Do you know how much a level breathing technique sells for outside? That's a scarce item. Su Yuheng, seeing that his level breathing technique was being looked down upon, suddenly became a bit angry. Moreover, the higher the level of the breathing technique, the more challenging it is to practice. Unless one is exceptionally talented, no one would waste time practicing high-level breathing techniques. It's a pity he didn't know that what Su Nan lacked the most was time. Alas, Principal, you're really not reliable. You said to contact you if I needed help, but it seems you can't resolve this either. Su Nan intentionally used provocation. There was no choice, the martial arts examination was imminent, and he really needed a breathing technique. Although Su Yuheng knew it was provocation, he felt a sense of humiliation. He angrily said, I'm not capable. Alright, you brat, if you're so skilled, get first place in the exchange competition. The reward for first place in the exchange competition is to choose one from an A-level breathing technique or an incomplete S-level breathing technique. In Su Yuheng's view, it was completely impossible for Su Nan to achieve first place with his strength. He had long been aware of the reward. The reason he didn't say anything was that he felt his school could never take first place. The Chu siblings were already well known to him. They were not something Su Nan could contend with. The reward offered by the third middle school was essentially predetermined, designed to pave the way for them. First place has a breathing technique. Thank you for the information, Principal. Su Nan's tone revealed confidence and a hint of excitement. He had thought this competition was merely a simple exchange of martial arts experiences, only to find out that first place actually came with a reward. Predetermined. Just wait until I take it. Su Nan would not let the duck that was about to go into his mouth fly away. No need to thank me, let's see if you can take first place first. Su Yuheng said irritably. He just thought Su Nan was crazy, suddenly claiming to have broken through to the martial master realm, and that he wanted to cultivate a breathing technique. In Jiangsheng's third middle school, inside a closed-off room, Chu Bai finally finished his reception duties. He fixed his curious gaze on the woman before him. The woman had smooth, straight hair and wore a form-fitting white battle armor that accentuated her figure perfectly, especially the armor on her chest, which outlined a full curve. Her appearance was striking, exuding an air of pride with a cold and frosty demeanor. Sister, are you? Chu Bai asked. Just a moment ago, his sister Chu Muqing had suddenly told the principal to postpone the exchange competition by 3 days. The reason was that she wanted to break through to the 9th level of martial artists. He was only at the 7th level of martial artists, and now his sister was about to break through to the 9th level. This inevitably made him feel out of reach. Although he was often called a genius by those around him, he felt dim in comparison to his sister. This bottleneck should have been broken long ago. Chu Muching had an icy expression. Her eyes were filled with longing for the 9th level of martial artists. Once she reached the 9th level, the martial master realm would not be far behind. While she did not expect to break through before the martial arts examination, she at least aimed to successfully break through to the martial master realm in the early stages of her freshman year. Then I wish you success, sister. Chu Bai smiled. Chu Muching gave him a sidelong glance. No need for well wishes, I will definitely succeed. The reception work for today is done. So did you meet anyone with strong skills? This was something she was particularly concerned about. Otherwise, if she could easily defeat everyone, it would lose. Chu Bai shook his head. No, their strength is quite poor. As the host school, the 3rd middle school received participant information in advance. Additionally, having close contact allowed him to confirm it once more. There was even a group of participants who seemed to have a grudge against each other. Chu Bai revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. A grudge. Chu Muching showed a puzzled expression. Yes, those two from the 1st middle school. One is named Tang Mali at the 2nd level of martial artists, and the other is Su Nan at the 1st level of martial artists. Chu Bai briefly introduced their information. He did not take Su Nan and the others seriously at all. As a 7th level martial artist, he had enough confidence in this regard. Upon hearing this level, a hint of disdain appeared on Chu Muching's face. 1st level of martial artists. Has the 1st middle school weakened to this extent? When did they start sending those who have just broken through to participate? This immediately diminished her interest. Weak. Too weak. She completely looked down on them. The 1st middle school had not been weak in the past, but it had been on a downward trend for nearly a decade, and was becoming weaker. There's nothing to be done. Bringing you along this year will inevitably mean more weaklings. This is unavoidable, Chu Muching said matter-of-factly. Sister, don't compare me to those weaklings. Just one more person, who knows how weak their addition is. Chu Bai immediately felt a bit displeased. After all, he was a 7th level martial artist. How could he be compared to someone at the 1st level? You are indeed stronger than a 1st level martial artist, Chu Muching nodded. Sister, that's Chu Bai said with a long face. Let that Su Nan stand in front of me, and I could flick him away with a finger. He was quite unconvinced. Alright, there's no need for you to worry about these things. You should be most concerned about the upcoming martial arts examination. Chu Muching reprimanded sternly. With their talents, it was quite normal not to have powerful peers in this small Jiangxing. But once they entered the martial arts examination, it would be different. Hunan province was vast and rich with countless talented individuals. That was not something their small area could compare to. Okay, I understand, sister. After being lectured, Chu Bai immediately lowered his head helplessly. No matter how majestic or elegant he was outside before his sister, he would always feel the pressure of their bloodline. Then sister, please focus on your cultivation. I'll take my leave now. At the exchange competition. Remaining lifespan 7 days, Su Nan woke up to find that his lifespan had decreased by 1 day. But he still lived each day very naturally and easily, completely unlike someone about to die. This was largely thanks to his mindset after having died once. Moments later, Su Nan appeared at the venue of the exchange competition. The venue had been set up in previous years and had not been dismantled. The 3rd middle school had won the championship for 3 consecutive years and seemed to have grown accustomed to this fact, so they were lazy to take it down. Currently, the cheerleaders from the 3rd middle school, dressed in short skirts and holding pom-poms, were dancing to This was also considered a privilege of the host. 3rd middle school, go for it. They kept chanting slogans. As they shouted, their legs continued to dance. A sea of long legs made many people feel ecstatic. Most were at the age of just coming of age, full of youthful vigor. The number of participants was not small, around a few hundred. Although Jiangxing was just a small place compared to the entire Hunan province, there were quite a few martial arts high schools here. Some of those who knew each other were chatting. Each team consisted of pairs except for Su Nan, who was alone. Su Nan felt nothing unusual, appearing natural and calm. He exuded a unique aura that caught the attention of several girls. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Who is this? Why is there only one person? I don't know, I don't recognize him, they whispered. Su Nan's senses were now sharper than before, and those voices naturally reached his ears. With his current realm, he could easily defeat anyone on the field. Right now, what occupied his mind was the breathing technique. He aimed to not only seize lifespan, but also obtain the breathing technique today, taking it all. At that moment, a melodious and clear voice suddenly drifted into Su Nan's ears. It's you. A girl with twin ponytails walked over enthusiastically. Following her was a tall girl with a high ponytail. The girl with twin ponytails was the one who had helped Su Nan bring Tang Mo Li to the hospital a few days ago. Although Su Nan had beaten Tang Mo Li severely at that time, she could sense that Su Nan was not a bad person. It's me. Su Nan smiled faintly. A person willing to take time out to help others. Though such a quality did not hold much value in Su Nan's eyes. However, he was still quite willing to converse with a girl who had no ill intentions. Yet the tall girl beside him looked on with suspicion. Who is he? She feared that Su Nan might be a lecherous man with ulterior motives. During their time in school, countless boys had attempted to get close to the girl with twin ponytails, and with her naive nature, she often could not discern good from evil. She's the one I told you about, the girl with twin ponytails said cheerfully. The one who fought above her level. The girl paused for a moment. The ponytail girl had indeed mentioned Su Nan's achievements. Defeating a second-stage martial artist while being a first-stage martial artist. A battle above his level. Now everyone present was a standout from their respective schools, so it was impossible for anyone to be defeated by someone above their level. If someone did, it would only indicate that Su Nan was even more formidable. Hello, my name is Hua Yao. This is my friend Peng Yakin. She smiled and immediately introduced both herself and her friend. Yao Yao, how can you be so naive? Peng Yakin helplessly covered her face. Although she now knew of Su Nan's formidable strength, that did not mean she could easily trust him. What if Su Nan really had ulterior motives? Hua Yao, being so innocent, was genuinely worried about her being deceived by Su Nan. I'm not naive. I can tell he means no harm. Hua Yao clenched her small fist, arguing her point. She often heard that she was too foolish and sometimes found it hard to distinguish between good and bad people. But this time she felt she was judging correctly. Hello, my name is Su Nan. Su Nan smiled. Since the other party had introduced themselves, he felt no need to hide. However, this Hua Yao was truly interesting. She could actually discern others based on her feelings. Su Nan, which school are you from? Jiangcheng No. One high school, Su Nan said with a faint smile. After all, once the competition started, they would find out sooner or later. No. One high school. Are you the only one coming from there this time? Peng Yakin's brows furrowed slightly, her wariness deepening. She now suspected that Su Nan might have secretly snuck in. Each school was supposed to send 2 participants, which was common knowledge. Every team present was in pairs. Only Su Nan was acting alone, which made it hard for others not to feel wary. There was supposed to be one more, but she was sent to the hospital. Su Nan pointed at Hua Yao. That person that day was your teammate. Hua Yao was taken aback. She thought Su Nan might have fought someone from another team, or possibly someone from her own school. In any case, she could never have imagined that she would come here. In her mind, all team members should have a relationship as close as hers with Peng Yakin. Yes. Su Nan didn't elaborate. He was too lazy to explain. Alright. We are from No. 9 high school. We might run into each other in this competition. Hua Yao's face lit up with excitement, seemingly with a hint of pride. She did not dwell on this matter and immediately introduced herself. Yao Yao. Peng Yakin felt helpless about Hua Yao's carefree attitude. She believed that if Su Nan could even defeat his own teammate, he would certainly have no qualms about Hua Yao, an outsider. She was also afraid that Hua Yao would appear too carefree and provoke Su Nan's displeasure. It should be noted that both of them were merely first-stage martial artists, considered the bottom tier of this martial arts exchange competition. Although Su Nan was of the same realm, he possessed the ability to fight above his level. When she observed Su Nan's expression and found it unchanged, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, Hua Yao means no harm. Peng Yakin showed an awkward smile. She was quite speechless. Directly telling the other party that they would meet in the competition was akin to declaring war, wasn't it? Given Hua Yao's petite frame, she doubted that she could withstand even 3 moves from Su Nan. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Hua Yao had not lied. It's fine. Su Nan waved his hand. He could also tell that Hua Yao meant no harm. She just spoke whatever came to mind. Sai, with our level of strength, we are really just here to make up the numbers. At most, we will just observe the battles of others and learn some practical experience from them. Peng Yakin shook her head helplessly. She naturally included Su Nan in the mix. Being first-stage martial artists, even if Su Nan had the ability to fight above his level, it wouldn't be to a great extent. Su Nan stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. He neither refuted nor argued. They would know once the competition began. At that moment, at the top of the venue, Principal Zhou Chuan of No. 3 High School walked out from the back of the venue with a boy and a girl. These two were Chu Bai and Chu Mu Chung. Sister, you broke through successfully. Chu Bai could clearly sense that the fluctuation of blood and energy within Chu Mu Chung had deepened significantly. Of course, this was also because Chu Mu Chung had fully showcased her blood and energy fluctuations. This was her unique pride. I told you this bottleneck will definitely be broken. Chu Mucheng's expression was very proud, and her eyes held a hint of yearning. Having reached the 9th stage martial artist realm, how far could the martial master realm be? Not bad with your talent, I believe you will shine in the martial exam. Zhou Chuan said with a smile. Having a strong student like Chu Mucheng emerge from No. 3 high school, he was naturally delighted. Moreover, Chu Bai was not too shabby either. The Chu family was indeed fortunate to have produced 2 geniuses. Subsequently, Zhou Chuan lost interest in saying much more. In his view, the outcome of this competition was already predetermined. Ahem. A cough directly silenced the entire venue. However, just as he was about to announce the competition rules, he suddenly noticed that there was only one person on Su Nan's side. Which school are you from? Why are you the only one here? Zhou Chuan frowned tightly. By all logic, he had already notified them. Jiangcheng No. 1 high school Su Nan. One person went to the hospital and couldn't make it. Su Nan spoke calmly and composedly. Went to the hospital? Zhou Chuan looked even more puzzled. How could someone suddenly go to the hospital at such a critical moment? Are you kidding me? How can one person compete? No. 1 high school is getting more and more useless to the point where only one person can participate. The other participating teams started discussing among themselves. They all believed that Su Nan could be eliminated early. Sai, Hui Yao, and Peng Yakin could only helplessly sigh. It was not that they were unwilling to believe in Su Nan, but the gap in strength was simply too great. With only one person, there was no chance of victory. Alright, the competition will proceed, as usual. Zhou Chuan merely asked casually. Whether it was one person or 2, he thought it was all the same. Because the champion of this competition had already been predetermined by him for No. 3 high school. Each school will have 2 participants forming the first and second columns. First, the second column will engage in battle, followed by the first column, and finally the winners of both columns will compete in the final. The first place will receive an grade breathing technique. Or choose in grade. The first column consists of the strongest individuals from each school, so once the winner of the first column is determined, the outcome of the competition will essentially be set. As for why the winner of the first column had to battle the winner of the second column, it was for fairness, to give the latter a chance. Now the competition begins. Let's start drawing from the second column of names. As Zhou Chuan finished speaking, a gigantic projection suddenly appeared in the sky. The names above were constantly flickering. The first name quickly stopped. Chu Bai. Chu Bai was taken. He did not expect to be the first one called. Zhou Chuan sent him a meaningful look. Go shine brightly. Okay. Although Chu Bai did not understand what it meant, since it was his turn, he would go up. He felt no pressure about this match. Soon the second contestant was also determined. Su Nan. Following that, their schools and respective realms were displayed. This was also to ensure both sides were aware of each other's strength. Chu Bai, a 7th tier warrior. Su Nan, a 1st tier warrior. Huh. How did you get picked first? Huiyao spoke up beside him, appearing quite surprised. Then let's do this. Su Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could devour lives again. I suggest you just surrender. Peng Yakin advised. Even if Su Nan could fight above his level, the gap in their realms was simply too vast. Going up would only bring humiliation and suffering. There was even a real possibility of being defeated in one blow. No problem. Su Nan leaped up effortlessly onto the stage where Chu Bai was already waiting. My sister actually said I'm not much different from a 1st tier warrior. I'll show you how great the difference truly is. You, a 1st tier warrior, dare to face me. Should I say you're overestimating yourself, or just humiliating yourself? Chu Bai's lips curled upwards slightly, looking down at Su Nan with disdain. At the first glance of Su Nan, he considered him merely a minor character. He was even unworthy of taking one of his blows. You're nothing but a joke. Don't even talk about facing me. Ooh, I could defeat you easily. Su Nan expressed his thoughts bluntly. Chu Bai paused for a moment. His body stiffened, and he was left dumbfounded. Defeat me easily. Very well. You will pay for your words. His expression twisted gradually, and it seemed as if flames would burst from his eyes. This was the first time someone dared to call him a fool. Damn you. Su Nan was fearless. Before the match even started, he could say whatever he wanted. Whatever attitude the other party had, he mirrored it. In the spectator area, the other contestants fell into a moment of silence. Did I hear that wrong? You heard correctly, a 1st tier warrior calling a 7th tier warrior a fool. Wow. Is this guy really that bold? If it were me, I would have surrendered long ago. It's just bravado showing off. A small portion of those with similarly low strength expressed admiration for Su Nan's courage. However, a large part of the audience did not look favorably upon Su Nan. They were already prepared to watch him get beaten up. Huiyao pushed Peng Yakin with concern, asking, what should we do? Su Nan won't surrender. She was very worried that Su Nan would be beaten to a pulp. Chu Bai looked furious. There's nothing I can do, I've already advised him. Peng Yakin shook her head. She had done everything she could. As for whether he would listen, that was up to Su Nan. Since Su Nan was unwilling to surrender, he would have to bear the consequences himself. On the high platform of the venue, Chu Muching snorted coldly at the scene. A jumping clown. She regarded Su Nan's actions as merely an attempt to satisfy his ego, or perhaps a show of false calmness. In the face of absolute strength, everything is mere talk. Heh. Zhou Chuan chuckled lightly. He thought Su Nan was merely putting on a brave face, and once the fight started, he would have to take responsibility for his words and actions. The outcome of this match was already determined as soon as both sides' strengths were revealed. When the 3 minutes of preparation time was up, begin. The projection immediately emitted a mechanical female voice. As soon as the words fell, Chu Bai immediately sprang into action, his eyes ablaze with fury. His body, angled legs sprinting rapidly, golden light, enveloping his legs accompanied by an overwhelmingly domineering aura. Lion's leg, Chu Bai roared. Simultaneously a lion's roar echoed. Dare to insult me. Watch as one kick leaves you unable to stand. A smug expression crept onto his face. He seemed to already foresee Su Nan's fate. Su Nan remained calm, his dark robe fluttering in the wind. Mountain shaking fist first form. He raised his fist, a white imprint instantly attaching to it. Then with an extremely simple stance he struck down fiercely. At that moment Chu Bei's right leg had also kicked towards Su Nan. This kick was aimed to send Su Nan crashing to the ground. Crack! A crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. At the same time Chu Bai let out a blood-curdling scream. His martial technique was forcefully interrupted, and his right leg was broken. Blood flowed from the fractures in his bone, soaking his pants with crimson in just a few seconds. He rolled onto the ground, sweat dripping from his face, his expression one of utter agony. Not enough. Su Nan moved. This time he did not use any martial techniques. He simply gathered his chi and blood in his right foot, and stomped down toward the fallen Chu Bai. War stomp. Chu Bei's brain was already filled with pain, completely unaware of Su Nan's next attack. That kick landed squarely on his chest. In an instant several ribs broke, and even his internal organs seemed to shatter. Martial Master Realm. Chu Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt the surge of Su Nan's chi and blood. Vast and profound, completely beyond what his current warrior realm could compare to. Who the hell reported false information? What first-tier warrior realm? This is clearly a first-tier martial master realm. I'm in big trouble. Had he known it was a martial master realm, he wouldn't have even stepped onto the stage. His eyes turned red, wanting to surrender, but he found a lump of blood blocking his throat, rendering him unable to speak. Still not enough. Su Nan stepped forward and kicked again. This kick was executed like a soccer shot. Chu Bei's body flew out. He landed dozens of meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Chu Bai could no longer bear it, and fainted on the spot. Successfully devoured life, force 100 days. Remaining life 107 days. Awesome. Another 100 days added. And this isn't over yet. He had just deliberately concealed some of his chi and blood fluctuations to prevent the big fish from slipping away. Small fish would certainly be intimidated, but that didn't matter as long as the big fish took the bait. The reason he knocked Chu Bai out was to ensure the latter couldn't speak. Su Nan wins. As soon as this result was announced, the entire venue fell into dead silence. After a brief silence, it was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Everything happened too quickly. This is absolutely not possible for a first-tier martial artist. The fluctuations in his blood energy are at the 8th-tier martial artist level. Is this a case of pretending to be weak to catch the strong? Look at Chu Bai lying on the ground like a dead dog. The outcome that seemed to have been decided had taken a shocking turn. Yao, didn't you say he was only a first-tier martial artist? Peng Yakin exclaimed in disbelief. She had just been speaking arrogantly, thinking that Su Nan was just there to make up the numbers. Now reflecting on it, her face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Yes, I was very close at the time, and the fluctuations in blood energy were definitely that of a first-tier martial artist. Hui Yao was equally incredulous. She began to doubt whether she had made a mistake back then. But it couldn't possibly be such a huge discrepancy. Hearing such a definitive answer, Peng Yakin still couldn't bring herself to believe it. If Hui Yao's words were true, that would mean Su Nan had elevated from a first-tier martial artist to an 8th-tier martial artist in just a few days. This was completely absurd. No matter how talented one is, it is impossible to leap through several realms in just a few days. On the high platform of the venue, Chu Mu-chung watched everything unfold, her eyes finally showing a hint of turbulence. His realm information is wrong. She never expected her brother to be beaten so badly. It should be an 8th-tier martial artist. This was Chu Mu-cheng's preliminary judgment. But, so what? A mere 8th-tier martial artist dares to be so ruthless against my brother. Then your martial path has come to an end. Chu Mucheng's tone was icy, laced with anger and disdain. During the finals, I will personally teach you a lesson. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Su Nan. Although she usually appeared distant from her brother, they were still siblings. When her brother was bullied, it was natural for her. Indeed, she had already assumed that Su Nan would make it to the finals. Originally the strongest in the second column was her brother Chu Bai. Now that Chu Bai had been taken care of, the title of the strongest in the second column naturally fell to Su Nan. However, Zhou Chuan felt an ominous premonition rising within him. This seems to be. He didn't even dare to voice it. Just now he seemed to have faintly sensed the fluctuations of a martial master. But that was absolutely impossible. How could someone as young as Su Nan have already become a martial master? Zhou Chuan quickly shook his head to deny his thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In a small place like Jiang City, such a prodigy could not possibly exist. I must have sensed it wrong. Zhou Chuan muttered to himself. Perhaps Su Nan was actually a 9th-tier martial. It could just be an illusion created while using martial skills. There is indeed a possibility. Then the competition continued. Each time it was Su Nan's turn to compete, the opponent would concede. No one bothered to look at that ridiculous projection anymore. The projection still showed that Su Nan was a first-tier martial artist. But everyone knew the truth. It was a blatant scam. Su Nan had anticipated this long ago. After all, knowing the disparity in strength, he would not be foolish enough to just take hits. Since the small fish wouldn't bite, he could only catch the big fish. Soon Su Nan naturally became the strongest in the second column. Next it was time for the first column's competition. Chu Mucheng would enter in the middle of this column's matches. However, the moment she entered, everyone she faced immediately conceded. With her 9th-tier martial artist strength, no one in the first column could match her. Yet what puzzled Su Nan was that Chu Mucheng kept looking at him with piercing eyes. He only found out after asking Hua Yao that Chu Bai was actually Chu Mucheng's brother. What a coincidence. No wonder she harbored such resentment towards him. 30 minutes break. Then the finals will begin. Zhou Chuan announced loudly. Many people had already settled into a relaxed state. They had already completed all their matches and many had accumulated some practical experience. They were quite satisfied with that. Now they were eagerly anticipating the finals between Chu Mucheng and Su Nan, hoping to learn more practical experience from their battle. Su Nan remained relaxed. A 9th-tier martial artist did not make him nervous. However, he was ready to test out his newly cultivated martial skill, Spirit Monkey Finger. This was a ground-tier martial skill. He wanted to see how powerful it was. At that moment, Hua Yao and Peng Yakin came over. Su Nan, did you deliberately hide your blood energy fluctuations back then? Hua Yao was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to confirm that her feelings at the time were not mistaken. No, why would I deliberately hide it? Su Nan denied. Just now, when he was beating up Chu Bai, he had intentionally concealed it a bit. But when he was teaching Tang Moli a lesson, he had fully unleashed his blood energy, without holding back. Moreover, he had indeed been a first-tier martial artist at that time. I don't believe it. Peng Yakin thought to herself. She still remained skeptical. Anyone in her position would find it hard to believe. She herself had been stuck at the first-tier martial artist level for half a month, and had yet to break through even a small realm. Yet Su Nan was able to break through several realms in just a few days. She couldn't believe such a thing existed. In her mind, she believed either Su Nan had deliberately hidden his realm, or that Hua Yao had sensed incorrectly. On the high platform of the venue, Zhou Chuan still felt a sense of unease. But he firmly believed that Chu Mucheng would win. He had to believe. Part of it was because he knew Chu Mucheng's strength, and another reason was that they could not afford to lose this match. Not only would the breathing technique fall into Su Nan's hands. The most important thing was that the esteemed guests above were also watching. You must not underestimate your opponent, they just display your strongest strength. Zhou Chuan warned Chu Mucheng beside him. He wanted her to understand that one should use all their strength even when fighting a rabbit. Chu Mucheng raised her chin slightly. He is still an ant in front of me. I will secure the victory, she stated confidently. This was not only a testament to her own strength, but also a promise to her brother lying in the hospital. The 30 minutes quickly passed. The mechanical female voice echoed throughout the venue. Finals, Chu Mucheng vs. Su Nan. This time the mechanical female voice was quite loud. In the finals, it is normal for the volume to be a little higher. This also helps to enhance the atmosphere. As expected, everyone turned their gaze towards the stage. A few seconds later, Chu Mucheng and Su Nan both stepped onto the platform. Chu Mucheng coldly stared at Su Nan and sneered, "Humph. You hurt my brother, and I will make you experience his pain." Her brother had already been sent to the hospital and was receiving treatment. With the martial arts examination approaching, such an incident had occurred. If she did not stand up for her brother, how would she, as an older sister, explain it when she got home? Moreover, she intended to be even more ruthless. She had already decided to break all of Su Nan's bones and shatter his internal organs. I will make you lie at my feet like a dead dog. Moreover, she intended to be even more ruthless. She had already decided to break all of Su Nan's bones and shatter his internal organs. Su Nan replied nonchalantly. A ninth-tier martial artist dared to speak so brazenly in front of him. Once the match began, he would make Chu Mu-cheng feel pain. In the audience, others were also very excited and thrilled. Who do you think will win? Personally, I believe Chu Mu-cheng will win. She is a ninth-tier martial artist. I also think that currently the strength Su Nan has displayed seems to be that of an 8th-tier martial artist. Do you think there's a possibility of a tie? Most people still believe that Chu Mu-cheng would emerge victorious. Her fights lacked impact. They were all one-hit kills. In contrast, Su Nan's strikes were much fiercer. However, this made it seem like Su Nan was struggling more, and coupled with the difference in their levels, Chu Mu-cheng's chances of winning appeared even greater. Su Nan will definitely win. Hui Yao chimed in, interrupting the others' conversation. She was currently Su Nan's #1 fan, firmly believing he would win. We all think Su Nan will lose, though only you believe he will win. The others laughed it off unimpressed. Then let's wait and see. Hui Yao retorted unwillingly. Beside her, Peng Yakin felt quite helpless. Hui Yao was like this, so once she set her mind on something, she would not waver. However, she also hoped Su Nan could win. I hope you can break the record of 3 consecutive championships. Peng Yakin sincerely wished. As 3 minutes passed, the mechanical voice sounded on time. Begin. As the match started, Chu Mu-cheng suddenly seemed to be bathed in divine light, making her appear sacred. Her skirt billowed, and the fluctuations of her vital energy surged. Golden divine light flowed around her. Mu Tian divine art. This was her strongest martial skill, rated as a high-grade mysterious technique. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled nobility. There was a sense of being admired from afar, but not to be profaned. Against me you have no chance of winning. Her expression was solemn. Upon hearing this, Su Nan couldn't help but want to laugh. Why were these siblings so alike, always saying things like against me? The name is quite impressive, but you yourself are rather foolish. After saying this, Su Nan couldn't help but chuckle. He found his words to be quite rhythmic. However, a mysterious martial skill daring to be called a divine art was truly laughable. Chu Mu-cheng's expression instantly turned furious. You seek death. Her gaze sharpened and countless strands of golden divine light transformed into chains flying towards Su Nan. I'm too lazy to play with you. Su Nan's vital energy surged wildly, and he stood as still as if in deep meditation. He raised his hand, extending his index finger with vital energy surging from his arm towards his fingertip. In that instant, a shadow several meters tall appeared behind him. It was a spiritual monkey with a furry face and thunderous mouth. The spiritual monkey was surrounded by intricate runes that resonated with the heavens and earth as if it held the secrets of the universe. Immediately after, the shadow of the spiritual monkey moved, extending its index finger almost in sync with Su Nan's actions. Spiritual monkey's finger. Heaven and earth collapse. As soon as Su Nan's words fell, the golden chains reached him. However, the shadow of the spiritual monkey suddenly expanded several times. A gigantic finger headed straight for Chu Mu-cheng. As for the golden chains, the moment they touched the finger, they crumbled into dust without any resistance. Chu Mu-cheng was shocked, her heart filled with dread. Not daring to be careless, she frantically summoned the golden chains, which this time had obviously more power than before. Unfortunately, as soon as they touched the spiritual monkey's finger, they too were instantly reduced to ashes. When the finger reached Chu Mu-cheng was completely panicked. Why did my attack fail? No. This is impossible. Everything had always been under her control. This was the first time she had lost control. It was also the first time her demeanor was shattered, her once proud appearance vanished entirely. All that remained was fear towards the spiritual monkey's finger. She hurriedly summoned the golden chains towards the finger again, but this time, before even touching it, they were easily obliterated by the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual monkey's finger. Why is this happening? My strongest move has no effect at all. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. A feeling of helplessness even arose in her heart. It was a dreadful feeling, yet she could not avoid it. The finger descended. Boom! The entire platform collapsed instantly. Dust flew everywhere. Stones scattered. This caused quite a few onlookers to suffer. When the dust settled, Chu Mu-cheng's figure appeared before everyone. Her clothes were tattered, but the fabric in several critical areas remained intact, indicating it was made of special material. Her body was already stained with blood, looking like a blood-soaked figure, and there was nothing admirable about it. Only Chu Mu-cheng could feel that her body no longer belonged to her. All her bones were shattered and her internal organs had also been crushed. She was now just a puddle of soft mud. Martial Master Realm. She sensed it as well. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thinking of this, she sank into unconsciousness filled with endless unwillingness and humiliation. Successfully robbed 150 days of lifespan. Remaining lifespan 257 days, Su Nan felt a slight, almost imperceptible smile flash across his face upon receiving the lifespan. Not bad. It was worth his efforts. However, Su Nan did not stop. Instead, he walked directly to Chu Mu Chung. What he excelled at was an eye for an eye. He grinned and smiled slightly. Now who looks like a dead dog. Su Nan victory. A mechanical female voice resounded throughout the venue. The audience was plunged into shock upon witnessing this scene. This is definitely a martial master. One strike to defeat a 9th-tier warrior. This must be the work of a martial master. Why is it that at the same age he is already at a much higher realm than me, eh? Is this the true genius? How terrifying. The audience erupted in excitement, never expecting to witness the rise of a prodigy. Just when everyone thought that the third school would continue its winning streak, Su Nan stepped forward. The projection showed him as a first-tier warrior despite the crowd's skepticism. With overwhelming strength, he swept across the arena. This could make the headlines of Jiang City News. The script of a thrilling comeback is simply explosive. On the platform of the venue, Zhou Chuan's face turned ashen. He sat down, heavily, disbelief etched on his face. The speculation was true. Zhou Chuan murmured in a daze. He had sensed the blood energy fluctuations of a martial master. A martial master at such a young age truly has limitless potential. Now it's all gone. The path he laid out was being snatched away by Su Nan. All the limelight was taken by Su Nan, while Chu Mu Chung became his stepping stone. This suddenly made him realize. Right, how could I offend such a genius? Zhou Chuan quickly shifted. He hurriedly stood up, forcing a smile, and congratulated Su Nan. Congratulations on winning the championship of this exchange competition. Su Nan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and smiled faintly. What about the reward? He cared only for his reward, indifferent to the old man's praise. The reward is the most tangible thing. Moreover, what he needed most now was a breathing technique. That previous strike had nearly consumed half of his blood energy. In the martial examination arena, there was no time for slow recovery. Once the blood energy was exhausted, he would become like a fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. Su Nan would never allow such a situation to occur. That previous strike he had held back. Otherwise, Chu Mu Chung would have been killed on the spot. This was just an exchange competition. If there were fatalities, it would be a mess. Besides, the main reason was that Chu Mu Chung did not harbor any intent to kill him. If ever someone had the intent to kill him, he would hunt them down no matter how far they fled. This is an upgrade breathing technique, and this is upgrade incomplete breathing technique. You choose. Zhou Chuan reluctantly pulled out the breathing technique that originally belonged to Chu Mu Chung from his spatial ring. It was specially prepared for Chu Mu Chung after her breakthrough with investments from the Chu family. Now it had been snatched away by Su Nan. He even felt it was unnecessary to present the incomplete Scrade breathing technique. Scrade breathing techniques are already difficult to practice. Even many geniuses would choose upgrade techniques. They were unwilling to waste too much time on breathing techniques. There was a vast chasm between Scrade and upgrade breathing techniques. However, the Scrade breathing technique has its unique benefits. One is the rapid recovery of blood energy, which can even happen unconsciously. Another is that once the Scrade breathing technique is practiced to perfection, one would gain a divine ability. This is a unique characteristic of Scrade breathing techniques. But even with numerous benefits, no one was willing to practice it. The difficulty was too great. And now Zhou Chuan still held an incomplete Scrade breathing technique. He felt that Su Nan would definitely choose the upgrade breathing technique without hesitation. I choose the Scrade breathing technique. Su Nan decisively made his choice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan was even more bewildered. You say you want to choose this incomplete Scrade breathing technique. He even doubted if he had misheard or if his anger had caused an illusion. Under normal circumstances, the value of this incomplete Scrade breathing technique is even lower than that of the upgrade technique. That's right. Su Nan calmly nodded. Good. Zhou Chuan no longer hesitated, exerting a gentle force, and the Scrade breathing technique quickly flew towards Su Nan. Su Nan slowly raised his hand, opening the spatial ring. The Scrade breathing technique was directly sucked in. Got it. A hint of excitement could not be concealed on Su Nan's face. The Scrade breathing technique might be a complete waste of time for others. But Su Nan had plenty of time. Even if it was just an incomplete technique, he could use time to derive its potential. Zhou Chuan thought Su Nan was simply too arrogant. After all, he is just a young man who doesn't understand the concept of knowing one's limits. However, When he heard the commotion from the VIP lounge above, he knew something was wrong. Zhou Chuan sighed softly. As expected, he has caught their attention. He had already come to terms with it. But it also depended on which person had taken an interest in Su Nan. There were more than one VIP above, and their identities were not the same. In the next second, an old man in a black robe appeared in the air accompanied by a mech. In an instant, both landed simultaneously. Upon seeing these two, Zhou Chuan felt a hint of surprise. I didn't expect it to be this person. He knew clearly that this person was the highest-ranking individual present. Once this person appeared, no one else could show up. This was the suppression of status. Su Nan could not help but look over, wondering why these two suddenly appeared before him. The old man in the black robe looked spirited. He appeared to be an ordinary old man with wrinkled skin and an unremarkable appearance. There was nothing kind or amiable about him, nor did he possess any ethereal qualities. Yet one could feel a powerful aura emanating from him. The mech beside him landed and immediately exited its mech state. Before him stood a tall, graceful woman, her demeanor gentle and poised. Her long, straight legs were exceptionally eye-catching, embodying of vibrant beauty. Ahem. I am Lu Bo, an admissions teacher from Qinglong University. Lu Bo coughed, and I am He Luoyan, a sophomore student under the teacher. He Luoyan smiled gently. Qinglong University. He was aware of this institution. The only top university in Hunan province. Each year, only a handful of individuals gain admission to Qinglong University. They are all geniuses among geniuses. One could say that being a genius is merely the threshold for entering. He was too lazy to introduce his name. These two had probably already seen through him. Su Nan frowned, slightly puzzled. What do you want from me? Although he had reached the martial master realm, he understood clearly that geniuses abound in the entire Hunan province. Of course it's something good. Lu Bo smiled slightly. Then he took out something glowing with golden light from his spatial ring. A heavy invitation. The invitation shimmered with golden light. Lu Bo opened the invitation, and a small holographic projection appeared before Su Nan. With a roar of the azure dragon, it spiraled into the sky, transforming into an impressive architectural complex. The complex was not rigid or cold, instead it was bright, simple, and full of vitality. From the projection, it was hard to tell the scale. However, even this little information was already in stark contrast to the third middle school. It could be described as a world apart. The third middle school seemed desperately eager to embellish itself, with its cold metallic structure appearing too stark and desolate. In contrast, the architecture of the Azure Dragon University emanated a unique majesty and a sense of vigorous life. This is the invitation from Azure Dragon University, which can allow you to gain extra points after the martial arts examination. Lu Bo revealed a friendly expression. Through observation, he could tell that Su Nan's potential was quite high. His chi and blood were exceptionally stable, with no hint of superficiality, and could even be described as flawless. This was something he had never seen before. Even the students of Azure Dragon University typically had some flaws in their chi and blood. Su Nan's condition was a first for him. This was the primary reason he extended the invitation. This Su Nan must spend a lot of time honing his chi and blood. For the foundation of his chi and blood, he must have put in considerable effort. Lu Bo thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Most young people nowadays aspire to higher realms. Many individuals have high realms, but unstable chi, which brings many troubles. Those like Su Nan who take steady steps are truly role models. An invitation. This was the first time Su Nan had heard of such a thing. Does this mean that if his scores do not meet the requirements, he can still enter using this invitation? Although he believed he could enter Azure Dragon University, based on his own strength, why would he refuse something that comes for free? Besides, he could build a good relationship with the teachers at Azure Dragon University in advance. This way, if he encounters any confusion in the future, he can ask questions at any time. Having a guide would allow him to quickly familiarize himself with a top university like Azure Dragon University. Alright, I'll accept it. Su Nan grinned. He directly stored the invitation into his spatial ring. Lu Bo appeared astonished. He exchanged an awkward glance with He Luoyan. He Luoyan couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time someone had reacted so nonchalantly to Lu Bo's invitation. Junior, you are really interesting, He Luoyan said with a smile. Su Nan looked confused. He didn't quite understand the meaning behind their words. Seeing his expression, He Luoyan raised her delicate finger and pointed to the viewing platform. Look behind you. Su Nan turned to look in the direction she indicated. He saw that the viewing platform had completely erupted into chaos. Everyone cast envious and jealous glances at Su Nan. Wow, that's Azure Dragon University. Why not me? I want an invitation from Azure Dragon University too. With such a beautiful senior sister, let me also study under this teacher. Teacher, please accept my knee. Some were even so infuriated that they gritted their teeth and began tearing it. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Sunan had not noticed it before. Now looking at it, he realized how outrageous it was. He finally understood why Lu Bo and He Luoyin had said those things. It turned out that his reaction was too calm. Especially in contrast to the people on the viewing platform, it highlighted his uniqueness. Do I need to be as excited as those behind? But I certainly can't do something foolish like tearing my clothes. Sunan asked. He was currently only excited about seizing life and enhancing his own strength. He wouldn't be so thrilled just because he received an invitation. After all, he could enter based on his own strength. This invitation was merely an added bonus. Then there's no need for that. He Luoyin laughed even brighter. Sunan's words were quite humorous. She suddenly felt that having Su Nan as her junior was quite nice. But such things were uncertain. There were many geniuses in the martial arts examination. Even with the added points from the invitation, it didn't guarantee entry. It only increased the probability significantly. Alas, this is the first time I have been so unappreciated. Lu Bo sighed. As a teacher at Azure Dragon University, he was usually respected and sought after by students. When out in public, he received the highest treatment, with countless students wishing to study under him. This created a huge sense of disparity for him. However, it also intensified his interest in Su Nan. I truly hope to see you at Azure Dragon University. Lu Bo expressed his hopes. He was genuinely eager to take Su Nan as a student. But rules were rules. The admission teachers did not have the authority to directly grant admission to anyone. The enrollment spots at Azure Dragon University were limited, and it could only be done through this method of sending invitations to add points. Alright, I will work hard. Sunan nodded. It wasn't in his hands. Based on his own strength, he could easily get into Azure Dragon University. Now with the invitation, it would be even easier. The main reason he wanted to go to Azure Dragon University was that it was a gathering place for geniuses. Geniuses generally carry a degree of arrogance, especially those who are geniuses within such top universities. With their arrogance, it was time for him to bring them down a notch. Another reason is that top universities have extremely rich resources. Everything from cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, precious artifacts, secret methods, and mental techniques is available. Junior both I and the teacher will go to the martial arts examination venue to watch. I wonder if you will shine brightly or be beaten into a pig's head. He Luoyin smiled sweetly. She also found Su Nan very interesting and wanted him to study under her teacher. But that required Su Nan to truly possess that strength. If Su Nan gets beaten into a pig's head, no matter how interesting she finds him, it won't matter. Beaten into a pig, that shouldn't happen. Su Nan pondered for a few seconds before responding. It would only be him beating others into pig heads. He had already decided to seize lives fiercely at that time. The martial arts examination was a great opportunity. Let's hope so. He Luoyin smiled. Alright, my task is complete, and it's time for me to leave. Lu Bo stepped out and briefly floated in the air using his chi. But suddenly he landed back down. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Lu Bo said somewhat shyly. This was the first time he had actively asked a student for contact information. He felt quite helpless. He was about to leave, yet Su Nan hadn't even suggested exchanging contact information. With no other choice, he had to take the initiative. Let me add mine too. He Luoyin chimed in. Alright. Su Nan nodded. A few minutes later, he had added both of their contact information. Junior, if you have any questions, feel free to call me. He Luoyin smiled. Then both of them took out small airships from their spatial rings. This was also a small airship, but it looked much more advanced than Su Nan's. The airship bore the emblem of Azure Dragon University, featuring a coiled green dragon. He Luoyin waved with a smile. See you at the martial arts examination, Junior. Su Nan had already boarded the airship on his way back. Suddenly, he recalled the mecha he had just seen. It was a pink mecha, its silhouette slender, yet full of power. This was the second mecha he had seen apart from the Sky Patrol. As far as he knew, mechas were also ranked. They were divided into 9 tiers corresponding to the 9 realms of martial arts. The mecha that He Luoyin had just operated was a tier 3 mecha corresponding to the next realm of martial artists, the martial spirit. The martial student did not count among the 9 realms of martial arts. Sometimes there is no absolute specialization. Those who cultivate blood and chi can also operate mechas. However, those who operate mechas may not necessarily be able to cultivate blood and chi. Most people still primarily focus on martial arts. No matter how powerful external forces are, they cannot compare to one's own strength. He Luoyin likely belonged to the dual cultivation category, with martial arts as her primary focus and mechas as a secondary aid. Yet in Su Nan's heart, martial arts were undoubtedly the most important. Half an hour later, Su Nan successfully arrived at the entrance of the school. Su Yuheng had long been waiting at the gate. Just moments ago, Zhou Chuan had called him to congratulate him on the school producing a promising talent. At first, he thought Zhou Chuan was just here to mock him. To his surprise, Zhou Chuan said that Su Nan had secured first place in the recent exchange competition. This left Su Yuhing completely in disbelief, thinking it must have been a case of mistaken identity. This was too unreal. He knew the Chu siblings, one a 7th realm martial artist, the other an 8th realm martial artist, both extremely formidable. Then Zhou Chuan informed him that Su Nan was a martial master and had also received an invitation from Qinglong University. This left him utterly stunned, unable to believe it for several seconds. Previously, Su Nan had indeed mentioned breaking through to the martial master realm. However, he had taken it as a joke and never believed it. And as for Qinglong University, it was the only top-tier university in Hunan province. The significance was self-evident. Therefore, he immediately stopped his work and rushed to the school gate, eagerly waiting for Su Nan to appear. He wanted to confirm the authenticity of this news. Everything had happened so suddenly, so unreal. When he saw Su Nan appear, he hurriedly greeted him. Su Nan also stepped down from the airship. "Principal, what are you doing at the school gate?" he asked in confusion. Logically, the principal's daily duties were quite busy, so why was he free to come and greet him? "Of course I'm waiting for you. You tell me, have you really reached the martial master realm, not only taking first place in the exchange competition, but also receiving an invitation from Qinglong University?" Su Yuhing asked with a mix of anticipation and excitement. He was already half convinced about these things in his heart. As long as Su Nan confirmed it, he would truly believe it. "Yes, that's right," Su Nan nodded. He understood that the news must have reached the school before him. "Huh. Our school has indeed produced a promising talent." Su Yuhing laughed heartily. He couldn't care less about his image. The news was simply too delightful. "Good. Very good. Su Nan, I always knew you would achieve greatness." Su Yuhing gave a thumbs up in praise. "Always knew I would achieve greatness since childhood." Su Nan looked helpless. Su Yuhing was so elated that he seemed to have lost his ability to speak. "There's no need to be this excited, right?" Su Nan replied helplessly. To him, these were all expected achievements. "Excited? I am not just excited. I must announce this result to the whole school and present you as an outstanding senior for future students to admire." Su Yuhing chuckled. "Are you tired? Do you want me to book you a 5-star hotel for you to rest a bit?" he asked with concern. "No need, I just need to return to the training room to rest." Su Nan shook his head. A 5-star hotel is completely unnecessary. He did not have high demands for his environment. Moreover, he still needed to practice his breathing technique and elevate his cultivation. The training room was more suitable for him. "All right, then go rest quickly," Su Yuhing said, fearing to delay Su Nan. What Su Nan said made perfect sense. Now was indeed a good time to digest his practical experience. Naturally, such an environment was needed for the training room. In the training room, Su Nan had already seated himself. In his hand was the incomplete strength breathing technique. "Zhou Chuan is still happy for me to have chosen this strength breathing technique," Su Nan said with a slight. What they did not know was that Su Nan possessed the qualities of persistence and effort. Time was merely a trivial matter for him. To him, this incomplete strength breathing technique was far more valuable than any rank breathing technique. He decisively summoned the system panel. Blood and Qi value 101, remaining lifespan 257 days. His first step was not to enhance his strength, but to cultivate the breathing technique. The breathing technique was extremely important for him at this moment. It was the energy source that allowed him to maintain combat capability in the martial arts examination. He decided to cultivate the breathing technique first, then elevate his realm. System consumed 10 days of lifespan to cultivate this breathing technique. He didn't even bother to look at the name and effects of the breathing technique. He believed that looking at it now was of no use, and that it was better to wait until he had mastered it before checking. Consuming 10 days of lifespan, you begin to cultivate the breathing technique. Upon opening the breathing technique, you are utterly clueless. Seeing these obscure and difficult words feels like reading a celestial script. However, you are not anxious. Through the accumulation of time and effort, you gradually come to understand it. Once you get the hang of it, your cultivation speed increases, and you ultimately cultivate this strength breathing technique to the proficient level. This breathing technique is in a fragmented state and can only be cultivated to the proficient level at most. Even after spending 10 more years, there remains no effect. Fragmented. System consumed 30 days of lifespan to deduce the complete version. Su Nan did not hesitate to spend his lifespan. He wanted not just a proficient breathing technique, but perfection. And he wanted to grasp that divine ability as well. Ding. Consuming 30 days of lifespan, you start to deduce using your already proficient experience. In the first year, failure. In the 10th year, failure. In the 100th year, failure. This time the difficulty was far beyond your imagination. But soon a turning point occurred. After a century of repetition, you finally found the correct path. You began to deduce frantically, and in the end you succeeded. For countless years thereafter, you repeated this single task, mastering it, achieving perfection, everything falling into place. Congratulations, the breathing technique has successfully reached perfection. Zhuke burning heart technique. This breathing technique can operate autonomously in an unconscious state. Absorb the fire spiritual energy of the heavens and transform it for personal use. Annihilating world fire can summon the annihilating world fire, incinerating all things in this world. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired a divine ability. Remaining lifespan 217 days. Hearing this, Su Nen slowly opened his eyes filled with ecstatic excitement. I did it. He consumed 40 days of his lifespan refining this breathing technique to perfection and simultaneously acquiring a divine ability. He deemed this transaction exceedingly worthwhile. At this moment, he took another glance at the cover of the Shrank breathing technique. To his surprise, he found that the name and introduction of the technique had long since vanished from the cover. In other words, there was only a brief mention of the cultivation content at the front. No wonder they were so pleased when I chose this Shrank breathing technique. He murmured to himself. Even if I looked at it just now, it would have been useless. I could only force myself to cultivate. However, the introduction to this Shrank breathing technique and its divine ability was quite concise. Unlike some martial techniques that have overly elaborate introductions. Destruction fire of the world, what can I use to test it? He casually scanned the training room. All he saw was something useless to him, which was a sandbag testing device. The upper limit of this testing device was only for 9th tier warriors. However, weighing the pros and cons, Su Nen ultimately abandoned this idea. This training room had been freely opened to him, and he had lived here for 3 years. If he were to casually destroy something inside now, it would be entirely unnecessary. Remaining lifespan 217 days. Su Nen looked at his remaining lifespan and grinned. System, leave me with only 17 days of lifespan and convert the rest into my realm. His main strategy was to go all in. 17 days of lifespan was already a significant buffer he left for himself. Ding. You have consumed 200 days of lifespan, and you have once again embarked on your cultivation journey. This journey will take an exceptionally long time, and only someone like you who is willing to take it slow can persevere. 1 year, 100 years, 200 years, time passes in the blink of an eye. Your realm likewise upgrades continuously during this time from 2nd tier warrior to 3rd tier warrior. Ultimately, in the final year, your realm remained at the 9th tier warrior, and your vitality reached 999. Peak warrior. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 9th tier warrior. Note: to break through to the martial spirit, one must cultivate the spirit breaking technique. The maximum vitality of a 9th tier warrior is 999, and reaching this level of vitality is referred to as a peak warrior. This indicates standing at the pinnacle of this realm. Su Nen was aware of the spirit breaking technique. This is a crucial mental method for breaking through to the martial spirit. Its levels are also divided into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D. Cultivating this rank to perfection also grants one a divine ability. For now, all of this must wait until after the martial examination. Currently, he was a 9th tier warrior equipped with a high-grade Shin level martial skill and a low-grade Earth level martial skill. Lastly, there was the Shrank breathing technique and the divine ability of the destruction fire of the world. He truly couldn't fathom how he could lose. From what he knew, very few participants in the martial examination reached the warrior realm, let alone being a peak warrior. However, his greatest asset was not his strength, but his fearless attitude towards death. He excelled at risking his life. Clever ones at the martial examination, just wait for me. He intended to crazily siphon the lifespans of these geniuses. The more talented they were, the stronger their abilities, and the more lifespans he would claim. The next day, and city no. One high school. Wang Li looked at the news before him and slammed his fist on the table. The table, made of pure metal, was smashed into a large hole. Su Nan. He growled, enunciating the name with venom. The news he received was that Qinglong University would no longer come to An City, as the invitation had already been sent out. This year, Qinglong University brought only one invitation specifically to check for good talents in small places like theirs. He had already received the news in advance and had prepared for a long time, only to have it snatched away from him like this. How could he not be furious? At that moment, a girl wearing a fluffy short skirt, revealing her fair legs, suddenly appeared. "Brother, why are you so angry?" Wang Cici asked in a sweet voice. Usually when she saw Wang Li, he was always composed. Today he was surprisingly angry. "Just take a look yourself." Wang Li passed his phone over. Wang Cici took it and began to scrutinize it. "I want to see what has made my brother so angry." A minute later, Wang Cici finally finished reading. Her little face gradually turned angry and her fists clenched. Damn it. How could this Su Nan be so despicable? My brother has prepared for a long time for the invitation from Qinglong University. She frowned, her face filled with disgust. She wished she could run to Jiang City right now to avenge her brother. The news stated that Su Nan was merely a first-tier warrior, and she just happened to be at the first-tier warrior level as well. Under equal cultivation levels, she had never been afraid of anyone. Sister, don't be too angry, as since this has happened there's nothing we can do about it. Wang Li gently comforted. However, his gaze was cold, clearly harboring great animosity towards Su Nan. Brother, you are a third-tier warrior. How could this person, merely a first-tier warrior, have the strength to take this invitation? Wang Sisi said indignantly. In her eyes, her brother Wang Li was far superior to Su Nan. I think the mind of the admissions teacher from Qinglong University must be malfunctioning. Wang Sisi coldly huffed. Sister, you can say that now, but be careful not to say anything reckless at the martial examination venue. Wang Li warned solemnly. If such words were heard by the admissions teacher from Qinglong University, he would truly have no hope of entering Qinglong University. There might even be severe punishment. The admissions teacher from Qinglong University held a position of high status and was not someone to be casual. I understand, Wang Sisi pouted. I'm just standing up for you that Su Nan has no right to snatch your. She had thoroughly memorized that name. How dare he snatch my brother's invitation? Seeking death. Wang Sisi felt a surge of anger within her. Sister, I know you mean well. Wang Li approached and affectionately patted Wang Sisi's head. He was quite fond of this sister. It's all right, brother. When the martial examination comes, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Wang Sisi clenched her fists, declaring fiercely. Anyone who dares to snatch her brother's things, she would teach a lesson. Oh, how do you plan to teach him a lesson? Tell me, I'm all ears. Wang Li asked with great interest. Wang Sisi was usually quite spoiled and headstrong, and her methods of punishing people were endless. Especially with the family maid, she would dare to be furious, but not say a word. First I will break his limbs, so he can only crawl on the ground like a maggot. Then I will step on his head, not let— Ha ha, brother, what do you think of my idea? Wang Sisi had an expectant look on her face, waiting for praise. Good. This idea is not bad. Wang Li generously praised her. As expected of his sister, she truly had a knack for punishing others. Suddenly Wang Li shifted the conversation. However, why do I feel it's still not enough to vent my anger? Then brother, what else should I do? Wang Sisi's face was full of curiosity. In the martial examination, life and death are irrelevant. Wang Li said ominously. His strength was enough to boast in these small cities. However, he was aiming for a top university, a place many aspired to. As long as he received the invitation letter, he would have a greater chance of stepping onto the stage of the top university. Now, just when he was about to obtain the invitation, someone else had already gotten it. This made his hatred towards Su Nan reach its peak. He uttered words filled with murderous intent. All right, brother, he deserves to die. Wang Sisi felt nothing wrong. Instead, she was somewhat delighted. She also thought it should be so. But before he dies, we must use my method. That way we can vent our anger. She smiled proudly, the corners of her mouth curling up. I was born in a small place, but my talent is no less. Wang Li raised his head proudly and said, Soon, and I want you to know the consequences of stealing my invitation. He believed his strength was top-notch in these small cities. What is that, Su Nan? My brother can defeat him with one hand. Wang Sisi looked at him with admiration. Her brother had always been a dazzling presence growing up. In various competitions, her brother was always the first. She had always viewed her brother through a filter, believing he was the most perfect man in the world. She even set her standards for finding a boyfriend to be like her brother. My brother is the strongest person in the world. As for that Su Nan, he is completely like a stray dog. Wang Sisi laughed cheerfully. After hearing this, Wang Li nodded in satisfaction. A first-tier martial artist dares to snatch away his things. It is simply courting death. On the day of the martial examination, it will be your day of reckoning. There is only one day left until the martial examination. In the training room. Remaining lifespan 15 days, Su Nan was trying to practice the breathing technique to gain supernatural powers. He had purchased a specially made alloy piece from outside, which was often used as a load-bearing wall in buildings very sturdy. He placed the alloy block in his palm, his gaze fixed intensely on it. Annihilation, heavenly fire. A crimson flame instantly appeared in his palm, a powerful aura immediately enveloping the entire training room. In the blink of an eye, the alloy block in his palm was burned to nothing as if it had never existed. Extremely terrifying. Su Nan swallowed hard, somewhat exhilarated. These 4 words were his evaluation of this supernatural power. The scale of this annihilation, heavenly fire, was controllable. However, the larger the scale, the more vitality it consumed. Moreover, this supernatural power had a terrifying aspect. It did not mobilize internal vitality during use. Only after using it would it consume a certain amount of vitality. This means there is no fluctuation in vitality, allowing him to catch his enemies off guard. He initially wanted to test the power of this annihilation heavenly fire, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. It seems I underestimated this supernatural power. Su Nan's tone carried a hint of surprise and astonishment. At that moment, suddenly with a loud boom, a large piece of metal from the ceiling fell crashing onto the ground just a meter away from Su Nan. The ceiling was gone. A middle-aged man leaped down from above the training room. Martial spirit realm. Su Nan immediately recognized that this was a severely injured martial spirit realm. The fluctuation of vitality was chaotic, indicating severe injury. However, there was not just this aura. Another aura was rapidly approaching. This made Su Nan temporarily abandon the plan to eliminate this person outright. Primarily, he wanted to test whether the Annihilation Heavenly Fire could be used without the enemy noticing. The moment the middle-aged man saw Su Nan, his eyes lit up. Good, it's you. He quickly rushed in front of Su Nan, one hand instantly gripping Su Nan's throat. He intended to take Su Nan hostage to secure his own escape. Relax, I won't harm you, Su Nan said calmly. The middle-aged man was bewildered. Harm me? What a joke. I am a martial spirit realm. Even if severely injured, not everyone can deal. The next second, a pink mecha descended from above. He Luoyin was also stunned upon seeing Su Nan. She didn't expect to be so lucky. She had just seen a bounty mission and the location was not far from Jiang City, so she took it. However, this fugitive had a very strong ability to escape. She had chased him for 2 days before cornering him. Now that the fugitive had taken Su Nan hostage, it was quite a headache for her. He Luoyin opened the helmet, her exquisite face instantly revealed. With neat and fashionable curly hair paired with her petite and delicate face, she was a stunning beauty. Duan Rong, you have no way out. I advise you to surrender. He Luoyin chided sternly. She did not want to see Su Nan in danger. You little girl, do you still want to catch your grandpa? I tell you, if you don't let me go today, I will kill him. You wouldn't want to bear the reputation of neglecting a hostage. Duan Rong's gaze was fierce. He had been hunted for a long time and was now in a desperate situation. But fortunately, the heavens did not leave him without a way out, and he happened to encounter Su Nan. Upon hearing this, He Luoyin fell silent. The one in front was Su Nan, who might become her junior. Moreover, she had a good first impression of him. Little girl, I advise you to think carefully, or he will only die here. Duan Rong threatened viciously. Seeing He Luoyin's hesitant and conflicted expression, he knew there was a chance. After a few more seconds. All right. I agree, as long as you let him go, I will let you leave. He Luoyin gritted her teeth. All her efforts over the past 2 days would be in vain. There was no choice, after all the person in front was her future junior. Ha ha ha. Do you know this person? Duan Rong noticed a clue. Logically speaking, anyone who could enter Qinglong University was no ordinary character. This is no concern of yours. Leave or die. He Luoyin snorted coldly. All right. Little girl, you have chased me for so long, I will remember you. Duan Rong brazenly issued a threat. He had realized that the hostage in his hands seemed to be related to He Lian, which gave him a bit more confidence. However, he suddenly noticed that Su Nan in his grasp had not even attempted to resist, merely remaining still and calm, allowing himself to be held hostage. Why does it suddenly feel a bit ominous? Duan Rong furrowed his brows. Is it just my illusion? He looked at Su Nan with some suspicion. Unexpectedly, what greeted him was a smile that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Duan Rong was caught off guard. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. A blaze of crimson fire instantly engulfed him. Due to the close distance, even Su Nan was caught in the flames. 1 second later, Duan Rong completely vanished. Su Nan, however, remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Successfully plundering lifespan 200 days. Why is this plunder so low this time? This is the martial spirit realm. Could it be because the opponent was heavily injured? The opponent's blood aura earlier was extremely unstable, giving a sense of imminent exhaustion. 1 second later, Su Nan confirmed this to be true. After all, the stronger a person's power, the more vibrant their vitality. However, for someone who was already heavily injured and on the brink of collapse, their lifespan would naturally be significantly reduced. Fortunately, it was still more than what a 9th-stage martial artist would obtain. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. He Luoyin's pupils widened instantly, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Su Nan with disbelief. You killed him? She asked, her voice trembling. Moreover, she hadn't sensed any fluctuations in blood aura earlier. So how did Su Nan manage to unleash it? As far as she knew, divine abilities could have such miraculous effects. But Su Nan had only obtained the incomplete level breathing technique just yesterday. How could he possibly cultivate a divine ability? Absolutely impossible. That's right, I killed him. Su Nan replied calmly. Killing a trivial character was quite simple. Moreover, he was able to gain an unexpected fortune from it. Though the cost was the ceiling of his training room. He was indeed a genuine first-stage martial spirit realm. He Luoyin exclaimed in shock. Even a heavily injured martial spirit realm shouldn't be something a first-stage martial artist could handle. Yet Su Nan had directly killed him, and so easily as if crushing an ant. He Luo Yin felt her worldview had been greatly shaken. I know a heavily injured martial spirit realm is not to be feared. Su Nan nodded as if it were only natural. He of course knew the opponent was from the martial spirit realm, he had seen it at first glance. With his peak martial artist strength combined with divine abilities, eliminating a heavily injured first-stage martial spirit realm was still well within his means. Seeing Su Nan's nonchalant expression, He Luo Yin couldn't help but feel an urge to punch him. This is just too arrogant. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally came up with a reasonable explanation. It must be because Duan Rong's injuries had penetrated deep into his bones, rendering him ineffective. Moreover, Duan Rong had happened to focus all his attention on her, and she on him as well. Thus neither noticed Su Nan unleashing his martial technique. In the end, the flames just happened to ignite Duan Rong's internal injuries, leaving him without the strength to resist, leading to his annihilation. That's right. Just like that. He Luo Yin instantly felt relieved. Her collapsing worldview was forcibly pieced back together. Otherwise, how could she believe that a first-stage martial artist could eliminate a first-stage martial spirit realm? A leap across an entire major realm was something she could never believe. The same applied to the latter. A mere incomplete, level breathing technique obtained just a few days ago could never cultivate a divine ability. Don't be too proud. This person was already heavily injured and his injuries worsened just now, allowing you to take advantage. He Luo Yin kindly reminded. She feared that after Su Nan killed a martial spirit realm, he would become completely arrogant, disregarding those from the martial assessment. If so, that would be troublesome. It would lead to a big loss. Rest assured, I won't be arrogant. Su Nan nodded. For him, this was a very normal occurrence. There was nothing to be proud of. Even if it were a first-stage martial spirit realm in peak condition, using divine abilities, the opponent might not necessarily be able to withstand it. But why hasn't the Sky Patrol dealt with this fugitive? He curiously asked. Normally the Sky Patrol would patrol the entire city every day. With a fugitive, they would naturally need to capture them. He Luo Yin slowly landed, then tapped her wrist, instantly canceling and retracting her mech. This person is already a martial spirit realm, and the Sky Patrol in Jiang City can only handle martial artist cases, so they placed a bounty task at Qinglong University. He Luo Yin patiently explained, according to the information, this Duan Rong is a minor leader of the evil cult Doomsday Cult. Doomsday Cult. Su Nan did not recall any relevant information. It's normal for you not to know. The people of the Doomsday Cult are a bunch of lunatics. They believe that all humanity should be completely annihilated for a grand reshuffling, and that they are the new humans. Their current goal is to hunt down geniuses claiming to cut off humanity's future, but in truth it's just an excuse, because they can't compete with our top-tier human powers. He Luo Yan's expression was filled with disgust. She despised this evil cult organization. Their Qinglong University was also one of the main targets of this evil cult. I see. Su Nan nodded thoughtfully. Does that mean if he were to achieve first place in the martial assessment, he would be targeted by this evil cult? Then, that's just fantastic. The more the better. Even if there might be significant risks involved, Su Nan was completely unafraid. Risks and rewards coexist. He enjoyed high risk and high reward. A life that could be lost at any moment and picked up again was naturally nothing to fear. He Luo Yin looked at Su Nan, who seemed a bit excited, and questioned. What's up? You seem a bit thrilled. Nothing, I just feel that this evil cult organization deserves to be eradicated. Su Nan chuckled softly. He believed such a thing was quite fitting for him to do. So it's not that simple. Most of our elites will be dispatched to face ferocious beasts, and the Doomsday Cult itself is deeply hidden, so there won't be so much energy to focus on them. He Luo Yin shook her head helplessly. Did she not want to eradicate this Doomsday Cult? Even now, many high-ranking humans on Blue Star wished to eliminate this organization. But unfortunately, this organization has deep roots, is well hidden, and seems to have certain backing. It's alright, it will eventually be eradicated. Su Nan comforted. Such things were what he enjoyed doing the most. Hopefully. He Luo Yin forced a smile. Alright, I should return to report now. This mission was completed by you, but you still don't have the Qinglong University identity token. If you can become my junior, then I'll give you the credits for this mission. She smiled charmingly. This was her expectation for Su Nan. Alright. Su Nan smiled lightly. For him, it was already a done deal. The motivation for achieving first place in the martial assessment was now to be targeted by this evil cult. During the martial assessment, my teacher and I will go watch. Let's see you at the martial assessment. He Luo Yin donned her mech again and directly flew out through the ceiling. In her view, with Su Nan's first stage martial artist realm, he would probably rank around 100. However, as long as he falls within that range along with an invitation letter, he can successfully enter Qinglong University. But if the gap is too great, even with an invitation letter, it would be futile. This all depends on Su Nan's own efforts. Martial arts examination. Su Nan stood on the playground, his expression one of helplessness. Today marks the day of the martial arts examination. Let us give him a warm round of applause as he embarks on this journey. The atmosphere was as vibrant as it could be. This was a surprise specifically prepared for Su Nan. Just a week ago he was tested and found to have an level talent with a blood chi value of only 0.9, and now he has become a martial artist. This is truly astonishing. Oh, Senior Su Nan, I love you. Martial artist realm. This is a level that countless people yearn for. Now Su Nan has achieved this and will fight for them in the examination. This made them feel a sense of glory as well. Damn, why don't I have such treatment? The other competitors nearby couldn't help but feel envious. They also wished to become as powerful as Su Nan. Su Nan, you can take the small airship directly to the examination venue. Su Yuheng smiled. He planned to let Su Nan familiarize himself with the examination venue first while he took the other participants by high-speed train. Only candidates and recruiting teachers are allowed to enter the examination venue. He could only send Su Nan there before returning to the school to await news. The school only had 2 small airships, which were certainly not enough. All right. Su Nan nodded. He did not want to be praised any further. Otherwise, if Su Yuheng suddenly wanted to give another round of enthusiastic praises on the high-speed train, it would be quite awkward. 2 hours later, Su Nan's airship successfully entered Huanan City, the capital city of Huanan Province, and the venue for this martial arts examination. Upon reaching the entrance of the examination venue, Su Nan stored the airship. Entering the venue requires security checks to verify identity. Hello, you may enter directly. The security personnel were very welcoming. Su Nan walked through the security gate. The green light beeped, and his information appeared on a small electronic screen. He did not need to present any documents as his information had long been uploaded to the Examination Information Management platform. This time the secret realm was still the commonly used level 1 secret realm. As soon as Su Nan entered, he glanced around and found the venue to be extremely vast. Considerable effort had been made to accommodate all the participating candidates. The entire venue was enveloped by a thick energy barrier with intricate array patterns engraved on the ground. There were also several massive interconnected pillars within the venue. Standing atop these pillars were individuals tasked with maintaining safety in the examination area. Each of them emanated an incredibly powerful aura, truly figures one seldom encounters in daily life. At this moment the venue was bustling with people. The sounds of conversation, cheers, and the roaring buzz of energy rose and fell, creating a cacophony. Those with strength appeared spirited and brimming with confidence. They were all ready to showcase their skills and shine in the martial arts examination. The battle intent reached its peak at this moment. Above the venue there was an observation room, where all the recruiting teachers were stationed. Su Nan's outstanding presence drew the attention of many as soon as he entered. He did not carry the haughty demeanor of those geniuses, instead a subtle, almost imperceptible smile hinted at an unshakable confidence. Those who wish to win do not smile except for those who are certain of victory. In the observation room, Luo Yin, wearing a denim jacket and shorts, stood quietly beside Lu Bo. Her gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, and she quickly spotted Su Nan. Teacher Su Nan has arrived. Lu Bo looked in the direction she indicated, and immediately saw Su Nan. Did you say he killed an injured first-tier martial spirit? Lu Bo asked. After the bounty task was completed, Luo Yin informed Lu Bo of this situation. Yes, I suspect it might be that Duan Rong's injuries were too severe, which led to a chain reaction, allowing Su Nan to take him down by chance. Luo Yin replied softly. This conjecture was an explanation that everyone could accept. Otherwise, if she claimed that Su Nan as a first-tier martial artist killed a first-tier martial spirit, no one would believe it. Even if she stated that he had mastered an S-level breathing technique, no one would believe it. Even if they witnessed it with their own eyes, she herself wouldn't believe it. There is indeed a possibility of that. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. As long as Su Nan ranks around the top 100 and has the invitation letter, he can steadily become my disciple. Although he might face misunderstanding from other teachers upon returning to the school, he understood the importance of stabilizing one's blood chi, especially at his current level, making it even more crucial. This time he wanted to recruit a different kind of student. Not looking at the realm, but rather focusing on the foundation of blood chi. At this moment the other recruiting teachers around were also engaging in conversations. Do you have any promising candidates in mind? Is that even a question? The talented Chen Yunshu, who inherited the Chun family's fist techniques, Jian Wuqing from the sword sect, and the little monk Kong Ming. These individuals are certainly favorites to win the championship, but I'm referring to candidates outside of them. Outside of them, then I really have no further knowledge. If you don't know anyone, I actually have a candidate. Oh, who? There is a boy from Incheon named Wang Li, a third-tier martial artist who also possesses the ability to fight beyond his level. I have already extended an olive branch to him. The chubby teacher from this top-tier university said joyfully. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Lu Bo directly handed an invitation letter to a first-tier martial artist and then left. As he continued on to Incheon, he discovered this promising candidate. A third-tier martial artist with abilities to fight beyond his level. Not only in Incheon, but even across the entire Huanan province, he could be considered a promising candidate. His future is limitless. You truly found a good candidate. The other teachers echoed. They certainly cannot compare with those few. However, having such a young third-tier martial artist is already quite remarkable. Moreover, how could these first and second-tier universities attract the championship contenders? Those individuals are all heading towards Qinglong University, and it has nothing to do with them. Thus, they must seek out good candidates who are slightly below those individuals to recruit. Ha ha ha. He also has a younger sister, a first-tier martial artist. Although her strength is a bit lacking, she would still be sufficient for your second-tier university. The chubby teacher laughed heartily. Alright, then let's focus on watching the performances of these two individuals you mentioned. The recruiting teachers laughed in agreement. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, entry to the venue had been prohibited. Even the candidates participating in the examination could only blame themselves for arriving late. The competition of martial arts is inherently brutal. If one does not even adhere to the rules of time, they are already eliminated. At this moment, a mechanical electronic voice sounded broadcasting in a standard tone. Now we will begin explaining the rules of the martial arts examination. Upon entering the secret realm, cultivators may earn points either by defeating rivals or slaying ferocious beasts. Defeating a rival grants all of their accumulated points, while slaying a beast yields points commensurate with its strength. Real-time projections display the current rankings and point fluctuations within the realm. Moreover, there are no further restrictions. And no further restrictions, meaning life and death, are not barred. And the martial path is unforgiving, ruthless beyond measure. This then is the first lesson confronting every cultivator, a trial of life and death. And naturally, in ordinary circumstances, absent deep-seated grudges, few would slaughter another on the spot. Overpowering an opponent is relatively straightforward if a significant disparity in cultivation exists. Yet to kill one outright demands far greater cost and far greater risk. After all, one can never know what hidden trump cards the adversary might conceal. Not only those whose cultivation level vastly surpasses theirs may dismiss such contingencies outright. Moreover, many have never even slain a ferocious beast, let alone a fellow human being. In each year during the martial examination, several candidates are so terrified by beasts that they soil themselves. Though these are invariably low-tier cultivators, their reactions attest to the sheer dread inspired by such creatures. You now have 30 minutes for final preparation. The proclamation echoed across the entire examination arena. NSU Nen remained unmoved. He had long since completed his preparations. And he awaited only the commencement of the examination, after which he would begin harvesting lifespans. A question lingered in his mind: could slaying ferocious beasts also yield lifespan? And that too would remain unknown until tested in battle. Suddenly Su Nen felt himself locked in by two hostile auras, steeped in murderous intent and seething hatred. Ni's brow furrowed faintly as his gaze swept toward their source. He discerned a young man and woman, strangers utterly unfamiliar to him. And he could fathom no reason for such virulent enmity, let alone lethal animosity. Wang Cece, noticing Su Nan's attention, advanced without hesitation, step by step, until she stood beside him. Su Nan, finally found you, and she sneered coldly. And she had arrived at the arena early, scouring relentlessly for his presence. Now at last she had him in sight. And looking for me. Whose banner do you represent? NSU Nan smirked, his tone laced with mockery. A ripple of bewildered glances passed among the onlookers, their faces twisting into odd, incredulous expressions. In such audacity must command a steep price, someone murmured sotto voce. Since his adversaries approached with murder in their hearts, Su Nan responded in kind, with words sharpened to their deadliest edge. And of course physical combat remained forbidden until the examination officially began. Otherwise he would have reduced Wang Cece to ash and bone in an instant. And the most effective countermeasure: to brand her, something he knew all too well. Dare you call me a courtesan? And Wang Cece was no fool. She grasped his barb instantly. And, you wretched beast. Filthy spawn. How dare you speak thus? Her fury erupted, her chest heaved violently. In or what else? I've never laid eyes on you. You're nothing more than a signboard. Su-nin remained unruffled, offering only a light, disdainful laugh. In some souls are born base. Such people require no courtesy, no regard for dignity. The most potent weapon against them is language, unrestrained, unrelenting. In Wang Cece clenched her fists, her face flushing crimson with rage. And were it not for the examination's imminent commencement, she would have lunged forward to tear his mouth apart. Though you don't know me, I know you well enough. And it was you who stole my brother's invitation scroll. What trash like you dares claim such privilege? She spat the words, her heart brimming with loathing and murderous intent. Nsu Nan's insult had only intensified her resolve to end him. An invitation scroll. At those 3 words, Su-nin instantly understood everything. What is your brother truly? Ni's expression dripped with contempt. My brother is nothing. Wang Cece shot back enraged. Precisely, he is nothing. No, that's wrong. My brother is something. Very well. Your brother is something. Bewildered by Su-nan's verbal slight, Wang Cece stamped her foot in frustration. Su-nin hadn't expected her to stumble so egregiously over such an obvious contradiction. Behind her, Wang Li finally stepped forward. He feared remaining silent any longer would invite even harsher rebuke from his sister. Sharp-tongued you may be, but true supremacy lies in strength alone. Once inside, you'll learn the bitter cost of such arrogance. Wang Li smiled, a cruel predatory curve, as his voice dripped with menace. Simultaneously, his right hand, concealed behind his back, sprang open. With a surge of Kiblood force, he propelled a fine white powder towards Su-nan's rear. Tracking powder. Its trace remains detectable for 1 hour. This was precisely why they sought him beforehand. Once inside the secret realm, locating anyone would otherwise prove near impossible. Such petty subterfuge did not escape Su-nan's perception, yet he chose not to intervene, allowing Wang Li to indulge his petty cunning. Go ahead, search. Better find me swiftly once inside. Don't let time slip away. I'd genuinely love to know what fate awaits me. I'm absolutely trembling with fear. Su-nin deliberately adopted a provocatively insolent expression. Not inside. If they emerged alive, it would count as his defeat. To harbor murderous intent toward him was already a death sentence. Just wait. You'll be obliterated by my brother in a single move. Wang Cece stood tall, radiating absolute confidence in her elder sibling. Enough. No need to waste breath on him. Wang Li chuckled reassuringly, and flashed a subtle, okay, gesture with his fingers. Wang Cece caught the signal instantly. Her tracking powder had taken hold. You'll pay dearly once we enter. The reckoning begins soon. I'll shatter your limbs one by one, leaving you writhing on the ground like a maggot. I'll subject you to agony so exquisite you'll beg for death, and yet find none. She delivered her vow with chilling finality, already envisioning countless tortures to inflict upon Su-nan. No. So she just handed him an execution protocol. Su-nan nearly laughed aloud. Beside him, Wang Li whispered quietly, Cece, don't underestimate him, whatever you do. Wang Cece herself was a first-rank martial cultivator. Against an equal-tier opponent, complacency spelled disaster. Relax, brother. I may not be able to leap realms, but I can fight above my rank. Pride blazed in her eyes, confidence absolute. Even among peers, vast disparities existed. In her mind, Su-nan's sentence had already been pronounced death. Very well. Wang Li nodded resignedly, then paused, reconsidering. After all, his sister had once defeated a second-rank martial cultivator in single combat. Surely then victory posed no insurmountable obstacle. Soon, 30 minutes expired. Time's up. At the signal, the 4 elders atop the pillars immediately joined hands and channeled their power to unveil the secret realm. Instantly, a colossal, colorless vortex materialized before the assembly. Na diminutive wizened elder declared, behold, the entrance to the secret realm. All examinees shall enter, strictly in order. The martial arts examinees in the venue did not engage in any scramble, entering in an orderly fashion. This was because the influential figures maintaining order were watching from the pillars, giving them no courage to act recklessly. Moreover, once inside the secret realm, they would have to wait for everyone to enter before it officially began. There was no need to rush. The entrance to the secret realm was quite large, allowing hundreds of people to pass through at once without issue. A few minutes later, half of the participants had already entered. It was now Su-nan's turn. Looking at the enormous vortex before him, he stepped in without hesitation. In the next moment, everything went dark and he felt a dizzying whirl. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the secret realm. Surrounded by withered grass and dead trees, the ground was devoid of life, with only exposed stones. Su Nan felt no surprise, it was quite normal. The spiritual energy in this place had likely been absorbed by some sentient spiritual plants, resulting in a very short lifespan for ordinary plants. These spiritual plants would also become fodder for the ferocious beasts. He stood still, not moving. I hope you all hurry up, or otherwise it will be troublesome once the time runs out. Su Nan chuckled lightly. He remained still to avoid causing too much trouble for Wang Li and Wang Sisi. At the same time, he hoped that the locations they were teleported to would be relatively close to him. After another 3 minutes, all examinees had entered the testing ground. The martial arts examination officially began. A massive projection appeared in the sky, clearly displaying each person's score and ranking. Upon seeing this, others began to search for ferocious beasts, fearing that if they delayed, their rankings would fall behind others. Only one person remained calm and leisurely, and that was Su Nan. For Su Nan, seizing lifespan was more important. He was not in a hurry about scores. At worst, he could wait until the last moment to snatch points from others. He was quite content to reap the rewards without putting in the effort. Outside the secret realm, a huge electronic screen monitored everything happening within it in real time. Luo Yin had been keeping an eye on Su Nan. She noticed that Su Nan stood still, looking quite at ease. What is he doing? She wondered. Su Nan's situation was similar to many lower-tier people who dared not move around, fearing the sudden appearance of ferocious beasts. Could it be that Su Nan was also afraid of ferocious beasts? Lu Bo furrowed his brow slightly, also paying attention to Su Nan. He noticed that Su Nan was not rushing to hunt beasts, but instead standing still. Could it be that Su Nan fears ferocious beasts? He too began to entertain this thought. If that were the case, even with the invitation letter, he would have no way to enter Qinglong University. This year there are still many who dare not hunt ferocious beasts. It's normal. Let's see if anyone ends up so scared that they wet their pants in front of the beasts this year. The other admission teachers were also very interested in watching the scenes. Naturally, they noticed those who stood still and dared not advance, including Su Nan. Inside the secret realm, Su Nan remained calm. He understood that fishing required patience. In the next moment, a figure appeared sprinting. It was Wang Li. He did not expect Su Nan to be standing still, which saved him a lot of trouble in finding Su Nan more quickly. Su Nan, what a coincidence we meet again. Wang Li's eyes glinted with malice, a sinister smile curving at the corners of his lips. He had already begun to fantasize about Su Nan's miserable state. It seems you are unwilling to move around. Wang Li's tone dripped with disdain. To him, Su Nan was just like those cowards who feared ferocious beasts and dared not budge. Of course, if I move, you would have to spend time chasing me. What if the effect of the tracking powder wears off? That would be troublesome, Su Nan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Li was momentarily stunned. You know I put tracking powder on you. He looked utterly shocked. He had thought Su Nan was standing still out of fear of the ferocious beasts, but it turned out he had already noticed the tracking powder. So you did this on purpose? Wang Li's eyes turned cold. He felt that Su Nan was overestimating himself and far too arrogant. Knowing about this matter, he still chose not to run. Do you really think that because you received an invitation letter you can act recklessly? The gap between us is much greater than you imagine. He sneered. With his third-tier martial master realm dealing with a first-tier martial master, he was confident that Su Nan could not withstand a single blow. But that was fine, it would allow him to end the battle quickly. It would give him a chance to vent his frustrations. Trash. Su Nan provocatively beckoned with his finger. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Li and Wang Sisi had long been sentenced to death by him. They were merely here to deliver their own demise. Looking for death. A small sword suddenly appeared in Wang Li's hand. Dark sword technique. He swiftly thrust the small sword forward with a whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was aimed directly at Su Nan's heart. Wang Li's face bore a fierce expression. He intended to bring Su Nan to his knees with a single. However, Su Nan simply raised a hand and firmly caught the small sword, the blood chi attached to it dissipating completely. Wang Li was stunned by this scene. Are you kidding me? You can actually block it with your hand. This move is usually capable of inflicting unexpected damage on others. Now facing Su Nan, it was caught barehanded, blocking a blade with empty hands. He felt as though his past combat experience had been trampled upon. Su Nan would not give him a chance to think. With his other hand, he unleashed a mountain-shattering fist. Mountain-shattering fist, first form. For a third-tier martial master, the first form was sufficient. A white fist imprint surged forward with a fierce momentum and fierce wind towards Wang Li. Wang Li quickly gathered his blood chi in his palm, attempting to counter Su Nan's strike. But at the moment of colliding with the fist imprint, he felt as fragile as an egg. His palm instantly split open, revealing glaring white bones. He was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stones. His chest felt as if struck by lightning, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. His face turned ashen, and he felt utterly drained. Peak martial master. He gasped for breath. This was information he had nearly paid with his life for. Who the hell reported false information? It was supposed to be a first-tier martial master, so how did he turn into a ninth-tier martial master? If he had known it was a ninth-tier martial master, he wouldn't have dared to confront Su, and even if he was beaten to death. He recalled the taunts he had made about Su Nan outside. Was that not courting death? He had thought that the rules protected Su Nan when in fact they had protected him. Now within the martial arts examination, no one could save him. Su Nan remained calm, holding the small sword as he stepped closer to Wang Li. I heard you were quite arrogant. After saying that, he thrust the small sword directly towards Wang Li's thigh. Oh! A cry of anguish erupted from Wang Li's mouth. Su Nan deliberately flicked the small sword lightly, stirring both flesh and blood. Oh! Wang Li immediately let out an even more agonizing howl. No, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. His pale forehead was covered in beads of sweat, his voice hoarse. It hurt so much. Even the corners of his eyes were dampened with tears born entirely from pain. Of course among them were tears of regret. He regretted provoking such a hellish figure. It was simply terrifying. You know you're wrong. Su Nan stepped on Wang Li's face and said indifferently, "Take me to find your sister." He had heard that every family possessed special bloodline martial techniques. Wang Li and Wang Cici must have also cultivated such martial techniques. He wanted to meet this bitch who wanted to sever his limbs. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively asked, "How do you know I can find Cici?" He and his sister shared a close bloodline, and indeed both practiced bloodline martial techniques. As the main and auxiliary, he was the main while his sister was the auxiliary. When they teamed up, they could utilize this martial technique. With his sister's assistance, his strength would significantly increase without any side effects. This was far superior to secret techniques. Moreover, the main could also pinpoint the exact location of the auxiliary. What does it matter how I know? Just tell me, will you, or won't you? Su Nan's arm exerted a slight force. The small sword pierced deeper, stirring even more, causing Wang Li to scream continuously. However, even so, Wang Li remained a bit stubborn. We are blood relatives. How could I possibly tell you her? His tone was resolute. No way. I absolutely cannot divulge this easily. Otherwise I would definitely die. Wang Li didn't want to tell, but he believed that once he spoke he would have no way out. Blood relatives. Well then you can die. Su Nan's voice was cold, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He drew the small sword, aiming it at Wang Li's throat, his hand slowly rising, ready to seal his throat with a single stroke. Seeing that Su Nan was serious, Wang Li hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He truly feared that Su Nan would kill him right then and there. In his eyes, Su Nan was completely a living embodiment of the king of hell. He genuinely believed Su Nan's words. Aren't you blood relatives? Su Nan mocked. Just a moment ago he was resolute, yet now he relented. Truly admirable. Then you must promise me that once you find my sister you will spare my life. Wang Li forced out a hint of a flattering smile. Don't worry, after we get out I definitely won't trouble you. Sister, you'll have to be sacrificed for now. Rest assured, after we get out brother will definitely avenge you. Damn Su Nan. Just you wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. A trace of barely perceptible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Su Nan naturally noticed this, but did not expose it. Do you think you have the leverage to negotiate now? Either you speak or you die. However, seeing how sincere you are, I might consider it. Su Nan fiddled with the small sword in his hand. Consider? That means he still hasn't agreed. Wang Li looked at the small sword in Su Nan's hand, genuinely afraid to say anything more. He feared that if he said another word the small sword would stab towards his throat. Alright, he'll take you there. He was left with no other choice. He could only pray that Su Nan would spare his life for showing him the way. Successfully plundered lifespan 200 days. Remaining lifespan 414 days. Outside the secret realm, the recruitment teachers fell silent upon witnessing this scene. Are you saying that kid Wang Li is very strong? Other recruitment teachers looked at the plump teacher from the first-tier university. The plump teacher was extremely embarrassed, having just concluded that Su Nan would undoubtedly lose during their battle. Yet he was quickly slapped in the face as Su Nan directly barehanded intercepted the blade and knocked Wang Li out in a single punch. How can this possibly be a first-tier martial artist? The plump teacher's face turned red with shame as he argued loudly. The other recruitment teachers nodded in agreement after hearing this. This indeed did not look like a first-tier martial artist. If a first-tier martial artist could knock out a third-tier martial artist with one punch, then tomorrow's pigs would fly. This was completely impossible. Could it be that this child is concealing his true realm? All the recruitment teachers turned their heads in unison towards the same direction. That was the spot where Lu Bo stood. Old Lu, no wonder you chose a first-tier martial artist. It turns out he was hiding his realm. Some recruitment teachers flattered with smiles. They thought Lu Bo had seen through Su Nan's concealed realm, which is why he extended the invitation to Su Nan. Brilliant. Truly a teacher from a top university. Just different. Yet Lu Bo's expression darkened a few shades. He was at a loss for words. These people were completely making wild guesses. How the hell would I know that the realm suddenly changed? It's not my fault. What the hell? I chose to send the invitation based on his stable and flawless vital energy. Through the screen, it was impossible to tell what realm Su Nan truly was in, but it was clear that Su Nan's realm definitely surpassed that of a third-tier martial artist. Cough cough. Yes, exactly. He smiled and replied. There was no other way. He could only admit it under pressure. Otherwise, if this got out and I couldn't even discern the realm, it would suggest that Lu Bo had misjudged. Meanwhile, Luo Yan looked at Lu Bo with a peculiar expression. She knew the reason Lu Bo chose Su Nan. However, to maintain the teacher's dignity, she did not choose to expose him. She gazed at Su Nan on the screen, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. How many more surprises can you bring me? A bright smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. The more surprises Su Nan brought, the happier she would be. This meant that the chances of Su Nan becoming her junior would increase a bit more. She even suspected that when he eliminated that fugitive, it wasn't due to any unexpected circumstances, but rather Su Nan's genuine strength. However, this thought was almost immediately dismissed. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how severely injured, a Wuling realm being could not be killed by a martial artist. In the secret realm, at this moment Su Nan was lifting Wang Li as if he were a small chick. They had already walked some distance. For a martial artist, lifting a person was as easy as carrying a plastic bag completely without any issue. Almost there. We will reach it soon. Wang Li's tone even carried a hint of excitement. Good, just go straight this way. He pointed in the direction indicating Su Nan to go that way. Su Nan turned and headed in the indicated direction. But suddenly 2 6th-tier ferocious beasts and 1 7th-tier ferocious beast pounced out, all seemingly wounded to varying degrees. Su Nan wouldn't care about that. He threw a punch. The massive white second punch imprint, accompanied by a residual shadow, instantly turned the 3 ferocious beasts into flesh and blood fragments. Successfully plundered. Lifespan, 3 days. Remaining lifespan, 417 days. It seems killing ferocious beasts also grants lifespan. However, it seemed that they were not affected by the realm like humans. The lifespan gained from different realm ferocious beasts was the same. It appears that fighting is indeed better. The plundered lifespan was even more. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in Su Nan's line of sight, closely following behind. How dare you steal my ferocious beasts? Chun Yinshu stormed forward, her expression fierce and domineering, stopping directly before Su Nan. She had momentarily let her guard down, allowing those beasts to escape. She had pursued them relentlessly, only to stumble upon Su Nan just as he had slain the beasts. So you expect me to stand idle while 3 ferocious beasts charged straight at me? Su Nan scoffed coldly in reply. All 3 beasts were of the same species, the horned wild ox. Their sole method of attack lay in the razor-sharp horns crowning their heads. A single collision would leave one shattered beyond recognition. I don't care how you did it. Steal my beasts and you'll surrender them back. Her ki-blood surged violently outward. 7th rank martial cultivator. Feeling that overwhelming aura, Su Nan remained utterly unmoved. He couldn't fathom what she thought she was playing at. Oh, and how exactly do you expect me to surrender them? Su Nan's voice was glacial. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed Wang Li aside like a discarded rag. Oof! Wang Li's nose slammed headlong into the earth. Damn it, he raged inwardly. Yet outwardly not a trace of protest dared surface. Simple. I'll beat you until you can't rise. Then your points become mine. Chun Yinshu spoke with unshakable confidence. Don't say I didn't warn you. I hail from the Chun family, and I've inherited both its fist art and leg art. She suspected Su Nan must have come from some remote backwater. If he'd never even heard of Chun Yinshu, how could he possibly dare challenge her? The Chun family. Never heard of it. What insignificant clan is that? Su Nan shook his head. He cared nothing for surnames. Only that another life had just walked into his path ripe for reaping. You. How dare you insult the Chun family? Chun Yinshu pointed a trembling finger at Su Nan, fury blazing in her eyes. This was the family that had raised her. Her roots ran deep, her loyalty unwavering. The Chun family was no minor house. She had always worn its name with pride. Insult. I merely speak truth. No sooner had Su Nan uttered these words. A slender yet powerfully toned right leg lashed toward him, swift, precise, and charged with surging ki-blood force. Too slow. Su Nan seized her ankle midair, then drove a fist, infused with crushing blood, straight downward. A sharp, sickening snap echoed. The bone shattered instantly. Ah! Chun Yinshu cried out in raw agony. Beside her, Wang Li stood frozen in disbelief. That leg strike had been blindingly fast, yet Su Nen had caught it effortlessly. Catch barehanded. Even Su Nen himself was puzzled. Since cultivating the Lingho finger art, his vision had grown unnaturally acute, able to track motion with preternatural clarity. Had he inadvertently imitated something beyond the technique itself during practice? Mountain shaking fist, third form. The fist imprint shimmered faintly crimson, radiating oppressive, irresistible force. At such close range, evasion was impossible. I'll have to take it, Hedon. She gritted her teeth and met the blow with her own fist, a strike woven with supple, yielding energy. That was the essence of the Chun family fist art: softness overcoming hardness. Yet just as confidence swelled within her, overwhelming power shattered her illusion utterly. Her internal organs ruptured instantly. She hurtled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Staring up at Su Nen, disbelief flooded her gaze. How is this possible? Her pride, the very art she'd honed since childhood, had been dismantled with contemptuous ease. And yet she had never once heard of Su Nen. So this is the famed Chun family fist art. Su Nen offered a faint, dismissive smile. It was pitiful, dwarfed entirely by his own mountain-shaking fist. It felt less like combat, and more like an apprentice presuming to instruct a master. No refinement, however exquisite, could withstand absolute, unyielding force. Hearing this, Chun Yinshu choked on blood. Her robes instantly stained crimson. Compounded by grievous wounds, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Lifespan successfully reaped 250 days. Remaining lifespan 667 days. Indeed, the yield matched perfectly with a so-called heaven-born prodigy. 250. In the next instant, a soft glow enveloped Chun Yinshu, and she vanished, teleported out. Severe injury followed by unconsciousness triggered immediate ejection. Looks like I'll need to hold back a bit next time, Su Nen grinned. Only someone like Wang Li, who still retained a sliver of strength, would remain inside. To Wang Li beside him, that grin was pure terror. Yama's smile where life and death hung suspended by a thread. Just then, the projection above shifted. Su Nen's ranking surged upward, swift and inexorable. By defeating Chun Yinshu, he inherited all her points. Su Nen, points 1085, rank 88. In one stroke, he vaulted from outside the top 100 into the elite top 100. Clearly, Chun Yinshu had conserved both stamina and blood, hunting beasts leisurely rather than pushing her limits. Otherwise, her rank would never have stagnated at mere top 100. Outside the secret realm, recruiting masters watched the spectacle, jaws agape in stunned rage. That's Chun Yinshu, the celestial prodigy of the Chun family. She was no minor contender, but a bona fide championship favorite. They'd initially assumed Su Nen's luck had run catastrophically dry. Stealing Chun Yinshu's beasts was tantamount to signing his death warrant. None expected him to survive, not even a single blow. Even after his victory over Wang Li, they dismissed any chance against Chun Yinshu. Wang Li and Chun Yinshu belonged to entirely different tiers of existence. Even Lu Bo and He Lian's expressions darkened. They too deemed Su Nen's odds infinitesimal. Yet, the outcome defied every expectation. Su Nen won, decisively, overwhelmingly. Could Su Nen be on par with monk Kongming? Someone gasped in disbelief. Kongming, 8th rank martial cultivator. An undisputed title contender currently slaughtering beasts with relentless efficiency. No one contested the question now. Silently, all ranked Su Nen alongside Kongming. Equals in stature and potential. I've struck gold. Lu Bo's grin was irrepressible. Indeed, Master, your eye for talent is unmatched. He Luoyin smiled warmly, genuinely delighted. Already she regarded Su Nen as her junior brother. Barring unforeseen catastrophe, his admission to Qinglong University was assured. Other recruiting masters gazed at Lu Bo with envy. Master Lu, you possess extraordinary discernment. All praised him fervently. For recruiting masters, the paramount skill was reading people. By all measure, Lu Bo's judgment eclipsed every other master present. Ha ha ha. Naturally, Lu Bo nodded elated. Though this triumph had far exceeded even his own expectations, yet he accepted the accolades without hesitation. Inside the secret realm, Su Nen hoisted Wang Li once more and strode toward the direction he'd indicated earlier. Wang Li hurriedly forced a smile. My sister's still there. She's likely battling a ferocious beast. Your sister is truly fortunate to have you. Su Nen scoffed. Such a person he would never allow to remain. Keeping them would only bring disaster. Wang Li maintained a smiling facade, not daring to refute in the slightest. Sister, don't blame me. My life is currently in someone else's hands. You can only be wronged. He thought to himself. Not far from Sunan, Wang Sisi had just finished off the last ferocious beast. There were 2 ferocious beasts in total. One was a first-grade martial artist, and the other a second-grade martial artist. Now this second-grade martial beast had been successfully slain through her efforts. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said proudly, "Humph. When I encounter Sunan, I will definitely make him experience the gap in our strengths." Now having fought above her level, her confidence soared once again. The various methods she had previously thought of she still wanted to test on Sunan. It's a pity that the tracking powder has expired, or otherwise I would definitely make Sunan understand what pain is. Wang Sisi said fiercely, a hint of ruthlessness on her face. How dare he steal her brother's invitation? He was simply asking for death. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Sunan's figure appear before her. Moreover, Sunan was holding her brother Wang Li. Impossible. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, unable to believe what she saw. This time what she saw was still that scene. Her brother Wang Li looked pale, being dragged by Sunan like a... How is this possible? My brother is a third-grade martial artist. A third-grade martial artist. He was the greatest hero in her eyes. He was someone who had hopes of entering a top university. Sunan, she screamed angrily. Keep it down, oh, I can hear you. Don't you want to know how I found you? Sunan said indifferently. Wang Li in his hands had already buried his head in shame, not daring to face his sister's gaze. Wang Sisi's thoughts were suddenly struck. Right? How did Sunan find me so precisely? An answer she was most unwilling to accept surfaced in her mind. That was with the guidance of her brother Wang Li. The method of bloodline connection. The main body can easily perceive the position of the auxiliary body. No. She hurriedly shook her head. She could not accept this possibility. Brother, tell me, did you use the bloodline connection method? Wang Sisi with red-rimmed eyes questioned painfully. At that moment Wang Li steeled his heart, finally daring to face his sister's gaze. He shouted loudly, yes. I used it. But I had no choice. If I didn't use it, I would be doomed. Upon hearing the confirmed answer, Wang Sisi immediately fell into despair. Her heart ached like a knife, as she never expected her brother would betray her. It's all your fault. This is all your mistake. Wang Sisi decisively pointed the blame at Sunan. Although she was incredibly disgusted by her brother's betrayal. But to find an outlet for her emotions, she pinned all the blame on Sunan. Ridiculous. Sunan scoffed. This brother-sister pair was indeed laughable. One was afraid of death, using his sister as a bargaining chip. The other horse from shouting blamed all problems on others. You're dead. I will make you crawl on the ground like a maggot. Wang Sisi was completely blinded by rage, shouting incessantly. She hadn't even thought about how her brother ended up in this condition. Her hands transformed into rays of light as she launched an attack at Sunan. To Sunan, all these movements appeared far too slow. Every move had its flaws. Mountain-shaking fist first form. A rapid and fierce fist imprint was instantly formed, directly landing like a mountain, pressing down on Wang Sisi's head. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sisi was instantly knocked to the ground, her ribs fracturing several times as she coughed up blood. This was still the result of Sunan holding back. Killing her outright wouldn't be fun. He had always liked to return the favor. If he were beaten to this state, Wang Sisi would surely not spare him either, but would use the cruelest methods to torment him. Peak martial artist. Wang Sisi sensed Sunan's realm. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. How could this be? She was clearly a first-grade martial artist before the martial arts exam. How could she suddenly leap so many levels? She was already too weary to think about these things. Right now she was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. No, you can't kill me. Wang Sisi shouted. She finally felt the fear of death, her bodis functions continuously weakening. Rest assured, it's not your time to die yet. Sunan stepped forward, directly crushing Wang Sisi's right hand with his foot, and with his toes he seemed to knead it a couple of times, turning the broken bones into mush. The excruciating pain made Wang Sisi wish for death. The arrogance on her face had long vanished, replaced only by fear of Sunan and dread of pain. Don't rush, that's not over yet. Sunan's voice was like a demon's whisper. Wang Sisi realized what he intended to do and quickly withdrew her left hand, hiding it behind her back. In response, Sunan merely smiled slightly. He stepped forward, placing his foot directly on Wang Sisi's kneecap. The kneecap shattered, instantly exposing stark white bones. No. Endless pain surged into Wang Sisi's mind. Do you think retracting it will help? I wouldn't mind crushing you along with your limbs. Sunan chuckled lightly. He showed no mercy. He understood that if he fell into the hands of the other party, he would face the same treatment. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Accompanied by the continuous screams of despair, all of Wang Sisi's limbs were shattered. Sunan stepped on her head threateningly, saying, "Why aren't you crawling? This was what Wang Sisi herself had said she would make him do crawl like a maggot. At this moment Wang Sisi could no longer hold on and fainted. As she lost consciousness, a halo suddenly. Sunan was quick and a small sword shot out from his hand, aiming directly at her throat. Wang Sisi didn't even have a chance to make a sound before dying on the spot. However, in the end the halo still transported the corpse out of the secret realm. Successfully plundered. Lifespan 170 days. Remaining lifespan 837 days. Wang Li watched his sister being slain without any reaction. He wore a forced smile saying, "Good. Well killed. Sister, don't blame me. Brother only wanted to survive." He spoke these heartless words with a guilty conscience, yet inside, he felt a sense of relief for surviving the calamity. "Just wait. I will definitely take revenge. No need for flattery, you won't live either." Sunan replied indifferently. A simple statement that struck Wang Li like a bolt from the blue. But didn't you promise me you would think about it? I helped you find my sister." Sunan listened unimpressed. "Indeed, I did promise to consider it. Now that I have considered, I shall not." With that he struck down with a punch. Wang Li's vitality was extinguished on the spot. The corpse was eventually taken away by the halo transmission. Remaining lifespan 847 days. Sunan's points 1200, ranking 66th. His points and ranking rose once again. The lifespan plundered from the same person for the second time was pitifully small. But it didn't matter. Sunan's lifespan was already approaching 1,000. However, the martial examination was not yet over. This represented a genuine possibility of surpassing the 1,000 mark. This possibility was further confirmed after a dull sound echoed. Outside the secret realm, the recruiting teachers gasped at the brutal scene. This child is decisive and killing. He is destined for greatness. He shows no mercy to his enemies. Such a person is terrifying. It seems Qinglong University has another rising star. They all expressed their admiration for Sunan. At such a young age to possess such character is simply astonishing. Old Lu, congratulations. Yes, congratulations. The recruiting teachers smiled and flattered. This was not mere flattery, but a genuine expression of their thoughts. If Sunan could join their ranks, they would wake up smiling in their sleep. They were also envious of Lu Bo. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. He truly liked Sunan's character. It was to his taste. I indeed have a good student. His joy was evident on his face. Junior brother, well done. He Luoyan smiled, cheering for Sunan. The struggle in martial arts has always been like this. This future junior brother seemed to have a stronger martial heart than hers. But when everyone saw the screen displaying Kong Ming's appearance, they fell into a state of tension and anticipation. The recruiting teachers were aware of Kong Ming's strength. He was someone even more formidable than Chen Yinshu. Inside the secret realm, when Kong Ming passed by, he heard the earth-shattering scream. He furrowed his brows and followed the sound to this place. Then he quietly observed the entire process. However, as Sunan did not mobilize his chi and blood during the torment, Kong Ming had no idea about Sunan's true strength. However, he felt that Sunan was merely a small karami. He had never heard of such a person as Sunan. Benefactor, you have committed heinous crimes. Your sins are unforgivable. He clasped his hands together, his gaze sharp. He conveniently seized Sunan's points, augmenting his own unforgivable sins. Then doesn't your inaction while watching count as not saving a life? Sunan replied calmly and indifferently. He had already sensed this bald monk's approach earlier, but chose not to point it out. All things in the world have fundamental operating principles. Oh, I cannot interfere. Kong Ming explained with a vague response. He had no intention of saving anyone. The lives of others had nothing to do with him. Fool. Sunan expressed his thoughts directly. He despised such hypocritical compassion. Only those two words could describe it. Benefactor, you are being terribly rude. Today I must thoroughly enlighten you. He spread his hands, and with a loud bang a wave of Buddhist light instantly enveloped him. Then he assumed the stance for his martial arts and declared in a deep voice, Vajra Arhat Fist. A phantom of an Arhat emerged behind him, appearing imposing. Even someone as hypocritical as you can cultivate Buddhist light, it's simply laughable. Comparing momentum. Spirit Monkey Finger. In the next moment, countless intricate runes appeared to swirl around Sunan. A vision of a closed-eyed spirit monkey also appeared behind him. This time, for some reason, the spirit monkey's hands actually came together. Some of the runes surrounding the spirit monkey transformed into Buddhist light, but only half of it. The spirit monkey manifested half Buddhist light and half fierce light. Sunan stared in confusion. The last spirit monkey apparition was not like this. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The spirit monkey's apparition pointed. This time the fingertip bore half golden Buddhist light and half black fierce light. The power seemed even greater than last time. Seeing this, Kong Ming was immediately taken aback. What you are doing? This is simply rebellious. You are actually practicing an evil technique. He shouted in anger, unable to accept it. In his mind, Buddhist teachings were Buddhist teachings. How could they be mixed with other dirty things? At that moment, the Buddhist light surrounding him became even more dazzling. The Arhat Phantom unleashed a punch. The two forces collided. The Arhat Phantom only lasted a second before it began to shatter inch by inch until it disappeared. This, Kong Ming displayed an expression of disbelief. This was his signature technique. Now it only held for 1 second. Moreover, it was defeated by what he considered an evil technique. The spirit monkey's finger continued without pause, using the second layer of fierce light as power, charging toward Kong Ming with greater ferocity. What had previously countered relied on half-Buddhist light as the main force with fierce light as an auxiliary. Now it moved forward with fierce light as the main force with Buddhist light as auxiliary. Seeing this situation, Kong Ming extended both hands toward the sky. A small bell appeared instantly. Golden bell. This small bell was just enough to envelop him alone. The small bell radiated Buddhist light. Unfortunately, when faced with the descent of the spirit monkey finger, it vanished, as if made of paper. Kong Ming directly took this hit. The ground beneath him sank along with him. The robe he wore, a treasured garment, was now tattered, clearly damaged from resisting this blow. Even with the treasured garment to withstand the attack, his injuries were still severe. He fell into a state of weakness. Successfully plundered lifespan 270 days. Remaining lifespan 1,117 days. Surpassing 1,000. Sunan had already thought about how to squander it all. Once the martial examination ended, he would certainly go wild. His points and ranking also saw a significant increase. Sunan points 2018, ranking 3rd. Sunan grinned upon seeing this ranking. He did not expect to come in 3rd place this time. Indeed, fighting was much better than hunting fierce beasts. While others were exhausted from frantically hunting fierce beasts, it was better for him to defeat a few people. But this was only possible because he had the strength to do so. Outside the secret realm, the entire observation room fell into silence. They were all stunned. Kong Ming was completely no match for Sunan. He couldn't even be considered a strong enemy, let alone a rival. Moments later, someone finally broke the silence. What martial technique was that? So powerful. Even Kong Ming's treasured robe was forcefully torn apart. If it weren't for that treasured robe, Kong Ming might have been in danger. Hiss. One strike, another strike. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment at Sunan's strength. Sunan had surprised everyone immensely. From a nameless nobody to now having defeated 2 popular contenders for the championship. Could Sunan achieve 1st place? This was a question in everyone's mind. At this moment, in a dark room on the outskirts of Huanan City, a dossier concerning Sunan was placed on the table. A sinister-looking man leaned back in his chair, lazily asking about the unexpected invitation received by an obscure first-stage martial artist from Qinglong University. This revelation instantly filled him with vigilance. Yes, boss. A person wearing a black mask replied respectfully. Boss, why do you care about a first-stage martial artist? Despite his awe towards his boss, he could not help but a first-stage martial artist would normally not catch their attention at all. They wouldn't even bother to acknowledge them. Yet this time his boss specifically instructed him to gather information about Sunan. This left him puzzled, and even felt that his boss was making a mountain out of a molehill. Hee. What do you understand? It's precisely people like this that require more attention. The sinister man twirled the fan in his hand, his face etched with caution. As the leader here, he had to pay close attention to the emergence of such a genius. However, Sunan's case was an exception. I am but a foolish subordinate, and I still don't quite understand. The subordinate laughed awkwardly. He genuinely did not grasp the meaning behind it. To him, what was so special about a first-stage martial artist? Shouldn't their focus be on those real geniuses? With all due respect, the rookie competition is about to begin, and we should concentrate our efforts on that instead. Otherwise, if those above blame us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The subordinate continued to plead earnestly. If punishment were to come, it wouldn't only fall upon the leader, but the entire base would face consequences. I see that you are becoming increasingly undisciplined. The sinister man slammed the table and coldly looked at his subordinate. As the leader of this base, everything should be decided by him. A subordinate shouldn't dare to interject. Dare you? I see you might be wanting my position. The sinister man asked in a probing tone. He was always very cautious in whatever he did. This was also why he sought to collect information on Sunan. Now his subordinate's words had successfully aroused suspicion within him. As the leader of this base located in the provincial capital, this was a lucrative position indeed. Many were eyeing this position of his. I have always been loyal to you, boss. I would never do anything to betray you. The subordinate's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. My previous advice was merely for the sake of our base. The subordinate continued to add, feeling very anxious inside, wanting to glance at his boss, but afraid to do so. After half a minute of silence, "All right, there's no need for us to be so restrained." The sinister man smiled. "Yes." The subordinate felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. He sensed that his boss' gaze was fixed on him, and if he said anything wrong again, he might be killed on the spot. "Since you want to know, I'll tell you why." The sinister man slowly stood up from his chair. "If this invitation were given to a 5th-stage martial artist, or even a 9th-stage martial artist, I wouldn't care too much. But it just so happens to be a 1st-stage martial artist. This is quite perplexing." After saying this, he smiled wickedly, believing he had discovered something significant. A genius trying to remain hidden. He had uncovered it. "Let me ask you, if you were a technique instructor at Qinglong University, would you give an invitation to someone who is merely a 1st-stage martial artist?" "No, I wouldn't," the subordinate answered nervously. After the previous scare, he spoke a bit "Then since you wouldn't, do you think the enrollment teachers at Qinglong University are fools?" This must indicate that this Su Nen possesses immense potential. His martial arts talent might even be of strength, or perhaps he is an extraordinary genius of even higher caliber. He just might not have had the resources to grow yet. The sinister man articulated all his speculations. He felt increasingly convinced of this possibility. An extraordinary genius. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Otherwise, it would be troublesome once he grew stronger. He felt elated inside, grateful for his early discovery, and felt he could now clear an obstacle for the organization. "Boss, you are brilliant." Hearing this explanation, the subordinate immediately felt the reasoning was spot on. "Haha, this child is teachable." The sinister man nodded in satisfaction as he saw his subordinate finally grasp his point. They were currently in the martial arts examination, and they would have to wait until it was over. This was their lesson learned. Long ago, they indeed targeted the top candidates of the martial arts examination, but they later discovered that those who could reach the top ranks had backgrounds. Their clan's elders were all stationed outside the martial arts examination venue. This also led them to never pursue the idea of interfering with the martial arts examination again. "But, will this affect our plans for the rookie competition?" The subordinate's tone was hesitant, still worried that provoking Su Nen would have repercussions for them. "Don't worry. An unformed genius is insignificant. Besides, how could they ever think we would hunt a 1st-stage martial artist? And a dead genius is no longer a genius." The sinister man believed hunting a 1st-stage martial artist would hardly stir much uproar. "What kind of assassin should we send?" the subordinate asked. "For a 1st-stage martial artist, let's send a 5th-stage martial artist assassin." The sinister man thought that no matter how talented one was, they could not battle across 3 realms. "All right, I will dispatch someone right now." The subordinate immediately turned to leave. At that moment, the sinister man's eyelids began to twitch. He still felt it was not cautious enough. "Wait, let's send a 1st-stage martial spirit assassin instead, just in case." The sinister man calmly analyzed. Since he was a genius, they could not use conventional methods to think. With such a vast disparity in strength, it could not be remedied. A 1st-stage martial spirit. The subordinate was immediately alarmed. This was an excessive level of caution regarding Su Nen. In the arena of the martial exam, within the secret realm, there is only 1 hour left in the martial exam. A mechanical electronic voice echoed in the sky. Meanwhile, Su Nen had already hunted down 21 fierce beasts, among which were numerous 4th, 5th, and 8th rank martial master beasts. Remaining lifespan 1,138 days. Su Nen points 2,608, ranking 2. His ranking had once again risen by 1 position. He found himself unable to locate anyone, so he thought it wise not to waste time and hunted a few more fierce beasts. Although the lifespan he plundered was minimal, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. This way he could still advance his ranking a little. Most people would prefer to hide, secretly hunting fierce beasts, unwilling to engage in combat with others. The possibility of winning was still uncertain, and chasing after someone would be a significant waste of time. The number of fierce beasts here far exceeded that of humans. Currently, the 1st place had a score that surpassed his by over 100 points. Sword Without Emotion points 2,732, ranking 1. If he could hunt a few more fierce beasts, he might surpass him. Hunting fierce beasts was incredibly easy for him. Suddenly, Su Nen felt a tremor, as if the ground was shaking. At the same time, martial exam candidates in other locations also sensed the tremor. "What the heck? What is happening?" They all displayed expressions of surprise. Some daring individuals began to head towards the source of the tremor. As for Su Nen, the moment he felt the tremor, he was already rushing towards the source at full speed. With little time remaining before the martial exam concluded, perhaps he could gain something from it. At this moment, at the center of the secret realm, a man dressed in white was kneeling on one knee, holding a long sword which was plunged straight into the ground. He was continuously channeling his power into the sword's blade. He was sword without emotion, a peak martial master. If you want to catch up to me, you must be dreaming. Pride was evident between his brows. He aimed to dazzle everyone in these final moments. Silent waves emanated from the sword's blade. These waves carried a slight vibration, yet they couldn't even dislodge the withered leaves. What he sought was simple: to provoke all the fierce beasts currently residing in the secret realm. This risky move could cause his points to soar. Sure enough, after several minutes of this, a large group of fierce beasts surged forward. They stomped forcefully on the ground, causing it to tremble in response. The eyes of these fierce beasts turned a furious red, clearly enraged. Some had been resting, some had been mating, and others had been feasting on spiritual plants. Now they had all been drawn over. They were disturbed by the human before them. They shared a singular thought: to shred this human apart and devour his flesh and blood, turning him into their sustenance. Ha ha ha. Come on. Sword without emotion laughed maniacally. This saved him the trouble of search. He drew the long sword from the ground, lightly slicing his finger with the blade, letting a drop of blood fall onto its surface. With blood as a guide, one sword break them. He used his blood to awaken the sword's spirit, amplifying its power. He swung the sword fiercely towards the beast horde, unleashing a massive sword chi, followed by a flash of cold light, as countless fierce beasts were sliced in half. His points were skyrocketing. Points 2809, points 3100, points 33. They continued to soar until they reached points 4001. Only then did it stop. After completing this, he immediately sat down in exhaustion. That last sword strike had drained over half of his vitality. He needed to recover immediately. During his recovery, he even muttered with a hint of arrogance, "Now you can't catch up." Suddenly, he saw a name he had never heard before: Su Nan. His points and ranking had been skyrocketing, and by the end the gap between them was merely about 100 points. This made him restless, forcing him to resort to this desperate measure. After several dozen minutes. At this time, he noticed that others had also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing this situation, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He softly murmured, seeking death. He raised his long sword above his head and instantly slashed down. Originally, those people were merely there to observe or possibly pick up some spoils. As a result, a sword chi flashed by and several people in the front fell dead on the spot. Others, seeing sword without emotion's ruthlessness, immediately fled in a panic, fearing they would be next. At that moment, Su Nan also arrived at the scene and happened to witness sword without emotion killing a few people. This also allowed his points to increase once again. One person remains. Seeing Su Nan daring to approach sword without emotion was instantly furious. He felt his authority was being challenged. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He slashed out another sword. A swift sword chi headed straight for Su Nan. Upon seeing him attack, without distinguishing friend from foe, Su Nan acted directly. With no hesitation, he punched out directly. The sword chi was instantly shattered the moment it neared his punch, disappearing without a trace. Sword without emotion was taken aback by this scene. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. "My sword was shattered." His gaze firmly locked onto Su Nan. "I guess you must be the second-ranked Su Nan, right?" Sword without emotion said coldly. To possess such strength, yet be someone he did not recognize. There could only be one person. That would be Su Nan, who had suddenly soared in points and ranking. A dark horse that emerged from nowhere. "That's right, it's your grandpa." Su Nan smiled slightly. Since the other party had directly attacked him, he need not hold back any manners. "You." Sword without emotion's gaze was sharp, like a blade ready to be drawn. He had his own arrogance, yet he still held a measure of admiration for the strong. "One battle, are you willing?" Sword without emotion raised his head slightly, a fierce battle intent causing his blood to boil. "Come." Su Nan chuckled lightly. One's lifespan offered so willingly could not be refused. When sword without emotion was killing earlier, his vitality fluctuations had shown no signs of concealment. He had already sensed that sword without emotion was a peak martial master. Merely that. Though sword without emotion's vitality was not inflated, it still had quite a few flaws. His own vitality foundation was flawless. The difference was clear. The outcome was already determined. Upon hearing Su Nan's agreement, sword without emotion was very decisive. Crimson sword slay. This time the sword chi carried a hint of crimson, filled with a bloody aura. Facing this sword chi, Su Nan felt it was still somewhat lacking. Mountain shaking fist, second layer. The white fist imprint with residual shadows once again shattered the sword chi. "Too weak, just use your strongest move directly, otherwise you won't have another chance." Su Nan intended to unleash the full power of world-extinguishing heavenly fire, without holding back. Seeing himself belittled, sword without emotion immediately became displeased. With a hint of anger on his face, he said, "All right. Then don't blame me. This sword you won't be able to withstand. He squeezed out a drop of blood again, letting it drip onto the sword's body, causing the blade to resonate, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. With blood as the guide, this sword can slay all things under heaven. The sword Wuching shouted angrily in a deep voice. This time he almost exhausted all his vital energy, determined to show Su Nen the consequences of underestimating him. His sword was held horizontally in front of him, his waist driving his arm as he struck with a thunderous force. Slash! A massive wave of sword energy erupted from the blade, carrying a terrifying pressure. Wherever it passed, stones were cleaved as easily as tofu. This strike represented his strongest move. I want to see what you use to block this sword. Wooking's expression was devoid of emotion as he spoke coldly. Facing the unstoppable sword energy, the vital energy within Su Nen had long been lying in wait. His previous opponents had been too weak, failing to satisfy him. He opened his arms wide and crimson flames erupted from his body. He himself was unscathed amidst the flames like a monarch of fire, commanding all the flames of the world. Fire come. With his body as the core, the inferno blazed to the heavens. No matter how close anything got, it would be burned to ashes without a trace. The sword energy approached. The sky was filled with unreasonable crimson flames, which directly engulfed the entire wave of sword energy. Like a small stone thrown into a lake, it stirred not a single ripple. Such a dramatic scene left Wuching. His expression was as if he had bitten into something foul. No way, are you kidding me? What the hell is— where is my tremendous sword energy? Damn it. He couldn't hold back any longer and let out a curse. This was his strongest strike, yet it had no effect whatsoever. How could he fight? Tell me, what on earth is this? This was completely beyond comprehension. The raging flames continued forth, and in the blink of an eye they reached Wuching. Wuching had already drained all his vital energy, leaving him with no ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly as he was consumed by the flames. At that moment, the jade pendant around Wooking's neck suddenly emitted a blue light, forming a protective shield around him. However, this shield only lasted for half a minute before it could no longer hold. In an instant, the flames engulfed Wuching. Fortunately, the jade pendant had already mitigated a significant amount of damage, and the flames that burned upon him emitted a charred aroma before finally stopping. Wuching stood there like a piece of black charcoal, rigid, exhaling a puff of black smoke. Then he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Successfully plundered. Lifespan 300 days. Remaining lifespan 1,438 days. Su Nen smiled. This was the first time he had fought such a lucrative battle. The martial exam is over. A mechanical electronic voice announced. Just in time, the time was up. Su Nen's desire for a quick resolution stemmed from two reasons: to try out the annihilating world flame, and to avoid losing the lifespan he was about to gain as the martial exam time was running out. As soon as the words fell, everyone was teleported out. At the martial exam venue, everyone was returned. Only the injured would be immediately sent to the hospital with results to be notified later. There was one person who was special. That was Su Nen. A massive pillar rose from the ground, lifting Su Nen up alone. This year, the first place in the martial exam was born. Su Nen. Meanwhile, inside the observation room, everyone was in a frenzy. Wuching lost. He was a genius from the sword sect encountered once in a millennium. A peak martial master. Yet he was defeated by an obscure individual from before. Of course, now Su Nen's name would spread throughout the entire Hunan province. Old Liu, you must have seen that Su Nen is a peak martial master long ago. Indeed. No wonder you handed him the invitation. It turns out you had already seen through him. Our judgment was still lacking, but old Liu's vision is sharp. Some recruitment teachers even communicated at the scene of the competition. They personally saw Liu Bo politely hand the invitation to Su Nen. At that time they were somewhat puzzled. Oh, wasn't he just a first-tier martial master? Even if the recruitment teachers from our top-tier universities, when it would be quite good, let alone a top university. Now it seems they all misjudged. Su Nen is an extraordinary prodigy. Cough cough. Let's be low-key. Oh, I've always been quite low-key, just have a better eye for people. Liu Ba's face flushed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. Now he had been raised to such heights, he truly had no way out. He couldn't say he had misjudged. He truly thought Su Nen was a first-tier martial master back then. If it were at the beginning, he might still have been able to say it, but now that Su Nen was so elevated, he couldn't speak it out. Beside him, Luoyan covered her mouth with her delicate fingers, smiling enchantingly. Junior, you really have opened my eyes. Her gaze turned towards Su Nen, who was standing on the pillar filled with extraordinary brilliance. Originally, she had only hoped Su Nen could make it into the top 100. But now he had achieved first place in the martial exam. It's truly astonishing. The window of the observation room slowly rose, and Liu Bo stepped forward. Here his status was the highest. Directly opposite him stood Su Nen on the pillar at the same height as him. This also served as recognition of Su Nan's strength. First place in the martial exam, Su Nan. Lu Ba's authoritative voice instantly filled the entire venue. Everyone below in the venue looked up at Su Nan, their eyes filled with envy. Among them were even people from Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Is this really Su Nan who previously tested as an level martial arts talent? He actually got first place in the martial exam. Oh no, I used to speak ill of him. Will he come to settle the score with me now? Now he's first in the martial exam. Who do you think you are? Did you think that just because you said a few bad things had be bothered by you? Pa, dream on. Others from different schools couldn't bear to listen. Now that Su Nan had the title of first in the martial exam, who wouldn't want to get a little closer? Lu Bo waved his hand, and an invisible colorless path forged from vital energy appeared before Su Nan. Su Nan, come over here, he said with a smile. Okay. Su Nan nodded. Looking ahead, although he couldn't see, he could sense it. He stepped out directly, stepping onto the path. Under the gaze of all in the venue, he walked step by step towards the observation room. This was the privilege of being first in the martial exam. As Su Nan entered the observation room, the window slowly descended. This window allowed visibility from the inside to the outside, but not vice versa. As soon as the window closed, those recruitment teachers could no longer hold themselves back. Just moments ago, they had to maintain their dignity. Now they rushed forward, eager to establish a connection with Su Nan. I'll go first. Get lost. You old fool, what are you cutting in line for? You're full of crap. I was already in line. You all get out of the way, don't scare the kid. All the recruitment teachers wanted to establish a good relationship with Su Nan. Although they all knew that Su Nan's choice would definitely be Qinglong University, even being familiar would be enough. Junior, I never expected you to take the top spot in the martial arts exam. Congratulations. He Luo Yin smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Thank you. Su Nan smiled faintly. Su Nan, would you like to join my Qinglong University? Lu Bo asked with a kind smile. He had his eye on Su Nan even before the martial arts exam began. Now Su Nan had far exceeded his expectations, achieving the first place. I would. Su Nan nodded. There was nothing to hesitate about. A top university is a higher platform, and the broken spirit method he needed also had to be obtained from a top university. Great. Lu Bo clapped, somewhat excited. Then he took out a golden token from his spatial ring. The golden token was engraved with a dragon pattern, with the Qinglong coiling in the center vividly brought to life. The dragon's head faced Su Nan as if an invisible dragon's roar exploded in his mind. Though it was called the golden dragon token, only the token itself was golden. The Qinglong coiling in the middle remained green. Though it was called the golden dragon token, only the token itself was golden. The Qinglong coiling in the middle remained green. The golden dragon token. The surrounding recruitment teachers gasped in surprise. Their eyes could not hide their astonishment and envy. Qinglong University had 3 levels of identity: bronze dragon token, silver dragon token, and golden dragon token. With the golden dragon token, all cultivation resources of Qinglong University were fully accessible, and there were huge discounts. Basic cultivation resources were completely free. Those who possessed this token held a status above ordinary teachers, and ordinary teachers would even have to take the initiative to greet them. Moreover, they had the right to mobilize any patrol police in any city, and regardless of any request, the patrol police had to cooperate. At this moment, they would even be willing to exchange their own identity as teachers for Su Nan's status. But unfortunately, they were not qualified. Thank you, teacher. Su Nan played with the golden dragon token in his hand. It felt good. Lu Bo continued. That's not all. I will also give you an opportunity to select martial arts techniques at the martial arts pavilion. The treasure pavilion will also provide an opportunity for free selection with no restrictions on levels. Upon hearing this, the other recruitment teachers trembled again. The martial arts pavilion and treasure pavilion each provided a free selection opportunity, and it was not limited by levels. What an honor this was. If it were a second-rate or first-rate university, it might still be acceptable. But this was a top university. The resources here were the best in the entire South China province. They were far beyond what these ordinary universities could compare with. Although it might seem like it was only a level or 2 apart, it could be said to be heaven and earth. This was not a lack of confidence from these recruitment teachers in their own school. The authority of Qinglong University was known throughout the South China province. Countless people yearned to enter. Even He Luo Yin covered her slightly open mouth with her hand. Teacher, you really spared no expense this time. This was already the maximum resource authority. Even those who had previously obtained the golden dragon token would not have the opportunity to enter the martial arts pavilion and treasure pavilion for free selections. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on levels. Inside the martial arts pavilion and treasure pavilion, items worth hundreds of millions of dragon coins were considered cheap. Even if credits could be exchanged for dragon coins, those bounty tasks could exhaust a person. So when can I go select? Sunan raised his eyebrows, slightly filled with eagerness. He had seen Jian Wuqing wielding a sword and wanted to select a weapon that suited him. A weapon that suited him could significantly enhance his combat power. This will have to wait until after. Lu Bo smiled apologetically. There was indeed no way around it. No matter how high his status was, he could not allow an unenrolled student to enter the martial arts pavilion and treasure pavilion for free selections, especially not without level restrictions. All right, Sunan said helplessly. But this little wait was of no concern to him. Junior, don't be he Luo Yin reminded from the side. Right, cultivation should be gradual. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. Teacher, although it's not enrollment time, yet I'd like to take Su Nan to tour the school. He Luo Yin proposed proactively. She also wanted Su Nan to experience the authority of Qinglong University in advance. You need to consult Su Nan's opinion on this. Lu Bo handed the initiative over to Su Nan. I have no problem. Su Nan smiled faintly. It was a good thing to understand the school in advance. Great. Then let's go, He Luo Yin said with a smile. However, there was still a hint of gloom in her heart. Who was she? She was He Luo Yin. Even in her sophomore year, she was quite famous. Now with the major competition that belonged to her approaching, she did not rush to cultivate, but instead took the initiative to guide Su Nan. This even required her to seek Su Nan's opinion. Although it sounded reasonable, she felt somewhat wronged in her heart. On the airship, He Luo Yin, feeling bored, playfully asked, Su Nan, you haven't hidden your realm anymore, have you? My current realm is peak martial master with a false one paying tenfold. Su Nan shook his head. He had never hidden his realm, it was just that his rapid advancement made everyone unable to believe it. Then that's fine, otherwise I would have to doubt whether I would meet you at the upcoming rookie competition in 3 days. He Luo Yin lightly fiddled with her hair. If what Su Nan said was true, then he definitely wouldn't be seen in the rookie competition. After all, there were only 3 days left. No matter how talented one was, it was absolutely impossible to break through to martial spirit in just 3 days. Rookie competition. Su Nan looked somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of this competition and did not understand what it was for. The rookie competition is open to all who have reached martial spirit realm, and it is an event hosted by all top universities. He Luo Yin explained gently. At that time, all the rookie geniuses from various schools will make their appearances, and mechs and treasures will frequently emerge. Her tone was very patient. After hearing this, a glint of fervor flashed in Su Nan's eyes. Rookie geniuses. That sounded wonderful. This was yet another stage for him to plunder lifespans. But he still had some doubts, so he asked, why are mechs allowed to be used? Treasures can be used, which is understandable. But aren't mechs purely technological products? They have nothing to do with the user's strength. He Luo Yin pondered for a second, then replied, I understand your confusion. Mechs actually have a threshold, which is spiritual power. Spiritual power. This was the first time Su Nan heard this term. Indeed, spiritual power, like blood essence, requires cultivation to strengthen. He Luo Yin. This was also the second path that humanity had opened up. If your talent for cultivating blood essence is poor, but your family is powerful, you can choose to cultivate spiritual power. He Luo Yin chose to pursue both paths simply because she had been discovered to have excellent spiritual power since childhood, with talent for cultivation that was no less than that of blood essence. Thus, she walked both paths, allowing her battle strength to improve qualitatively. Although it might take some extra time, it was still within an acceptable range. I see. Su Nan was not very interested in spiritual power. He preferred the ultimate martial arts. He Luo Yin had mentioned that this path was for those who could not cultivate blood essence. His cultivation speed could already be described as a rocket soaring into the sky. Can this spiritual power cause actual damage? Su Nan asked. In his understanding, spiritual power was a very sinister means that could attack the soul. It cannot cause actual damage. The spiritual power we cultivate is only effective against mechas and cannot target humans. He Luo Yin shook her head helplessly. If it could cause actual damage to people, her combat power would double. However, I still highly recommend that you find a suitable treasure as soon as possible. He Luo Yin sincerely suggested. For instance, the materials used in his mecha were all rare metals. If under the same power, the explosive force generated by a fist and a treasure would be completely different, unless you are overwhelmingly strong. In that case, it doesn't matter what you use, even your foot could Alright, I understand. I'd like to ask how to exchange for the break spirit technique. Su Nan inquired. This was the issue he was most concerned about at the moment. He had so many lifetimes waiting to be used. The break spirit technique can be exchanged directly using academic credits. Wait a moment, let me check how many credits are needed. He Luo Yin pulled out her silver dragon token from her spatial ring. She lightly tapped the green dragon in the center with her finger, and a projection popped up. She casually clicked a couple of times and arrived at an exchange page. Soon she found the Break Spirit Tech, B-Level Water Spirit Technique, 3 credits. A-Level Flame Breaking Technique, 5 credits. Various Break Spirit techniques displayed above, each requiring corresponding credits for exchange. You can take a look too. Your exchange shop is different from mine. He Luo Yan's tone carried a hint of envy. All resources of Qinglong University offer substantial discounts for holders of the Golden Dragon. Sunan followed He Luo Yan's method and opened the projection. He then found the shop for the Break Spirit technique. The credits required for those mental techniques he had just seen were indeed different. B-Level Water Spirit Technique, 1 credit. A-Level Flame Breaking Technique, 3 credits. The displayed credits were the discounted amounts. This made He Luo Yan beside him even more envious. Sunan quickly spotted a decent Break Spirit technique. S-Level Wind Spirit Freedom Technique, 10 credits. Even after the discount, it was still quite expensive. Sunan clicked to exchange, but a window suddenly popped up indicating insufficient credits. Current credits. This was a high martial world where the way of martial arts flourished, yet technology was likewise highly advanced. Whoosh. From time to time, I still need 7 more credits. Oh, what should I do? Sunan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He urgently needed the Break Spirit technique to break through to martial spirit and participate in the rookie competition. Now he was stuck because of the credit issue, and there wouldn't be enough time once school started to take on bounty tasks. There were still 2 days left until school started. It's fine, I'll lend you 7 credits first. You can slowly pay me back after you take on a bounty task. He Luo Yan immediately operated and successfully transferred 7 credits to Su Nan. Alright. Su Nan did not refuse. At this moment, the Break Spirit technique was indeed an urgent matter for him. Then when he clicked to exchange again, it showed that the exchange was successful. That's good. Once we get to school, you can go to the Mental Technique Exchange Hall to pick it up. He Luo Yan said. A warm current flowed through Su Nan's heart. This senior sister was quite nice to him. Although he hadn't enrolled, yet seeing the corresponding credits for those resources, he realized that 7 credits were not insignificant. Finally, they successfully arrived at Qinglong University. Upon reaching the entrance, they could no longer use the airship. Let's hurry. He Luo Yan immediately quickened her pace. The influence of the Golden Dragon Order was still too great. They had not walked far when someone again exclaimed in surprise. Look, that's senior sister He Luo Yan. I've seen her on the honor roll. Who is that man? How can he be with senior sister He? He Luo Yan was quite well known. A tall, radiant beauty with formidable strength, she left a Don't mind those people. He Luo Yan also looked somewhat troubled. Being too famous had its inconveniences. Would you like to visit the mecha department first, or the martial arts department? Or perhaps the martial arts pavilion, the treasure vault, or just wander around? She presented a series of options. Although she was the guide, she still asked Su Nan for his opinion first. Let's go to the exchange hall first. After a moment of silence, Su Nan grinned. For him, visiting anything was secondary. The projection on the token had a corresponding map, so he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the future. He Luo Yan smiled brightly. All right. There was nothing inappropriate about it. In fact, she felt Su Nan's enthusiasm for martial arts. Surely he would achieve great things. Soon He Luo Yan led Su Nan to the exchange hall. The hall had a row of windows, each serving the same function, all available for resource exchanges. Above each window there were also prominent reminders. Priority for Golden Dragon Order holders. At this time there weren't many people around, so this privilege wasn't needed. Su Nan casually found an empty window and handed the Golden Dragon Order to the exchange clerk. The clerk glanced at it briefly. The calm expression on her face gradually revealed shock. The Golden Dragon Order. She couldn't help but exclaim. Please wait a moment, I'll process your exchange. Her tone was extremely respectful. In just a minute she retrieved the Scrayed Wind Spirit Freedom Technique and handed it to Su Nan along with the Golden Dragon Order. Have a good day. As Su Nan was leaving she smiled and waved him off. Not bad. Su Nan felt that this treatment was quite satisfactory. Within such a short time, he had already experienced many benefits of the Golden Dragon Order. Sigh, I'm envious. He Luo Yan sighed, deliberately teasing him. With senior sister's formidable strength and dual cultivation of mental strength and vitality, what's there to envy about me? Su Nan chuckled. After that the two walked side by side toward the exit. Just then a man in a suit approached from outside the exchange hall. He Lian, instead of focusing on your cultivation, you're here accompanying a man. His words were sharp and biting. Kai Shao, I advise you to watch your words. This is a junior who is about to enroll. A look of disgust appeared on He Luoyan's face. She found this person extremely annoying. He often harassed her without end. So it's a junior. Then I apologize. Kai Shao sneered. With the rookie competition coming up, you should hurry and cultivate. What are you doing being a guide here? As he finished his last sentence, he cast a cold glance at Su Nan, his eyes containing disdain and a hint of threat. What I do is none of your business. He Luoyan retorted without hesitation. It is my business. The rookie competition is for the glory of Qinglong University. What if you drag us down all by yourself? Kai Xiao took a condescending stance, and junior if senior sister is being unreasonable, don't you also have to be sensible? He smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. What do you know, you're nothing. Su Nan impatiently rubbed his ear. In an instant he Luoyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He actually called Kai Xiao a dog. But even if it's a dog, it's a mad dog. Kai Xiao's face immediately turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. You dare call me a dog? He questioned fiercely. This was the first time someone had dared to insult him like this in front of others. Now, even the new junior dared to mock him so boldly. If he did not impose some punishment, where would his face go once word got out? Insult you? Can't I insult you? Su Nan countered. Of course, according to school rules, as your senior you should respect and honor me. Your current act of insulting a senior can be reported to the disciplinary office, and you could receive punishment. Kai Xiao presented himself as if he were justified. In reality, he wouldn't face any severe punishment. At most it would just be a verbal warning. But he believed that a newcomer would be completely ignorant and would panic at just a little intimidation. Very well then, according to school rules you should bow and greet me now. Su Nan smiled faintly. He Luoyan upon hearing this immediately understood Su Nan's intentions, and her smile grew even wider. Greet you? You're not worthy. Kai Xiao scoffed. Su Nan was just a freshman, how could he expect him, a sophomore senior, to greet him? Moreover, he was also a holder of the Silver Dragon Order. According to school rules, you are committing an offense against your superior. Su Nan's tone instantly became serious. He directly raised the Golden Dragon Order, placing it before Kai Xiao's eyes. Kai Xiao had originally still been acting arrogantly. But the moment he saw the Golden Dragon Order, his body uncontrollably trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The Golden Dragon Order. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring fixedly at the Golden Dragon Order in Su Nan's hand. In terms of punishment severity, insulting a senior only warranted a verbal warning. But showing disrespect to a holder of the Golden Dragon Order would result in extremely harsh penalties. Thus he forced a smile onto his face, nodding and bowing you. Hello. He certainly did not want to face. He now understood why he Luoyan had chosen to be a guide. This was a holder of the Golden Dragon Order. Now you know to greet me. Su Nan casually toyed with the Golden Dragon Order in his hand. The atmosphere instantly dropped to a freezing point. I really didn't know just now. He responded begrudgingly. He didn't know how many years it had been since there had been a holder of the Golden Dragon Order. If he had known, he would have certainly avoided him. How could he dare to provoke him? It's just saying you didn't know enough. Slap yourself. Su Nan's voice was extremely cold, radiating an air of unspoken authority. Slap myself. Kai Xiao was momentarily stunned. He initially thought Su Nan would let him off the hook, considering he was his senior. Moreover, he had admitted his mistake. How could I slap myself here? If someone he knew saw it, wouldn't he lose all face? Either slap yourself, or I will report you to the Academic Affairs Office. Su Nan offered no other option, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing the Academic Affairs Office, Kai Xiao immediately felt afraid. Comparing the two, he feared the punishment from the Academic Affairs Office even more. He glanced around nervously, seeing no familiar faces. His face twisted in anguish, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll slap myself. Snap. A clear, crisp sound echoed. Kai Xiao slapped his own mouth. So light. Su Nan remained unsatisfied. Seeing this situation, Kai Xiao gritted his teeth, but dared not disobey. Snap. 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 This time he hit himself 3 times with force. To avoid displeasing Su Nan, he even specifically added 2 more slaps. At this moment his lips had become somewhat swollen, bearing marks from the strikes. Alright, get lost. Su Nan waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Kai Xiao immediately scrambled away, fearing that Su Nan would call him back again. Once he had escaped to a certain distance, his expression turned sinister again. What if it's the Golden Dragon token? It's still just a newbie. Just you wait. I will avenge this humiliation sooner or later, he roared in fury. As a rank 8 martial spirit, he had been humiliated like this today. This left a lasting impression on him. Meanwhile, Su Nan was filled with laughter and joy. Ha ha ha, good job Su Nan, you are amazing. He Luoyan was laughing so hard, she almost trembled. Seeing someone she disliked suffer was immensely satisfying. She felt a newfound respect for Su Nan. It must be said that Su Nan was indeed quite bold. He did not flinch in the face of Kai Xiao's aggressive demeanor and retaliated powerfully. This hardly seemed like the behavior of a newbie. Keep a low profile, Su Nan smiled modestly. The identity of the Golden Dragon token was truly advantageous, allowing one to make self-important individuals slap themselves willingly. However, this also indicated that disrespecting the holder of the Golden Dragon token would lead to serious consequences. So where would you like to go for a tour now? They'll take you. Luo Yin was in a great mood. Not to mention a day's tour, she could manage a 3-day tour. She didn't mind the fatigue. No need, I want to head straight to the training room now. He checked the map and easily located the training room. He could hardly wait to start spending his lifespan. Now that he had obtained the breaking spirit technique, he should focus on rapidly enhancing his strength. Sunan, you are too diligent, Luo Yin said, feeling inadequate. She finally understood why Su Nan was able to top the martial examination. His efforts were simply extraordinary. One could only imagine how much he had worked before the exam. It's okay, Su Nan replied with a grin. Alright, then you go ahead. If you can break through to martial spirit within 3 days, perhaps we can fight side by side in the rookie competition. Luo Yin said playfully. She was teasing Su Nan on purpose. Such a thing was absolutely impossible. If Su Nan could break through to martial spirit in 3 days, she would swallow her own silver dragon token. Su Nan smiled without replying. Forget 3 days, he could break through to martial spirit today. A moment later, Su Nan arrived at the training room. The training room was quite spacious and did not seem crowded. A staff member was standing at the front desk. Hello, I would like a training room, Su Nan said. Sure, it costs 1 credits for a day's use, the staff member said with a smile. Upon hearing he needed to pay credits, Su Nan was taken aback. Huh, are there any free training rooms, he inquired. He had just spent 10 credits and now had 0 credits left. I'm sorry, all training rooms require credits. Only holders of the Golden Dragon token can use the training rooms for free, the staff member shook her head. At that moment a man and a woman walked over. Having credits is so nice. The man handed his Copper Dragon token to the staff. Give me a training room for 3 days, he said with an arrogant expression. The woman beside him feigned shyness, saying, how good is really impressive. The man enjoyed the praise. He leaned closer to Su Nan, acting overly familiar. Bro, no offense, but how did you end up like this without even 1 credits? Why don't you call me bro? He'll cover that 1 credit for you. The man appeared quite generous. He was showing off. It felt great. Every time he received credits as a reward for completing bounty tasks, he had to use them to flaunt. No need. Su Nan took out the Golden Dragon token from his spatial ring and placed it directly on the table. The moment the Golden Dragon token appeared, both the staff and the man and woman fell into a brief stupor. The staff member was the first to react. Alright, please wait a moment. Her tone immediately became respectful and her expression was filled with awe. Bro, you are my big bro. I really didn't mean to offend. The man had a tearful expression. The Golden Dragon token. I was just showing off. How did I encounter such a powerful person? He was filled with regret. Your training room number is 108. The staff member quickly handled everything with efficiency. Simultaneously, she respectfully handed the Golden Dragon token back to Su Nan with both hands. After receiving it, Su Nan waved at the man, saying, It's fine, no need to be nervous. Although this man was somewhat showy, he didn't have bad intentions. As long as he called him bro, and was even willing to help pay for the credits, that was already quite nice. After saying that, Su Nan turned to leave. He had no intention of dealing with such matters, he just wanted to focus on cultivating. Bro, you are really magnanimous. The man with a runny nose and tears bowed towards Su Nan as Su Nan, who had not gone far, heard this and felt a pang of awkwardness. Wasn't that adjective a bit premature? Never mind. Su Nan couldn't be bothered with that. A few minutes later he found his training room. He inserted the token for verification, and with a whoosh the door to the training room opened. Su Nan stepped inside. The training room was clean and tidy, predominantly white in color, complemented by green plants, making the entire room appear bright, yet not cold. He discovered that there was also a large bed in the training room. He had learned that every student at Qinglong University would be assigned a room. Including himself, he would also receive one upon enrollment. Perhaps they'll just lie down and sleep if they're tired. This was the only explanation Su Nan could think of. However, the large bed was located at the back of the training room, separated by a special glass door. This was probably to prevent it from getting dirty. The training room was still quite spacious. So whether using treasure tools or practicing martial techniques, there was enough space to perform. Alright, let's begin cultivating. Su Nan casually found a spot in the center of the training room and sat down. Next, he was about to start diligently cultivating. He took out the Scrade Breaking Spirit technique, the Wind Spirit Carefree technique, from his spatial ring. Wind Spirit Carefree technique, break the spirit with wind, enter the realm of carefree. Su Nan had already become accustomed to it. The path of the Tao is exceedingly simple. System consume 10 days, and grant me the cultivation of the Breaking Spirit technique. Ding. Consuming 10 days of life, the winds swirling around seem to possess life, no longer aimless, but become runes you can control. Entering mastering, accumulating time points effortlessly. Not enough. Consume another 20 days of life. This little bit of life is nothing to him now. Ding. Consuming 20 days of life, you have once again initiated a new round of cultivation. This time you are more adept, finally mastering it and achieving perfection. Congratulations. The S-Class Wind Spirit Free Travel Law has successfully reached the perfect realm. You have gained a divine ability. Wind Breath Domain. After use, you can designate a specific area as your domain, within which the wind's spiritual energy will be at your command. Wind Breath Domain. It seems quite good. The divine ability derived from the S-Class Breaking Spirit Law surely won't be lacking. During the rookie battle, he can fully test the power of this domain. And now he must continue to elevate his realm. Remaining life 1,408 days. Plenty of life left. System, leave me with only 10 days of life, spend the rest on my cultivation. All in. No room for error. Real men fear nothing. Ding. Consuming 1,398 days of life, with no glamorous cultivation, just the accumulation of time. After a long time, the immense power of cultivation descends upon you like a mountain pressing down. At this moment, your wind spirit power plays a crucial role as the surrounding winds surge into your body, helping you break through the bottleneck. With the assistance of the wind spirit power, you successfully break through to the martial spirit realm. However, this is not the end. The powerful forces of time continue to take effect. 2nd tier martial spirit, 3rd tier martial spirit. 9th tier martial spirit. You have forcibly reached the 9th tier martial spirit, and your vital energy is perfectly flawless without a trace of weakness. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 9th tier martial spirit. Vital energy, 9,998. You are still a bit short of reaching peak martial spirit. Sunan does not care. This little bit of vital energy is trivial to him, having almost no impact on his overall strength. Remaining life 10 days. The high-intensity continuous breakthroughs have made it possible for inner demons to arise in your heart. During the next breakthrough, you need to cultivate a mind observation technique. 9th tier martial spirit. After reaching the martial spirit, the vital energy in his body has transformed from a trickle into a mighty river. He slowly exhales a breath of blood energy, which takes the form of an arrow lingering in the air. This is the martial spirit with vital energy like a river, thick and unyielding. His meridians have expanded several times, completely incomparable to before. However, he suddenly smells a foul odor. He lifts his clothing to check. This time the filth is not much, as if he has expelled the last bit of dirt from his body. Next to the big bed is the bathroom. Sunan immediately enters the bathroom to wash himself clean. Then he retrieves a brand new set of black clothing from his spatial ring and puts it on. He feels refreshed. Immediately after, he sends a message to Heloyan. Senior, thank you for showing me around. I'm leaving now. A few seconds later. Heloyan. Okay, be safe on your way. After that, Sunan exits the school gate, driving the airship to prepare for a trip back to Jiang City. There are still 2 days before school starts. Regardless, he still wants to see Su Yuheng one more time. Sunan has already left Hunan City, flying to a remote area. He is lazily half reclining. This chair can be adjusted up and down, and can easily be laid flat to sleep. But Sunan is not tired now and adjusts it to a half-reclining position. At this moment, a dark arrow shoots directly at the glass cover above Sunan's head, instantly causing a crack to appear in the glass. An attack. Sunan is not flustered, rather he feels a hint of excitement. He immediately opens the glass cover, lightly jumps, and leaps out of the airship, landing steadily on the ground. As soon as he lands, a masked figure in black rushes out from the shadows, brandishing a dagger aimed at Su. Unexpectedly, Sunan merely extends 2 fingers and easily clamps down on the dagger. The black-clad figure is taken aback. She hastily tries to pull the dagger from Sunan's fingers, but she finds that no matter how hard she tries, she cannot pull it out. Sunan's fingers grip the dagger like iron pincers. Are you telling me this is a 1st-tier martial master? Can a 1st-tier martial master catch a blade with bare hands? It's just 2 fingers. As a killer, she immediately realizes something is wrong. Hence, she decisively releases the dagger and attempts to retreat. Want to escape? Too late. Sunan exerts force at his feet, and his vital energy surges like thunder, causing his speed to explode. He swiftly grabs the black-clad figure by the neck. Sunan slowly lifts the black-clad figure and questions in a low voice, "Who sent you?" He must know who wants him dead, so he can take them all out. I am. The killer pretends to want to inform him, but suddenly spits out a small needle that shoots towards Sunan at high speed. Fortunately, Sunan reacts quickly. With a shock of his vital energy, the small needle is instantly deflected away. In the air, one can still see the green poison on the needle head. Sunan cannot help but feel puzzled. There's poison on the needle, doesn't she fear it will affect her? Or has she already taken the antidote beforehand? Ninth, dear martial spirit. The killer's face turns ashen, her heart filled with rage. Did they send her to kill someone? They have completely sent her to her death. Originally, she thought this task was overblown. She believed a first-tier martial master needed a martial spirit-level killer like herself to handle. She was thinking of quickly finishing the fight to report back. But now it seems she can't go back. I tell you I am. Before the killer can finish her sentence, blood starts seeping from her mouth. Seeing this, Su Nen exerts force with his palm, and the killer dies on the spot. Successfully plundering life, 350 days. This person was about to die from poison. Might as well harvest some life value. However, how dare they send someone to assassinate him? Damn, dare to assassinate me. They have already chosen the path to death. He immediately calls Lu Bo. Within 3 seconds, the call connects. Teacher, I was ambushed. His words are calm, yet they strike Lu Bo with immense shock. What? Lu Bo exclaims angrily. One can even hear him slamming his desk on the other end. Did the killer die? He asks with concern. Dead. That's good. Lu Bo breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seems the other side was careless, only sending a martial master-level killer. He believes that if Su Nen could slay the killer, then they must just be at the martial master level. He adjusts his mood and tries to remain calm. Wait, teacher will investigate for you right away. Teacher, can you take me along once you find out? Su Nen asked. How could he miss out on something as serious as that? On the other end of the line, Lu Bo furrowed his brows, unsure of why Su Nen wanted to come along. But what if you encounter danger? He now regarded Su Nen as a precious treasure. If anything happened to Su Nen, how would he live with himself? Don't worry, teacher, I'm not that fragile. Su Nen chuckled. Lu Bo was silent for a few seconds before reluctantly agreeing. All right, but you must stay behind. Okay. Su Nen nodded in agreement. No matter what, he had to agree first. If you want to follow, you need to come over now. Lu Bo said. Once he found out, he would immediately go to eliminate them. Otherwise, if Su Nen arrived and the target had fled, it would be useless. All right, where is the location? Su Nen asked. South Huashan City Government Office. Lu Bo happened to have some matters to attend to there. Su Nen nodded and hung up the phone. He then sent a message to Su Yuhing informing her that he wouldn't be going. He had changed his mind and was determined to leave no one alive. After hanging up, Lu Bo could no longer contain his anger. Investigate. I'm giving you 1 hour to dig deep. Lu Bo was furious. The mayor on the other end of the line immediately panicked. He couldn't understand who was on the phone earlier that could make Lu Bo so angry. There had been many assassination cases in previous years. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll send everyone to investigate right now. The mayor quickly replied. He then began making calls to relay the orders. Lu Bo believed that as long as they had appeared, there would definitely be clues. They had to investigate quickly to follow the leads. Otherwise, once those people erased the traces, it would be much harder to investigate. Next, Lu Bo he started calling the teachers he knew at Qinglong University one by one. Finally, he even called He Luoyan. Su Nen has been assassinated. Hurry to the city government office. Upon hearing this news, He Luoyan became furious. Damn it, how dare they assassinate my junior. Teacher, I'll be there right away. He Luoyan immediately set off. In an instant, the entire South Huashan city was in a frenzy. Everyone was gathered for one reason. That was the assassination of Su Nen. Half an hour later, Su Nen arrived at the city government office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he found that the office was almost filled with people, but there was still one empty. Each person inside exuded a powerful aura with several martial kings, martial emperors, and even 3 martial sects at the level of his teacher. This lineup was already quite impressive. It was enough to wipe out a long-established family. They were all prepared to set off at any moment. Su Nen, you're here. He Luoyan immediately spotted Su Nen. Others also smiled warmly at him, knowing he was the protagonist of this incident. Come, Su Nen, sit over here. Lu Bo waved with a smile. All right. Su Nen stepped forward and sat down right next to Lu Bo. Directly opposite him were figures of the martial sect level. Even a martial emperor had no seat. This showed Lu Bo's level of importance placed on him. Su Nen did not expect that a single phone call from him would attract so many powerful individuals. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Lu Bo was starting to get impatient. A few minutes later, the mayor pushed the door open. He was holding a stack of documents in his hand. We found it. The Doomsday Cult. Their base is located 5 kilometers outside the city, disguised as a shop for passing merchants to trade. After speaking, he breathed heavily. He felt he was going crazy with all the work he had to do for Su Nen. He had mobilized all the resources he could and finally found the information at the last moment. If he offended Lu Bo with Lu Bo's status, he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Good. Everyone, let's go. Lu Bo stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Everyone immediately readied themselves, prepared for battle. He Luoyan approached Su Nen and immediately warned him, "Su Nan, you must stay behind. The Doomsday Cult is extremely powerful, and it's not something you can handle right now." She was also afraid something would happen to Su Nan. "Rest assured, I will be careful." Su Nan was not foolish. He followed just to seize the opportunity. He had only been cultivating for a short time, and given more time, he could surpass these people. A moment later, a large airship landed 100 meters outside the shop. Once it stopped, everyone released their auras and followed Lu Bo towards the shop in an imposing manner. Some merchants preparing to enter the shop were frightened by this intimidating scene and immediately ran away, not daring to enter the shop. Upon entering the shop, a man immediately bowed and asked with a smile, "What do you need?" "I need your life." Lu Bo struck with a slap. The documents had already clearly stated that all these people were part of the Doomsday Cult. The man was instantly turned into a mist of blood. A martial sect powerhouse, terrifying indeed. With the man's death, the atmosphere in the entire shop immediately dropped to freezing point. The other staff members in the shop exchanged glances, immediately using their blood to amplify their voices, shouting, "Enemy attack." As soon as they shouted, they were also turned into a mist of blood. "Surround this shop. Don't let a single mosquito escape." Lu Bo immediately issued the order. The other martial kings and martial emperors immediately formed a siege around the shop, and even a martial sect joined in. Soon the slaughter began. Lu Bo and the other martial sects acted ruthlessly, essentially killing their targets in seconds. At this time, the room in the innermost part of the shop, upon hearing the words "enemy attack," instantly felt a sense of crisis. There were 3 people inside. Among them, the sinister man and his subordinate were the masterminds behind this incident. The sinister man was the steward of this base. Another was a newly arrived hall master responsible for planning the assassination for this rookie competition. "What's going on?" the hall master questioned sternly. He couldn't understand why their well-defended base would be discovered suddenly. The steward was also somewhat confused. All he had done was send assassins to kill a first-level martial artist. How could it lead to an enemy attack? "What trouble did you bring me?" "A first-stage martial master." The hall master wore an expression of disbelief. How could a first-stage martial master cause such a commotion? "Forget it, it'll go take a look." Upon hearing it was just a first-stage martial master, the hall master relaxed somewhat. How powerful could someone seek revenge for a first-stage martial master be? Isn't the highest level just that of a martial king? However, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. "No need to look." The entire room was overturned, revealing the sky outside. Lu Bo had already arrived here. Upon sensing the aura of a martial sovereign, the hall master was instantly dumbfounded, his body stiffening as he stood there in shock. He cast an incredulous glance at the steward beside him, and that look said it all. "Damn it. Are you sure we assassinated a first-stage martial master? How could a martial sovereign even show up?" He was merely a martial emperor and felt no desire to resist against such figures. He immediately kicked towards the steward. "Damn it, who told you to send someone for assassination? You wretched—" He kicked violently, each strike infused with his vital energy. The steward screamed incessantly, "Spare me." He hadn't expected that just attempting to assassinate a first-stage martial master would provoke a martial sovereign. "My lord, let me help you kill this person." In the next moment, his martial emperor realm fully erupted, and he directly pierced through the steward's heart. The sinister man instantly lost all vitality, not even having the chance to utter a final plea for mercy. Damn it. Truly bad luck. He had just arrived at this stronghold and wanted to discuss the plans for the rookie competition with the steward here, only to encounter such a situation. If he could start over, he would never have come here. "My lord, I am indeed innocent. I had no knowledge of this matter. If I had known, I would have definitely stopped it." He appeared eager to please. No matter how much he fought, he could never match a martial sovereign, and there was more than one. My heavens. What kind of person have I provoked? Now even the plans for the rookie competition are in jeopardy. Forget it. Let's focus on preserving my life first. Heh, innocent. You members of the Doomsday sect act so malevolently, and still dare to say innocent. Lu Bo laughed coldly. He even ruthlessly killed his own people without hesitation. In the next moment, he decisively struck out his palm infused with surging vital energy, directly hitting the hall master. The hall master, filled with regret, exploded in an instant, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Beneath a martial sovereign, no one could withstand his blow. At this moment, Su Nan, lying in wait outside, had already killed another martial master. Successfully robbed lifespan 210 days. In a short span of time, he had killed several martial masters, robbing a total of 630 days of lifespan. Remaining lifespan 990 days. Why are all the weaklings coming out? Su Nan felt somewhat helpless. They were all either first stage or second stage martial masters without a single higher level one. But it didn't matter. Having these gains was already quite good. For now, as he practiced, the lifespan consumption was increasing significantly. This was also because the later realms became increasingly difficult to cultivate. If it were at the very beginning, this lifespan of over 900 days would have been enough for him to cross a major realm. But now it was different. Breaking through to Martial King was uncertain in terms of how much lifespan it required. It was said that the more the better. Suddenly, the shop extending several hundred meters was completely destroyed by the vital energy. A river of energy descended from the sky, turning all the debris into dust and burying it in the ground. Except for the bare spot where the shop used to stand, everything else remained unchanged. Lu Bo and several other martial sovereigns broke through the air. Upon seeing Sun and unharmed, Lu Bo's heart quietly eased. He had intentionally let out only a few weak fish to avoid harming Su Nan. He stepped forward, coming directly in front of Su Nan. Su Nan, you can enroll early. The previously serious expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a kind demeanor. That works. Su Nan thought for 2 seconds and directly agreed. Enrolling early posed no disadvantages. Great. He Luo Yin help handle all the enrollment procedures. If there are any obstacles, mention my name. Lu Bo looked at He Luo Yin, who stood aside. He was genuinely afraid and could only let Su Nan enroll early. Fortunately this time Su Nan was fine, otherwise he would regret it immensely. Okay, teacher. He Luo Yin nodded. She and Su Nan were under the same teacher, essentially meaning they were like fellow disciples. Although the enrollment procedures would be somewhat complicated, helping her fellow disciple posed no issue. Qinglong University. Su Nan looked at the extremely luxurious standalone villa in front of him, feeling a sense of amazement. Is this the residence of the holder of the Golden Dragon token? It's far more luxurious than other students' dormitories. As far as he knew, the rooms for the Copper Dragon token and Silver Dragon token were nowhere near this extravagant. While they were all single dormitories, the level of luxury was not even comparable. Junior brother, I think I'll call you that from now on. He Luo Yin smiled. She felt this way of addressing him was much more endearing. All right. Su Nan nodded lightly. It didn't matter what he was called. Okay, then you can move in first. Senior sister will go help you with the enrollment procedures. He Luo Yin gently fiddled with her skirt and smiled charmingly. Then Su Nan pushed the door open and walked in. His standalone villa was also equipped with a defensive formation. Unless he consented, no one could enter. Once inside, the space was very spacious and bright, with pristine white tiles exuding a sense of purity. The floor was covered with gray carpets, making no noise when stepped on. Against the wall was a large, deep blue sofa that sank slightly when sat upon. The rest consisted of basic living facilities. This standalone villa was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was a living room, the second floor was a training room, and the third floor was a bedroom. This is completely sufficient. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction. This indeed matched his status well. He lay back on the sofa and took out the Golden Dragon token from his spatial ring. Then he activated the projection and conducted a search. Ultimately, he successfully found the area for the heart observation technique. B-grade heart observation technique, water flow heart method, 5 credits. A grade heart observation technique, hearth fire heart method, 10 credits. The number is quite substantial. As expected of a top university, the resources are abundant. The credits required for heart observation techniques were slightly more expensive than the spirit-breaking techniques. Soon he found a heart observation technique he desired. S-grade heart observation technique, withered wood spring method, 20 credits. Withered wood spring method. This technique allows the user's heart to be as tranquil as grass and trees. Even if inner demons have arisen, they can be reversed and extinguished. There were no introductions to the divine abilities above. He could only wait until he cultivated to perfection to know. But my current credits are still insufficient. Cough cough. He awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times as he suddenly thought of someone. He skillfully found He Luoyan's contact information and without hesitation dialed her number. Senior sister, could you lend me another 20 credits? Su Nan seemed a bit embarrassed. This was already the second time he was borrowing credits. He Luoyan didn't have many credits either. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even lend a single credit. Credits are very important. They are hard currency at Qinglong University. No, it's not borrowing, it's a gift. You don't need to repay what you borrowed before. He Luoyan said with a smile. He called me senior sister. As a senior sister, she naturally had to be generous. Then you don't need to, senior sister. Su Nan shook his head. I have something to do, I'll hang up first. Okay. Then Su Nan hung up the phone. Can you earn credits from the rookie competition? Su Nan immediately began to search and quickly found the registration portal for the rookie competition. He decisively submitted his identity information. After submitting, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Confirm if you are at the martial spirit realm. Below, a line of red text warned that false reporting of realm will result in severe penalties. Without hesitation, he decisively clicked yes. The next moment, the words "registration successful" popped up. At the same time, relevant information and rewards also appeared. Moreover, this page had a leaderboard for popular contestants. Lu Jing Fengyun University Realm 6th Stage Martial Spirit Description Wielding Dual Swords Combining Their Use Unmatched Might. Jiang Shiyun Jiuxiao University Realm 7th Stage Martial Spirit Description Dancing with a Flying Silk Filled with Lethal Intent. Heluoyan Qinglong University Realm 7th Stage Martial Spirit Description Cultivating Both Vitality and Mental Power Possessing Both Mech and Humanoid Forms. Kai Xiao Qinglong University Realm 7th Stage Martial Spirit Description His treasure weapon is a meteor hammer. Each strike causes immense damage with great strength. Chui Zhaohan Wanxiang University Realm 9th Stage Level 3 Mech Description Naturally unable to cultivate vitality, yet possesses superior mental power. His red and white mech boasts impressive combat power. Each school has its popular contestants with 2 even on the leaderboard from their own school. Not bad. Sunan smiled. His senior sister's strength seemed quite good, also being a popular contestant. No wonder she was so confident about winning a place. Then he glanced at the rewards. First place, 50 credits. Second place, 30 credits. Third place, 20 credits. Top 10 credits. Anyone below the 10th place receives no credits. This rookie competition is jointly held by all top universities, and the rewards are naturally represented in credits. Credits can be exchanged for any resources, effectively providing resources in a roundabout way. If resources were given directly, they might not meet what the students wanted. No wonder it was said to wait until after the rookie competition. 20 credits. That means He Luoyan must at least place third. The gap in realm is not too large. The geniuses from top universities can basically fight above their level depending on who has stronger combat power. Just right, his lifespan isn't exactly abundant now. Gaining credits while plundering lifespan. Let's do it. Such a good opportunity must be seized. The next day, remaining lifespan 989 days, Sunan's phone rang. Junior brother, your admission procedures have been completed. You have one chance to visit the Martial Technique Pavilion and the Treasure Weapon Vault. He Luoyan's voice was bright and charming. The Martial Technique Pavilion and Treasure Weapon Vault are even more enticing. Alright, Sunan had almost decided what kind of treasure weapon he wanted. A gun. A gun, the king of weapons. A true man should wield a gun. After hanging up the phone, Sunan directly left the villa. He had already checked the map and memorized the locations of the Martial Technique Pavilion and Treasure Weapon Vault. First, he headed towards the Treasure Weapon Vault. Soon Sunan arrived at the Treasure Weapon Vault. There was identity verification at the entrance requiring him to place a token for verification, and he could also check relevant information. He placed the Golden Dragon token into the slot for verification. Identity verification successful. Then he directly entered the Treasure Weapon Vault. Inside, the treasure weapons were dazzling with swords, staffs, knives, axes, and various types of weapons. The treasure weapons were also divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. There were no level restrictions. Naturally, he headed straight for this level area, and quickly found the location of the guns. Each long gun exuded an impressive aura. Some were ancient, some were sharp, and some concealed their edge. Each long gun was placed with care, leaving plenty of space. S-level treasure weapons already possessed spiritual awareness. If the user's affinity is high, they would be even more powerful. The world-shattering gun. The eternal flame gun. Each long gun had its name labeled below. The names of these guns made Sunan feel quite impressive. However, he felt they didn't suit him. As he looked on, he suddenly spotted a black long gun, its surface covered in rust. This long gun emitted no aura, as if it had lost its spirit. It quietly sat there. Ancient Killing God gun. Killing God. This gun's name is truly... After Sunan finished reading the name, he felt for some reason that the long gun seemed to tremble slightly, as if it resonated with him. Suddenly intrigued, he asked with curiosity, "Have you killed a god?" Sunan didn't know if gods really existed in this world. In his understanding, they did not. A few seconds, the long gun did not respond at all. This left Sunan feeling both amused and helpless. I'm really going crazy asking a gun questions now. Was it really just an illusion? He couldn't help but doubt. But he had indeed seen the long gun tremble slightly. Although the movement was minimal, it did not escape his keen eyes. Could it be because of the name? So he spoke again. "Ancient Killing God gun, have you killed a god?" As soon as his words fell, the long gun suddenly erupted with astonishing tremors. The gun tip seemed to nod, and it even bent slightly. However, it quickly returned to its original state. Wow, this is amazing. It seems this requires asking by name. He suddenly felt a connection with this long gun. Of course, the main reason was that this long gun had killed a god. Otherwise, he wouldn't think of himself as having a connection with this gun. It's like having 10,000 dragon coins and 100 million dragon coins in front of you. you'd certainly say you have a connection with the 100 million dragon coins. Alright, it's you. He didn't care whether this long gun was rusty, that was a minor issue. He didn't look at appearances. He directly picked up the long gun. Heavy. Very heavy. It had a dense feeling. But with the application of chi and blood power, he could still wield it. This was a heavy gun. Good, now next is to find a martial technique book about guns. The Martial Arts Pavilion. Soon and directly walked towards the area where the heavenly tier martial arts were stored. Each type of martial arts also had relevant classifications, including martial arts associated with treasures. Sunan glanced over and saw dozens of heavenly tier martial arts neatly arranged. Each of these martial arts was a pinnacle among martial arts. Countless people wished to succeed in their cultivation, but mastering heavenly tier martial arts was no easy feat. The difficulty of cultivation was extremely high, akin to reaching the heavens. Very few people would dare to cultivate. Even if someone was willing to spend time honing their skills, they would at most progress from beginner to proficient. Advancing further would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea to let the treasure choose the martial arts. Although this spear of his had only a trace of spirituality left and required calling its name to activate. But he thought it was worth a try. Allowing it to choose for itself might not necessarily yield the best result. Ancient God-slaying spear, choose a martial art suitable for you. As soon as he finished speaking the name, the ancient God-slaying spear seemed to awaken, and the spearhead instantly began to examine the various martial arts. The speed of examination was extremely fast. If a martial art was unsuitable, it would directly skip over it without wasting a second. In just a few dozen seconds, the ancient God-slaying spear finally stopped at a martial art named Thunderous Dragon's Roar Spear Technique. Good, this one. Sunan couldn't help but smile slightly. This technique was indeed impressive. He looked at it and saw that this spear technique was actually a top-grade heavenly tier martial art. This was already the highest tier of martial arts. The difficulty of cultivation was evident. You certainly know how to pick the good ones. Sunan smiled helplessly. However, after the selection, the ancient God-slaying spear returned to its silent state. On the second floor training room. The training room here was much larger than the one set up in the school. It was just right for him to practice with the spear. He directly summoned the system panel. Remaining lifespan, 989 days. System consumed 50 days of lifespan to cultivate this spear technique. Although he knew that top-grade heavenly tier martial arts were extremely difficult to cultivate, he still wanted to give it a try. Ding. Consuming 50 days of lifespan, you opened this martial art and briefly examined it, discovering that this martial art focused on power and was most suitable for a weighted spear. Thrust, sweep, chop, lift, burst, stab, spin, and various spear techniques. These are what you should learn first, so you began practicing furiously. After a long period of accumulation, you finally mastered these basic spear techniques thoroughly, allowing you to officially start cultivating this spear technique, using the basic spear techniques as a foundation to practice the powerful thunderous force. For all the time that followed, you were completely immersed in practicing the core content of this spear technique. In the end, you were finally able to infuse each thrust with the crackling power of lightning. At this moment, you had reached the entry level. So difficulty. Sunan thought he would reach the proficient level, but found himself just at the entry level. No matter how difficult, what can be done? System, I want to expend 500 days of lifespan. He knew that the subsequent stages would not become easier just because he reached the entry level. Instead, the difficulty would only increase. Ding. Consuming 500 days of lifespan, you felt no impatience in your heart. With so much time at your disposal, you began a long period of cultivation, repeating every movement thousands of times. Proficiency, mastery, perfection. These stages began to be broken through one by one, and in the end you successfully cultivated to the stage of perfection. At this moment, even a casual thrust would be accompanied by thunder and dragon's roar. Powerful and domineering. Sunan held the ancient god-slaying spear and casually swung it. A bolt of thunder appeared instantly at the spearhead, accompanied by the sound of dragon's roar. He immediately felt a strong destructive force about to emerge, so he hurriedly withdrew his hand. So close. He felt that the power of this thrust was even enough to pierce a large hole in the specially made wall of the training room. This was his own home. He couldn't go around causing havoc. Powerful. Too powerful. The combination of these two was simply unstoppable. Then isn't the first place easily attainable? Sunan said confidently. He liked geniuses the most. A so-called genius was merely someone who met his threshold, taking first place to earn credits, and then robbing some lifespan. Delightful. In the training room set up by the school, Kai Xiao was madly smashing his meteor hammer as if it were raining. The training room was directly smashed to pieces. TCH. I have plenty of money to spare, so smash away. Kai Xiao was extremely annoyed. From yesterday until now, the scenes of humiliation had continuously appeared in his mind. His mood had remained extremely irritable. Su Nan, what if you have the golden dragon token? If you have the guts, fight me, Onianon. He raged helplessly. He only dared to say this when no one was around. If he encountered Su Nan, he didn't dare speak like this. At that time, he didn't want to be labeled as the loser. He didn't want to face punishment. Was there really no way to take revenge? He found it difficult to stabilize even the most basic cultivation and had even shown signs of developing an inner demon. No, I must find a way to beat Su Nan. He realized the existing problem. If he didn't retaliate, the inner demon in his heart would be hard to quell. Forget it, let's focus on the newbie competition. Kai Xiao took a deep breath, trying hard to remain calm. This was yet another stage where he could prove himself. He Luoyin, wait and see. I will show you who the real man is. He tightly gripped the chain connecting the meteor hammer and suddenly smashed it hard against the wall in front. Boom. A loud crash. A pit was directly smashed into the wall. At this moment, the entire training room suddenly began to crack crazily, rapidly spreading without any sign of stopping, accompanied by creaking sounds. The next second, the entire training room collapsed with a loud bang, and the thick metal from the ceiling came crashing down. Kai Xiao, who hadn't reacted in time, was directly crushed beneath it, his body covered in bruises and blood seeping out. Damn. The sudden turn of events nearly drove him to the point of vomiting blood. This kind of injury was merely superficial for him and had no real impact. But the psychological damage was the most profound. The worst part was that the training room was gone, and others who heard the commotion began to gather around. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Kai Xiao instantly felt like a monkey in a zoo, and he was furious with embarrassment. He couldn't show it for fear of being criticized. He hurriedly pushed away the metal plates that were pressing down on him and coldly tossed down a card. He'll cover the damages. The administrator here was also watching, and his words were directed at the administrator. After saying that, he left directly. Once outside, he could no longer hold back. Su Nan, I remember, he shouted loudly. He blamed all of this on Su Nan. However, after shouting, he had to look around to see if Su Nan was nearby. On the day of the rookie competition, He Luoyin just learned that Su Nan was also participating. She was quite astonished. In just a few days, Su Nan had not only completed the cultivation of the broken spirit technique, but also managed to break through. This was utterly inconceivable. Her worldview had suffered a severe blow again. It took her a whole month to break through to the martial spirit realm. Yet Su Nan had only taken a few days, which was a huge blow to her. This also made her lose faith in the concept of martial talent. Well, it was a lucky breakthrough. Su Nan nodded slightly. A lucky breakthrough. He Luoyin's face turned green upon hearing this. If Su Nan had a lucky breakthrough, what did her month count as? Is this a joke? Junior brother, I still do not recommend you participate in the rookie competition. Oh, it is not too late to cancel now. He Luoyin said earnestly. She understood that Su Nan might be participating for the sake of credits. Although being at the martial spirit realm meets the participation requirements, that is just the minimum requirement. She believed that if Su Nan went, he would definitely not be a match for those people. He might even get severely injured due to insufficient strength. Many low-tier martial spirits did not even dare to compete, let alone a first-tier martial spirit. It's fine, I'm actually a 9th-tier martial spirit. Su Nan deliberately made a mysterious expression. He Luoyin was dumbfounded on the spot, then frowned, and reproached softly, Junior brother. This joke is not funny. Forget it, if you want to go then go. She also needed to think from another perspective. Although she personally thought her idea was good for Su Nan, ultimately it still depended on Su Nan's direct willingness. Senior sister, don't worry. Su Nan scratched his head and smiled. He could see that He Luoyin genuinely cared for him. Alright then, let's set off. He Luoyin summoned the airship. It was a medium-sized airship, perfectly sufficient for 2 people. He Luoyin patiently explained, this rookie competition is held at the Kanglin's Sacred Mountain, which has a history of famous beast tides. Since the beast tide was resolved, it has remained safe and sound. This mountain has a vast flat area, which is why it was chosen as the venue for this rookie competition. Su Nan nodded thoughtfully. Beast tide. Lifespan value. This was the key information he had heard. However, how many ferocious beasts could there be in a large-scale beast tide? He was not very clear about this. Unless the number was exceptionally large, it would not be of much help to him. Otherwise, a good fight would be better. Once we arrive, your teacher will definitely be both happy and worried to see you. He Luoyin said with a smile. If Lu Bo knew that Su Nan had broken through to the martial spirit realm, he would surely be very happy. But since Lu Bo regarded Su Nan as a treasure, he would also be worried for Su Nan's safety. Is the teacher also coming? Su Nan asked, puzzled. He did not understand why someone of Lu Bo's status would come for just a competition. Yes, and not just the teacher, all the teachers of the participating students will be present. This is due to the influence of your assassination incident. Everyone has heightened their vigilance. He Luoyin patiently explained. The sudden appearance of the Doomsday cult conducting assassinations had made everyone very tense. These participants were not only the hopes for the future, but also the prized students of each teacher. They certainly did not want to see their students die young. All right. Sunan shrugged helplessly. He had not expected that his presence would lead to so many powerhouses escorting the entire competition. After a moment, the airship successfully arrived at the summit of Kanglin's Sacred Mountain. A venue that seemed to rise from thin air was the location for this competition. This venue was much smaller than the fighting test venue, but was more refined in design and materials. All the teachers had already gathered. Seeing their students have arrived one by one, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As teachers, they could not always protect their students, so they let the students come on their own. However, there were patrols monitoring the skies along the way, so safety was basically not a major issue. The moment Lu Bo saw Su Nan, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he realized he wasn't mistaken, his eyes nearly popped out. Su Nan, he exclaimed. Hello, teacher. Su Nan smiled slightly. I'm not doing well at all. Do you know that this competition absolutely does not allow anyone below the martial spirit realm to participate? Lu Bo sighed painfully. If this were discovered, the consequences would be severe. But I have already reached the martial spirit realm. Su Nan feigned an innocent expression. He Luoyin also testified for Su Nan. Yes, teacher, Su Nan exchanged for the broken spirit technique a few days ago. He has indeed broken through to the martial spirit realm. She still believed what Su Nan said, except for the claim that he was a 9th-tier martial spirit, which was entirely unbelievable. You are already a martial spirit. Lu Bo exclaimed in astonishment. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened in an instant, and he could not suppress his smile. Wow, what kind of prodigy have I taken in? He has only just entered his first year, and has already broken through to the martial spirit realm. What will happen by the second year? He must break through to the 9th tier of martial spirit. Lucky breakthrough. Su Nan laughed. However, this smile in Lu Bo's eyes made him feel a bit sorry for Su Nan. In his eyes, Su Nan was definitely the kind of person who would not rest at all, dedicating himself to arduous cultivation to achieve his current accomplishments. It was simply too difficult. But no matter what, Su Nan participating in the rookie competition at this level was still too early. A first-tier martial spirit was already the lowest tier in the competition. However, when he thought about the competition rules, he did not say anything. This time the rules were quite favorable for Su. He would treat Su Nan as someone there to learn combat experience. Alright, you go wait in the designated area. Let me secretly tell you there have been some changes to the rules this time. Lu Bo said with a mysterious expression. What changes? He Luoyin asked in confusion. The rookie competitions of previous years were fought as units of a single school, engaging in combat for the honor of the school. You will find out shortly. Lu Bo waved his hand. Therefore, he Luoyin and Su Nan went to sit in the waiting area. Each school had different seating areas. When Kai Xiao saw Su Nan, he was utterly dumbfounded. Martial spirit. He could hardly believe it. The speed of his cultivation far exceeded his imagination. So what? I am a 7th-tier martial spirit. I can still easily defeat Su Nan. He completely dared not make eye contact with Su Nan, like a mouse encountering a cat. Once everyone had gathered, an elderly man who appeared quite frail slowly opened his mouth. Now, I will announce the rules for this year's competition. This year we'll adopt the challenge format, with one person acting as the champion while others challenge them. Those who win the challenges can take their place until no one dares to challenge anymore. After each match, the champion will have half an hour to recover, ultimately determining the rankings for first, second, third, and so on. Upon hearing this rule, everyone fell into a state of hesitation and indecision. Many began to look around, searching for anyone brave enough to step up and become the champion. The champion of the first round can directly determine the first place. Without some skill, one truly cannot take on this role. Soon you can just sit back and enjoy the show, treating it like a game. He Luoyin let out a long sigh. She understood why Lu Bo hadn't warned Su Nan earlier. It turned out it was because the competition rules had changed. If that's the case, Su Nan doesn't need to step onto the stage to fight at all if he doesn't want to compete for a ranking. This also eliminates the possibility of injury. Alright, I'll watch for now, Su Nan said with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait a bit and see who would go up first. If they were just small fry, then there was no need for him to step in. Once the small fry had been dealt with, he could step in later. Now who dares to take the stage? The elder asked. At that moment, the first very confident person stepped onto the stage. Lu Jing. Holding dual swords, he exuded an imposing aura, battling at a higher level as easily as eating or drinking. He wore a sleek martial arts uniform, and there was a proud arrogance in his demeanor. I will be the champion for this first round. He looked at the crowd with a face full of confidence. Many upon seeing Lu Jing immediately lost their will to compete. Lu Jing was one of the hot contenders, his strength formidable. This was not someone they could provoke. At that moment Kai Xiao could no longer hold back. He was eager to prove his strength. So he suddenly stood up, leaped into the air, and landed directly on the stage. Qinglong University Kai Xiao. Kai Xiao announced himself. He wanted to prove to everyone the strength of Kai Xiao. He was the future powerhouse. Kai Xiao's teacher Yao Chengwu was sitting next to Lu Bo. He smiled smugly, revealing a proud grin. Old Lu, my student, is quite remarkable. His meteor hammer is incredibly powerful. Even I was astonished after watching him. He felt very satisfied with this student. Lu Bo smiled, but said nothing. His student He Luo Yin would surely not be inferior. Moreover, now there was also a prodigy like Su Nan. He firmly believed that if given another year, by the second year, Su Nan's strength would far exceed that of Kai Xiao. Seeing Lu Bo not respond, Yao Chengwu was not angry. However, he was already planning to mock Lu Bo after Kai Xiao defeated He Luo Yin. As for Su Nan, who was sitting next to He Luo Yin, he also had some understanding of him. He continued to ask old Lu, the one next to He Luo Yin, is Su Nan right? Is he already at the martial spirit level? But I've heard there are many who are stuck at the martial spirit stage, unable to break through for a long time. That's not for you to worry about. Lu Bo's expression darkened. This old fellow, always wanting to compete, now his strength had surpassed Yao Chengwu. Yao Chengwu was dissatisfied and started comparing students again. On the stage, Lu Jing looked at the person before him without underestimating him. He had indeed heard of Kai Xiao's reputation. The match begins. The elder spoke again. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jing's dual swords launched the first attack. With the left hand and the right hand, each sword's coordination was exquisite. Kai Xiao didn't dare to be careless and directly took his meteor hammer in hand. Seeing the dual swords thrusting towards him, he circulated his qi, exerting strength from his waist, and arms of blood-red hue enveloping the meteor hammer, and struck fiercely. Clang! The dual swords collided with the meteor hammer, producing a huge sound, sparks flying. Lu Jing staggered back a few steps, feeling a numbness in his arm. He decided not to hold back any longer. He crossed his dual swords together. Cloud parting sword. The aura of the dual swords suddenly surged, and a trace of celestial energy seemed to cling to the blades. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his dual swords, simultaneously striking. Two streams of white sword energy resembling layered clouds shone with the brilliance of the blazing sun, slashing towards Kai Xiao. Kai Xiao merely let out a cold laugh. Then he leapt into the air, soaring several meters high. Giant spirit hammer technique. The meteor hammer in his hand rapidly expanded several times. He flicked the chain, swung it upwards, and then with a forceful twist redirected the meteor hammer towards Lu Jing. The massive meteor hammer, infused with overwhelming vital energy, came crashing down. The two streams of sword energy were instantly shattered, and the meteor hammer sent Lu Jing flying, his entire being landing outside the stage. With your strength you are no match for me. Kai Xiao's tone was extremely arrogant. The others, however, did not say anything. They acknowledged that Kai Xiao indeed possessed the strength to be arrogant. After speaking, he intentionally cast a glance at Su Nan. Kai Xiao wins, the elder announced. Yao Chengwu, seeing his student victorious, couldn't stop smiling. Old Lu, see, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? He laughed heartily. Lu Bo had just witnessed the entire process. Kai Xiao's strength was indeed formidable. This was a fact he had to admit. After the match ended, the champion had half an hour to rest. Kai Xiao didn't dare to waste time, and immediately began recovering his vital energy. Half an hour passed in a flash. Kai Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Su Nan. Su Nan, do you dare to come up for a battle? He spoke decisively. This was his only opportunity. The sudden change in rules provided him with a chance to nearly eliminate his inner demon. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Even if there was a possibility of rejection, he had to give it a try. Lu Bo's expression instantly darkened frighteningly. Kai Xiao knew that Su Nan was a new student, and even if he had broken through to the martial spirit level, he was at most a first-tier martial spirit. Knowing the gap in strength was so vast, he still dared to challenge him in front of everyone. Shameless, Lu Bo said with a heavy tone. Oh, old Lu, that remark is a bit off. What do you mean by shameless? That sounds too harsh. Although Yao Chengwu also didn't understand why Kai Xiao wanted to battle a first-tier martial spirit, as Kai Xiao's teacher, he naturally had to defend him. Meanwhile, He Luo Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. She stood up and stepped forward. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. She understood that Kai Xiao sought revenge for that day. She would not allow her junior brother to be bullied. Su Nan stood up and blocked He Luo Yan with his hand. His expression was calm, revealing no ripples like a bottomless pool. Senior sister, I'll handle this. Su Nan lightly exerted force with the tips of his toes, leaping onto the arena. He could not let his life slip away. Most importantly, he truly wanted to beat this person up. As Luoyin realized what was happening, Su Nen had already ascended the stage. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Her tone was filled with concern. She was afraid that Kai Xiao would become ruthless and severely injure Su Nan. Lu Bo, seeing this scene, also grew a bit anxious. He immediately stood up, wanting to stop the match from proceeding. He could tell that there was clearly a grudge between Kai Xiao and Su Nan. This match cannot begin. Su Nan is merely a first-stage martial spirit. The disparity in strength is too great. This is unfair, Lu Bo said with a solemn voice. As soon as he spoke, there was an uproar. They had not expected Su Nan to be only a first-stage martial spirit. Others in the waiting area displayed disdainful expressions. A seventh-stage martial spirit fighting a first-stage martial spirit, how shameless. A first-stage martial spirit is here to compete. Overestimating oneself. No wonder Luoyin wanted to stop Su Nan from going on stage. It turns out his strength is too low. They were all discussing. At this moment, Yao Chongwu also stood up. Since Su Nan has already taken the stage, it means he has accepted the battle. He revealed a contemptuous smile. He certainly knew the gap in strength between the two, but so what? Since Su Nan is Lu Bo's student, he deserves to fight. Other teachers nodded in agreement. Lu Bo, you shouldn't protect your students too much. Sheltered flowers are of no use. Yes, I think since the student is willing to take on the fight, we as teachers do not need to intervene. Of course, there was one person who felt something was amiss. For example, the elder who announced the match rules. Upon hearing these unfavorable words, Lu Bo's expression darkened even further. He couldn't understand how these people could say such things. A first stage fighting a seventh stage. How do you expect that to be possible? At this time, Su Nan cast a reassuring glance at Lu Bo. Seeing Su Nan's determination, Lu Bo could only let out a soft sigh and sit back down. He assumed Su Nan was just putting on a brave face. He still needed to respect Su Nan's wishes. If Su Nan disagreed, even if it meant taking drastic action, he would stop this match. Upon seeing Lu Bo sit down, Yao Chongwu also breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat back down. He truly feared that Lu Bo would cause a scene. Lu Bo's combat strength was well known. He was famously formidable. In the waiting area, others saw that the match was indeed going to proceed and lost interest. What can a first-stage martial spirit fighting a seventh-stage martial spirit offer to see? If Su Nan can withstand a single blow, that would be impressive. This match completely lacks suspense. It's a blatant crushing situation. Luoyin was also quite helpless. She had wanted to take over this match for Su Nan. On the arena, Kai Xiao was somewhat surprised that Su Nan had actually agreed. In his eyes, the possibility of failing to invite a battle was still very high. I see you've truly been blinded by the Golden Dragon Order. He mocked. He thought Su Nan was too arrogant, believing that possessing the Golden Dragon Order made him invincible. One move. Su Nan took out the ancient slaughtering divine spear from his spatial ring. He merely wanted to test its power, not that Kai Xiao had the qualifications to make him draw it. One move? Am I supposed to be killed by one move? Are you here to make jokes? Kai Xiao couldn't contain the smile at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Su Nan's treasure, he couldn't help but snicker. Don't make me laugh. What do you think a rusty iron spear can do? He could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. He was about to rid himself of his inner demon, and he was already in a great mood. Seeing Su Nan with such a shabby treasure only made him happier. However, why does this treasure seem a bit familiar? But at this moment he couldn't care less. Today he must take revenge for the grievances of that day. The elder saw that no one was opposing anymore and announced, "The match begins." As the words fell, Su Nan spun the slaughtering divine spear in the air, and one could vaguely hear a sizzling sound. Immediately he exerted force with his waist, took a few steps forward, and the spearhead suddenly erupted with thunder, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. His entire aura changed in an instant, filled with blue electric arcs like the King of Thunder. Pierce. His arm bulged with veins, each vein crackling with blue electric arcs like blue dragons swimming beneath his skin. Kai Xiao, witnessing such an astonishing aura, merely snorted lightly. He thought Su Nan was just putting on an act. How strong could a first-stage martial spirit really be? He grabbed his meteor hammer, catching the chain, and began swinging it above his head. As Su Nan's spearhead approached, he swung down with a hammer imbued with tremendous force. However, clang. A crisp sound rang out. The meteor hammer was directly pierced through by the spearhead. Kai Xiao felt an unresistible immense force, causing him to stumble back a few steps. His entire body also experienced a peculiar numbness. When he saw his treasure had been pierced, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? His voice trembled. His meteor hammer had battled countless treasures, and never had it been pierced, let alone even a scratch. The electric arcs continued to sizzle. The spear's momentum did not diminish and directly pierced into Kai Xiao's left shoulder. His shoulder was instantly penetrated, blood splattering out. The intense pain caused Kai Xiao to let out a wretched scream. He also sensed the overwhelming power of vitality. 9th stage martial spirit. No. How could this be? A new student who just entered school has actually broken through to the 9th stage martial spirit. Even at the prestigious Qinglong University, this was unprecedented. Su Nen lifted the spearhead upwards and Kai Xiao was impaled like meat on a skewer. The pain intensified. His face turned pale, as if he were suffering immense agony. Su Nen flicked the spearhead and Kai Xiao was thrown off the stage. He landed on the ground, rolling a few times before falling unconscious from his injuries. Successfully stealing lifespan, 420 days. Remaining lifespan, 857 days. This move took only a few seconds. Many people had yet to react. This time Su Nen showed no signs of hiding his vitality. Here were the geniuses from top universities. They had high spirits, and fighting above their level was nothing to them. He was not worried that no one would come up to challenge him. Moreover, the size of the venue was not particularly large, so as long as one used their vitality they could feel it. Everyone fell into a dead silence. At this moment, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. All eyes were glued to the unfolding events. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Half a minute later, someone in the waiting area finally spoke. One shot. Took him out in seconds. A 9th level martial spirit. And it seems he is just one step away from becoming a peak martial spirit. He was hiding his strength. Such overwhelming power. They were all dumbfounded. Even though they were all students from top universities, they couldn't help but marvel. Su Nan's display of strength was so domineering that he pierced through the meteor hammer with a single shot. Many began to question whether they could achieve such a feat themselves. The basic answer for most was a resounding no. He Luo Yen was also deeply shocked. How on earth did he accomplish this? She clearly remembered that just a few days ago, Su Nan was merely a 9th level martial master. Now he had dramatically crossed a major realm and broken through to 9th level martial spirit. His realm had already surpassed hers. She felt as if her worldview was collapsing. Even her confidence took a significant hit. Before encountering Su Nen, she had always considered herself a genius. Now in comparison to Su Nen, she felt like a mere clown. After spending so much time training, it felt as if all her efforts had been wasted. At that moment, she suddenly recalled what Su Nen had said before they set off. She had thought Su Nen was joking at the time, never expecting it to be true. At the teacher's seats, Lu Bo was equally astonished. Seeing Su Nen take out Kai Xiao in one shot made him stand up in shock. His pupils dilated. In just a few days, how could Su Nan's realm have increased so drastically? Even if Su Nen told him it was a secret technique, he wouldn't believe it. No secret technique could provide such a significant boost. This can no longer be described as a prodigy. This is a monster. Lu Bo murmured, unable to contain himself. He shared the same confusion in his heart. How had Su Nen managed such a drastic change in strength? The most affected was Yao Chengwu. He clenched his fists, staring in disbelief at the fallen and unconscious Kai Xiao. Kai Xiao lay on the ground like a dead dog, completely motionless. He was his most proud student. Yet now he had been defeated in one shot by a newcomer. Lu Bo, did you already know that Kai Xiao would lose, eh? He asked with red eyes and an angry voice. He believed that a teacher should know their student's strength. Everything that had just transpired was merely a performance for him. Lu Bo responded calmly, that's right, I already gave you a chance. He smirked slightly, revealing a profound smile. It's just a pity that even with the chance it was of no use. How delightful. Lu Bo felt secretly pleased. Su Nen had truly made him proud. Good. Lu Bo, you are ruthless. Yao Chengwu was so furious that his lips trembled. At this moment, the prepared medical team rushed out and immediately carried the limp Kai Xiao away for treatment. On the stage, Su Nen tightly gripped the god-slaying spear. He noticed that the spear seemed to have gained a touch of sentience. Although it was slight, Su Nen keenly detected it. Could it be the effects of battle? He hoped that one day he could restore the god-slaying spear to its original form. He also sensed that the strength of the ancient god-slaying spear was far beyond this. Su Nen wins. The elder announced with a hint of admiration. After his victory, Su Nen naturally became the champion. After resting for half an hour, he would have to face challenges from others. I hope you all have some courage, he secretly. This was his genuine thought. If everyone were brave enough to challenge him, even a wheeled battle would not bother him. However, this possibility was quite low. After all, even geniuses were not fools. Rather than get beaten up, they would prefer to conserve their strength to contend for the next rankings. Only those with similar strength would dare to battle Su Nan. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Nan completely closed his eyes to rest, not deliberately controlling his breathing method to recover his vitality. His breathing method could naturally absorb the fire's spiritual energy from the air to replenish his vitality. Who dares to come up for a fight? Su Nan's tone carried a hint of provocation. Now that he was the champion, he had to maintain appearances. A little provocation might ignite some fighting spirit in others. Come. A swift figure appeared on the stage. The woman had a beautiful face dressed in light blue combat attire, her fitted clothing accentuating her figure with her dark hair pulled up into a neat ponytail. She exuded no hint of weakness, her brows reflecting arrogance. The victory of this match will belong to me. As she spoke, she released her own aura of vitality. 8th level martial spirit. Su Nan remained silent. There was no need to say more, and not answering was also a form of provocation. This person seemed to be a rather arrogant genius as well. But he remembered that Jiang Shiyun was clearly a 7th level martial spirit at the same level as Lu Jing. Perhaps she had just broken through like him before the competition. Jiang Shiyun. Someone in the waiting area exclaimed. Someone immediately recognized her. Jiang Shiyun was also one of the popular contestants, wielding a treasure called Sky Silk, which was not only beautiful when wielded, but also possessed tremendous lethal power. Jiang Shiyun is like a thorny rose, but she certainly won't yield to Su Nan. No kidding, a genius of Jiang Shiyun's caliber would definitely fight for the top spot. Now that she has broken through to the 8th level, the outcome really is uncertain. Although Su Nan's earlier shot was domineering, it also consumed quite a bit of vitality, and he cannot recover to peak condition in such a short time. Jiang Shiyun. He Luo Yan also recognized this person. She had even fought her before. This person had an exceptionally strong ability to fight beyond her level. This had been during her freshman year in a match where she narrowly won. That match still lingered in her memory, as winning had been incredibly difficult. Now she was already one realm higher than him. This match won't be simple, He Luo Yan murmured. Although Jiang Shiyun and Kai Xiao were at the same level, she believed Jiang Shiyun's strength was certainly above Kai Xiao's. Such a slight realm difference could be compensated by strength. At the teacher's seats, a middle-aged woman in a black and gold qipao spoke. My student has been training very diligently. For this rookie competition, not only has she broken through, but she has also perfected her martial skills. She was indeed Jiang Shiyun's teacher Jiang Yan. She appeared well-preserved, though in reality, she was quite old. Oh, is that so? Being overly confident is not good. Lu Ba's expression was calm. He had also heard about Jiang Shiyun's strong ability to fight beyond her level. She was a rare genius. However, he had learned to be cautious. Regardless of how strong the opponent was, he had to maintain an air of mystery. Jiang Yan shook her head. This is not confidence, this is certainty of victory. Win for sure. Lu Bo did not understand where Jiang Yan's confidence came from. His gaze shifted towards Jiang Shiyun. Her blood energy was stable. Although not as strong as Su Nan's, it had already surpassed that of others on the field. Would Su Nan definitely lose? He didn't care what Jiang Yan said, he still had to have some confidence. The match begins. As the elder's voice fell, a pure white silk appeared in Jiang Shiyun's hand, approximately 3 meters long. With a powerful thrust of her arm, the flying silk spun continuously in the air. I will also win the match with a move, she declared proudly. Let me show you the martial art of my perfected realm. Falling twilight locking moon silk. She released her palm and threw the silk upwards. The silk floated in the air, dancing gracefully. A second later, its surface was covered with radiant light, dazzling, yet gentle, giving off a very soft feeling. Then the silk fell directly towards Su Nan's head. At that moment, what appeared to be extremely soft silk tightened into a pillar of iron. The radiant light enveloped the silk as if it were slanting down from the heavens. Su Nan felt the pressure above him, but did not panic in the slightest. He stomped his right foot on the ground, his body shot upwards like an arrow. Thunderbreak. The blue lightning crackling at the spearhead erupted with explosive power, piercing the flying silk effortlessly. Immediately, with a flick of the spearhead, the silk, still carrying some remnants of radiant light, smashed towards Jiang Shiyun. Upon seeing her treasured item pierced, Jiang Shiyun was taken aback. Her treasure, though seemingly delicate like silk, was incredibly sturdy. In the past, when she used it to ensnare others, no one had ever managed to break free. Even when using various treasures to cut it, it had never been breached, yet now it was easily pierced by Su Nan. She looked in horror at the incoming treasure and hurriedly dodged. She could only watch helplessly as the treasure crashed to the ground. When the radiant light faded, it revealed the silk that had lost its spirit and was damaged. No, her heart ached immensely. This flying silk had accompanied her for a long time. Moreover, whether she could find such a compatible treasure again was uncertain, which made her heartbroken. Damn it. her gaze fixed on Su Nan, gritting her teeth. She exerted force from her feet and leaped several meters, quickly closing the distance to Su Nan. A fragrant scent of hair rushed into Su Nan's nostrils. Jiang Shiyun looked determined. Without her treasure, she could only rely on her close combat skills. Jade rabbit entwining. Her legs attempted to wrap around Su Nan's treasure, striving to entangle him. She firmly believed that once she wrapped around him, he would be unable to escape. Her principle was akin to that of a python coiling around its prey. The more Su Nan struggled, the tighter it would become. You want to get close to me? Do you even qualify? Su Nan snapped his fingers, world-ending heavenly fire. A crimson flame appeared before him instantly. As the flame emerged, the extreme heat caused the surrounding air to expand and explode. Feeling the intense heat, Jiang Shiyun immediately wanted to halt, but this world-ending heavenly fire did not remain still and directly engulfed Jiang Shiyun. No! A wail of pain echoed out. She felt her life force rapidly drain. In the next second, Su Nan snapped his fingers again. The flames vanished instantly. At that moment, a black gold figure appeared before Jiang Shiyun, holding a piece of white clothing. As the clothing approached her, it automatically donned itself. At that moment, Jiang Shiyun resembled a piece of charcoal. The contrast with the white clothing was striking. Shiyun lost. Thank you for your mercy. Jiang Yin expressed her gratitude. She understood that Su Nan had shown mercy, otherwise Jiang Shiyun would undoubtedly be dead. She finally realized the gap between Jiang Shiyun and Su Nan. If this had been a true life and death duel, Jiang Shiyun would have been dead on the spot. Successfully robbed of life, 420 days. Remaining lifespan 1,277 days. No need to thank me. Su Nan waved his hand. This was merely a competition, it wasn't life-threatening. Of course, this was based on the premise that the opponent had no intent to kill him. Soon Jiang Shiyun was taken away by the medical team. Su Nan wins. The elder announced the result once more. Waiting area. What the hell was that fire just now? So terrifying. I can feel the temperature change from here. If it were me, I probably couldn't last a second. Wow. So cool. Su Nan's invincible stance elicited gasps from many. He Luo Yin had witnessed this flame before during the pursuit of a fugitive, and during the martial arts examination, she had seen Su Nan use it. Wow. So cool. Su Nan's invincible stance elicited gasps from many. He Luo Yin had witnessed this flame before during the pursuit of a fugitive. He Luo Yin's tone was filled with admiration. Her junior brother's strength far surpassed that of her senior sister. She had previously boasted that she would secure a ranking and then give her credits to Su Nan. Now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Su Nan could do it himself, and do it even better. That feeling is so familiar, Lu Bo said suspiciously. Looking closely at the flames now, he felt increasingly familiar with them. With his experience, although it felt familiar, he could not articulate what it was. It felt like having only read theoretical books, without ever having seen it in reality. However, he recognized the gun technique. It was the school's top-tier gun technique, Thunder Dragon Roar. How many days had it been? Is his talent really that terrifying? Lu Bo could not help but swallow. He truly felt that Su Nan was a monster. Just now, Su Nan's marksmanship was like a monster that had been dormant for hundreds of years, extremely skilled and fluid. Even some of the teachers who used guns at school seemed to be outmatched by Su Nan. Another half hour passed. Other contestants exchanged glances, not daring to step onto the stage. Su Nan's strength had given them a massive shock. You go. Why the hell aren't you going? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Many people were pushing each other. They did not dare to compete with Su Nan for the first place. A bunch of cowards, a young man scoffed. Upon hearing this, many displayed displeasure. But when they saw who was speaking, they immediately wilted. Cui Zhaohan, controlling a level 9, grade 3 mecha equivalent to a level 9 martial spirit. He tapped his wrist lightly, and the mecha assembled instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was clad in heavy armor. A 3-meter-tall steel giant stood firm like a small mountain. The armor plates were thick and rough with rivets and welds exposed. The shoulder armor was as broad as 2 shields. Blue flames spewed from the mecha's back and feet, directly flying onto the arena. A disdainful voice emerged from the mecha. Su Nan. Just an average guy. Nothing special. Cui Zhaohan had a poor cultivation in blood and energy, yet his mental strength cultivation talent was exceptional. What kind of useless trash were the previous contestants? He believed that the players before him were too weak, which is why they were easily defeated. He no longer wished to let Su Nan take the spotlight. All these honors should belong to him. Oh, what about you steal garbage? Su Nan smiled faintly. Did he think that just because he wore a mech he was invincible? The other contestants, seeing this scene, could not help but start discussing amongst themselves. Now the suspense has become significant. I feel that Cui Zhaohan has a greater chance of winning since he has been famous for a long time and his strength is certainly formidable. Oomph. What good does being famous do? I believe Su Nan will win. Half of the people supported Cui Zhaohan, while the other half supported Su Nan. Very strong. He Luo Yan's expression turned somewhat serious. She also practiced mental strength, and she could sense that Cui Zhaohan's mental power far surpassed hers. Moreover, the material used for the mech was superior to hers, as if it were an impenetrable wall. The teachers began to discuss quietly. In their eyes, both of these individuals were exceptionally powerful contestants. One was Cui Zhaohan, who had been well known for a long time, and the other was Su Nan, a dark horse who emerged with absolute strength. I admit Su Nan is indeed a prodigy, but when faced with my student, he must relinquish the first place. Xiongdu said with a hearty laugh. He was indeed Cui Zhaohan's teacher. This time with the newly upgraded mech material, he had tested the hardness of this material with someone. Breaking through it would not be an easy task. Is that so? Lu Bo maintained a calm demeanor. He did not care about so much. He could accept whatever the final result was. Even if Su Nan lost, he would not mind. At Su Nan's age, reaching the 9th stage of martial spirit was already monstrous. Of course, Xiongdu confidently nodded. The other teachers looked somewhat strange upon hearing this statement. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Onlookers had a clear perspective. They clearly remembered that just moments ago Jiang Yin had been this confident, yet her student was easily defeated. However, Cui Zhaohan's strength was indeed much stronger. He was already the contestant with the highest chance of winning. Who would win or lose truly remained uncertain. The match begins. The elder did not hesitate and directly announced the start. This match could be said to determine the first place. On the arena, Cui Zhaohan struck first. A hole opened up in the chest of his mech, and a tremendous energy shot out instantly, without any charging. The energy moved like a pillar extremely fast. Su Nan slowly raised his hand. Just as the energy approached, a crimson, semi-transparent fire wall appeared out of thin air. All those originally powerful energy projectiles were effortlessly blocked outside the fire wall. Raising your hand isn't an apology, it means you still need to practice. Su Nan's lips curled upwards slightly. Cui Zhaohan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. How could this be? His electromagnetic cannon had the power to pierce through a small mountain. Yet now it couldn't even penetrate Su Nan's thin fire wall. So you can block attacks, huh? The mech's arms retracted, replaced by two gleaming dark iron blades. His mech's engine ignited, and he quickly approached Su Nan, slashing down with a fierce blow. This strike could split even a solid wall in two. Inside the mech, he could already envision the scene of Su Nan being unable to withstand it and being cleaved away. Su Nan picked up the god-slaying spear, using the spearhead as a blade accompanied by a dragon's roar. He swept horizontally. Weapon! Bang! The dark iron blade was directly sent flying. The once intact dark iron blade was now missing a large chunk. This! Cui Zhaohan's heart tightened. This was dark iron. It was actually sent flying. Am I really not dreaming? Su Nan did not want to waste any more time. He felt his blood and energy circulating, and with a sudden force, he turned the god-slaying spear around, piercing towards the mech's chest with the might of a dragon's roar and the momentum of thunder. Crack! The sound of metal cracking rang out. The spearhead continued to exert force, and the heavy armor plate on the mech's chest was pierced as if it were made of paper. Immediately afterwards, Su Nan twisted the spearhead, and the metal plate on the chest shattered into pieces, flying away. Go! Su Nan's arm exerted force, driving the spearhead towards the front with even greater speed. Cui Zhaohan's body was directly pierced through, and the remaining force sent him flying off the arena, his body skewered on the spearhead. PFF. A mouthful of blood instantly spewed forth from his mouth. His expression turned dim, and his eyes were filled with fear towards Su Nan. Too strong. He felt utterly powerless to resist. Su Nan raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and grasped at the air. The ancient god-slaying spear immediately detached from Cui Zhaohan's body and returned to Su Nan's hand. He then realized the spearhead had not touched blood at all. He did not know if it was because it had not touched it or if it had absorbed it. However, once it detached, it directly inflicted secondary damage to Cui Zhaohan's body. He primarily cultivated mental strength, and his physical body was inherently weak. This blow nearly cost him his life. The medical team promptly arrived, immediately beginning to administer first aid. After successfully rescuing him, the medical team swiftly took Cui Zhaohan away for treatment. Successfully plundered lifespan, 430 days. Remaining lifespan, 1,707 days. Can this also plunder lifespan? If one only cultivates mental strength, there is a downside: lifespan will not be enhanced. This is one of the reasons why mechs are considered a lesser path. It seems the system's judgment is only related to surface realm, Su Nen thought to himself. This is quite good. Otherwise wouldn't it be all for nothing? Su Nen wins. The elder's tone gradually became heavy. He truly saw Su Nan's talent, and deep in his heart, he was exceedingly excited. But upon recalling that he was already Lu Ba's student, he could only sigh helplessly. How great it would be if he were my student. In that instant, everyone fell into a brief silence, not daring to breathe. Su Nan's strength had surpassed everyone's imagination. Even against opponents of the same rank, Su Nan could still easily defeat them. This level of power had already reached the pinnacle of this new talent competition. Is it too late for me to recognize him as my older brother now? Strong. This strength far surpasses mine. Wow, wow, wow. Su Nan is so handsome. Some even began to fawn over him on the spot. In this world, the strong are revered. Naturally, the strong will also be sought after. So strong. He Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She no longer needed to protect this junior brother. Her junior brother could now protect her. However, Xiong Du's face had turned ashen, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Lu Bo, feigning ignorance with a hint of suppressed laughter, asked, Xiong Du, how do I remember someone just said something about relinquishing the first place? Lu Bo. Xiong Du's face turned ashen with fury. The other instructors could not suppress their quiet chuckles. His earlier solemn vow now stood starkly contradicted by reality. The scene evoked an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Very well. Does anyone else wish to challenge Su Nen? The elder asked, making no provision for Su Nen to rest half an hour longer, clearly anticipating no further challengers. A full minute passed, and still no one dared utter the word challenge. Even Shui Zhaoan had fallen, and none among them dared contend for first place against Su Nan. Then it is settled. No one dares challenge. Thus Su Nen is declared the champion of this year's new talent competition. The elder proclaimed aloud. He had already foreseen this outcome. A prudent choice for mounting the stage only to be utterly crushed was far less dignified than vying for lesser honors. Half an hour from now, round 2 shall commence. The elder granted the others 30 minutes to prepare. Back in his seat, Su Nen felt nothing but tedium. He turned and asked, Senior sister, may I leave now? He Luo Yin smiled and nodded. Of course. Remaining here served Su Nen no further purpose. As for learning from others, hardly applicable. It was more likely others ought to learn from him. Very well. Su Nen rose immediately to depart. Just then He Luo Yin called out to him. Tonight happens to be the freshman welcome gala. You might attend, perhaps even meet some new friends. She smiled faintly. After the gala concludes, there remains a mandatory assignment for all freshmen. That is the inspection of the university's affiliated sects, but that awaits tomorrow. Do not forget. Inspecting affiliated sects was an annual rite for every freshman cohort. Its significance undeniable. Understood. Su Nen nodded in agreement. Your academic credits will be credited to your account upon competition's conclusion, He Luo Yin added lightly. All right, goodbye, senior sister. Su Nen raised a casual farewell gesture, then without pause summoned a compact aerial skiff and departed. Neither faculty nor students found this unusual. Su Nen had completed his contest. No reason remained for him to linger. Aboard the skiff, Su Nen resolved to attend the welcome gala upon returning to campus. Not for dazzling senior sisters' dance performances, nor for forging friendships. Rather, he sought any overconfident prodigy whose lifespan he might seize. His current longevity still fell short. The gala drew not only freshmen, but also upperclassmen. Deep within an underground chamber, a massive table encircled by robed figures in black, each a sect master of the apocalyptic. Our base destroyed, our sect master slain. All because we attempted to assassinate one student. One master seated at the center, Ro Yin, blood sect master and foremost among the 12 sect masters, spoke with sharp skepticism. The others exchanged glances. Their intelligence confirmed precisely that. At that moment, a subordinate scurried breathlessly into the chamber. Masters, fresh intelligence has arrived. With utmost deference, he presented the compiled dossier, delivered directly into Ro Yan's hands. Minutes later, Ro Yin finished reading, his expression shifting rapidly, disdain dissolving into stunned disbelief. He passed the dossier to the others. Upon reading, each master reacted with visible astonishment. Su Nan, top rank in the martial examination. Indeed, he has just claimed first place in the new talent competition as well. Yet his name was unknown to me before today. A peerless genius who emerged from nowhere. Their voices brimmed with incredulity, and comprehension dawned. Such a youth alone could shatter an entire base. But Su Nan is merely a freshman. How could he possibly have broken through to the martial spirit realm and claim victory in the new talent competition? One master frowned skeptically. He deemed the report outright implausible. Having long dealt with elite universities, they knew precisely what power level freshmen should possess. To win the new talent competition demanded at minimum mastery of the high-tier martial spirit realm. Precisely. This defies all reason. It sounds like pure fantasy. Other masters voiced similar disbelief. Even top-ranking exam results could not justify such overwhelming strength in a freshman. Doubt rippled across the assembly. That Su Nan ranked first in the martial examination could be attributed to concealed cultivation, yet claiming high-tier martial spirit realm status. Unthinkable. Enough. Ro Yin slammed his palm upon the table. Whether or not Su Nan truly won the new talent competition, he must die. His top rank in the martial examination alone sealed his fate. The other masters nodded in grim accord. They too deemed Su Nan irredeemable. Absolutely. We cannot allow him to mature. Master Ro Yin, what level of assassin shall we dispatch? Yet, I sense peril. Surveillance is tightening. The apocalyptic cult must remain unseen. Masters debated fervently while Ro Yin listened intently. 10 minutes elapsed. I comprehend your concerns. First consensus, Su Nan must die. Second, we are presently ill-positioned to act openly. Even sending assassins risks exposure and greater losses. Therefore, I propose activating our sleeper asset, the Yunwu sect. Ro Yin enunciated each word with deliberate finality. The Yunwu sect, once an affiliate of Qinglong University, had been secretly subverted 6 months prior. Now fully under the apocalyptic cult's control. Is sacrificing a deep covert operative truly justified for an unproven prodigy? One master voiced hesitation. Worth it. Ro Yin answered without hesitation. Should Su Nan survive and ascend unchecked, the consequences would be catastrophic. Hearing Ro Yan's unwavering conviction, the others nodded assent. Any individual capable of stirring so many elites must possess extraordinary talent. Ro Yin analyzed coolly. Yunwu sect's strongest is its sect master Feng Mu. Dispatching a third-rank martial king to eliminate a mere martial spirit cultivator. That death is richly earned. Moreover, Yunwu sect fields more than one martial king. All masters concurred this mission was virtually assured. Surrounded by multiple martial kings, Su Nan faced certain annihilation. A cruel grin twisted Ro Yan's lips. This strike shall not end with Su Nan alone. If opportunity permits, slaughter the other freshmen as well. Sacrificing a sleeper agent demanded maximum return. It was nighttime. When Su Nan returned to the school, the welcome party had already been going on for a while. The stage was set up in a clearing. All the seats in the venue were filled. The senior sisters on stage were dressed in alluring red. They wore red short sleeves on top and red shorts below, showcasing their long fair legs as they danced. The senior sisters moved gracefully and captivatingly, their waists twisting lightly, and their hair flying with the movements. Su Nan stood alone, hands behind his back, leisurely watching. At this moment, a group of girls excitedly approached Su Nan's side, carefully observing him. Naturally, Su Nan noticed their actions. Trouble has arrived. He couldn't have wished for anything more. Can I take a picture with you? A girl asked with a trembling voice, a bit nervous. Her eyes showed a hint of anticipation. She was also one of the new students, and she had witnessed Su Nan's victory firsthand. This left Su Nan a bit bewildered. He had thought they were here to cause trouble, but it turned out they wanted a photo. Su Nan smiled faintly. His initial excitement instantly dissipated. However, since there was nothing else to do, and the girls were polite, it didn't matter to him. Upon hearing Su Nan's agreement, the girl instantly beamed with joy. The other girls, seeing that Su Nan showed no airs, all eagerly scrambled to take photos with him. Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. You only got first place by luck. A young man said to he was Yu Zhou, who ranked third in this martial arts examination. A ninth-tier martial artist. During the exam, he had been in second place for most of the time. However, after Su Nan defeated some ferocious beasts later on, he directly surpassed him. In the end, Su Nan defeated Jian Wuqing and gained a large number of points, leaving Yu Zhou with no chance to catch up. Ultimately, Su Nan secured first place, Jian Wuqing second, and he was third. This made him quite dissatisfied. He believed that his strategy had gone awry. He had initially chosen to only hunt ferocious beasts, avoiding conflict with others, intending to develop steadily and cautiously. However, the results of the martial arts examination proved that his strategy was flawed. This led him to believe it was merely a mistake in strategy, not a lack of strength. When he saw Su Nan standing dazzlingly at the highest point, hatred already filled his heart. He hated Su Nan for taking away his honor. Oh. Su Nan appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly excited. Finally, someone has come. He was the first place in the martial arts examination. Every person here was a genius. He didn't believe no one would come to cause trouble for him. And now here it was. Sunan, I don't think you deserve this first place in the martial arts examination. You don't deserve the Golden Dragon token. Dare you to compete with me? If I win, you must admit, I am the true first place and hand over the Golden Dragon token. Yu Zhou summoned his courage and directly declared war. He wanted to prove his strength in this way. Sunan not only got first place, but also obtained the Golden Dragon token, and now he was being sought after by a group of girls for photos. All the good fortune seemed to go to Sunan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even risking punishment, he wanted to fight. What if you lose, eh? Sunan asked. If I lose, I can serve as a servant. Yu Zhou was also willing to risk it all. In his heart, he believed he could never lose. As long as Sunan agreed to fight him, he was willing to do anything. Serving as a servant. A grown man, he didn't need that. Then forget it, it'll give you a chance. What he wanted was the other party's life. He didn't care about anything else, he had only asked casually. The nearby girls saw that a fight was about to break out, and quickly cleared a space. Come on, I'll let you go first. Sunan casually tucked one hand behind his back. A 9th-tier martial artist attempting to challenge him, a 9th-tier martial spirit. Wasn't this just an adult hitting a child? Yu Zhou, seeing himself being belittled, gathered his strength, and unleashed a set of tiger fist attacking Sunan with an aggressive force reminiscent of a tiger. Too slow. Sunan gently shook his head. The speed of this punch seemed turtle-like in his eyes. He merely tilted his head slightly and dodged the punch. Yu Zhou's expression changed dramatically. In close combat, he would never retreat. He hurriedly attacked Sunan's abdomen with his left fist. Sunan didn't use any martial techniques. He just called upon a trace of blood chi, slapping Yu Zhou's face with a swift motion. The speed was astonishing. A fleeting shadow passed through the air. Yu Zhou didn't react in time and was directly sent flying. He lay on the ground, his head spinning. Half of his face was already devoid of flesh, the flesh on his cheeks sinking into the gaps of his bones. Successfully robbed. Lifespan 295 days. Remaining lifespan 2002 days. After gasping for breath, Yu Zhou realized he was still alive and looked at Sunan with lingering fear. So terrifying. This was his evaluation. He finally understood why Sunan could secure first place in the martial arts examination and why he could obtain the Golden Dragon token. Just now, although he had only sensed a trace of blood chi, that blood chi was incredibly rich, definitely beyond what a martial artist could possess. He felt as if his cheek had endured an immense force. Just in that instant, he thought he had seen his own and Sunan, with just a calm and casual strike, made him feel the preciousness of life. If Sunan struck with all his strength, he estimated he would die on the spot. I can serve as a servant. His body lunged and he landed directly at Sunan's feet. A real man can bend and stretch. What was this little humiliation worth? Even Han Xian suffered under someone's legs. He kept comforting himself in his heart. Yu Zhou clearly understood that Sunan would definitely become a prominent figure in the future. If he could hug such a thigh now, that would be great. I don't need it, Sunan replied with an expression. It must be said this change of face was rather quick. He didn't need anyone following him around, it was purely a burden. But, didn't we agree on this? Yu Zhou looked aggrieved. At this moment he hated that he was not a girl. He thought Sunan was rejecting him for being a man. Who agreed with you? Sunan replied, feeling a bit exasperated. If you don't leave, I wouldn't mind letting you lie in a hospital bed for a while. He impatiently chased him away. It was too disgusting. A man putting on such a show made him feel physically uncomfortable. All right then. Yu Zhou nodded helplessly in agreement. He dared not take the risk. If he truly angered Sunan and ended up lying in a hospital bed for months, that would be disastrous. Forget it. There would be many years ahead, and he must establish a good relationship with Sunan. At this moment, Sunan was no longer interested in taking any photos. He directly left the welcome party and headed towards the exchange hall. My lifespan should be about right, it's time to improve my strength. In the exchange hall, Sunan presented his Golden Dragon token once more. Upon seeing the token, the staff's eyes became significantly clearer. With swift movements, he respectfully retrieved the heart-viewing technique, reviving with the withered tree that Sunan exchanged for. He then handed both the token and the technique to Sunan with both hands. Please keep it safe. Sunan nodded and directly stored it in his spatial ring. At this moment, the rookie competition had already concluded and the credits had been allocated to his identity token. This was also one of the reasons he chose to attend the welcome party. First, the unallocated credits were a primary reason. The reward for first place was 50 credits. Now that he had used 30 credits for this heart-viewing technique, he only had 20 credits left. However, he still chose to return the 7 credits he had borrowed from He Luoyan. Credits were hard to come by, he couldn't just ignore the repayment after borrowing. Even though He Luoyan said he didn't have to return it, he couldn't do that. For him, earning credits was definitely much easier than it was for He Luoyan. I'm heading back now. Soon and decided to return to his residence to cultivate. Since he now possessed the heart viewing technique and had a considerable lifespan, it was only natural to enhance his strength. Moments later, Su Nen returned to his residence and headed straight to the training room on the second floor. Upon entering the training room, he decisively took out the heart viewing technique from his spatial ring and summoned the system panel. Remaining lifespan 2002 days, system consumed 10 days of lifespan to cultivate this great heart viewing technique. He first used a bit of lifespan to test the waters before hitting hard based on the cultivation difficulty. Having consumed 10 days of lifespan, reviving with the withered tree allows you to survive, even in dire circumstances, further strengthening your resolve. You began to study this heart viewing technique word by word, and after a century, you have grasped the fundamentals. Is it really that difficult? No matter, system consumed 50 days of lifespan to cultivate the heart viewing technique. After some cultivation, he gained a degree of experience. This was also his estimate of the lifespan he needed to consume. Ding. Having consumed 50 days of lifespan, you continue to cultivate with the heart as the focus. Cultivating one's mindset requires time. You did not feel impatient, but rather more patient as you continuously honed your mindset, becoming proficient and skilled. Until perfection. Congratulations on successfully cultivating reviving with the withered tree to the perfected state. Successfully acquired the divine ability, withered tree technique. Withered tree technique can turn any species into withered wood. The moment it transforms, life is immediately severed. The stronger the species, the more chi and blood power required for the transformation. Remaining lifespan 1942 days. Isn't this essentially petrification? You could also call it wood transformation. It sounds quite impressive. It's time to break through my realm. Sunan could hardly wait. System, leave me with 10 days of lifespan. I allocate the rest entirely to my realm. Having consumed 1932 days of lifespan, the significant power increase has caused inner demons to arise, but under the steadfastness of the heart viewing technique, you successfully passed this hurdle. You then began a meticulous cultivation. Under immense time pressure, breaking into the Martial King realm was as easy as tearing through paper. This was not the end. You continued to accumulate time, and your realm gradually improved with time. Second stage Martial King, third stage Martial King, fourth stage Martial King. Ultimately, through your efforts, you successfully broke through to the 8th stage Martial King. Your chi and blood value reached 89,999. What? This is just a step away from the 9th stage Martial King. It seems the lifespan accumulated this time is still not enough. No matter. I'll take the plunge. He had to kick open the door to the 9th stage Martial King. System, leave me 3 days. Allocate the rest all to my realm. He was completely unafraid. At worst, he would take on bounty tasks, hunting a few fierce beasts to extend his lifespan. Anyway, today he was determined to reach the 9th stage Martial King. Ding. Having consumed 7 days of lifespan, you began cultivating again, launching a frenzied assault on the bottleneck of the 9th stage Martial King. Over the course of 70 years, you successfully broke through to 9th stage Martial Warrior. Your chi and blood value reached 90,010. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to 9th stage Martial King. Remaining lifespan 3 days. Hint: to break through to Martial Emperor, you need to cultivate Emperor's condensation technique and condense the Emperor's Tao origin. The feeling of being a 9th stage Martial King was indeed much better than that of an 8th stage Martial King. Even the system enhancement had an extra line. In that case, let's take a look in advance. Sunan opened the projection of the Golden Dragon token and began searching. In just half a minute, he successfully found the page for Emperor's condensation technique. There was still a selection level box on it. Sunan directly clicked on S-grade. The next second, all S-grade Emperor's condensation technique options popped up. Taisu Emperor's condensation technique credits 80 Taisu. This name immediately felt unsuitable for someone as straightforward as him. Some of the less impressive Emperor's condensation techniques were swiftly passed over. Condensing the origin of the Emperor's Tao was still very important. It required careful selection. After an hour, he had read through all the existing S-grade Emperor's condensation techniques twice. Only then did he select one. 10,000 Tao Shattering Emperor's technique credits 100. Shattering the myriad paths, taking oneself as the path, condensing the Emperor's Tao origin. It's really expensive. This is after the discount price. After repaying the loan, Su Nen now had only a total of 13 credits. There's still quite a gap from the required 100 credits. Once tomorrow's inspection is over, I'll ask the old man. Naturally, the old man here refers to Lu Bo. After getting familiar with it, he preferred a different kind of address. At that moment, He Luoyin also received the 7 credits. Su Nan returned. She immediately called. Su Nan answered. Junior brother. Do you still treat senior sister as an outsider? He Luoyan said, her tone unhappy. Previously, when Sunan called her senior sister, she already mentioned that the borrowed credits didn't have to be returned. How could that be? Sunan denied. He Luoyan immediately placed a label on him. You are my junior brother, giving you credits is only natural. He Luoyan's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Credits were not easily earned. All her credits were obtained through numerous tasks, and every daily cultivation resource required credits. No worries, senior sister. With my strength, earning a few credits is a piece of cake. Sunan stated confidently. Junior brother, don't speak too soon, you will know once you try to earn them. He Luoyan's tone held a hint of skepticism and amusement. Sunan's strength was indeed greater than hers. However, there were many stronger individuals in school, and those people found it quite challenging to earn even a few credits. Alright, if I can't earn credits by then, I'll come to borrow from senior sister again. Sunan laughed. Fine then. He Luoyan said with a hint of helplessness. However, this also made her regard Sunan with a bit more esteem. In the school, countless battles had erupted over credit borrowing issues. After Sunan said bye-bye, he hung up the phone. At that moment, his Golden Dragon token also received a message, the location information for tomorrow's gathering. Could someone come to cause trouble during the inspection? Sunan murmured. He believed the possibility was minimal. The next day, remaining lifespan 2 days. Therefore, Sunan was not in a hurry. What does it matter if it's 2 days? He wasn't afraid of even 1 day. Life was all about the thrill. After all, there was still the option of killing fierce beasts as a backup. At the east gate of the school, Sunan saw a crowd waiting. This time the inspection team was still led by a first-level Martial King teacher, just like in previous years. Some people gasped in surprise upon seeing Sunan. The girls who had missed the chance for a group photo yesterday looked particularly disappointed. Sunan's name was renowned. Even the leading teacher Rin Zhong held great admiration for him. Rin Zhong took a few steps forward and approached Sunan. According to school regulations, I must greet you. He slightly bent his body and cupped his hands in respect. No need. Sunan reached out to help Rin Zhong stand upright. This teacher seemed quite decent, not caring about his image in front of so many students and wholeheartedly adhering to the school rules. There was no other choice. The school rules clearly stated that ordinary teachers must greet those holding the Golden Dragon Order. No problem. Rin Zhong raised his hand and smiled slightly. At this moment, most of the team consisted of unfamiliar faces, the only ones he recognized being the girl, Jian Wuqing, Kong Ming, Chen Yunshu, and Yu Zhou. The ones he had beaten up were absent. They were still lying in their hospital beds. Among them, Yu Zhou's injuries were the lightest, likely recovering after a few days of rest. Rin Zhong returned to the front of the team. This inspection task doesn't require tension, just relax a bit. He had been doing this job for 10 years without any issues. Yearly inspections had become second nature. Okay, teacher. Teacher, will we be respected? Teacher, where is the first subordinate force we're going to? Some lively students began a series of questions. The first subordinate force we are visiting is called Yun. Rin Zhong's voice was steady, yet a smile adorned his face. Although Yunwu sect is not particularly strong, it has a relatively long-standing heritage. Their location is on Yunwu Mountain, which is also the origin of their sect's name. The scenery there is quite. The strongest in the sect is their leader Fong Mu, a third-level martial king, followed by 2 second-level martial kings. He patiently explained to the students. This was a necessary part of his yearly routine. Even if they didn't ask, he would still give a brief introduction. Martial kings. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The martial king realm was a stage worthy of aspiration for them at this moment. Among these people, they were all still martial apprentices, having yet to reach the martial spirit level, let alone the martial king level. Cough cough. You don't need to envy too much. Your teacher is also a martial king. With your talents, you will definitely reach the martial king realm in the future. Rin Zhong remained composed. Every year at this time, he could see eyes filled with envy and hope. He could also show off a little at this moment. After all, one might not have the chance to do so in front of them in the future. Those who could enroll in top universities had outstanding talents, and reaching the martial king realm was no problem. Some might even far surpass him. As soon as he spoke this, many began to harbor aspirations, seemingly envisioning their glorious moments as martial kings. Let's go. Rin Zhong waved his hand grandly. Before them appeared a large airship, more than enough to accommodate all of them, even with extra space. After half an hour of flight, Sunan and the group had approached Yunwu Mountain. Yunwu sect was situated at the mountain's summit. Once the airship reached the mountaintop, it descended slowly at the designated spot. After a successful landing, everyone stepped out from the airship. As the leading teacher Rin Zhong still walked at the front. At the entrance, a crowd welcomed them, all smiles, their attitudes appearing very warm. Among them, the deputy sect leader Chang Song stood at the forefront to greet everyone. Oh, thank you all from Qinglong University for coming. Your arrival brings great honor to our Yunwu sect. Chang Song's face was beaming with wrinkles from his wide smile. Deputy sect leader, you're being too polite. Rin Zhong replied with a smile. Deputy sect leader. That's one of the 2 second-level martial kings. Others felt a bit excited seeing a martial king personally come out to greet them, even though they tried to suppress it on the surface. They were all relatively young and at a low level. Given this situation, it was quite normal to feel this way. However, Sunan noticed a fleeting glimmer of cunning in Chang Song's eyes. As a 9th-level martial king, such subtle actions couldn't escape his notice. However, this didn't prove anything. It didn't matter. He planned to take one step at a time and see how it unfolded, perhaps even see some lifespan. With his strength, even the entire Yunwu sect together couldn't inflict any harm on him. Everyone please come. Chang Song slightly bent his body, opened his arms, and made a gesture for them to enter. How very humble. Seeing the low posture of the other party, Su Nen couldn't help but smirk subtly. The more it was like this, the more he felt something was amiss. Although Rin Zhong felt that Chang Song seemed more enthusiastic than in previous years, he didn't take it to heart. Good. He waved his hand and strode confidently inside. Su Nan and the others followed closely behind Rin Zhong. All the disciples of Yunwu sect slightly bowed, showing an extremely respectful demeanor. Once inside, Chang Song smiled and said, "Come, I will take you esteemed guests to the reception hall." Rin Zhong furrowed his brows, slightly a hint of suspicion flashing across his face. Wasn't it customary to first tour the inside of the sect? Had the order changed? He nodded slightly. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the reception hall together. The reception hall was very spacious and adorned with numerous wooden crafts featuring carvings of dragons and phoenixes. "Please," Chang Song said respectfully. "All right." Rin Zhong nodded. Everyone took their seats directly, and there were just enough seats here. In front of them were cups of steaming tea, the steam no longer scalding, and the tea inside the cups was at a drinkable temperature. "The sect leader will be here shortly. You all have worked hard and can first taste our tea from Yunwu Mountain. This tea is smooth on entry with a sweet aftertaste, leaving a fragrant taste in the mouth after finishing," Chang Song enthusiastically introduced. Hearing this, others were very curious about the taste of the tea, so they all picked up their cups preparing to savor it. In the next moment, bang! Su Nen suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "I'm not thirsty, you drink this tea." Everyone set down their teacups, looking at Su Nan with expressions of astonishment. They were all confused, not understanding what had transpired. Even Rin Zhong wore a puzzled expression. However, he did not say anything. As the holder of the Golden Dragon token, Su Nen had the right to pound the table. This tea is prepared for you esteemed guests. Each of you gets only 1 cup. Chang Song forced a smile as he spoke. Such an unexpected turn made him feel a bit flustered. "Oh, what if I insist you drink?" Su Nan's expression remained calm, but his words carried a significant sense of pressure. They came to inspect, yet instead of taking them for a tour inside the door, they were immediately invited to drink tea. "You have ulterior motives." Chang Song's gaze darted, his body involuntarily swaying. "There will still be time to tour later. I just feared you esteemed guests might feel thirsty." Seeing this situation, Su Nan became even more certain that the tea was problematic. "I won't feel thirsty, but you must drink this cup of tea now." Su Nan pointed to the tea in front of him. Chang Song remained silent. The atmosphere plunged to an icy low. Seeing the tension rise, the others couldn't help but feel anxious. Rin Zhong, witnessing Su Nan's resolve, also began to think the tea was indeed suspicious. "Everyone don't drink yet," he warned in a deep voice. Esteemed guest, please don't make things difficult for me. If I drink, the master will blame me for inadequate hospitality." He could no longer waste words. "Die." Chang Song couldn't help but let out a couple of dry laughs. A mere martial spirit dared to be so arrogant. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He could no longer waste words. "Die." Chang Song couldn't help but let out a couple of dry laughs. A mere martial spirit dared to be so arrogant. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Everyone come out." He laughed sinisterly. Since he had already become the target, there was no need to continue. In the next moment, Fong Mu and another second-tier martial king emerged from the hidden corners of the hall. Outside the hall, several martial spirits had surrounded the entire reception area. "Huh. If you don't drink, you will still die?" Chang Song laughed loudly, a hint of hatred curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this situation, the other students instantly panicked, all standing up, their faces revealing fear. They had worked hard to get into Qinglong University, not wanting to meet an untimely end. Rin Zhong also abruptly stood up, his pupils constricting. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Previous years had always been smooth. What should we do now? His heart was in chaos. He could not allow these students to come to harm under his watch, especially with one being an unparalleled genius who ranked first in the martial examination. "I have treated you well at Qinglong University, why betray me?" Rin Zhong questioned sternly. As he spoke, his gaze continuously scanned, searching for any possible escape route. Sorry, you don't have as much as they offer you. Feng Mu's eyes were cold. He was a small, hunched old man looking extremely sinister. He was already of advanced age, and if he did not break through soon, his lifespan would come to an end. Thus he had to take this risk. Upon hearing this, Rin Zhong understood that there was no room for retreat. His footsteps moved slowly as he gradually approached Su Nan. He wanted to see if he could desperately protect Su Nan. That was the only thing he could do. With his strength, he could at most save one person at the cost of his life. Furthermore, there was a significant chance of failure. Now he could only give it a try. As for the other students, he truly felt powerless. You want to risk your life to escort him, huh? Feng Mu's tone carried a hint of mockery. His eyes were still not blind. Even if Rin Zhong's movements were slow and careful, he was still moving. This was the primary target of their mission. If Su Nan escaped, their future days would not be easy. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through Rin Zhong's heart instantly added to the chaos. It's even harder to escape now. He sighed softly. As a first-tier martial king, there was no way he could survive under Feng Mu and their attack. Now with the gazes of 3 martial kings fixed on him, he felt that even if he fought desperately, it would be very difficult to get Su Nan out. Alright, no more hesitation, let's make our move. Chang Song was the first to act, leaping lightly, his palm infused with hurricane power, aiming to strike Su Nan down. Seeing this, Rin Zhong attempted to intervene. However, Chang Song's speed was even faster, pressing forward to Su Nan, his palm about to land on Su Nan's head. Wood transformation. Su Nan's cold voice spoke. In an instant, Chang Song, floating in midair, began to transform into dry wood. First his feet, then gradually spreading upward. Chang Song collapsed directly to the ground, feeling his feet become extremely heavy and unresponsive. He watched in horror as his body gradually turned into dry wood. What kind of evil technique is this? No. His face was filled with fear. In just 1 second, Chang Song transformed into a piece of withered wood and crashed to the ground. Successfully robbed of life, 500 days. Remaining lifespan, 502 days. Rin Zhong, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes, filled with shock. Isn't he a newcomer? Right now he felt more like a rookie. Feng Mu and another martial king, seeing such a bizarre situation, couldn't help but retreat 2 steps. Damn, is this really a martial spirit? This is completely bullying me as an old man. Feng Mu cursed internally. Su Nan's body showed no fluctuations of blood, and she clearly having just used a divine ability. But even when using a divine ability to turn a second-tier martial king into wood, he must at least possess the strength of a martial king. Feng Mu reacted quickly, realizing he was no match for Su Nan. His body straightened, and he bolted. The other martial king also reacted swiftly. Seeing their master fleeing, he hurriedly followed. However, when the martial spirit disciples outside saw the master was about to run, they instantly became displeased. They exchanged glances and immediately executed the combined attack their master had taught them. A yellow line connected each of them, and together they formed a large palm that struck down forcefully. Boom! Feng Mu shattered this combined attack with 1 move. But time was delayed. You dare to be, he said furiously. He never expected that the disciples under him would betray him. One disciple stepped forward. Betrayal. We have always received the favor of Qinglong University, and now you betray Qinglong University. If anyone is to be called a traitor, it is you who is truly betraying. We are wholeheartedly loyal to Qinglong University. We will always be allies of Qinglong University. Each word he spoke was sharp. Su Nan would not give Feng Mu and the others any opportunity. Wanna run? Wood transformation. In the next moment, Feng Mu and the others felt a heavy weight beneath their feet, and a withered color spread throughout their bodies. Leave one alive. Before Rin Zhong could finish his sentence, the 2 turned into withered trees, standing still in place, unable to move. Lifeless. Forget it. If they must die, then so be it. Rin Zhong could only shake his head helpless. He originally wanted to leave one alive to interrogate the mastermind behind them. His gaze turned towards several martial spirits outside. For now, he could only hope to extract some useful information from these people's mouths. Deep down, he already suspected it was the Doomsday Cult. However, the Doomsday Cult had its bases scattered throughout the country, hidden very deeply. Now that they directly instructed the Yunwu sect to act, there was a high chance they would not be found. This matter involved the affiliated forces of Qinglong University, so Qinglong University would naturally conduct a thorough investigation. At worst, once the result, this matter involved the affiliated forces of Qinglong University, so Qinglong University would naturally conduct a thorough investigation. At worst, once the results came out, he could visit again. However, this time he definitely wouldn't be waiting outside for scraps. He had to go in and kill. Teacher, should we continue the inspection? A girl bravely asked. They were already a bit terrified, initially thinking it was an easy task, but now they realized it was life-threatening. The inspection is terminated. Oh, let's return to the school for now, Rin Zhong said helplessly. The others showed expressions of relief on their faces. After such an incident, even if the students didn't mention it, he would surely terminate the inspection. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he couldn't bear the consequences. Right now, the urgent matter is to ensure their safe return to the school. He crushed his token and shouted. This inspection encountered traitors, and nearly all the new students almost lost their lives. Thanks to Su Nan's rescue, they were able to be preserved. Come quickly to rescue us. He feared that someone might still be unwilling to give up, so he prepared to wait for assistance and escort them back. Rin Zhong kept watching the calm Su Nan. His heart was filled with shock. A newly enrolled student had actually broken through to the Martial King level. He hadn't sensed any fluctuation of blood energy just now and thought he must be using some divine ability. Martial King, plus level divine ability. Could such power really belong to a freshman? The student surpasses the teacher, but this is too much, isn't it? Yet as a freshman, he had already surpassed his own teacher. It was humiliating that the teacher ultimately needed the student's rescue. Damn it. After returning, I need to practice diligently. The students who had survived looked at Su Nan with gratitude and awe. Su Nan's strength was too overwhelming. Why is there such a disparity among freshmen? Someone couldn't help but although Su Nan was first in the martial examination, it shouldn't be that he was so far beyond them. At this moment, Su Nan frowned, looking puzzled. He didn't understand why the lifespan of the two had not yet been transferred. So he slowly walked up to the two who had already turned into withered trees. He snapped his fingers, and the withered state was instantly lifted, restoring them to their original forms. But there was no longer any vitality. He suddenly noticed their lips had turned black, clearly indicating they had died from poisoning. They had already died from poisoning before I could turn them into wood. He calmly analyzed. No wonder the attempt to steal their lifespan had failed. This doomsday cult was truly ruthless. They never intended for them to leave alive. Even if they had completed the task, there would still be no chance of survival. Yingwu Mountain was not far from Qinglong University. Only 10 minutes had passed. Several martial sects broke through the air. Among them was Lu Bo. Once one reached the martial sect, they no longer needed any airship, directly walking through the air at great speed. When Lu Bo saw Su Nan safe and sound, his heart finally settled. Just now Rin Zhong had crushed the identity token, broadcasting his voice throughout the school. Almost in an instant, regardless of whether they were in seclusion or busy with official duties, all the martial sects appeared in the sky above the school. Lu Bo was among the first to arrive. Hearing his student's name, he became incredibly nervous. He stepped forward to Su Nan, asking with concern. I'm fine. Su Nan shook his head. A warm current flowed through his heart. This old man is not bad. He always worries about his safety. That's good. Lu Bo exhaled deep. Then his gaze became even more fervent. If what Rin Zhong said was true, then Su Nan had already become a martial king. And not just a newly advanced low-level martial king. Otherwise, how could he have killed 3 martial kings in succession? Have you already broken through to martial king? For some reason, he felt a bit nervous, filled with anticipation. Yes, Su Nan nodded. Upon hearing this response, Lu Bo excitedly slapped his thigh hard, leaving, ouch, I'm old and weak, I can't bear my own attacks. He cried out in pain. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but gasp. Damn, is this still human? Truly a blessing for the human race. A monster like Su Nan has emerged. He had no idea how to describe this speed of cultivation. Only wait here for a moment while we escort these students back to school. Lu Bo resumed a serious demeanor. He had to ensure these students were safely escorted back to school. They were the hope of the future. Especially Su Nan. He felt he could be called the hope of humanity. Okay, Oldly nodded. He thought guarding a mountain gate as a martial sect would not be a problem. Suddenly Su Nan thought of a question. Old man, do you have any way to quickly gain a large amount of credits? He asked directly. He had originally planned to ask this after the inspection, but now that it ended early and he saw Lu Bo, he just asked directly. Old man. Lu Bo's eyes widened, looking incredulous. Although he indeed was old, being called that by his own student was still a bit unfamiliar. Cough cough. Calling you that feels more intimate. He unintentionally blurted it out. He had only meant to think it in his heart. Now that he had said it, he might as well change how he addressed him. Lu Bo felt a bit helpless. What student calls their teacher old man? Although it seemed more intimate, it still felt somewhat wrong. Forget it, old man, it is, I am already an old man. Lu Bo no longer cared. He would let Su Nan call him however he liked. Then he began to ponder Su Nan's large amounts of credits. Well, that depends on how much you need. Generally, the credits for bounty tasks range from 1 to 10. For Martial King level bounty tasks, it's roughly between 5 to 20. This was the result he provided after thinking it over. Everyone has different standards for large amounts. He wasn't quite clear on how many credits Sunan actually wanted. I want 100 credits. Sunan said. Lu Bo almost spat out his bile. 100 credits. This was simply a joke. Even for Martial King level bounty tasks, there was no task that granted so many credits at once. Unless you solo the secret realm, Lu Bo confidently replied. Aside from that, he could think of no other way to quickly earn a substantial amount of credits. But as soon as he spoke, he slapped his forehead filled with regret. Damn, I misspoke. Solo the secret realm. Fine. Sunan nodded. He decided to undertake the task of soloing the secret realm. No, little ancestor. You absolutely cannot do this. Lu Bo immediately intervened. Soloing the secret realm means going into the secret realm alone to hunt ferocious beasts. Tasks to hunt ferocious beasts in the secret realm require a team. While it is possible to go solo, the risks and difficulty are extremely high. Essentially, no one would do this. In the past, those who attempted to solo the secret realm were all unsuccessful, with many even dying inside. There are numerous bloody cases. The school uses these cases as a warning, displaying a prompt every time someone considers soloing the secret realm to alert the students. Soloing the secret realm does not mean that you are the only person in it, but rather that you enter the secret realm to complete the task alone. In team cooperation, the credits earned must be shared. Alright then, I just won't do it. Sunan decisively responded with a smile. I will do it. I'm going to solo the secret realm. He simply didn't feel like saying more. Besides, he had already accepted the solo task, and Lu Bo didn't know. Even if Lu Bo finds out after he succeeds, it won't matter. Is he afraid of losing his life? He has always walked on the edge of a knife. Moreover, he knew what he was capable of. With his strength, soloing a secret realm was not an issue. He had many trump cards in hand, each one capable of making many geniuses envious. That's fine then. A hint of suspicion flashed across Lu Bo's face. Why did he agree so decisively? This isn't Sunan's style? Well, I still need to deal with this betrayal incident, or perhaps I'm overthinking it. After a while, under the escort of Lu Bo and the others, Sunan and his group successfully returned to the school. After arriving at his residence, Sunan did not choose to take on the reward tasks, but instead prepared to rest for a while. I'll go tomorrow. Sunan stretched his muscles. It was already getting late. The secret realm had fixed entry and exit times every day. He feared that he wouldn't have enough time to complete the task all at once. It's not that he thought he couldn't kill them all, but rather that he feared he wouldn't find them. A secret realm is home to more than one type of ferocious beast, and the space inside is generally quite large, making it difficult to locate the beasts. That night, in a certain underground hall, he single-handedly eliminated all 3 martial kings. The Yunwu sect has also been completely taken over by Qinglong University. Upon hearing this result, Luo Yan almost couldn't catch his breath. How is this possible? They have the most advanced and developed intelligence network. But now he was beginning to doubt the accuracy of the information. He is just a freshman. Could it be that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? What kind of monster is this kid? How could his realm change so quickly? Unclear. Could it be that our intelligence is really faulty? Other hall masters were also astonished. Even their intelligence seemed to be lagging behind. One moment, he was a martial master, then a martial spirit, and now he is transformed again into a martial king. Damn it, is this kid even human? His cultivation speed is like flying. Luo Yan slammed the table in anger. He initially intended to sacrifice a pawn to exchange for Sunan's life. But now the pawn is gone and Sunan is still living well. Sunan's rapid increase in strength has made him realize the seriousness of the situation. No, we cannot let him grow any further. Luo Yan said gravely. Sunan is practically a monster. I will personally go and eliminate him. One hall master stood up directly, his expression serious. Seeing Sunan's growth, he felt it was necessary to eliminate him immediately. I can go too. I'll go. Other hall masters also eagerly wished to take on the mission to eliminate Sunan. Sunan had thwarted their plans several times, causing them to lose face for the Doomsday Cult. They relied on their ever-growing reputation of ferocity to instill fear in others. Now they couldn't even handle a mere freshman. No need. Luo Yan shook his head and waved his hand. Oh. The other hall masters showed expressions of confusion. We will all attack together. Luo Yan's voice was hoarse and deep. He chose to launch a full-scale attack, leaving Sunan no escape route. 12. Hall masters. A hall master exclaimed. They had never mobilized such a large force against a talent that had yet to grow. In the past, they hadn't valued such a large operation to assassinate a genius. This shows how much Luo Yan valued Sunan. We need to apply to Elder Gu for this large-scale operation, right? A hall master inquired. If only one hall master were to act, then there would be no need for such an application. Losing one could easily be replaced, just like the hall master who died a few days ago whose position was quickly filled. But if they all died together, that wouldn't do. It would cause a significant blow to the operation of the Doomsday Cult, though it felt somewhat ominous to think this way before even acting. But the rules are as such. No need, I will bear any issues, Luo Yin said firmly. He understood that applying could take several days, and whether it would be approved was another matter. Moreover, Elder Gu might think they were overreacting. The other hall masters exchanged glances. Their expressions began to show hesitation. This is a regulation. Luo Yin now wants them to violate the rules. If they were discovered later, they would face severe punishment. What are you afraid of? I already said I will take full responsibility. Luo Yan's tone carried a hint of anger. Seeing Luo Yin getting angry, the other hall masters could only nod in agreement with this action. Soon, and I will not let you live any longer. Luo Yan's eyes were blood-red, his tone fierce. After failing so many times, he could only take an unorthodox approach. The next day, remaining lifespan 501 days, Su Nen opened the projection of the Golden Dragon Order to begin checking the tasks for hunting ferocious beasts. Sure enough, no matter how easy the difficulty, there would always be a line of red suggestions marked. For example, a bounty task to kill 35th grade Martial Spirit Realm Gale Wolves. This task suggests a team of 5 people. Reward 5 credits if they followed the suggestion to form a team. Each person would only earn 1 credit after a while. While the rewards for Martial King level bounty tasks might be slightly higher, they wouldn't be much higher. If they teamed up, they would be stuck for ages. He was unwilling to waste too much time. Soon Su Nan found a task to hunt 56th grade Martial King Realm Blazing Tigers. This task suggests a team of 10 people. Reward 100 credits. Just right for a 100 credit. There is an unspoken rule for bounty tasks. If he takes on the mission to hunt a 6th stage Martial King, he can only hunt those of 6th stage or higher. Anything below that does not count. Of course, he could choose to hunt a 6th stage Martial King Flame Tiger, but that would require more time. Let's do it. Without hesitation, he pressed the red solo raid button beside him. As soon as he clicked, a warning popped up. Warning: solo raiding is highly dangerous and has a significant difficulty level, which may pose a life-threatening risk. Example case 1, a proud 1st stage Martial King chose to solo raid a secret realm and ended up having his head bitten off by a fierce beast. There was a long list of case studies following. Su Nen paid no heed. He was determined to accept. These cases had no impact on him unless he found someone of similar strength among them. That was entirely impossible. Even the strength mental techniques were not something anyone would choose to cultivate. Besides, he was someone who could die at any moment. Why would he fear death? He was aware that with his strength solo raiding, this task was more than sufficient. What he needed now was a boost in power. He had already realized that the Apocalypse sect had put him on their kill list. They had already attempted to kill him several times. He had to quickly enhance his strength. Strength is the only truth. Successfully accepted. Good luck. A success notification popped up. Immediately after, the task location appeared on the projection. Su Nen took a glance and confirmed the detailed location. He set off immediately. Moments later, he successfully arrived at the secret realm required for the task. A massive vortex appeared before his eyes, with a few houses several meters away designated for those guarding the secret realm. This was a vast Martial King level secret realm, with the edge of the vortex displaying a translucent green hue, which is one of the hallmarks of a Martial King realm. Surrounding the secret realm was a small trading market. Many people set up stalls selling resources, while others kept a watchful eye, hoping to find a good deal. Everyone here was a Martial King. At this moment, several groups outside the secret realm were searching for teammates. Some chose to look for companions outside due to insufficient numbers, finding the risk too high. The downside of this approach is its instability. There's a chance of encountering incompetent teammates. Similarly, some individuals unable to find a team opted to take a chance here, hoping to find a good group to earn credits with minimal risk. Su Nen was not interested in any of this. He directly approached the entrance of the secret realm, preparing to step in. "Don't go in," a voice suddenly called out. Su Nen frowned slightly, turning around to see a burly man with a shield slowly walking towards him. 3 others followed behind him. 2 men and 1 woman. "I'm Taishan. Is this your first time accepting a bounty task to hunt fierce beasts, little brother?" His stature was imposing, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Indeed, there were people in the school who did not take on tasks to hunt fierce beasts, opting for other missions instead. He assumed Su Nen was a novice at hunting fierce beasts, and filled with arrogance, disregarded the warnings. Su Nen nodded casually. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. If they wanted to offer him life points for free, he wouldn't mind. Solo raiding a secret realm is very dangerous. Our team just happens to be short 1 person. Oh, would you like to join us? Taishan chuckled awkwardly. Heh, fool. If it weren't for needing another member in my team, I wouldn't even consider picking up a fool like him. No need. Sunan declined. He had chosen to solo raid the secret realm. Why would he join a team? Moreover, he could tell that Taishan, despite appearing friendly, had already betrayed his true feelings through subtle expressions. If he entered such a team, he would never know when he might be killed. Our team is really strong. Taishan was still not giving up. His tone carried an inherent arrogance, as if inviting Su Nen to join their team was a form of charity. He had been looking for someone for a while, and had yet to find anyone. Now that he finally encountered someone who knew nothing, he certainly couldn't let the opportunity slip. I'll say it one last time, no need. Su Nan's voice turned icy, his gaze as deep as an abyss. He had no interest in joining a team, it would only become a burden. You can't possibly be serious about solo raiding, right? The only woman in the group couldn't help but cover her mouth, snickering derisively. Su Nan didn't look like a formidable character at all. Moreover, solo raiding wasn't just about being powerful. After exhausting his energy to kill a few fierce beasts, more would likely close in, making it hard to cope alone. The woman was spun around in the air and then fell to the ground. A deep red palm print was left on her face and her flesh. The next second, Su Nan's figure suddenly moved, appearing in front of the woman. Slap. A crisp. The woman was spun around in the air and then fell to the ground. A deep red palm print was left on her face and her flesh was bruised from the impact. Successfully drained life force, 540 days. Remaining lifespan, 1041. Did I make you laugh? Su Nan's gaze was icy. An aura of authority emanated from him, even in his fury. This took Taishan and everyone in his team by surprise. They truly did not expect Su Nan to strike first. The woman quickly got up, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Su Nan, her chest heaving with anger. You dare hit me? Her voice was sharp, screaming hoarsely. She believed she had been ambushed, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The next moment, she charged forward to counterattack. However, Taishan blocked her with his hand. The task is a priority. He frowned tightly and warned in a low voice. Su Nan's speed was very fast. He could tell that Su Nan still had some strength. If a fight broke out, it would affect their task's progress. I don't care, he slapped me. She was so blinded by anger that she completely lost her rationality. Taishan's impatience became more evident. Damn woman. It was just one slap. If you dare to delay the task, I'll give you a slap too. No worries, once we enter the secret realm, I'll help you get your revenge. Taishan said this to placate the woman. If we make too much noise, it won't be good for us. He continued. The guardians of the secret realm had already noticed them. If they caused too much commotion, they would have to intervene. The woman glanced around, her tone filled with reluctance and resentment. Fine. Once we enter the secret realm, I will make sure he knows he has provoked someone he shouldn't have. Seeing that his opponent dared not retaliate, Su Nan's face flickered with a trace of disappointment. Yet he had no intention of wasting further time. He turned on his heel and strode directly into the secret realm. Taishan watched him vanish inside, this time uttering not a word. He understood with grim clarity that Su Nan had resolved never to join their party. Fool, let's see how you perish within the secret realm. He spoke with seething anger and a cruel, mocking smile. Others gathered beside the entrance burst into laughter upon witnessing Su Nan truly enter the secret realm alone, refusing to seek out any team. How many decades has it been since anyone dared solo this realm? Though we don't know what task he accepted, his death is all but certain. Truly reckless, blithely courting doom. Hunting quests for ferocious beasts were never designed for lone practitioners. Each required slaying numerous such creatures. None believed Su Nan possessed the strength to conquer the realm alone. Every past attempt by elite cultivators had ended in abject failure. The moment Su Nan stepped inside, a flaming tiger lunged straight before him. A towering beast 2 meters high, its body wreathed perpetually in unquenchable fire, the very emblem of its kind. Su Nan scanned the scene, a small pride of 10 flaming tigers, all radiating formidable vitality. 9 at the 6th realm martial sovereign level, their leader the Tiger King at the 7th realm. Seems fortune favors me. He had materialized directly within their territory. Entry into the secret realm scattered cultivators randomly across its expanse. Exit was granted instantly upon activating the designated token embedded with an egress command. Alternatively, one would be automatically expelled when the realm's temporal boundary expired. Enraged by this intrusion, the entire pride charged Su Nan in unison. Su Nan remained utterly composed, serene amid the storm of roaring flames. A faint, tranquil smile graced his lips as he intoned, "Apocalypse, heaven, fire. Fire. That is my domain." In an instant, vermilion flames erupted. Su Nan channeled his ki blood to its utmost limit, conjuring 10 blazing orbs that engulfed the flaming tiger's whole. Their innate flames paled into insignificance, utterly suppressed beneath his inferno. Within moments, the entire pride crumbled into charred black ash. Slain 10 flaming tigers. Lifespan acquired 10 days. Remaining lifespan 1051 days. Indeed, regardless of cultivation rank, every ferocious beast yielded exactly 1 day of lifespan upon defeat. He then sealed the charred remains within his spatial ring. Hours later, Su Nen withdrew the ancient heaven-slaying spear from the scorched carcasses. Not a single drop of blood stained the spear's blade, a fortunate trait sparing him the tedious chore of... He opened his system interface. Cascading notifications flooded his vision. Slain 6th Realm Flaming Tiger. Lifespan acquired 1 day. Slain 7th Realm Flaming Tiger. Lifespan acquired 1 day. Slain 7th Realm Flaming Tiger. Lifespan acquired 1 day. Total kills 25 Flaming Tigers. Lifespan acquired via lightning strike 25 days. Remaining lifespan 1076 days. Su Nen glanced briefly at the panel and closed it. Still insufficient. He shook his head. Having slain 25 tigers, including the initial 10, he now stood at 35 kills, still 15 short of completing his assignment. At that moment, several hundred meters away, another pride emerged, roughly 20 strong. They likely caught the scent of kin blood, mistaking injury for weakness, and sought to absorb this territory into their own. Now that will suffice. A sly grin curled Su Nan's lips, when suddenly another party arrived, the same group who had mocked him scornfully at the realm's threshold. They had just recruited a new member, a fair-skinned young man. Their assigned quest matched his, hunting flaming tigers with targets restricted to 6th Realm cultivators and above, though their quota was merely 20 kills. Tai Shan's eyes lit up upon spotting the exact 20 tiger pride ahead. Damn it, finally found them. They'd scoured endlessly, encountering only low-tier tigers, not a single high-rank specimen. He couldn't fathom where the elite beasts had vanished, frustration gnawing at him. Now relief loosened the tension coiled tight within his chest. He feared failing the mission today, forcing yet another day's delay. Habitually scanning the surroundings, Tai Shan's gaze fell upon Su Nan. What a twisted stroke of fate. His glare sharpened into something predatory. The woman also spotted Su Nan, and recoiled inwardly. She hadn't expected him to survive, let alone stand unscathed. Tai Shan, you swore to help me exact vengeance. Her voice cracked with fury. Her cheeks still burned with phantom pain. A vivid red handprint lingered, though slightly faded. Yet it remained unmistakably clear. Agreed. Tai Shan assented without hesitation. He loathed Su Nan deeply. Even outside the realm he'd have struck had he not wished to avoid complications. Now opportunity presented itself. Tai Shan advanced towards Su Nan with his 4 companions. Su Nan watched them approach, his expression placid, yet beneath it stirred a quiet thrill. Lifespan delivery boys. 5 martial sovereigns. Stripping away the woman still leaves 4. At minimum, that's 2,000 days of lifespan. Ha. You didn't expect to run into me again, did you? She spoke first, venom lacing her gaze, her hands trembling with suppressed violence. Looks like that slap was too gentle. Su Nan rotated his wrist slowly. Instinctively, she clutched her cheek and staggered 2 steps backward. What do you intend to do? Her voice quavered, tense, fearful. Tai Shan frowned, exasperated. Have you lost your wits? After all, they were 5 against 1. What reason could there be for fear? He judged her rattled, perhaps even traumatized. Simultaneously, he unleashed his Kiblood aura. 7th Realm Martial Sovereign. Yes, I'll repay that blow tenfold. She snapped back to awareness, fury flaring anew across her features. 7th Realm Martial Sovereign. Yes, I'll repay that blow tenfold. She snapped back to awareness, fury flaring. She too released her Kiblood aura. 6th Realm Martial Sovereign. The other 3 followed suit, 2 more 7th Realm Sovereigns, 1 6th Realm. By conventional standards, this formation ranked among the strongest parties present. Yet to Su Nan it held no weight whatsoever. Tai Shan bared his teeth in a savage grin, raising his shield and settling into battle stance. Had you joined us, none of this would have occurred. But now that fate has thrown us together, you'll simply have to accept your misfortune. They all looked at Su Nan, who seemed relatively young and did not believe he could be strong. This lineup was already quite luxurious. This was Iron Mountain's confidence when he claimed his team was strong outside the secret realm. Attack! Iron Mountain commanded. As soon as his words fell, the faster gun shadows arrived. Stab! Thrust! Chop! Sweep! The arcs of electricity crackled, accompanied by a furious dragon's roar, launching a powerful assault. In just 4 gunplay movements, the other 4 were left with gaping holes the size of bowls on their bodies. Some were on their shoulders, others on their chests. Blood gushed forth. Among them, the woman's scream was the loudest. She clutched her injury and screamed loudly. The speed was too fast. She had not reacted at all, still immersed in the joy of impending revenge. Upon seeing his 4 team members injured in the blink of an eye, Iron Mountain's expression changed dramatically. Ninth tier Martial King. He too sensed Su Nan's blood energy fluctuations. He never expected that this seemingly young person would possess the same realm as him. So what if you're ninth tier? He was equally unyielding. After all, who wasn't a genius? He raised his shield and shouted angrily, "Mighty Mountain Shield." He was most adept at pure power contests. He had once smashed a beast of the same realm to pieces with sheer strength, flattening its bones. Thunderous Dragon Roar. Su Nan's gun tip spun in the air, and the violent thunder erupted wildly, revealing the phantom of a gigantic blue dragon at the gun's tip, releasing a chilling roar that carried immense pressure. In the instant of collision between the two, clang, the fierce sound of metal clashing erupted. Iron Mountain's shield began to crack at the point of impact, and within half a second the cracks rapidly spread. In the next moment, the shield shattered into countless fragments under the overwhelming force, scattering in all directions. Iron Mountain's eyes nearly bulged out. "My shield." His voice was filled with pain. This shield had accompanied him through countless battles. Yet now it couldn't withstand even a single shot from Su Nan. What immense power this was. However, the gun's momentum did not cease. A gun must always advance unimpeded. Though the shield was broken, it did not achieve its purpose. The gun tip pierced directly through Iron Mountain's robust body. Blood seeped from the wounds, yet it could not stain the gun in the slightest. Uffed. Iron Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not solely due to injury, more so, it was from the rage of seeing his shield shatter. Su Nan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly withdrew the gun. In the next second, all 5 of them knelt halfway on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat pouring down. They had completely lost the courage to confront Su Nan. His strength far surpassed anything they could have. Iron Mountain's forehead was bulging with veins. 5 people. We are 5 people. I am still a 9th tier Martial King. His heart screamed in madness. He could not understand why they had lost so easily. Why was there such a vast difference in strength despite both being 9th tier Martial Kings? He could not comprehend. Successfully plundered lifespan, 550 days. Successfully plundered lifespan, 560 days. Successfully plundered lifespan, 10 days. Successfully plundered lifespan, 560 days. Successfully plundered lifespan, 600 days. Remaining lifespan, 3,356 days. A series of system notifications floated past his eyes. Su Nan looked at the rising lifespan and felt elated. Among them there was one for 10 days, which belonged to the woman who had already been harvested once outside. Now it was a second harvesting. Very good. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he secured credits, but now he would also gain lifespan. The 5 of them had long lost their initial arrogance, their eyes filled with awe. They could not fathom who Su Nan truly was. Such a powerful individual, yet they had never heard of him at school. Could he be a new student this year? They quickly dismissed this idea. What a joke. If a new student could annihilate all 5 of them, they might as well go back to studying liberal arts instead of martial arts. If that were the case, there could only be one possibility. That is, Su Nan had been secluding himself in cultivation, rarely showing up. This indirectly explained why Su Nan was so strong. Su Nan must have put in tremendous effort into his cultivation. Yes, it must be like that. All 5 of them unanimously believed so. Su Nan paid no further attention to the 5 of them. He needed to complete his task first. Otherwise it would be troublesome to find them again after the tiger pack left. Su Nan raised his gun and charged forward. Killed a 6th tier flame tiger, successfully plundered lifespan 1 day. Killed a 7th tier flame tiger, successfully plundered lifespan 1 day. Killed an 8th tier flame tiger, successfully plundered lifespan 1 day. Total kills 15 flame tigers. Thunder strike, plundered lifespan 15 days. Remaining lifespan 3,371 days. The black gun entered and exited with only the pitiful roars of the flame tigers echoing. With 5 flame tigers remaining, he did not choose to kill them all at once. His task was simply to kill 50 flame tigers. He would not kill one more. The value of killing one more did not even compare to the energy and vitality he expended. The 5 watched in awe as Su Nan swiftly killed more than half of the flame tigers in just a few minutes. This left Iron Mountain utterly dumbfounded. I've never seen someone so fierce before. He no longer knew how to describe Su Nan. It was simply terrifying. After collecting all the corpses into his spatial ring, Su Nan walked directly towards the 5. The remaining 5 flame tigers, seeing their companions dead, still charged at Su Nan without fear, all madly rushing forward. A little surprise for you. Su Nan smiled slightly. Then he walked straight past the 5. Upon seeing the flame tigers charging with their gaping jaws, the 5 were instantly petrified. These remaining 5 were all 8th tier Martial Kings. Damn, Iron Mountain was the first to endure his injuries and stand up. If it were before, he would have never run. But now he was already injured, and continuing to fight would only worsen his condition. Run! The others shouted in panic, fleeing for their lives. Just moments ago, they were in agony from their injuries, and now they were all energized as if injected with stimulants. They wished they could grow 4 legs. Seeing them all frantically fleeing from the flame tigers, Su-Nin couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I'm still a miracle worker. Those heavily injured individuals could suddenly run like the wind. Su-Nin couldn't be bothered to care about them anymore. He casually turned and left. Time to report back. Qinglong University. The exchange hall serves 2 purposes. One is to exchange various resources for cultivation, and the other is to recycle resources from bounty tasks. For instance, hunting ferocious beasts yields their corpses, which are considered a type of recyclable resource. These beast corpses are still useful. The staff member looked at the information on the computer screen and gasped in shock. Completion time 6 hours. This includes the time taken for round trips and searching for the ferocious beasts. It only took 6 hours. This is an extraordinarily terrifying statistic. Is this the value of being a holder of the Golden Dragon token? Please help me exchange for the Ning Huang Ju. Su-Nin said calmly. At this moment he noticed that his credits had increased again. Normally he would only have 13 credits, but with the 100 credits earned from completing this task, he now had a total of 113 credits. However, his account now showed 163 credits. One entry of 50 credits was noted as successful rebellion reward. This is what I deserve. He believed it was only right. However, he had not yet been notified, likely because they had not been able to locate the information on the Doomsday Cult. He felt that the Doomsday Cult would definitely come after him. Please take care of this. The staff member quickly exchanged the Wan Dao Sui Huang Ju as per Su-Nin's request. Su-Nin directly stored it in his spatial ring. Moments later, he returned to his residence and headed straight to the training room on the 2nd floor. He summoned the system panel. Remaining lifespan 3,371 days. Looking at the increased lifespan value, he did not appear very optimistic. Previously, when he broke through to Martial King, even 2,000 days of lifespan felt a bit tight. Now he was about to break through to Martial Emperor, which required condensing the essence of Imperial Dao, a process that was extremely difficult, having stumped many geniuses. He felt that this lifespan value was not very secure. Forget it. Regardless, he needed to cultivate the Ning Huang Ju. Whether or not the lifespan was sufficient, cultivating the Ning Huang Ju was an essential step. He took out the Wan Dao Sui Huang Ju from his spatial ring. System consumed 100 days of lifespan to cultivate Wan Dao Sui Huang Ju. This time Su-Nin decided to start with 100 days to test the waters. The essence of Imperial Dao is notoriously hard to condense, so cultivating the Ning Huang Ju would likely not be easy either. Ding. Consuming 100 days of lifespan, this Ning Huang Ju is particularly special. It does not select any path among the myriad, but rather uses oneself as the path. Thus the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. In the initial 100 years you will make almost no progress, and every attempt at cultivation will end in failure. From then on you began to cultivate even more diligently. Despite the many failures you did not slacken nor lose heart, and eventually one day you had an epiphany. You entered the threshold, taking a step forward. Once you enter the threshold, the path ahead becomes much smoother. Although the difficulty remains high, at least you have found direction. 100 days of lifespan only got me to the threshold. Su-Nin immediately understood the difficulty. The main issue is that the Wan Dao Sui Huang Ju he is cultivating is inherently difficult, classified as grade, and its uniqueness makes it even harder to cultivate. But once cultivated successfully, the condensed essence of Imperial Dao will be even stronger. System, I want to spend another 300 days of lifespan. He directly tripled the investment. There are still the stages of proficiency, mastery, and perfection to clear, and he did not dare to underestimate them. Ding. Consumed 300 days of lifespan, you have once again embarked on a long cultivation process. With true sincerity, even metal and stone can be opened. This time, there were no flashy displays, just the daily grind of cultivation year after year. It was precisely this dedicated appearance that allowed you to gradually progress further, and finally, your efforts bore fruit. Proficiency, mastery, perfection, all achieved. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the state of perfection. You have obtained the divine ability Imperial Dao Extreme Intent Technique. Imperial Dao Extreme Intent Technique. Using this divine ability can activate your bodily functions. Your eyes will turn golden in an instant, and your overall strength will double. Remaining lifespan 2,971 days. Not bad. Su-Nin was very satisfied. The divine ability he gained this time was also incredibly powerful. It even subtly surpassed the divine abilities he had previously acquired. He could easily use the Imperial Tao Extreme Intent technique first, followed by other divine abilities, effectively doubling their might. This was already quite terrifying. Geniuses can possess combat power that exceeds their realm, but it generally does not exceed too much. A 10% increase is already considered a lot. But someone like Su Nan who could double their overall strength was virtually unheard of. Even a half increase was impossible. Should I continue cultivating? Su Nan fell into hesitation. He looked at the remaining lifespan value in front of him and pondered. After a minute, he decided not to raise his realm for now. He believed that this amount of lifespan would definitely not be enough for him to directly advance to the 9th level of Martial Emperor. He had grown accustomed to leaping over a major realm. There was also a very important reason: during the breakthrough to Martial Emperor, any disturbance could lead to punishment by heavenly lightning. Martial Emperor is already at the stage where one can establish a preliminary connection with the heavenly Tao, and each attack can resonate with a trace of the power of the laws between heaven and earth. He understood that the people from the Doomsday cult would continue to come after him. This could definitely serve as a life-saving skill. Since his lifespan value is still there, he can break through at any time. After these multiple breakthroughs, he discovered that the system would not be exposed. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Su Nan checked and found it was a call from Lu Bo. He directly answered the call. Su Nan, aren't you in need of credits? There's a large credit task available right now. Lu Bo said straightforwardly. A large credit task. How much? Su Nan asked, bewildered. Aside from the 100 credits task he completed today, he hadn't seen any other tasks that offered more, not even those that offered slightly less. 100 credits. Lu Bo said with a smile. Su Nan was taken aback. This was precisely the amount of credits he had mentioned lacking. This is a special task requiring a martial king who is male and has a name with 2 characters, one of which must contain the character Nan from the south. This task has been assessed for feng shui. The south belongs to fire, representing brightness, which is of great help for this task. Lu Bo rambled on, providing detailed explanations. Su Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This was no different from directly writing his name in the task requirements. He wasn't foolish and understood that Lu Bo was paving the way for him. After all, more credits are better than fewer. All right. Su Nan nodded with a smile. This little old man is quite useful. You need to hurry up and take it, otherwise someone else might snatch it away. Lu Bo still felt a bit uneasy. All right. Su Nan didn't believe that anyone would be able to meet such harsh conditions. However, just in case, the moment he hung up the phone, he immediately searched for the task using the task number sent by Lu Bo. It showed that hundreds of people had already viewed it, but not a single person had successfully taken it. He opened the task page to check the details. In Lehigh City in Haicheng District, a flower-picking female thief lurked here, practicing the evil art of supplementing the yin with yang, resulting in the deaths of dozens of men. One male victim reported the case, and after the thorough investigation by the Sky Patrol, the other victims were found, and based on descriptions, the female thief's appearance was compiled into a photograph. Name: Wu Shimin, rank 3rd tier martial king. A photo of the woman was attached below the text, a full body shot, and it was in color. She had an exquisite appearance with a standard oval face, tall stature, and an innate allure in her eyes. Why do I feel that this old man is quite sinister? Su Nan twitched his lips. Such a bizarre task was assigned to him. He had every reason to suspect that the old man had some dubious intentions. But seeing the 100 credits, he decided to let it go. There was no need to be at odds with the credits. This was also a kind gesture from Lu Bo. Lehigh City was only a city away from Huanan City. It was a bit of distance, but not far. Thus he directly clicked to accept it. Task successfully accepted. He easily took it on. He also scrolled through the task comment section. Huh, which young master is this? Inadvertently intruding into the heavenly family. Look at you singing again. Not only can you earn credits, but you can also achieve justice. This is simply the task I've always dreamed of. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the task reward of credits. That was 100 credits. The target for capture was merely a 3rd tier martial king. But once they saw the task requirements, everyone exploded in outrage. This task was clearly not meant for them, and they all rushed to the comment section to complain. Yet not a single person dared to speak ill of Su Nan. The fact that such a task requirement could be issued indicated a solid background. Who would dare to say anything bad? The next day, Su Nan set off towards Haicheng District. Time passed quickly, and Su Nan's airship soon arrived at the outskirts of Haicheng District. This was also a place mentioned in the task details where Wu Shimin often appeared. The peripheral area was coastal, and there were many markets here. Some spiritual plants obtained from the sea, or the corpses of sea beasts, were sold here. However, authenticity was not guaranteed. There were also quite a few fraudsters. It all depended on one's own discernment. The area of Haicheng District was quite vast, Even just this peripheral area was not small. Therefore he definitely could not deliberately search. Otherwise he felt it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Since the other party was a flower-picking female thief, he should at least look for someone of higher quality, right? Don't say he is narcissistic, just with his height, looks, and demeanor. He was definitely a handsome guy. Usually because of his overwhelming strength, others overlooked his appearance. He believed that this time the task could definitely come in handy. He'll just wander around here for a bit. He murmured. He believed that as long as that person wasn't blind, she would definitely come to find him. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see if there was anything he needed. If there was, he would just call Su Nan. As for the credits Lu Bo couldn't directly give them, they all had to be given through tasks. This was the rule, and there was no way around it. But long coins could be given freely. He believed that Lu Bo, as a figure at the martial sovereign level, must have a hefty savings. Of course, this was also because he was too lazy to make money. Otherwise, with his strength, making money would be as easy as pie. 2 hours later, Su Nan had also strolled around this area. Why is it all just junk? He said with a blank expression. He hadn't found anything worth purchasing. Most of it was just sea beast corpses, spiritual plants, and some items smeared with copper rust, with the vendors insisting they were divine weapons. He had planned to heavily extort Lu Bo, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. However, he also felt that most resources were controlled by a few powerful factions. For example, Qinglong University, which was also why he wanted to enter a top university. It was impossible for him to casually stroll around and stumble upon some divine weapon or heavenly art. That would be too absurd. After that, he lost interest in continuing to browse. He felt that his time of appearance was about right. Continuing to wander around would only raise suspicion. So he directly found a nearby hotel to stay in. After washing up, he began waiting for Wu Shimin's arrival. Will she come? Su Nan wasn't entirely confident. For now, he could only give it a try. As night fell, Su Nan had already rested enough and was waiting for the flower-picking female thief to show up. Although she hadn't appeared during the day, he felt that such a flower-picking female thief should operate at night. This wasn't a glorious matter, and it was easier to conceal oneself under the cover of darkness. Another hour passed. Su Nan suddenly heard a slight movement near the window. The sound was very He saw a shadow inserting a sharp small knife into the gap beside the glass, immediately applying force to pry it, breaking a piece of glass. Her reaction was also very swift, as she immediately wrapped the glass shards with a black cloth bag. This should also be a treasure, effectively muffling the sound. After another few dozen seconds, she successfully removed the window glass. She tiptoed in from the outside. In the moonlight, a tall and curvaceous figure emerged. Finally found a handsome guy, she said with a slight smile, her lips curling up with a hint of pride. Bathed in the moonlight, Su Nan's face was particularly well-defined. Wow, this time I've struck gold, Wu Shimin exclaimed. Su Nan calmly maintained his lying posture. He needed to wait until Wu Shimin got a bit closer before making his move. Wu Shimin was currently too close to the window. If she jumped out to escape, it would be troublesome. Wu Shimin stepped lightly, slowly inching closer to Su Nan. Such a rich wave of vital energy. She could sense the surging power of vitality hidden within Su Nan's strong body. When she reached in front of Su Nan, she skillfully took out a needle from her spatial ring. This was meant to anesthetize Su Nan. She aimed the needle at Su Nan's neck and brought it down. Su Nan, however, suddenly spoke. There's no need for... Suddenly, the anesthetic needle in Wu Shimin's hand fell to the floor with a crisp sound. She realized sharply that she had fallen into a trap. However, Su Nan offered her no chance to escape, unleashing a powerful punch fueled by his vigorous chi. So painful. Wu Shimin cried out in anguish as her body slammed against the wall, taking the full force of the blow to her abdomen. She felt as if her very organs were being stirred. The overwhelming surge of chi left her devoid of any thought of resistance. Ninth-tier martial king, she exclaimed in terror. At such a young age, he was already a ninth-tier martial king. Even with her eyes closed, she could imagine where Su Nan came from. She never expected to be exposed so quickly and to be involved in the bounty mission from Qinglong University. Successfully robbed of lifespans, 510 days remaining. Su Nan sat up from the bed, chuckling. No resistance, huh? He did not expect her to be so sensible, choosing to lean against the wall without moving. You are a ninth-tier martial king. What would my resistance even matter? Wu Shimin huffed softly. As a third-tier martial king, she stood no chance against the ninth-tier martial king. Now injured, she had no possibility of escape. To avoid further suffering, it was better to remain still. Quite self-aware, Su Nan remarked casually. May I discuss something with you? Wu Shimin asked, cautiously, observing that Su Nan did not seem too difficult to negotiate with. Speak, he replied tersely. He was curious about what schemes Wu Shimin might be plotting. She stared intently at him, her pupils suddenly shifting to a pale pink. An ambiguous aura filled the room, accompanied by a hint of a special fragrance. You must be quite fond of me too. Her voice was gentle, laced with a sultry undertone. At the same time, she exhaled a wisp of pink mist which intensified the room's suggestive atmosphere. Charming martial technique. Sunan sensed something amiss. His pupils remained resolute, showing no sign of faltering. His Dao heart was remarkably steadfast. If you dare to use it again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Sunan's voice was as chilling as a demon's whisper. Wu Shimin was startled, her pupils quickly returning to normal. How? Is this even possible? She exclaimed, bewildered and shocked. This was the first time her charming technique had failed. By normal logic, Sunan, being a young man, should be full of vitality. How could he resist her allure? In the past, even when she was discovered, she had always succeeded with her charming technique. Today, however, she had miscalculated. She had encountered a formidable opponent. She still felt a twinge of unwillingness. Brother, please let me go. She began to pout in a coy manner. This time she did not use her charming technique. Sunan remained indifferent, too lazy to respond. What nonsense was this? Her words gave him goosebumps. Brother, I will suffer terribly if I am caught. As long as you agree to let me go, I promise not to absorb your yang energy, and I can make you feel as if you're floating in bliss. She finished with a light bite of her red lips. If you say another word, I won't hesitate to take your corpse back with me. Sunan's tone was icy. Did the pink skeleton still wish to tempt him? Besides, why should he trust her? What if she not only absorbed his yang energy, but also infected him with some illness? He was a normal man, and he understood right from wrong. Upon hearing this, Wu Shimin's words of provocation were caught in her throat, and she dared not utter another syllable. She felt that if she spoke again, Sunan would truly kill her. Under such terrifying pressure, she could only remain motionless, feeling helpless. It's over. She sighed resignedly in her heart. She understood that this time she was truly doomed, destined to be locked away in a cold prison. Until dawn came. Sunan was already seated on the airship, while Wu Shimin was bound and tossed into a corner of the craft. With only one seat on this small airship, this was the only way. Wu Shimin had resigned herself to her fate, curled up and waiting for the impending judgment. Soon Sunan arrived at the outskirts of Huanan City. This was the very location of the base that had been dismantled last time. It was still early morning, and without any shops around, this road saw no foot traffic. At that moment, a blood drop radiating a red aura suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly slicing toward his airship. Seeing this, Sunan immediately seized Wu Shimin and leaped from the airship. Given the proximity, there was no way to evade it. The airship had to be abandoned. In the next moment, the airship was cleaved in half by the blood drop, emitting a series of crackling electrical sounds before crashing to the ground. 12 figures appeared simultaneously, surrounding Sunan and leaving no room for escape. They were the 12 leaders of the Doomsday Sect. The blood drop flew back into Luo Yan's hand after circling around. Luo Yan had a thick beard and a face full of flesh, giving him a ferocious appearance. "Ha ha, we finally caught up with you," he exclaimed excitedly, spreading his arms wide. They had been waiting here since receiving intel about Sunan leaving Huanan City. The chief fluctuations of the 12 were laid bare, completely unabashed. 12 martial emperors. Luo Yan was even a 9th-tier martial emperor. Once he broke through to martial zone, he could ascend to the rank of elder. Now ambushing Sunan was also a way to accumulate achievements for his future promotion. "You are from the Doomsday Sect, aren't you?" Sunan remained calm, looking at the 12 with composure. He casually tossed Wu Shimin against a nearby tree. Wu Shimin was instantly petrified, her body stiffening uncontrollably as she sensed the overwhelming aura of the martial emperors. They are all martial emperors. She trembled, staring at them in horror. It was over. This group was clearly here to kill Sunan. If Sunan died, she would surely be silenced as well. Now she had no chance even to go to prison. "Why am I so unlucky?" she lamented inwardly. "Indeed, I am the head of the Doomsday Sect's 12 leaders, Luo Yan of the Blood Hall." He nodded, not denying his identity. He believed that since Sunan's time was up, knowing his identity was of no consequence. A glint of barely perceptible excitement flickered across Sunan's lips. 12 martial emperors, this is a treasure trove of lifespan. Sunan, even if you sprouted wings today, you won't escape. Luo Yan roared with laughter, his beard trembling with mirth. All 12 hall masters had mobilized, encircling the area so tightly not even water could seep through. A martial king, no matter how extraordinary, stood no chance against a single martial emperor. Facing 12 such sovereigns was sheer impossibility. "Why would I run?" Sunan's lips curled into a serene, effortless smile. He had never claimed he intended to flee. With so many days of lifespan at his disposal, why would he run? "You refuse to run. Then have you accepted your fate?" Luo Yan asked, puzzled, assuming Sunan had simply resigned himself to doom, abandoning all hope. "No, it is you who should run." Su Nan tilted his head slightly upward, unleashing an overwhelming aura. At these words, all 12 hall masters burst into thunderous laughter. They laughed as though they had heard the greatest absurdity in heaven and earth. A mere martial king daring to command 12 martial emperors to flee. How laughable! Luo Yan's expression turned disdainful. He dismissed Su Nan's words as the ramblings of a man delirious in his final moments. You claimed first place in the martial examination, earned top honors among new disciples, and then slew 3 martial kings from the Yunwu sect. I truly wish to know how did you accomplish this. His eyes gleamed with sharp curiosity, his heart burning with desire to uncover the secret behind Su Nan's meteoric ascension. After all, Su Nan was already cornered. Escape was impossible. Why not spend a few minutes extracting the truth? With 12 martial emperors striking as one, Su Nan wouldn't survive a single blow. You wish to know? Su Nan asked calmly. Yes. If you reveal it, I might grant you mercy and spare your life. A sly glint flashed across Luo Yan's face. Huh. Once he spoke, the moment those words left his lips, I'd kill him myself. His gaze locked onto Su Nan, breath held in eager anticipation. If he mastered that method of rapid cultivation, the elder's seat would lie within arm's reach. Alas, my method is uniquely mine, but I do know another path to swift power enhancement. Su Nan said. What a... Speak quickly. Luo Yan's breathing grew ragged. He could hardly contain his impatience. Seek out public restrooms and consume their contents. Know well this substance is the quintessence of the human body. Su Nan stifled a chuckle. Instantly Luo Yan's face darkened, storm clouds gathering in his visage. Dare you mock me, eh? He was no fool. He instantly grasped that Su Nan's method was pure mockery. At that moment, one of the 12 hall masters, slight of frame and unassuming, began murmuring aloud, lost in thought. How many restrooms exist within the city? A nearby flower hall master could bear it no longer. Are you mad? If he tells you to eat filth, will you swallow it whole? She shook her head in disbelief. How could anyone take such mockery seriously? That very substance, no one could stomach it. Seeing his own subordinate, so foolish, Luo Yan felt a surge of indignation. Mock you? I'm mocking you, you old wretch. Su Nan dropped all pretense, and inwardly chanted, system, retain only 1 day of lifespan, gamble all the rest on breakthrough. Luo Yan's beard quivered violently with rage. A blood-drenched crimson palm strike, reeking of slaughter, slammed towards Su Nan. I'll send you to hell. He finally understood Su Nan had been toying with him from the start, never intending earnest dialogue. Words were over. Action began. Yet as the blood-tinged palm struck Su Nan, it vanished midair as though repelled by an invisible barrier unable to breach his aura. Shock flooded Luo Yan's eyes. What sorcery is this? That strike alone would have shattered any martial king. Su Nan stood utterly defenseless, or so it seemed. In the next heartbeat, Su Nan's entire being erupted, chi surging like a tidal wave within his meridians. The wind accelerated, whipping into a vortex. Above him, a dense black cloud coalesced, hovering directly over his crown, lightning crackling within its depths. Heaven and earth omen. Luo Yan's pupils contracted violently, his jaw dropped wide open. He'd never imagined Su Nan would break through here now, and ascend to the rank of martial emperor. Such omens manifest only during martial emperor ascension, serving as celestial guardians, shielding the cultivator through the perilous transition. Now Luo Yan understood why his attack had failed. Su Nan was mid-breakthrough, and now Luo Yan dared not strike. To intervene would summon heavenly lightning upon himself. Even a 9th-rank martial emperor dared not withstand such divine thunder. Imbued with primordial law, it could obliterate him without mercy. The other hall masters stared in stunned silence. What manner of monster is this youth, to dare transcend before our very eyes? He must die. Indeed. Even if we risk the lightning, we must slay him once his breakthrough concludes. All agreed Su Nan's survival spelled annihilation for the Mo sect. Every gaze converged upon Su Nan, unblinking, unyielding. Even Wu Shimin, leaning against a tree, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. She'd assumed all was lost, yet Su Nan was ascending again. Yet his fate remained sealed, she sighed helplessly. In her view, even a first-rank martial emperor stood no chance against 12 sovereigns. At that moment, Su Nan had already severed all external awareness. A chime rang clear, ding. Having expended 3480 days of lifespan, you had long perfected the Ning Huang art, memorized every principle of sovereign Tao essence condensation, and lacked only time. Thus began your timeless crucible. 1 century, 2, 3. 1,000 years, eternity flowing past like mist, until at last sovereign Tao essence coalesced within you. A mark bloomed in your dantian. a unique sovereign Tao sigil in ethereal colorless form. Congratulations! You have successfully ascended to the Martial Emperor realm. But this was only the beginning. You continued cultivating, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, each tier dissolving like morning fog, until at the apex you shattered the final veil and attained 9th rank Martial Emperor. Vital Chi 999991. Congratulations! You have reached 9th rank Martial Emperor. Note ascending to Martial Saint requires forging a divine bridge with heaven and earth. Mastery of the divine bridge method is essential. Su Nan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath thick with the weight of millennia. Success! An overwhelming Martial Emperor pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Wu Shimin collapsed first, crushed flat beneath the crushing weight, limbs frozen. The 12 Hall Masters felt it too, their bones groaning under the sheer authority of sovereign Qi. 11 of them sank knee-deep into the earth. Only Luo Yin remained upright. Yet even he staggered inwardly, his pupils dilating in shock, his mind reeling as though struck by thunder. This cannot be possible. He kept repeating it aloud. A sensation both hauntingly familiar and utterly alien stirred within him. He himself was a 9th rank Martial Emperor. How could he possibly fail to recognize this overwhelming aura as that of a 9th rank Martial Emperor? Even he felt an immense, suffocating pressure. No, this aura surpassed even that of a 9th rank Martial Emperor. Its sheer intensity dwarfed even the most supreme Martial Emperor at peak cultivation. This defies all logic. Who ever heard of someone breaking through directly into the 9th rank? Luo Yan's voice trembled with disbelief. This was no longer human. It was a monster. He had never before heard of anyone leaping an entire major realm in a single breakthrough. If one claimed to ascend to the 2nd rank Martial Emperor, that alone would mark them as a Onsen Tinthasan genius. The other Hall Masters swallowed hard, their expressions stripped entirely of earlier nonchalance. This isn't human, is it? I don't know. It probably isn't human. No human could ever do this. Their bodies began to shiver uncontrollably. Overwhelming power had plunged them deep into paralyzing terror. I told you, the ones who should flee are you. Su Nan's expression remained serene like the surface of a still, windless lake. Upon ascending to the Martial Emperor realm, one gains the ability to exert oppressive aura. Such aura can force cultivators below the Martial Emperor realm to their knees, and impose crushing pressure even upon peers of equal cultivation. Moreover, one may begin to commune with the heavenly Tao and draw upon celestial momentum. Each strike resonates with a sliver of cosmic law, the faintest thread, yet already incomparably superior to anything attainable by cultivators of the Martial King realm. Boy, do not grow too arrogant. I care not what illusionary technique you've employed to project the aura of a 9th rank Martial Emperor. All I say is, your death is certain. Luo Yin forcibly steadied his mind. Yes, he must be using some deceptive artifice. Otherwise no one could possibly surge from initial breakthrough straight into the 9th rank of the Martial Emperor realm. The stronger Su Nan appeared, the more urgently he had to die. As first Hall Master among the 12, he absolutely could not falter. Come. The ancient desolation god-slaying spear materialized instantly in Su Nan's grasp. All he craved now was lifespan. After all, he had only 1 day remaining. When that final day expired, he would perish utterly. Attack! Luo Yin refused to yield, rallying the other Hall Masters into a full-force assault. Today they would eradicate Su Nan, the harbinger of calamity. In an instant, blades flashed, swords gleamed, fists imprinted, palms struck. A torrent of martial techniques rained down upon Su Nan without restraint. None dared underestimate him. Imperial Tao, supreme intent art. Su Nan's gaze hardened. His irises shimmered gold, and his entire aura transformed. His overall strength surged vertically. Now begins your death sentence. Su Nan raised his spear and charged. His power had doubled. Compounded by his already extraordinary combat prowess, he now effortlessly crushed everyone present. Even Luo Yin, the 9th rank Martial Emperor, fell victim. Thrust, spin, reverse lift. Su Nan's vital energy surged unrestrained. Each spear strike tore gaping wounds through their bodies. Even Luo Yin bore a bullsized wound. His divine artifact, a great saber, had been violently disarmed by Su Nan's spear, leaving him defenseless. The desolation god-slaying spear pierced straight through his torso. Such overwhelming force, he cried out in utter shock. He sensed clearly Su Nan's spear was immensely heavy, wielded with lightning-fast tyrannical technique, leaving him utterly unable to counter or evade. He now stood at a dead end. Enough! Kill him! No matter the cost. Even if forced into endless rotation, he would slay Su Nan today. He seized his great saber and swung again. The other Hall Masters pressed their assaults relentlessly. Minutes passed. Su Nan's spear shadows fell like torrential rain. Under such relentless onslaught, one Hulm master finally broke. No. His final defiant roar was cut short as Su Nan's spear pierced his throat. Luo Yin watched helplessly, powerless to intervene. Why does his assault grow stronger still? His voice weakened, drained. Su Nan expended his vital energy recklessly, yet showed no sign of depletion. Instead, his vigor intensified. Not even in a rank breathing technique could sustain such output. Only in strength technique might. He dared not dwell on this possibility. To confirm it would mean surrender. Then, another Hulm master collapsed. 1, 2, 3. One after another they fell. 3 minutes later. Of the 12 Hulm masters, only Luo Yin remained. Watching his comrades fall paralyzed by a guttural roar tore from his throat. His body bore grievous wounds. Continuing the fight meant certain death. Impossible. I cannot fight on. I must flee. His will to battle dissolved, survival alone consumed him. He seized an opening and fled in blind panic. Su Nan, however, would never let prey slip away. Would transmutation, he murmured softly. A colossal force swept over Luo Yan's entire being. His feet suddenly grew immovable. He could not take another step. Panic and dread flooded his eyes. Run? Useless legs. He frantically beat upon his own. When he glanced down, he saw his legs had already turned to wood, the grain spreading rapidly upward. In an instant, he became a desiccated log. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Nan could never have petrified a 9th-rank martial emperor thus. His vitality vanished completely. But Luo Yin was already wounded, and his spirit utterly shattered. At this moment, even a celestial being could not save him. Lifespan successfully seized 600 days. Lifespan successfully seized 630 days. Lifespan successfully seized 650 days. Cumulative lifespan acquired 7560 days. Remaining lifespan 7561 days. Good heavens, so formidable. Such a dramatic increase in lifespan filled Su Nan with genuine delight, granting him respite from mortal anxiety for the foreseeable future. Yet he sensed the next breakthrough, to the martial saint realm, would demand far greater lifespan than before. Even Su Nan himself lacked confidence in achieving 9th-rank martial emperor this time. Fortunately, he succeeded. Though not yet at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, he found satisfaction in his attainment. Burnt. He summoned several orbs of annihilation celestial flame, reducing every corpse to ash. No trace remained. By now Wu Shimin had fallen into profound awe. She had long abandoned hope, resigned to her imminent. She rubbed her eyes, whispering incredulously to herself, "Did we truly win?" Su Nan, this name she would remember for a lifetime. He was the strongest individual she had ever encountered. She was grateful that Su Nan had won, and at least she could keep her life. Upon returning to school, Su Nan decisively completed the task with Wu Shimin. Adding to his previous 63, his credits had now reached 163. At this moment, after finishing his shower, he comfortably lay on the sofa. Let's take a look at the Divine Bridge method. Su Nan took out the Golden Dragon token, opened the projection, and searched. At this time, he was astonished to find that the Divine Bridge method was only in grade and was incomplete. The others were all A and B grades. Could it be that the Divine Bridge method was interrupted for some reason? He didn't quite understand what was going on. However, as long as it was grade, even if it was incomplete, he could still practice it. Hongming Taichu method. In the era of Hongming before the Divine Bridge was opened, forcibly open the Divine Bridge using this method. Credits 1000. Su Nan was stunned upon seeing the number before him. What? 1000 credits? Are you kidding me? How long would it take to accumulate that many credits? The Divine Bridge method is based on one's own divine soul vitality and essence, constructing a divine bridge at the center of the brow to establish a connection with the heavens and earth. This is why martial sect can walk through the air. Beep, beep, beep. The phone suddenly rang. Su Nan did not look at the name and directly answered. Su Nan, did you complete the task so quickly? Lu Bo asked with a smile. He had just seen that Su Nan completed the task, so he immediately called to inquire. Su Nan guessed that it must be Lu Bo calling. Yes, old man, you assigned me a good task. Su Nan smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo felt something. Su Nan, you didn't lose your virtue, did you? He anxiously slapped his thigh. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you take this task. Yang energy is very important. Lu Bo was near tears. He felt he had put Su Nan at risk. He originally just wanted to give Su Nan a simpler task, but forgot that Su Nan was a young and impulsive man. Old man, what are you talking about? Lose what virtue? I didn't do anything like that. Su Nan looked speechless. What he meant was that the task was very simple and yielded many credits. Quite good. He didn't expect Lu Bo to misunderstand his meaning. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Ha ha ha, well. As long as you didn't lose your yang energy, that's good. Lu Bo also let out a long sigh of relief. Anyone who has their yang energy absorbed not only experiences a drop in their realm, but their future cultivation speed would also slow down significantly. This is why Wu Shimin took to bounty tasks. Su Nen didn't want Lu Bo to worry and did not mention the matter of the 12 masters. Most importantly, he was afraid that if Lu Bo knew how popular he was, he would protect him closely, which would be troublesome. By the way, the mastermind behind the Yunwu sect is still not found. But it must be that group of bastards from the Apocalypse Church. Just wait until I find them. Lu Bo said angrily. These people dared to assassinate his disciple. It was simply outrageous. If he ever met those people, he would definitely kill them one by one. It's fine. Su Nen smirked. He had already killed all the 12 masters. Soon in the ranking for this year's Qinglong list is about to start again. Do you want to participate? Lu Bo asked. The Qinglong competition would start in 2 days and would take place in the school's martial arts arena. He thought to ask casually, with Su Nan's martial king level strength, he might be able to enter the top 100. A freshman entering the top 100 would be an extremely terrifying existence. It would surely shock the entire school. At that time his teacher's face would also shine. Participate. Su Nan did not hesitate. As long as he could gain lifespan, he had no reason not to participate. But the main issue now was still credits. He was still quite short. Are there any rewards? Su Nan asked with a hint of curiosity, and the previous rookie competitions had rewards and credits, so this time's Qinglong competition should also have some rewards, right? That is for sure. The top 100 will receive 10 credits. The top 10 will receive 100 credits. The third place will receive 300 credits. The second place will receive 500 credits. The first place will receive 1,000 credits. He introduced each reward one by one. 1,000 credits. Su Nan's mood instantly became excited. There was hope for credits. As long as he successfully claimed the first place on the Qinglong list, that 1,000 credits would belong to him. But don't be too happy too soon. There are conditions to participate in the competition. Lu Bo feigned. What conditions? Su Nan asked. For the Qinglong Tower, you need to pass the 10th level. Lu Bo's tone seemed very relaxed. He believed that with Su Nan's martial king realm, as long as he took it seriously, passing it would be no problem. Okay, no problem. Su Nan nodded. He had also heard of the Qinglong Tower, which had a total of 99 levels. It was said that after passing the 99th level, one could obtain unparalleled rewards. But no one had ever successfully passed the 99th level. The Qinglong Tower was not just a test of strength. The current highest record was only 68 levels. At the tea party, the three were seated around a stone table. I heard that a golden dragon token has appeared. A stunning woman with flamboyant makeup asked. She carried an air of superiority, and her words were full of disdain for Su Nan. Her name was Tang Yen, a 7-step martial emperor. She believed the rules should be modified to allow them to earn the golden dragon token by their own abilities. The privileges of the golden dragon token made her extremely envious, just the discounts on training resources were unbearable for her. I heard that not only did he rank first in the martial examination, but he also ranked first in the rookie competition and quelled the rebellion of the Yunwu sect. His realm should be around the mid-level martial king, seems to be called Su Nan. A seemingly effeminate man said weakly. Shenyang, an 8-step martial emperor. This was also the realm information Lu Bo had provided for Su Nan. Lu Bo believed that Su Nan had the ability to deal with 3rd-step and 2nd-step martial kings, so his realm must be at least 5th-step martial king, which just happened to fit in the mid-level martial king range. Who knows what underhanded means he used. Tang Yen said with a sharp tongue. Unable to obtain the golden dragon token herself, she could only vent her anger on Su Nan. He's just a martial king. If he were to compete with me, let's see if he can withstand a slap from me. She mocks. If you ask me, giving him the golden dragon token is not as good as giving it to you. She continued, speaking to Shenyang. Makes sense. He also greatly yearned for the golden dragon token. Therefore he felt somewhat displeased with Su Nan in his heart. Suddenly, a burly man sneered. You two can only talk big here. If you have the ability, go find him and demand the golden dragon token, dare you. He wanted to make the fire burn even brighter. Zhao Huiwang, 8th tier martial emperor. He too found this unfair. The golden dragon order, he also desired it. Just wait and see. I will leverage my connections to teach him a lesson at the Qinglong competition. I want those blind teachers to see just how weak their chosen one truly is. Tang Yen spoke in a series of statements. She did not believe Su Nan would dare challenge her, a martial emperor, so she could only let those of similar cultivation level to Su Nan punish him. You are indeed cruel. As a martial emperor, he dares not fight you, and yet you want others to fight him. Shenyang sneered. Fine, I'll also find some people for the occasion. He chuckled sinisterly. Both of them wanted to see Su Nan's embarrassment. You all. Then he'll join. Zhao Huihuang laughed heartily, pretending to be unwilling. In their eyes, this was the only way to vent their... Sun En wouldn't dare challenge them, and they could not invite him to battle. If a martial emperor challenged a martial king, it would surely stir up a commotion in the school. Wouldn't that ruin their reputation? The Golden Dragon Order, does he even deserve it? Tang Yin said with resentment and displeasure. She wanted to humiliate Su Nin utterly. Have you considered what if he doesn't compete? Xinyang asked. He felt there was still a possibility of that. After all, only the top 100 in the Qinglong competition would receive rewards. I don't think he will. He, a freshman, dares to participate in the rookie competition, which proves he needs to fight to validate his strength. Zhao Huihuang retorted. He believed Su Nin would definitely participate in the Qinglong competition. It's fine, even if he does not participate in the Qinglong competition, I have countless ways to deal with him. Tang Yin said nonchalantly. She was already in her 5th year, and her connections were more than sufficient. Qinglong University is divided into 5 grades. Just wait, I will make sure everyone knows he is not worthy of the Golden Dragon Order. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her expression filled with indignation. She still believed that the Golden Dragon Order should be awarded to the top combatants in their school rather than based solely on their talent during the martial arts examination. She might have made some mistakes during the martial arts examination, but so much time had passed, she had already broken through to martial emperor status, so why shouldn't she possess the Golden Dragon Order? The next day, remaining lifespan 7,560 days, in front of the Qinglong Tower. This was a vast plaza. Many people gathered in front of the tower. Some aimed to get through 10 levels to compete, while others simply wanted to challenge themselves. When Su Nan arrived at the tower entrance, many did not recognize him. Seeing him approach, they did not pay much attention, thinking he was just another passerby. Without hesitation, Su Nan decisively walked in. His goal today was to break through 10 levels. Look, another one is going in. Recently, due to the re-ranking of the Qinglong list, I don't know how many have already entered. He looks so young, I think it's doubtful. They had seen many who attempted to compete, but were ejected, unable to pass the 10th level. For some 3rd or 4th year students, the 10th level posed no problem. But for 1st and 2nd year students, it was quite challenging. This was all just the beginning. It was normal not to get. As soon as Su Nin entered the 10th level, he felt a spinning sensation, clearly indicating there was a teleportation array inside. The next moment, when Su Nin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious area with bright candlelight and walls covered in moss. A wooden figure suddenly appeared before him. The wooden figure appeared to be entirely made of wood, seemingly oiled, reflecting light under illumination. 9th Tier Martial Master. This was the realm of the wooden figure and the minimum requirement for challengers. Su Nin looked at the wooden figure, finding it a bit daft and cute. The gap in strength was immense. He casually threw a punch, and the wooden figure was struck as if hit by lightning, crashing heavily against the wall and shattering into pieces. The next moment, his vision darkened again, and when the light returned, he found himself in a new space. The only difference from the previous space was that it was even more spacious and the moss was thicker. At this point, another wooden figure appeared before Su Nan. However, this time the wooden figure was at the 1st tier martial spirit level. Still too weak, Su Nan murmured. He threw another simple punch, and the wooden figure was smashed into bits. And so it went, layer after layer. In just a few minutes, Su Nan successfully reached the 10th level. Meanwhile, those watching outside were deeply astonished. That's the person who just broke through. How could it be so fast? Where are the wooden figures? Are there none left? In such a short time, it seems he rushed through. They had all passed through the Qinglong Tower, but most couldn't even reach the 10th level. They were only 2nd years. It is well known that the wooden figures on the 10th level are at the Martial King level. They could never surpass that. Now, with the Qinglong competition about to start, they had come to the Qinglong Tower to see the excitement. Inside the tower, Su Nin looked at the 1st tier Martial King wooden figure and merely chuckled lightly. Burn, he whispered softly. In the next instant, a raging fire erupted from the wooden figure. When the flames subsided, there wasn't even ash left. Afterward, he took out the Golden Dragon Order, issued a command, and chose to exit. He had said he would stop after breaking through the 10th level. The competition's requirement was merely to pass the 10th level, so there was no need for him to go any further. When Su Nin emerged from the tower, the crowd outside looked at him with a sense of reverence. They were merely low-tier martial spirits, holding high expectations for the Martial King realm. They all hoped that one day they could break through to Martial King. In just a few minutes, he passed through 10 levels consecutively. His strength completely crushed all the wooden figures on these 10 levels. Why have I never seen this person before? Is he a senior who often isolates himself? They began to speculate about Su Nan's strength. When they were just watching, they thought Su Nan would reach even higher levels. They never expected him to stop after the 10th level. Thus, it seems Su Nan came specifically to meet the qualifications for the Qinglong list. Su Nen paid no mind to their discussions. However, just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly revealed, he is Su Nan. First in the martial arts examination, first in the rookie competition. Upon hearing information about himself, Su Nen did not stop his steps. I never expected that someone could, he smiled faintly. After the matter is settled, he would leave quietly, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. He was indeed a very low-key person. The Qinglong ranking competition is about to begin. Remaining lifespan 7,558 days. After tidying up casually, Su Nan appeared at the martial arts arena at the first opportunity. Many people were already on high alert here. Among them were those who were about to challenge the rankings, as well as onlookers hoping to learn something from their battles. The projection of the last Qinglong ranking list hung high in the air, and without exception, all top 10 were students from the prestigious 5th Academy. They were all extraordinary geniuses, one in a million. Being able to break through to the martial emperor level is enough to prove their talents. A slightly gray-haired, chubby, old man stood on the high platform overlooking everyone. He was none other than Li Fuz, the vice president of Qinglong University. The aura he exuded was not oppressive, but rather restrained. This competition will follow the same rules as before, employing a defending competition format. First, we will start with the top 10 from previous years. Challengers can choose their opponents. Those ranked cannot refuse unless they choose to give up their rank voluntarily. He squinted his eyes and announced the rules with a smile. Isn't this similar to the newcomer competition's format? Su Nen murmured. However, the newcomer competition directly determines the first place. In this format, challengers can target anyone within the top 10, allowing him to challenge them one by one. This competition format was more suited for him. He could seize more lifespan. The crowd began lively discussions. Who do you think will take the top 3 this time? I think Tang Yin has a chance. She almost defeated the 4th ranked last time. I believe it will remain unchanged still. Zhao Huihuang's son Hao Yin and Shengwan Yaji. Everyone vividly remembered their stunning performances in the last Qinglong competition. They also looked forward to this year's competition being even more exciting. After all, with so much time passed, everyone's strength had improved. You are all too superficial. There is no challenge at all. Suddenly a loud voice broke the lively atmosphere. It was a man wearing glasses, appearing gentle and scholarly. Oh, then what insights do you have? I don't have any profound insights. I just heard that this year a freshman from the first year is participating in the Qinglong competition. He adjusted his glasses. Freshman? Are you sure? Ha, even if a freshman participates, what difference does it make? Exactly, they are just fodder on the competition stage, likely to be defeated in one move. The faces of those surrounding him displayed disdainful smiles. He ranked first in the martial arts exam, first in the newcomer competition, and single-handedly quelled the Three Kings Rebellion. He is not someone ordinary people can compare to. The bespectacled man appeared mysterious. He had been observing Su Nan for a long time. Su Nan's strength earned his admiration. This made him a die-hard fan of Su Nan. A first-tier martial king. Don't make me laugh. Isn't that the minimum threshold for participation? Nobody, are you out of your mind? Exactly what storm can a first-tier martial king stir up? Any high-tier martial king on this stage could easily defeat him. Right, I admit he is strong, but in the Qinglong competition, I can only say he needs more practice. They all assumed Su Nan was a first-tier martial king. After all, for a freshman to reach this level is already astonishing. They dared not think of any higher realm. In their hearts they acknowledged Su Nan's talent, but at the very least he needed to train for a few more years. This is the Qinglong competition. There are many martial emperors here. Moreover, there are also martial kings. You can watch. At the very least, I believe he can make it into the top 100. The bespectacled man was unyielding. Although he knew Su Nan would not be a match for those martial emperors, he believed there was still a great chance for the top 100. Alright, we will see. The crowd still maintained a dismissive tone. They did not believe Su Nan had that capability. Mainly they were reluctant to admit it. Otherwise, comparing it would mean all their years of training were for nothing. Right below the Qinglong ranking projection, there were 10 seats. All 10 seats were already filled. From left to right, they corresponded to the top 10 on the Qinglong ranking. Each of their faces was filled with their own unique pride. Having reached this level, they had already surpassed countless people. On the high platform, Li Fuz coughed twice. Alright, the competition officially begins now. Contestants can step forward to choose their opponents. First, it was the other contestants who would select their challengers. Only after that would the internal battles among the top 10 commence. After all, there were those who were unhappy with their rankings. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. You must know all 10 on stage are high-tier martial emperors with immense strength. To challenge them, you at least need to reach the mid-tier martial emperor level. Even among the top 50 of the Qinglong ranking, very few have attained this level. Finally, someone gathered the courage to take a step forward. Suddenly someone crossed in front of him and walked. It was an extremely young figure. His gaze lingered on that figure for a few seconds. It was this hesitation that cost him the opportunity to be the first to fight. The 10th place is Shenyang. Su Nen directly stated his target. He didn't want to wait any longer. He might as well be the first to step up. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. Many people did not recognize Su Nan's face. They looked at the unfamiliar face, not understanding who Su Nan was. Logically speaking, the one stepping up to challenge should at least be someone on the Qinglong ranking. Shenyang immediately recognized Su Nan. He had seen Su Nan's photo. Tang Yin, sitting in the 5th seat at the back, immediately scoffed. Shenyang, it seems you have been underestimated. She never expected that Su Nan would actually dare to step forward. Among the 10 of them, the lowest realm was also a high-tier martial emperor. How could a martial king like Su Nan have such boldness? Is he just trying to attract attention, she thought coldly. Shenyang was also taken aback. He hadn't expected his first opponent to be Su Nan. Alright, it seems Shenyang have indeed been underestimated. He didn't even take the initiative to challenge Su Nan. Now Su Nan had come to him instead. This could be considered a godsend opportunity. His gaze turned slightly dark. Alright, I accept your challenge. He is Su Nan. The bespectacled man exclaimed with great excitement. He had thought Su Nan would compete for a lower ranking, but unexpectedly he was directly aiming for the 10th place. Even if he loses, it is still admirable courage. So this is the Su Nan you mentioned. I want to see how he overcomes Shenyang. Ha ha ha, is this Su Nan looking for a beating? But Shenyang is an 8th-stage martial emperor. Although his strength is slightly lacking, his realm is solidly established. The crowd laughed dismissively, not believing that Su Nan could win this competition. Some even thought Su Nan was merely seeking attention. The others in the top 10 seats felt that Su Nan's challenge diminished their own authority. Each of them was a martial emperor, and a high-level one at that. If they fought against Su Nan, even if they won, wouldn't it still be embarrassing? He is bound to lose. Indeed, no matter how incompetent Shenyang is, he cannot lose to a martial king. This newcomer's talent is indeed strong, but to challenge us is a fanciful dream. They looked upon Su Nan with equal disdain. Li Fuz, noticing the murmurs and jeers from the crowd, couldn't help but frown. What are you really after? He muttered to himself. He also knew Su Nan, as Lu Bo had recommended him several times. He had heard of Su Nan's achievements. For a newcomer, he was indeed formidable. He was even an exceptional talent he had never seen before. Given a few more years, he would surely surpass these people. But why was he so anxious now? He couldn't understand. On the stage, Shenyang looked at Su Nan with a cold smile. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Or are you here to embarrass yourself in front of everyone? His tone was filled with sarcasm. He had long been displeased with Su Nan. Why was he able to obtain the Golden Dragon token while I could not? Today he would make the vice principal see who truly deserved the Golden Dragon. You're quite talkative. Su Nan took out the ancient god-slaying spear from his spatial ring. Next he had to challenge 10 opponents in succession, so he needed to settle things quickly. Heh, I see you're looking for a beating. Shenyang's tone carried a hint of anger. He didn't expect Su Nan to dare say such words. It would only make him strike harder. Li Fuz saw that both of them were ready, so he shouted loudly, "Begin the match." The moment his voice fell, Su Nan's blood energy erupted, and the weight of the god-slaying spear seemed to increase. This was because Su Nan had pressed his vast and heavy blood energy upon it. Returning dragon strike, he lunged forward, spinning while holding the god-slaying spear. A golden dragon coiled around the spear, opening its enormous mouth and releasing a deafening dragon's roar. Seeing Su Nan's speed, Shenyang clapped his palms together. Black vine. A massive, thick black vine erupted from the ground, rushing towards Su Nan like a hunting python. PFF. A sound like paper tearing echoed. Su Nan, wielding the god-slaying spear, pierced through the black vine, his arms bulging with veins, solid muscles rippling. With the god-slaying spear in hand, he advanced unimpeded. His speed increased even further, and his offensive momentum grew fiercer. How is this possible? Shenyang looked on in disbelief. The move he was proud of was easily countered. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan was already in front of Shenyang. In a moment of panic, Shenyang summoned the black vine again. This time there were several. The black vines spread out from the surrounding ground, quickly engulfing Su Nan with. Moreover, they began to constrict like pythons. The next moment, another heavy PFF sounded. The black vines wrapping around Su Nan exploded. The fragmented black vines ultimately transformed into wisps of blue smoke that dissipated into the air. Go! Su Nan thrust through with a spear. Shenyang's body was directly pierced against the wall outside the stage by this terrifying force. He was pinned to the wall. The pain coursing through his body made him realize that all of this was truly happening. 9th stage. Martial Emperor. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was not a martial king at all. This was clearly the overwhelmingly powerful 9th stage martial emperor. A freshman had actually reached the 9th stage martial emperor realm, which he had never attained. After all, he could sense that Su Nan's realm was exceptionally solid and stable, without a hint of instability. It could be described as perfect and flawless. While he and his quest to constantly elevate his realm had resulted in an unstable foundation, which could be seen as somewhat shaky. This was also why he, as an 8th stage martial emperor, could only achieve 10th place. Successfully plundered lifespan 650 days. Remaining lifespan 8,208 days. The spectators witnessing this scene all gaped in astonishment. No way. Who the hell called him a martial king? This fluctuation in blood energy isn't from a 9th stage martial emperor. Damn, what terrifying strength. One strike, and he defeated him. Hiss. I really underestimated him. Am I still in time to recognize him as my big brother? A freshman, 9th stage martial emperor. Can these words really be put together? They had all fallen into deep self-doubt. A freshman had actually surpassed all of them. The bespectacled man's face, however, was filled with excitement. See, I told you Su Nan would be impressive. He beamed with joy. Seeing his idol so formidable, he felt proud as well. The others no longer dared to refute anything. Strength proves everything. Among the top 10 seats, the other 9 stood up directly. This was astonishment at the emergence of a strong contender. Is he really a freshman? Isn't he a 5th-year senior who has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time? He is indeed a freshman ranked first in the martial examination. I've seen his profile. No way. This is too absurd. Some of them couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Where did this monster come from? A freshman had actually matched their level of strength. Don't underestimate yourselves, as Shun Yang is merely the weakest among us with a shaky foundation. It's understandable that he lost. Tang Yin still wore a face of pride and disdain. She couldn't understand what these people were amazed about. So what if he was a freshman? At least she still believed her strength was superior to Su Nan's. Moreover, she thought that Su Nan had certainly used some underhanded means to elevate his realm so quickly. In the end, he would likely meet the same fate as Shun Yang, possessing only realm without true strength. Or perhaps he would never break through to martial emperor, forever stuck at that level. Li Fuse's expression was dazed, his gaze unwilling to leave Su Nan. This is hardly the monstrous figure you described, Lu Bo. He murmured with a bitter smile. This is simply a monster. A martial emperor of the 9th rank is no small fry. A martial emperor, regardless of the faction, would receive utmost respect. Especially a 9th rank martial emperor at such a young age. The future is limitless. Su Nan did not pause. Instead, he called back the Godslayer spear and began to select his next target. 9th place, Oi Feng Yu. He pronounced each word with vigor. This act caused confusion on the faces of the crowd. Why not choose to rest and continue selecting? I don't know, and why challenge the 9th instead of the 5th? Some murmured. It's known that the rewards for the top 10 and top 5 are completely different. Su Nan's actions were completely thankless labor. Li Fuse couldn't help but furrow his brows, a hint of confusion on his face as he muttered to himself. Is this boy planning to challenge them one by one? With the strength Su Nan displayed, he could easily skip several ranks to challenge the 5th. The Qinglong ranking represents the strongest warriors in their school. To challenge consecutively, without resting, seems overly arrogant. No matter how strong a person is, once their vitality is exhausted, they will be reduced to a mere fish on the chopping board. Today I want to see if you can single-handedly challenge the Qinglong ranking. He could clearly see the fighting spirit in Su Nan's eyes. For a student of such monstrous caliber, he couldn't afford to think with ordinary logic. Seated in the 9th position was a young man with a furrowed brow, appearing exceedingly cautious. He had just watched the entire match. I am no match for him. This was his clear self-awareness. Even if I concede, my rank would only drop to 10th. He analyzed seriously in his heart. Thus he could still obtain the rewards for the top 10. A 9th rank martial emperor, regardless of whether his cultivation is superficial, he has no need to take the risk to battle Su Nan. Winning would only preserve his 9th position with no change. Moreover, he felt that if he accepted this match, he would most likely lose. Perhaps it was intuition, or perhaps it was a result of analysis. In any case, his chances of winning were I choose to concede and relinquish my rank. He wore a thoughtful expression. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Su Nan has indeed become strong enough to cause Feng Yue, ranked 9th, to feel apprehensive and voluntarily relinquish his position. We are merely martial kings, for our vision surely does not match that of a martial emperor. It seems Su Nan's strength is indeed formidable. They all revealed envious gazes. 9th place on the Qinglong ranking. For many, this is endless glory. Alright, Su Nan claims the 9th position. Li Fuse nodded. He did not say anything further. He understood Feng Yu's thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Nan was a bit bewildered. What glory is there in this? He cried helplessly in his heart. What he wanted was combat, not some meaningless rank. He looked down on this rank entirely. If it weren't for the battle to seize lifespan, he would have challenged the first place directly. Now he could sit in the 9th position without further challenges, looking down upon the martial arena. But this was clearly not Su Nan's goal. Subsequently, he unwillingly challenged the next opponent. 8th place, a young person. He just hoped this person wouldn't relinquish her rank. In the 8th position, a tall woman in a fitted light blue outfit stood, her long and fair legs slightly together, gazing arrogantly at Su Nan. This spear, with its ferocious light blue arcs of electricity at the tip, was accompanied by a golden dragon swirling around its body. Together they exuded an overwhelming aura and power. This also showed that Su Nan was truly too lazy to waste time. Yang Kursen, on the other hand, was unwilling to relinquish her 8th position. With a twist of her wrist and a push from her toes, her body leaned forward, shooting through the air like an arrow released from its bow. Her long sword resonated with a powerful tremor, its blade shining brilliantly. At the moment she approached Su Nan, she leaped into the air, momentarily pausing in the sky. A blue illusion of the moon emerged behind her. Moon-shattering sword. She unleashed her strongest move directly. This sword strike carried a tremendous pressure and momentum as it descended. The sword's aura was as bright as the full moon. Daring to challenge me, I'll make you lose utterly. Her expression radiated confidence and arrogance. Upon seeing this sword aura, Su Nan's expression remained unchanged, resolutely pressing forward. Break! He uttered a light shout. The spear tip, imbued with terrifying power, pierced directly towards the sword aura. In an instant of contact, the sword aura vanished without a trace. Yet the momentum of the god-slaying spear showed no signs of diminishing. Is that all? Su Nan smirked. This sword aura was indeed formidable for others, but to him it was still insufficient. In the next moment, the spear tip pierced through Yang Kursen's abdomen, blood continuously seeping from the spear tip, yet the blood could not stain it even slightly. Yang Kursen spat out a mouthful of blood from the air. How can it be this strong? Her face turned pale, and even speaking became difficult. In this realm, there was no pretense. This was undeniably the solid strength of a 9th-stage martial emperor. He even sensed that it was more than that, feeling that he possessed at least the battle power of a peak martial emperor. Su Nan lightly flicked the spear tip. Yang Kursen's body flew through the air like a kite, with a broken string tracing a perfect arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Successfully plundered lifespan 655 days. Remaining lifespan 8,863 days. Does this mean he has 5 more days than the 8th-stage martial emperor Xinyang? Although this lifespan was not much, the implications of mockery were fully realized. This indicated that the 8th-stage martial emperor lived even less than the 7th-stage martial emperor. No wonder they looked so weak. Su Nan chuckled lightly. They were all far too weak. He had won the previous 2 matches too easily, and he still had many trump cards yet to reveal. The scene fell into silence once again. After several seconds, someone finally broke the quiet. Still, just 1 spear. This person spoke tremulously. Wow, this is terrifying, isn't it? Is this the power of a 9th-stage martial emperor? Hiss. So terrifying. The spectators felt an overwhelming shock. There was no combat experience to learn here. It was purely Su Nan's one-sided domination. Among the top 10 seats, those witnessing this scene couldn't help but furrow their brows. The strength Su Nan displayed was indeed formidable. Except for the top 3 who remained unfazed, others felt a twinge of worry in their hearts. With Su Nan around, 1 more position would be taken. But there was one exception: Tang Yan. What real skill can that woman Yang Kursen have? Aside from being somewhat good-looking, she's nothing but a decorative piece. A hint of disdain and jealousy appeared on her strikingly made-up face. She still did not believe she would lose. If Su Nan dared to challenge her, she would definitely make him regret it. On the high platform, Li Fuz wore a beaming smile. What realm of pretense is this? He is truly a complete monster. Such strength was incredibly powerful. He even sensed that if given a few more years, Su Nan might catch up to him. Will he stop now? His gaze was filled with anticipation. Su Nan's expression remained unchanged as he began to challenge the next opponent according to his own intentions. 7th place, Yuan Hao. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Su Nan chose to continue challenging, showing no need for rest. Upon seeing himself challenged, Yuan Hao's mouth twitched. He had indeed considered that he might be challenged, but never imagined it would come so quickly. Should I accept or not? His heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. At this moment, memories of Shun Yang and Yang Kursen's miserable fates flooded his mind, making him feel cold with fear. Damn it. After all, I am also in 7th place. Even if I concede my position, I'll automatically drop to 8th. The top 10 rankings remain the same, it doesn't matter to me. However, he was still unwilling to face Su Nan. He had a gut feeling that accepting would mean certain defeat. I choose to voluntarily relinquish my position. Yuan Hao said solemnly. Su Nan shook his head in disappointment. He hadn't expected that after just one match he would scare someone into not daring to accept the challenge. 6th place, Oh Wu Ting. I voluntarily relinquished my position. This time the interval was even less than 3 seconds. This left Su Nan feeling quite speechless. What I need is not your rankings. What use are rankings? He sighed repeatedly inwardly. Having such overwhelming strength is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone present was astonished by Su Nan's power, able to make so many in the top 10 voluntarily relinquish their ranks. Each of these ranks was what they yearned for. Su Nan still did not stop. He believed that the 5th place would definitely accept his challenge. One reason is that the rewards for the top 5 and the top 10 are entirely different levels. Another is that he noticed Tang Yen had been glaring at him with hostility. 5th place, Tang Yen. I accept. This time Tang Yen almost instantly responded. She had been waiting for Su Nan to challenge her. Now she was even more impatient. She was determined to show everyone that she was the one most deserving of the Golden Dragon token. She lightly leaped her body, gracefully landing on the stage. You should stop here. I am not like those before me, weak to the point of no return. Tang Yan's expression was haughty. In her heart, she had already declared her victory. Even if Su Nan was a 9th stage martial emperor, she was completely unafraid. After reaching their realm, most competitions were still about combat power. She did not believe that Su Nan could become so strong so quickly. You are equally weak, weakling. Su Nan replied indifferently. He did not understand where Tang Yen got such immense confidence. You dare insult me. Tang Yen was instantly enraged, her chest heaving with anger, and her face flushed. She had thought Su Nan would feel some fear, yet he had instead insulted her. Crossing her arms, Tang Yen spoke coldly with a condescending attitude. Heh. Your stubbornness is useless. I will show you what true power is. When you're lying on the ground, you'll know who the real weakling is. Seeing Tang Yan's unparalleled confidence, others began to speculate. With such confidence, isn't victory guaranteed for Senior Tang Yen? Come, let's guess the outcome. Tang Yen was 5th in the last Qinglong competition. I bet Tang Yen will win. I also bet Tang Yen will win. A crowd buzzed with excitement, all choosing to predict Tang Yan's victory. First and foremost, Tang Yan's strength was indeed formidable. Su Nan had directly challenged the 5th-ranked opponent, so the strength of those he faced must have changed significantly. Su Nan was indeed powerful, but in their perception Su Nan showed no signs of resting, which was akin to seeking his own doom. Perhaps Tang Yen can indeed diminish Su Nan's brilliance. Zhao Huihuang propped his head with one hand, appearing quite relaxed. He displayed an indifference, yet he also longed for a battle with Su Nan, almost wishing to teach him a lesson. But he also hoped for Tang Yen to lose the match so he could take the stage. Such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Unless Su Nan was willing to rest and recover his qi, his odds would be slightly higher. Li Fuse watched the students analyzing the situation, chuckling and shaking his head. What will be the outcome of this match? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Su Nan, this dark horse that had suddenly burst onto the scene, had already dazzled many eyes. He believed that Su Nan's realm was certainly not as superficial as Xinyang's. However, determining the winner was still uncertain, and he decided to wait and see. The match begins. He shouted loudly. As his voice fell, Tang Yen pushed off with her feet and instantly dashed forward. Her index fingers intertwined, she murmured indistinct incantations, finally shouting clearly, Starlight Technique. A dazzling brilliance erupted instantly, a powerful energy radiating forth from her body. She now resembled a rapidly spinning meteorite, her energy immensely strong. Fly off the stage. While moving, she fixed her gaze on Su Nan intently. This strike was her signature move. She was confident she could directly send Su Nan flying. An energy body. Su Nan observed Tang Yen, now encased in a sphere of starlight, and merely smirked. Let me add some seasoning. Annihilation flame. He casually snapped his fingers. A ball of flames appeared out of thin air, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to become scorching. This ball of flame easily engulfed the Tang Yen, who had transformed into a sphere of light. Upon seeing the flames approach, she did not stop. It was not that she was unwilling to evade, but that she had no way to escape. The nature of her martial technique was to charge forward without the ability to change direction. A mere ball of fire, what can it do to me? She remained utterly unconcerned. This was her confidence in her own strength. However, this confidence lasted only a few seconds before she suddenly realized that the energy around her was being wildly consumed. It was a one-sided crushing. What kind of flame is this? She was instantly filled with terror. In a hurry, she accelerated the circulation of her chi and blood, desperately expending her internal energy. Unfortunately, this approach was merely a temporary measure. The flames continued to devour and extinguish her energy, only delaying the inevitable for a few seconds. No matter. I can't stop. If you unleash the flames, then it'll make you suffer the consequences. Tang Yin made up her mind. Her internal energy continued to surge outward frantically. The consumption rate of her chi and blood was alarmingly fast, and she was about to be depleted. Now she had to defeat Su Nin before she ran out. She had now transformed into a fireball. She intended to use this fireball to collide with Su Nin, making him feel the sensation of being defeated by her martial technique. Su Nin immediately saw through Tang Yan's intentions. A trivial technique. With his strength, he could easily conjure a firewall to block it. But he suddenly wanted to try this glass-breaking technique, Wind Spirit Freedom Technique, and its divine ability, Wind Breath Domain. He had not had the opportunity to use it before, mainly because he had never needed to evade. Wind Breath Domain, activate. He called softly. The next moment, the airflow around the entire arena suddenly slowed, as if mired in a quagmire difficult to move. Su Nin felt that in this entire arena, as long as he wished, he could appear anywhere in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he felt as if he were the deity of this domain, able to command any wind spirit power within it. These wind spirit powers were usually inconspicuous, but now they could transform into a steel blade, ferocious beyond measure. This was the might of Su Nan's domain. Within this domain, he was the god of the winds. Tang Yin also felt that her fireball's speed seemed to have slowed down somewhat. What is happening? She did not understand what martial technique Su Nin was using. However, she no longer had time to ponder. Her internal energy was rapidly depleting, and she was about to run out. She had no way out. She could only charge forward. As she was about to collide with Su Nin, she laughed and shouted, "Fly off the stage." Su Nin merely smiled. In an instant, he appeared at the opposite corner of the arena. Tang Yin realized too late that Su Nin had vanished, and she directly charged off the stage, heading towards the spectator area. The people in the spectator area saw this scene and were instantly thrown into a panic. Oh no, she's coming at me. Wait, I just guessed you would win, Senior. How can you repay kindness with malice? Don't come over, Senior, no. Tang Yin, you're crazy. A group of people began to scatter in all directions. Some even threw their hats to the ground in frustration, cursing loudly. In truth, they had no way out. They were right in the center of the impending collision, unable to escape. Tang Yin could have cancelled her martial technique. However, she could not do so, as that would only worsen her injuries. Seeing this astonishing situation, Li Fuse quickly reached out a hand, grasping the air. The fireball instantly froze in midair, unable to move. Seeing this, he let out a slow sigh of relief. Damn it. If this goes wrong, I'll be scolded to death by old Li. He couldn't help but curse angrily. He understood Tang Yan's thoughts, but such thoughts filled him with disgust. How despicable. This was utterly ruining his career. If a few people died because of this, when would he ever get his vice principal position to be formalized? Tang Yan's internal energy was ultimately exhausted. The flames, however, continued to burn, possessing an unyielding momentum, as if they would not rest until they had burned Tang Yan to ashes. What kind of fire is this still chasing after me? Her screams echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. Su Nin watched the scene, merely smiling and waiting. After a few more seconds, Tang Yan's life signs dwindled further. At this moment, Su Nin snapped his fingers again, and the flames finally ceased. Su Nin watched the scene, merely smiling and waiting. After a few more seconds, Tang Yan's life signs dwindled further. Even if Su Nin did not take action, he would have to step in. After all, he was the vice principal. How could he bear to see his student burned alive before his eyes? Moreover, this was just a competition, not a fight to the death. Su Nin's decision to halt his attacks shows that he is a person of great understanding. This is what a good student looks like. Li Fuse couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Tang Yan's recent behavior, she was nothing but a beast. To forcefully keep using martial skills just to receive less injury. In the end, it was all in vain, and she still ended up seriously injured. Nevertheless, Su Nan's thoughts were quite simple. Although Tang Yan appeared to be quite contemptible, she did not harbor any intent to kill him. If there were even a hint of murderous intent, even with Li Fuse present, he would have killed her without hesitation. Successfully siphoned lifespan 660. Remaining lifespan 9,523 days. At this moment, none of the spectators supported Tang Yan any longer. One reason was that Tang Yan had already been defeated by Su Nan. Of course, the most important reason was that Tang Yan's behavior had been utterly disgusting. Each of them wished they could drown her in a spit. If it weren't for the fear of Tang Yan seeking revenge later, they would have loved to kick her themselves. Su Nan's strength was formidable enough to defeat Tang Yan. But that doesn't mean they could. Tang Yan, a 7th-tier martial emperor, could easily crush them with a single blow. Thus they could feel the terror of Su Nan. In the face of such formidable strength, Tang Yan was like an old man playing with a child, easily defeated. Su Nan is amazing, someone suddenly shouted. Others quickly joined in echoing the sentiment. They were like reeds in the wind, changing their stance at an astonishing speed. He's not bad, worthy of a challenge. Zhao Huihuang maintained his lazy demeanor, his eyes slightly squinted, seemingly still not taking Su Nan seriously. Su Nan's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. That strange flame and movement technique were indeed powerful, yet they still fell short in his eyes. Very strong, but that's about it. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Nan. Upon hearing this, Su Nan merely smiled faintly, not overly concerned. His journey had not yet come to an end. He continued to fix his gaze on the 4th-place competitor. 4th place, He-Yun. The sudden call caught He-Yun off guard. Her mouth slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something, yet the words stuck in her throat. She couldn't comprehend where Su Nan's courage came from to challenge 3 times in a row without any rest. Logically, the energy and blood power within Su Nan should have been depleted by at least half. Yet he continued to challenge without any recovery. Is it sheer arrogance, or does he have the confidence in his strength? He-Yun murmured softly. She was unsure. Just moments ago, she vividly recalled Tang Yan's downfall. At their stage, avoiding injury was crucial, otherwise it would severely impact their subsequent cultivation. This was precisely why Tang Yan had not chosen to withdraw from the fight. The air froze for several seconds. He-Yun finally spoke slowly. I choose to concede my rank. She sighed helplessly. Inside she was in turmoil, wanting desperately to declare, I accept the challenge. Several times. Yet the words refused to come out. This stemmed from Su Nan's overwhelming strength. She dared not gamble. Even though Su Nan had already fought 3 times, she still did not dare to take the risk. Everyone before her thought Su Nan's blood energy was about to be exhausted, yet he still emerged victorious. Su Nan showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, He-Yun glimpsed a barely perceptible excitement on his face. After hearing this news, Su Nan had grown accustomed to it. He continued to call out, 3rd place is Zhao Huihuang. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Huihuang, seated in 3rd place, reacted. He rested one hand on his head, his eyes squinting at Su Nan, exuding an air of disdain. Oh, you want to challenge me? His tone was contemptuous, laced with a hint of disbelief. What a joke. Get down here. Su Nan showed no mercy. He had seen many pretentious people, but this kind of act was truly rare. Sometimes expressing his feelings directly was a form of enjoyment. Zhao Huihuang twitched his mouth involuntarily at Su Nan's words. Such boldness, he said, filled with anger. He never expected Su Nan's words to be so crude, showing no regard for the occasion. The next moment, he leaped down from his seat. His muscles bulged, resembling small mountain peaks, radiating a sense of power. At that moment, Li Fuse suddenly interrupted. Su Nan, are you sure you don't need to rest for a bit? His tone was serious, yet carried a hint of concern. He genuinely felt that Su Nan should take a moment to regain his energy. Although continuous challenges were impressive, victory should be the priority. If Su Nan fought in a state of fatigue after 3 consecutive battles, the chances of victory would be extremely low. Each of the top 3 was a dragon among men. Their combat power was nothing to scoff at. He believed that if Su Nan regained his peak condition and then challenged, the chances of victory would increase significantly. At that point, they could witness an exciting duel. I definitely do not need to rest. Su Nan shook his head. After all, they were unaware that he had perfected the shrank breathing technique. In each breath, he could replenish his energy and blood power. No one would think to do such a thing. They simply couldn't comprehend it. Well then, Li Fuse could only nod helplessly. All he could do was advise. The final decision still lay with Su. At this moment, the spectators began discussing among themselves. Zhao Huihuang, 3rd on the Azure Dragon list. A pure power-type competitor. I still support Zhao Huihuang. I support Su Nan too. Don't look down on others with your narrow views. These people had long abandoned their initial thoughts, and now the supporters of Zhao Huihuang and Su Nan were evenly split, no longer the one-sided situation from before. Su Nan, a shining new star. They recognized Su Nan's strength. Although Zhao Huihuang was an upperclassman, so what? A freshman challenging a senior, that in itself was already an incredible feat. Even without rest, there were still those who chose to believe in Su Nan. On the arena, Zhao Huihuang carried an air of arrogance. Such a foolish act, he mocked. If Su Nan had chosen to rest and regain his peak form before fighting, he might have actually needed to take it seriously. But now after 3 consecutive battles, his energy and blood power must have been severely depleted. Naturally, he looked down on Su Nan. He was a solid 8th-tier martial emperor, not like that good-for-nothing Xinyan. Zhao Huihuang rolled his wrist, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I should also inform you that my specialty is close combat. Your flames are useless against me. His greatest expertise lies in martial arts. He believes that Su Nan would never dare to unleash flames. Otherwise, in close combat, Su Nan would only end up burning himself. Close combat. Su Nan's lips curled into a smile, radiating a nonchalant demeanor. Close combat is great. He enjoys it. Since Zhao Huihuang excels in close, brutal fighting, he would accompany him to the end. It would be a thrilling exchange. Imperial Dao extreme skill. His pupils instantly turned golden. His overall aura surged several notches, and his strength doubled. In this moment, he was like an adult fighting a child in the octagonal cage. Zhao Huihuang frowned slightly. He too noticed the change in Su Nan's momentum. It's just bluster. He snorted coldly. Then he clenched his fists, crashing them together. Invincible Iron Fist, he shouted angrily. In an instant, a layer of metallic gauntlets formed from his chi and blood energy, covered his fists, glinting coldly. It looked immensely powerful. His muscles bulked up once more, and his body was reinforced. He never practiced any fancy techniques. He relished the raw pleasure of hitting hard. With a single punch, he could turn others into a pulp. He charged towards Su Nan. Each step was solid, causing the dust on the arena to rise with vibrations. Su Nan, however, remained calm and indifferent. Although he hadn't practiced any profound martial arts, his foundation from the shaking mountain fist was still incredibly formidable. Come on, he said, excitement growing in his eyes. His lifespan had reached an unprecedented level. Today he would fervently seize life. You dare to engage me in close combat. You're asking for it. Zhao Huihuang said with a mix of anger and disdain. He thought Su Nan was being reckless. From what he had observed, Su Nan hadn't displayed any significant force-based martial skills. Now he wanted to grapple with him. In his mind, he had almost declared his victory. The two immediately began exchanging punches, the most straightforward and brutal of clashes. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch unleashed tremendous force. Zhao Huihuang felt his arms go numb after every impact. How could he possess such immense strengths? This left him utterly puzzled. After all, everyone has their own martial arts specialty. Yet what Su Nan exhibited was sheer versatility. Moreover, under these circumstances, he had even reached the 9th level of martial emperor. This was utterly unbelievable. He surely can't be that strong. He firmly believed his own power was not weak. Plus, given how much chi and blood Su Nan had consumed earlier, he doubted Su Nan could hold out for long. Thus, he unleashed his chi and blood energy, flooding it into his muscles. He wanted to see how long Su Nan could last. You're at your wit's end. He shouted angrily, throwing another punch. Su Nan remained unfazed. Is that all you've got? He remarked with a sigh. He hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. Zhao Huihuang's martial skills were indeed formidable, with profound techniques. But there was nothing flashy about it. It was all about raw power. However, before his formidable strength, all efforts were futile. The onlookers gasped at the scene. Wow, that punch. If their punches landed on me, wouldn't I be bruised all over? That's not just bruises, it's a whole mess. Their eyes were all fervently focused. This was the match they had been eager to see. Previously, Su Nan had almost ended things in a single move, which had been rather dull. Now the close combat was exhilarating to watch. However, it also allowed them to appreciate the terrifying aspects of Su Nan. Whether it was combat techniques or strength, Su Nan showed no signs of inferiority. Doesn't that mean his strength in all aspects is extraordinarily formidable? Li Fuse looked on in astonishment at the battle. Why does it seem like Su Nan's chi and blood energy is still abundant? He scratched his graying hair. He couldn't tell if his perception was off. Su Nan's performance was too abnormal. Under normal circumstances, after such extensive use of chi and blood, one should be utterly exhausted. Yet Su Nan looked far from fatigued. His eyes brimmed with excitement like a hunting tiger, and before him, Zhao Huihuang was his prey. Moments later, another 2 minutes passed. Zhao Huihuang was astonished to find that Su Nan was becoming more vigorous as the battle progressed. The numbness in his arms was intensifying. How could he show no signs of exhaustion? His scalp tingled. This made him feel a sense of retreat in his heart. Under such intense exchanges, his chi and blood were rapidly depleting. Never mind, I'll hold on a little longer. He decided to grit his teeth and endure. He forced himself to ignore the numbness and pain in his arms. I refuse to believe it. I can't be outdone by you. His eyes turned fierce as he continued to throw punches. On Su Nan's end, it was sheer delight. This was far from equal combat. He was treating Zhao Huihuang like a punching bag. This feels exhilarating. It's like a human punching bag. However, it was time to end the battle. He was about to unleash his full strength. After another 2 minutes passed. At this moment, Zhao Huihuang felt as if he could barely lift his arms. Just now Su Nan's sudden surge of power had caught him off guard, causing him to retreat repeatedly. He was already physically and mentally exhausted, and the look in his eyes towards Su Nan held no arrogance, only endless fear. To be defeated in one's own area of expertise was the most crushing blow. How could this happen? He cried helplessly. Su Nan only grew stronger with every exchange. Another punch landed on him, sending him staggering back several meters. Pooh! He could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Externally, he seemed fine with only some bruises. But inside, everything was in chaos. Internal injuries were the most terrifying. How could such immense power manifest in him? He felt a mix of anger and resentment. He wished so much that such power could belong to him. Alright, it's time to end this. Su Nan advanced once more, delivering a punch imbued with fierce winds. Zhao Huihuang raised his arms to block, but he was directly forced to kneel down. No, I cannot lose. He still held on stubbornly. Countless eyes were watching. If he lost, his ranking would be taken and his reputation would be tarnished. Su Nan's other hand came down with another punch. Boom! The powerful impact caused the arena to tremble violently. Zhao Huihuang could no longer withstand it. He was slammed to the ground, lying there like a dead dog, utterly. The intense visual impact left everyone stunned. The entire arena fell silent. Moments later, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Wow! Is this what absolute power suppression looks like? Hiss! Brother Su Nan, please accept my bow. Su Nan, you're just too handsome. They were all deeply shocked. A freshman defeating a senior in his 5th year and ranking 3rd on the Green Dragon list. If this were reported in the news, no one would believe it. At this moment, the person in the first seat finally showed some signs of emotion. The woman in front had maintained a deadpan expression towards Su Nan's performance, as if nothing could capture her interest. She wore a black cheongsam, slightly slit, to reveal a patch of fair skin. The overall aura exuded an aloofness that kept people at a distance. Meanwhile, Li Fuse on the high platform was already overjoyed. The flesh on his face seemed to be piled up together, unable to stop smiling. How can there be such monstrous power? He was dumbfounded. Su Nan was like a human-shaped beast. The strength was terrifying. Successfully plundered lifespan 680 days. Remaining lifespan 10203 days, over 10,000. This was Su Nan's first time fighting such a wealthy battle. Such a large amount of lifespan points was more than enough for him to squander for a while. He was still a bit worried, fearing that his recently displayed strength would intimidate the remaining two. What if it made them unwilling to fight him at all? Under the gazes of everyone, he once again turned his attention to the second place, Sun Haoyan. As soon as these words were spoken, all present were shocked. How long will this go on? Won't his vitality run out? What kind of monster is this, still willing to challenge? Brother Su Nan, you're just too fierce. Though you're my role model, I can't possibly learn this. They all exclaimed in awe. Su Nan really intended to challenge everyone to the end, not resting for a moment. This left everyone wide-eyed. It was terrifying. Aside from Su Nan, no one dared to act this way. Challenging the entire top 10 of the Green Dragon list with just one person. Is this really a freshman? I feel like I'm the one who's the freshman. Many shared the same question. Su Nan had no traits that resembled him. On the high platform, Li Fuse was also going crazy. Su Nan, what exactly do you want to do? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? He covered his eyes, unable to believe what was about to happen. Su Nan had just gone through a fierce battle, yet he was continuing to challenge. After consuming so much vitality, he should take some time to recover. Isn't this a bit too hasty? He couldn't understand Su Nan's actions. However, he no longer dared to stop Su Nan, who was clearly determined to not rest until he had finished all challenges. Moreover, Su Nan had not lost a single match. Who had the reason to stop this? He felt that even if he tried to advise again, it would be futile. In the second seat, Sun Haoyan sighed and shook his head. He was also an 8th-tier martial emperor, only slightly stronger than Zhao Huihuang. Faced with Su Nan, he truly felt uncertain. The strength Su Nan displayed was simply too strong. After such a fierce confrontation, Su Nan still approached him with an easy expression. This made it impossible for him to see through Su Nan. Not knowing meant it was the most terrifying. You would never know where your opponent's limits lie. I forfeit my ranking. After saying this, he felt a sense of relief. The previous duel had put immense. He had indeed anticipated that Su Nan would continue to challenge him, but he did not expect it to come this quickly. By forfeiting, his mood lightened a bit, avoiding the terrifying Su Nan. Sun Haoyan has also voluntarily forfeited. There's no choice, Su Nan's strength is too great. Does this mean only Shangwan Yanji is left? All eyes turned towards the first throne. If Su Nan succeeded, his achievements would be unprecedented. Of course, even if he lost, Su Nin would still be remembered in history. It should be noted that Su Nin was just a freshman. This was the most astonishing thing. Seeing this, Su Nin could only nod helplessly. Then he continued to select the next opponent. Now only the last one remained, the first place, Shangwan Yinji. A person who seemed elegant yet looked down on everyone. She sat quietly in her seat, legs slightly crossed, leaning to one side. Her sitting posture appeared very graceful. However, her overly cold demeanor showed no expression. Her features were slim with a straight nose, truly a beauty. She was also recognized as the Ice Queen of the school. Su Nin stared at Shangwan Yinji for a few seconds, indeed beautiful. But that was useless, he had to plunder her lifespan. First place, Shangwan Yinji. He had no fear, only excitement and enthusiasm for the lifespan he was about to gain again. Shangwan Yinji finally turned her gaze to Su Nin and coldly replied, I accept. Her realm was also at the 9th tier, martial emperor, the same level as Su Nin. Su Nin's performance had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, yet it was still within her calculations. First, she would never forfeit. Su Nin also lacked the ability to take it. Everyone was anxiously watching this final match. This battle was not only about the first seat, but also a battle of dignity. Whether Su Nin successfully challenged all top 10 or fell to Shangwan Yinji. That's Shangwan Yinji. Can Su Nin really win? Last time in the Green Dragon competition, Shangwan Yinji's strength could be described as terrifying. Shangwan Yinji in the last Green Dragon competition also climbed to the top with absolute strength. They suddenly realized that Su Nin's current situation was quite similar to Shangwan Yinji. Both had dominated with absolute strength. However, Shangwan Yinji did not act as crazily as Su Nin, as she still took breaks to replenish her vitality during challenges. Shangwan Yinji is indeed a complete prodigy. Li Fuse's eyes were complex. Shangwan Yinji not only had the powerful Shangwan family backing her, but her innate talent was also rare in the world. She was also the youngest among all on the Green Dragon list, yet the strongest. Originally, his first choice for the top of the Green Dragon list was still Shangwan Yinji, but he did not expect Su Nin to suddenly emerge. A freshman single-handedly challenging all the top 10, moreover without any breaks in between. Such combat power is unparalleled. From the establishment of the school until now, he could not find a second person. He looked at the two and his expression seemed somewhat tense. He nervously asked himself, who will win and who will lose? Everyone present could hardly believe that Su Nin had actually made it to the end. They had become numb to the situation. No longer did they see Su Nin as someone destined to lose. Even though Shangwan Yaji had demonstrated terrifying strength in the last Qinglong competition, who will win between the two? It's hard to say. Both Shangwan Yaji and Su Nin are incredibly powerful. Our strength cannot perceive either of them. What is there to perceive? It's definitely Shangwan Yaji who will win. Stop talking nonsense, it's definitely Su Nin who will take first place. The crowd had nearly split into 3 factions, with one neutral faction unable to determine who would win. The other 2 factions had chosen their sides. Shangwan Yaji had shown tremendous dominance in the last Qinglong competition, instilling fear in many. Su Nin, on the other hand, had emerged as an unstoppable dark horse this time. Regardless of whether Su Nin won or lost, his name would be recorded in the annals of Qinglong University. The achievement was astonishing. On the arena, Shangwan Yazi's figure was graceful and elegant, her demeanor exuding sophistication. I admit it is impressive that you have made it this far. I can give you time to recover your chi and blood, and then we can battle when you are at your peak. Only then will you truly understand defeat. Her words were cold and sharp, filled with arrogance in every gesture. It was a pride that seemed to suggest she was inherently superior to everyone else. Lose. Sorry, that word does not exist in my vocabulary. Su Nin shook his head with a light laugh. Wasn't it just a contest of posturing? I don't need to rest to deal with you, he continued. Indeed, when those words reached Shangwan Yazi's ears, her expression shifted in an instant, a hint of anger rising from her cheeks to her forehead, causing that area to flush. You? What an audacious claim. Her throat trembled as she struggled to control her emotions. Su Nin's words were too piercing. They made her falter for a moment. She never expected to be underestimated. She had always looked down on others, and no one had ever dared to belittle her. Such a thing was absolutely intolerable. Su Nin merely smiled, seemingly too lazy to respond, and directly ignored Shangwan Yaji. It was precisely this disregard that further fueled Shangwan Yazi's anger. Her figure, clad in a cheongsam, showcased her curvaceous form, rising and falling with her agitation. It was the first time she had been so infuriated. Dare to ignore me. She could no longer contain her emotions, shouting in anger. Su Nin merely grinned slightly, turning his gaze toward Li Fuse. His intention was clear. He wanted to avoid unnecessary chatter and have Li Fuse announce the start of the match. Li Fuse immediately picked up on the signal. The match begins. Sigh. He helplessly sighed. Let them not rest then. There was truly nothing he could do to stop Sunan. He still believed that if Sunan took a moment to recover, his chances of winning would be significantly higher. Upon hearing the match had begun, Shangwan Yaji immediately retrieved her treasured artifact from her spatial ring. It was a brush. Flying phoenix. She raised her hand and drew a dark-colored bird in the air. The bird looked vividly lifelike. Just as she finished the drawing, the bird let out a sharp cry and charged straight at Sunan like an arrow piercing through the air. Oomph! She snorted softly. She could no longer contain herself. Sunan was simply infuriating. She had to teach him a harsh lesson and make him understand the gap in their strengths. This is interesting, Sunan smiled faintly. It was his first time seeing a brush as a treasured artifact. The bird clearly contained an incredibly dense power of chi and blood, showing formidable might. If it wasn't stopped, it would surely pierce through his body. Firewall. His fingers spread wide and he raised his hand. A thin wall of scorching flames suddenly materialized. The bird did not halt, crashing directly into the firewall. The moment it made contact, the bird's body instantly transformed into a wisp of ink, dissipating into thin air. Is that all? He chuckled lightly. This brush artifact looked intriguing, but it seemed not as powerful as Sunan had imagined. In fact, he felt it was somewhat weak. Shangwan Yaji was astonished to see her recent attack so easily neutralized. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, stirring a ripple of emotion within her. In every battle she had effortlessly dealt with others, how could anyone easily counter her techniques? No, I won't allow that. Her wrist began to move again. She was determined to give Sunan a lesson, otherwise he was far too arrogant. With a stroke. With 2 strokes. Her hand moved rapidly. The final step. Adding the finishing touch. A massive beast was drawn. The beast bore a fierce expression with 2 horns on its head, its body corpulent and immense. Go! She swept the brush forward. An overwhelming aura of ferocity and bloodlust surged forth. This momentum appeared far superior to the earlier bird. After completing her drawing, Shangwan Yaji felt a slight emptiness in her body. This was the sign of having consumed half of her internal chi and blood. I refuse to believe this won't work on you. Her tone was icy, her gaze sharp. This move had caused many 9th-tier martial emperors to suffer. Sunan looked at the beast charging toward him, his expression still calm. This one is indeed stronger than the last, he remarked with interest. This beast not only had a far superior power of chi and blood compared to the previous bird, but also radiated malevolence, clearly extraordinary. However, to Sunan it was still weak. Wind domain activate. The next moment the beast seemed to sink into a quagmire, its speed slowing. Sunan brought his hands together, causing the surrounding winds to coalesce. Drawing objects. I can do that too. The power of chi and blood surged forth. The gathered wind instantly solidified, transforming into a 10-meter-long great sword. He then swung his arm downward, and the great sword followed suit, slashing down ferociously. Upon seeing the great sword approaching, the beast hurriedly spewed out ink flames from its mouth, attempting to defend itself. Unfortunately, it had no effect whatsoever. The great sword descended without any hindrance. In a moment of desperation, the beast raised its forelimb to defend. In an instant, its forelimb was severed, dissipating into a wisp of ink. Then came its body. The sword sliced through it as easily as cutting tofu. In the end, the beast instantly vanished. Wasn't that just like cutting tofu? Sunan laughed. Upon witnessing her drawn beast being so easily obliterated, Shangwan Yaji's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of fear. How is this possible? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This move had drained half of her chi. Could it really be so fragile? She had clearly defeated many with this move before. Now she was left with only the last half of her chi and blood. She forcefully suppressed her fearful emotions and spoke in an extremely cold tone. You forced my hand, I can only use that move now. She flicked her brush skyward, where it hovered midair, then began painting of its own accord. Each stroke flowed with divine inspiration, richer in spirit, swifter than even Shangwan Yaji's own hand. In the next instant the painting was complete, a 3-meter-long ink-wash masterpiece depicting layered mountain ranges crowned by a lush towering tree rooted atop the highest peak. Seal it, Shangwan Yaji commanded, draining every last drop of her blood and chi in that single utterance. Sunan's strength had shattered all her expectations. This ultimate technique was now her only hope to subdue him. Sunan felt his feet shift imperceptibly, his body drawn irresistibly toward the scroll, as if the painting itself sought to swallow him whole. Dare you pull me in, he retorted. In the next breath, the ancient god-slaying spear materialized in his grip. Thunderclaps under. He deliberately let the suction draw him forward. The spearhead surged upward, unleashing torrential lightning that struck the ink-washed scroll with a sizzling crackle, piercing it clean through before it dissolved into inky mist, vanishing into thin air. No! Shangguan Yaji screamed in utter despair. Her composure shattered, her face contorted in agony. Her strongest technique shattered in an instant. Her pride, her dignity, reduced to shards upon the ground. How could the gulf between two ninth-rank martial sovereigns be so vast? Defeat was already sealed, yet it did not end there. Su Nan reversed the spear and brought it down in a thunderous cleave. Shangguan Yaji watched the blade descend in panic, desperate to block yet utterly drained of qi and blood. She tried to speak, but words were slower than steel. Crack! A sharp, brittle snap echoed. The spear struck true, splitting her skull. Af! An involuntary shriek tore from her throat. Dizziness engulfed her, her body swayed violently, unmoored from reality itself. She staggered for several seconds, then collapsed limp and lifeless. Lifespan successfully seized 690 days. Remaining lifespan 10893 days. Take her. Su Nan glanced at the figure, and a quiet thrill stirred within him. He could hardly wait to spend it. In the next moment, every spectator fell silent, stunned, breathless, for several heartbeats. Then, like a dam bursting, roaring jubilation erupted. Did I just witness that correctly? Su Nan actually won. Ha! Where are those who bet on Shangguan Yaji? I told you. I believed in Su Nan from the start. A freshman claiming first place in the Azure Dragon tournament. This is truly unprecedented. Even without victory, Su Nan would have stunned them all. Yet first place carried unmatched prestige, amplifying his renown tenfold. Those who'd voluntarily surrendered their rankings among the top 10 now wore faint, relieved smiles. They thanked their foresight, having stepped aside spared them humiliation. Heavens, do freshmen these days really possess such power? Are we truly growing old? No need for such gloom. Monsters like him appear once in a generation. Their shoulders slumped in dejection. Even Li Fuja atop the dais began leaping about wildly. Yuho! This old man is overjoyed. He roared with unrestrained laughter. Such a prodigy has graced Qinglong University. Once Su Nan matured, Qinglong University's prestige would soar beyond measure. It had been decades since Li Fuja felt such elation. Only then did he notice numerous eyes fixed upon him. Clearing his throat twice, he regained composure. Su Nan wins. Congratulations. Su Nan has ascended to the pinnacle of the Azure Dragon rankings. He offered formal congratulations, then waved eagerly, beckoning Su Nan forward. Su Nan approached, slightly puzzled, yet with purpose. He needed his credits. Li Fuja's first act was to scrutinize him closely. Lu Bo speaks of you often. I never imagined you'd surpass even my wildest expectations. He stood awestruck. Su Nan's power had overturned his entire worldview. After decades as vice president, he'd never seen a freshman wield such might. It defied reason, fit only for fairy tales. Yet here it stood, real and undeniable before. Too kind, Su Nan replied modestly. Pity old Master Wang isn't here. He'd surely rejoice too. Li Fuja sighed. Condolences. Su Nan blurted reflexively. Condolences? Old Master Wang is Principal Wang Huijin. He lives though rarely seen. Li Fuja nearly burst into laughter. How absurd it would be if Principal Wang learned his student had mourned him prematurely. Su Nan flushed black, mistaking him for a deceased friend. Only now did he realize this was Qinglong University's very own principal. With your strength you qualify as the youngest star to undergo the Sacred Dragon Lake baptism. But age alone isn't enough. There's also a cultivation threshold one must attain, the Martial Saint realm. He shook his head wryly. Resources dwindle with each passing year, so they're reserved for prodigies who embody humanity's brightest hope. The Sacred Dragon Pool baptism transforms one's power profoundly. Even martial saints gain immense benefit. The last baptism occurred a decade ago. Now after years of waiting, Qinglong University had no candidate worthy of the honor. 10 years. Has Qinglong University truly declined, he murmured. The Sacred Dragon Pool, a gathering of prodigies. Then surely arrogance abounds. And nothing delights him more than crushing overconfident geniuses. Nothing satisfies quite like humbling celestial talents. Yet he hadn't yet reached the Martial Saint realm. Only credits remained between him and his goal. That was why he'd come to claim them. Su Nan smiled faintly. I have a small request. Could those 1,000 credits be issued to me in advance? The immediate priority is undoubtedly to break through to the martial sect. Certainly. On the surface, Li Fuja appeared confused, but did not say anything. He thought that Su Nan was severely lacking in credits. A monster of Sunan's caliber, not only could he preemptively grant credits, he wouldn't mind even being his mount. The Qinglong competition lasts for 3 days, and your 1000 credits will be credited by tomorrow morning. He still needed to oversee the Qinglong competition today, and only after pausing in the evening could he find time to arrange credits for Sunan. Preemptively granting credits requires him to go in person, otherwise sending someone else would surely be constrained by the rules. Alright. Sunan nodded. He felt that waiting one more night was acceptable. By the way, 3 days later after the Qinglong competition, someone will come to challenge the Qinglong Tower. These individuals are from schools relatively close to our Qinglong University, all of whom are martial sect members, and will also be participating in the Sacred Dragon Pool baptism this time. Li Fuse reminded him. The purpose of my telling you this is also to let you see, do not underestimate our Qinglong Tower. After overcoming it, your strength will see a significant boost. When he said this, he actually hoped that Sunan would give it a try. Currently, the highest record among students is only 68 levels. He himself had also traversed the Qinglong Tower, and the earlier challenges were child's play for him. Sunan nodded. He was mainly interested in the martial sect members from other schools. As for the Qinglong Tower potentially providing a Sunan nodded. He was mainly interested in the martial sect members from other schools. As for the Qinglong Tower potentially providing a significant enhancement in strength, he could consider challenging it if he had time. Alright. Li Fuse nodded repeatedly. He hadn't expected that as a vice principal he would proactively invite Sunan, and that it would depend on his availability to go. But then again, monsters always have their own thoughts. Then I'll take my leave. Sunan had finished, and staying any longer would serve no purpose, so he decided to leave directly. Alright. Li Fuse waved his hand. The next day, remaining lifespan 10892 days, the first thing Sunan did upon discovering his credits were credited was to head to the exchange hall. The number of people in the exchange hall was still not many, as most had already gathered at the training ground. Today was the second day of the Qinglong competition. He still chose to go to the same window for processing. When the staff saw Sunan arriving, they immediately displayed an even more respectful attitude. They were already quite familiar with Sunan. May I ask what you need to exchange for this time? They asked politely. The Hongming Taichu method. He directly tossed the Golden Dragon token over. He had already exchanged it on the Golden Dragon token in advance, so coming here was essentially just for picking it up. Seeing Sunan toss the Golden Dragon token, as if it were garbage, the staff immediately panicked and carefully cupped the token with both hands. Although the material of the Golden Dragon token could not possibly break, the staff could not afford to underestimate it. Perhaps it was a habit ingrained in them. Soon when the staff saw that Sunan was exchanging for the Divine Bridge method needed to break through to the martial sect, their gaze froze for a few seconds. They didn't understand why Sunan was frantically exchanging for the necessary methods to break through in such a short time. It should be noted that the credits required for these methods were not a small sum, while others in the school were still busy scrambling for some credits. Once he accidentally deducted a few more credits due to an operational error and was chased for accountability. However, he still followed the normal process to take the items out. Although he didn't understand why he didn't dare to ask, he could only keep his doubts hidden in his heart. Then he respectfully handed the retrieved Hongming Taichu method and the Golden Dragon token to Sunan with both hands. Thank you. After receiving the items, Sunan did not linger and turned to leave. The items were in hand. Next, it was time to break through. After returning to his residence, Sunan went straight to the training room on the second floor. He directly summoned the system panel. Remaining lifespan 10892 days, system consume 100 days of lifespan, and let me cultivate the Hongming Taichu method. He wasn't quite sure how much lifespan was actually needed. He could only follow his previous actions and start with a bit of lifespan to test the waters. Ding. Consumed 100 days of lifespan. This method is extremely difficult to cultivate. In the beginning you will be completely lost. The text is obscure and hard to understand, much like Pangu creating the world with nothing. In the later stages, although you manage to grasp it barely, you still cannot enter the gate. Damn, is it really that hard? He hadn't expected that with 100 days of lifespan, he would have trouble even breaking through the entry level. However, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, the Divine Bridge method was the heart method for breaking through to the martial sect. If it were easy to cultivate, wouldn't there be many martial sect members? Some people at the 9th level martial emperor stage could even get stuck for a year and a half. System throw in another 100 days of lifespan. Difficult to cultivate. They'll just pile more time on it. He didn't care how hard it was, he had plenty of time. Consumed 100 days of lifespan. After a long period of cultivation, you finally began to understand some of the operational logic and successfully reached the entry level. After entering the initial stage, you maintained the same enthusiastic attitude toward cultivation and time flowed quickly measured in centuries until you successfully cultivated this incomplete heart method to the highest realm, the proficient realm. After this, there was no further path to cultivate. You were dissatisfied with this and demand that if there is no path, then create one. You began to laboriously deduce again, and time once again sped by. You entered a state of deep concentration, seemingly unable to see anything in the external world, fully immersed in the deduction. 1,000 years pass by with ease. What harm is there in 10,000 years? In the end, you successfully, forcefully extended this broken path. Mastery, perfection, at your fingertips. Congratulations on successfully cultivating to the realm of perfection. You have acquired the divine ability, Eye of Hongmeng. Eye of Hongmeng. Upon use, a purple vertical pupil will emerge on your forehead. This eye can see through all movements and weaknesses of things. Remaining lifespan, 9792 days, to see through all things and find their weaknesses. Sunan murmured. This indeed seems to have a godly aspect to it. However, it looks impressive. He needs to try it out to know the result. He didn't hesitate. He gently closed his eyes and then slowly opened them again. Suddenly an eye with a purple vertical pupil opened slightly above his brow. A powerful aura emanated from his eyes. It seemed to be a celestial might. Sunan could clearly sense the presence of his eyes and could easily control it. When he observed with that vertical pupil, everything around him appeared purple. With just a casual glance, he discovered countless weaknesses within the training room. For example, the corner to his left front. If he exerted external force and launched a fierce attack in that direction, the second floor would collapse instantly. Or the small section in the middle of the right wall, which seemed to have suffered a heavy blow in the past. If he pierced it with his god-slaying spear, that wall would also crumble directly. This is merely against inanimate objects. Oh, what if it were living beings? Sunan couldn't believe how terrifying that would be. Everyone has weaknesses. If he could easily see through others' weaknesses, wouldn't he be able to turn the tide with minimal effort? That is truly frightening. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if he were in a battle and someone saw through his weaknesses. Then he sensed his vitality rapidly depleting. He quickly closed the primordial eye. It seems that using it consumes a lot of vitality. He exclaimed in surprise. Even his glass breathing technique struggled to keep up. However, this intensity matched the consumption. Next is the realm. Sunan had long been prepared. System expend 6,000 years of life, fully concentrate on cultivating my realm. The last time he broke through to Martial Emperor, he had to expend over 3,000 years of life, just to barely reach the 9th level of Martial Emperor. This time the breakthrough to Martial Zone was an entirely different level of difficulty. 6,000 was the minimum he had anticipated. He even felt he might need more. Ding. 6,000 years of life consumed. You have established an invisible path based on the primordial chi. A massive divine bridge begins to coalesce at the center of your forehead. The coalescing of the divine bridge was extremely slow, yet he did not rush. Instead, he focused more intently on the bridge's formation. Hard work pays off, and eventually the divine bridge was successfully completed. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the Martial Zone realm. But this isn't the end. The first level of Martial Zone is not your final goal. You continue to diligently cultivate, not minding the time, for you have all the time in the world. 100,000 years pass in the blink of an eye, and your realm steadily ascends. Second level Martial Zone, third level Martial Zone, fourth level Martial Zone. He finally stopped at the 8th level of Martial Zone. Remaining lifespan 3,792 days. As expected, it's still not enough. The higher the realm, the exponentially greater the difficulty. Sunan was not surprised. This was within his expectations. System continued to expend 900 days of life. This was the lifespan he estimated he needed. Ding. 900 years of life consumed, but the 8th level Martial Zone breakthrough did not go as planned. The long cultivation continued. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by, and soon the bottleneck of the 9th level Martial Zone shattered. This wasn't over. Your vitality continued to rise sharply until the last day, when your vitality finally reached 999. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the peak Martial Zone. Remaining lifespan 2,892 days. Reminder: to break through to Martial Sovereign, you need to form the Sovereign Law. Use the Divine Bridge as a path to merge your imperial source within with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving the status of a sovereign. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared above Sunan's residence. Purple chi descended from the east, and a massive divine bridge fell from the sky. The area around the divine bridge was filled with the sound of birds and flowers, and celestial cranes danced. It was as if a deity was about to descend. The nature of the divine bridge varied, and so did the phenomena caused by the breakthroughs. At this moment, everyone in the school came to a standstill. Whether students or teachers, those in seclusion or those engaged in romantic affairs. Even those in competitions halted. Their gazes were unified, all focused on the location where someone has broken through to martial zone. The teachers who had already become martial zone immediately recognized that this extraordinary phenomenon was a sign of achieving the martial zone realm. Who could it be? When did Qinglong University have someone on the verge of becoming martial zone? I'm not sure. This commotion must mean the divine bridge law being cultivated is not of low grade. Our Qinglong University has gained another martial zone. This is worthy of celebration. On ordinary days, these teachers meticulously organized various records and were well aware of the realm conditions of students within the school. The most likely candidate for breaking through to martial zone was Shangguan Yaji, but the timeline didn't match. Shangguan Yaji hadn't even reached the peak martial emperor. She hadn't even cultivated the divine bridge law. How could she suddenly break through to martial zone? They could tell at a glance that this martial zone must be someone else. But they truly couldn't think of anyone else who could break through to martial zone. Thus, several martial zone level teachers exchanged glances, all stepping out in unison, heading straight towards Su Nan. What is? Lubo, busy with official duties, felt the extraordinary phenomenon and was also he couldn't understand who in the school could break through to martial zone. As far as he knew, besides Shangguan Yaji being relatively close, there were no other candidates. At this moment, he suddenly thought of one person. Su Nan. No way could it really be you, kid. His heart suddenly began to race. Su Nan's realm had been changing rapidly. It had been a while since they last met. Perhaps there was a real possibility. No. Breaking through to martial zone isn't that easy. Even if that kid had some luck and broke through wildly, he still wouldn't maintain his realm without any flaws. This is martial zone. A single martial zone could establish a sect outside. This is not a small sect, but one of considerable scale. Even if he tried hard not to think of this possibility, Su Nan's name kept surfacing in his mind. I need to go see. He immediately put aside his busy official duties. Today he must see exactly who has successfully broken through to martial zone. The martial arts arena. Countless students looked towards Su Nan's direction. Even the two people who were competing on the stage stopped their hands. This is a martial zone breakthrough. If they could gain some insights from it, it would be a tremendous fortune for them. Li Fuz watched this scene, his jaw dropped. Purple chi descended from the east. He recognized it at a glance. This was the phenomenon caused only by that Sclass divine bridge law. The primordial Taichu law. This incomplete Sclass divine bridge law had always been kept in the school, but no one had ever cultivated it. Out of curiosity, he had glanced at it a few times. It was stated that once successfully cultivated, a phenomenon of purple chi descending from the east would occur at the time of breakthrough. The first place reward was 1,000 credits, and this primordial Taichu law also required 1,000 credits for redemption. It coincidentally matched. Is it really this coincidental? He nervously swallowed. Hey Xiaowu, come here and act as a judge, Gil be right back. He immediately called over a teacher. Now he wanted to see if it was really Su Nan. At this moment his mood was filled with nervousness and curiosity. In his residence, Su Nan stepped forward and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment he appeared above his own dwelling. This is one of the abilities of a martial sect, instant teleportation over a short distance. The martial sect also possesses the abilities to walk through the air and fly at incredible speeds. After becoming a martial sect, he has already established a close connection with the heavens and the earth. Every move he makes invokes at least half of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Su Nan felt the surging vitality within him, and he couldn't help but feel elated. This is completely beyond the comparison of a martial emperor. He felt that even if 100 peak martial emperors came, they would not be enough for him to kill. The enhancement of strength is still so intoxicating. He took a deep breath, feeling that even the air was sweet. Above the sky, countless figures swiftly, so fast, whooshed, whooshed, whooshed. After the sound of breaking through the air ended, they arrived in front of Su Nan. Each of them was a martial sect, eager to see who the newly promoted martial sect was. When they clearly saw Su Nan's face, many recognized him. Su Nan, it's actually you. I really didn't expect it. A freshman has actually broken through to the martial sect. Is he really a freshman? And not some old monster who took longevity pills? Su Nan gave them a feeling of great composure, very much. These teachers stared intently at Su Nan, lost in deep thought. They thought of their own juniors, and then of Su Nan. In contrast, they suddenly felt a sense of frustration over unfulfilled potential. Such a thing was, regardless of whether they looked old, most of them had lived for a long time. This was the first time they had seen such an astounding event. In reality, if longevity were to be considered, Su Nen wouldn't even know how many tens of thousands of years he had lived, as he had been cultivating all that time. He could surely break through to martial sect. Whoosh! A familiar figure suddenly appeared. Lu Bo looked at Su Nen before him, and he was deeply shocked. Su Nen, I never expected it to really be you. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Nen. He had been thinking of various possibilities on his way here. Now that he arrived and saw that it was indeed Su Nen who had become a martial sect, his emotions soared to the peak like a roller coaster. It's me. Su Nen nodded with a smile. He hadn't anticipated that breaking through to martial sect would attract so many people. Even Lu Bo came. Lu Bo's face was a mixture of emotions he had cultivated for countless years to achieve his current 9th-tier martial sect. Yet Su Nen had already reached 1st-tier martial sect at such a young age. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. However, fortunately, Su Nen was also his student, and he was naturally delighted that Su Nen's strength could improve so rapidly. Seeing you is enough for me. Lu Bo stepped forward and patted Su Nen's shoulder, looking gratified. Su Nen's achievements were all due to his own efforts. He hadn't helped much. This kid was just too hardworking. Breaking through to martial sect in such a short time was already unbelievable. But he firmly believed that Su Nen must have put in unimaginable efforts. Alright, I still have many official duties to attend to and need to leave. If I delay a little longer, more people will die in the northern region. Lu Bo shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to talk more with Su Nen and ask about his hardships. However, he was simply too busy, and those matters were extremely important concerning the lives of many people. Alright. Su Nen smiled and nodded. Northern region. This was the first time he had heard of this place. It didn't matter to him. He felt Lu Bo was already very responsible for taking time out of his busy schedule to see him. Previously, Lu Bo had swept away the Doomsday Cult's stronghold for him, and had set up special tasks for him. He had remembered all of this. In the moment Lu Bo left, the air beside Su Nen suddenly solidified. Li Fuse's figure instantly appeared before everyone. As soon as he came, his gaze began to search around. When he saw Su Nen, his expression instantly turned to great joy. Su Nen, it really is you. He stepped forward, grabbing Su Nen's arm, overwhelmed with happiness and tears. What a coincidence. Su Nen had just exchanged those 1,000 credits for the Strength Divine Bridge technique, the Primordial Chaos technique. Then he could break through to martial sect while practicing the Divine Bridge technique. This was unbelievable. Even Li Fuse, being a martial venerable, had never seen such an incredible thing. Don't be too excited. Su Nen smiled awkwardly. It was just a breakthrough to martial sect. There was no need to be so excited. His goals were far beyond just being a martial sect. Su Nen, you really don't know how strong you are. Do you know how many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom have broken through to martial sect at your age? Li Fuse regained some seriousness. How many? Su Nen was truly curious. He wanted to see how many prodigies were waiting for him to snatch their lifespans. As far as I know, 0. Li Fuse said seriously. As a martial venerable, and also the vice principal of Qinglong University, he had seen enough. But he had never seen a monster like Su Nen. If Su Nen showed his strength outside, most people would naturally think he had used longevity pills. Times have changed. Most young people outside now basically use longevity pills. Therefore, it has become very difficult to judge a person's age by their appearance. The only way is to measure bone age. That is the only accurate method. 0. Su Nen was astonished. Although he felt he was already quite good, he never expected that no one at this age had reached his level. This was too exaggerated. However, upon reflection, it was also understandable. Su Nen had cultivated for how many years, while they had only cultivated for how many years it was impossible to compare. Or else do you think? Li Fuse puffed his cheeks and glared. Su Nen even felt that he was too excited. He was speaking nothing but facts. It was precisely because Su Nen's breakthrough to martial sect was so illogical that he was so excited. I thought that this time in the Holy Dragon Pool baptism there would be no one from Qinglong University to attend. At this moment you are simply a ray of light. His expression changed rapidly, now turning into one filled with tears. Su Nen had given him a tremendous surprise. Su Nen didn't know what to say. A ray of light. How cheesy. He could hardly bear it. This metaphor was too fresh and However, Li Fuse still wanted to regard Su Nen's opinion, so he regained his seriousness and asked, Su Nen, tell me, are you willing to accept the Holy Dragon Pool baptism? Willing. Su Nen nodded. What reason would he have to be unwilling? The Holy Dragon Pool might offer him minimal assistance, but the talented prodigies there could immensely aid him. Only by seizing lifespan can one truly enhance their strength. Good. After the baptism of the Holy Dragon Pool, your strength will surely see considerable improvement. Li Fuse said solemnly. During the last baptism of the Holy Dragon Pool 10 years ago, there were even instances where individuals broke through several realms in succession. It could be said to rely entirely on one's own fortune, including the martial sects behind him. Had it not been for the age restrictions, each of them would have wanted to participate. After all these words were spoken, Li Fu stepped back a step and cupped his hands. Congratulations on entering the martial sect realm. Seeing the vice principal act, the other teachers immediately followed suit and cupped their hands in unison. Congratulations on entering the martial sect realm. So formal. Sunan nodded slightly, having no choice but to accept. If it were someone else receiving congratulations from the martial sovereign and so many martial sects, they would undoubtedly feel immensely joyful. Sunan was different. He might very well break through to martial sovereign soon. It could be said that the rapid breakthrough of realms left him feeling disenchanted. Sunan, I won't disturb you any longer. You must be tired. Do take a good rest. Li Fuz expressed his concern. He not only saw Sunan's success, but also recognized the effort behind it. He believed that Sunan's energy must have reached its limit by now. Having to deal with this group of old fellows would surely wear him out. Although he appeared radiant now, he thought it was definitely Sunan, trying to avoid causing them worry and feigning it. All right. Sunan stretched. He only needed to wait until the Qinglong competition ended, then he would venture into the tower and finally undergo the baptism at the Holy Dragon Pool. In a brightly lit hall, a group of elegantly robed individuals sat around a large round table. They were convening an elders meeting. Elder Gu, your 12 hall masters below are truly excellent, an elder on the left remarked in a sarcastic tone. Now the Doomsday Cult had directly lost 12 hall masters, which was quite a significant loss. This elders meeting today could actually be considered specifically for Guimo. Losing 12 hall masters in one go was enough to enrage not only this group of elders, but even one of the protectors above. They were currently in dire need of manpower, yet all 12 hall masters had been wiped out. Thus Guimo bore an irrefutable responsibility. What could I do? I didn't even receive a request report. Guimo slammed the table forcefully. The table instantly bore a handprint indentation. He was infuriated. Useless. All of them. He had not anticipated that those fools would mobilize without even submitting a request. They had mobilized, and to make matters worse, they were entirely wiped out. It was utterly disgraceful. You have no way out. Doesn't that just show your lack of discipline? An elder immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. Indeed. You don't need to take your anger out on us. If you have the ability, go find Protector Su and see if he will be lenient with you. Others continued to mock. They had gathered to hold this elders meeting precisely because of Protector Zu's orders. Each of them was of the same rank as elders with similar strengths, and naturally no one was willing to take Gumo's anger. Stop using Protector Su to pressure me. Gumo's face turned ashen. He was well aware that this elders meeting was essentially a trial for him. He had been utterly betrayed by the 12 hall masters under his command. Usually he managed things rather loosely, allowing many tasks to be handled by Luo Yan. Who would have known such a major incident would occur? Luo Yan finally sent back forward's 9th rank martial emperor. Guimo struggled to control his emotions. No matter what, he still had to convey the message. 9th rank martial emperor. Does Sunan have a protector beside him? It can only be a protector. It definitely cannot be Sunan's own strength. This shows how much they value this Sunan. Then it seems he truly is an unparalleled genius. The more talented, the more deserving of death. They began discussing normally. They all unanimously believed that Sunan must have a 9th rank martial emperor protector beside him. After all, according to the information they had, Sunan's strength had undergone a significant leap. From a 9th rank martial master, he had jumped to a low-tier martial king. This was already a tremendous improvement. If Sunan had directly broken through to 9th rank martial emperor, they would not believe it, and certainly could not accept it. It was simply absurd. But why is a 9th rank martial emperor so powerful? Someone raised a doubt. After all, Luo Yan from the Blood Hall was also a 9th rank martial emperor along with 11 other martial emperors. How could they possibly lose? Even if they lost, it shouldn't have been so swift. To be able to kill 12 martial emperors in such a short moment, leaving Luo Yan with no time to relay the message, just the 4 words 9th rank martial emperor. The protector besides Sunan must also be an extremely talented genius with superior combat capabilities. They could only think of this possibility. We should now discuss the issue concerning Su and whether to let him live or to kill him. An elder on the right raised the most critical question. Given Sunan's talents displayed thus far, he had already entered their kill list. Keeping someone like him would only cause immense trouble for the Doomsday Cult in the future. But now with a 9th rank martial emperor protector besides Sunan, if they wanted to succeed in killing him, they would at least need to send a martial sect level powerhouse. Personally, I believe this child must not be allowed to live. I agree, exhibiting such incredible talent at such a young age is unacceptable. He must not be allowed to live. Many elders directly voiced their opinions. But if that's the case, which martial sect will you send? An elder inquired. Once these words were spoken, the other elders instantly fell silent. The martial sects under their command all had other matters to attend to. Moreover, there weren't only Su Nan's talents in the world. This area was originally under Gu Mo's jurisdiction. Thus they all turned their gazes towards Gu Mo. You all have good ideas one after another, full of indignation, yet still want me to send a martial sect to carry out the assassination. Gu Mo's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with anger. Elder Gu, your words are a bit harsh, aren't they? That area is under your jurisdiction, and now you've lost 12 hall masters who of course you must be held responsible. Some were completely unperturbed. They had no sense of guilt whatsoever. Even if they denounced Gu Mo, they wouldn't mobilize their own men to help. Gu Mo instantly became even more infuriated and said in an aggrieved tone, I Gu Mo don't need you to manage. Isn't it just a martial sect? As if I don't have one under my command. After speaking, Gu Mo fell into silence for a moment, realizing that none of his subordinates had the time. He had already assigned tasks to everyone, even arranging for a martial sect member to temporarily take charge of handling internal affairs. The other elders had not yet shifted their gaze from Gu Mo, curious to see which martial sect member. Gu Mo felt embarrassed under their scrutiny. He couldn't find anyone suitable at the moment. I told you I won't send anyone, who I will go myself. He stood up abruptly, disregarding everything else. His words had already been spoken. After all, it was his area of responsibility, so he would personally handle it. You are going. Gu Elder, are you sure? A grand elder personally going to assassinate a first-year student is truly unheard of. Many elders mocked him with laughter, thinking Gu Mo was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even with a 9th-level martial emperor guarding, it was not necessary for them to go in person. That would be too exaggerated. Gu Mo knew he was being a bit over the top, but there was truly no one he could. Right now he was short on manpower, so he had no choice. It was better for him to go personally and eliminate the target quickly. With his 9th-level martial sect strength, killing Su Nan would be a piece of cake. This way he might even save some time and unexpected trouble. Exactly. What's wrong with that? Gu Mo said with an air of self-evidence. Su Nan is actually a rare prodigy, which is why I must go in person. If he grows up, it would be a disaster. He deliberately exaggerated the situation. He certainly wouldn't admit that he had no one available under him, which forced him to go himself. The other elders chuckled at his words. Ha ha ha, Gu Mo, you still love to joke. Our Gu Elder has no one available, so he must go himself. That can only lead to such a fabricated a disaster. That might be the funniest joke I've heard this year. The atmosphere lightened up. The elders all thought Gu Mo was joking and did not believe his words. Gu Mo's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he realized his cunning plan had been exposed. I'm leaving. He didn't want to linger any longer. He had already proposed a solution. He would personally go to kill Su Nan. He had already dealt with the criticisms, so there was no need for him to stay longer. If he did, he would only face. Alright, let Gu Elder take the blame and achieve merit. The elders laughed heartily. Su Nan leisurely walked out of his residence. Yesterday was the last day of the Qinglong competition, and it had concluded. His remarkable achievements were recorded in the history of Qinglong University to be remembered for ages. Today he was set to keep an appointment and visit the Qinglong Tower. Li Fuse had already mentioned it to him on the first day of the competition. At this moment, 3 tall figures filled with arrogance stood at the entrance of Qinglong University. Is this Qinglong University? The woman spoke first, her tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. She was Jiang Mushua, one of those to receive the baptism of the Sacred Dragon Pool, 3rd-level martial sect. She happened to fall within the age limits set by the Sacred Dragon Pool. With her hair styled in a bun, she looked exquisitely delicate. Her appearance suggested she was in her 20s, but her actual age was much greater. This was the miraculous effect of the youth-preserving pill. It looks nothing special. The 2 men beside her chimed in agreement. One had golden hair, while the other had red hair, both strikingly noticeable in the crowd. Both of them were also recipients of the Sacred Dragon Pool baptism. The golden-haired one was named Zhao Gui, a 5th-level martial sect, while the red-haired one was named Gao Mu. He too was a 5th-level martial sect. They had come specifically to challenge the Qinglong Tower today. The rumors about the Qinglong Tower were quite fantastical, but they were skeptical, believing it to be mere hearsay. Their goal today was to conquer all 99 levels of the Qinglong Tower. The 3 were brimming with confidence, believing it would be an easy feat. Indeed, it feels less impressive than even a hair from Jiuxiao University. Jiang Mushua said, placing her hands on her hips, looking quite disdainful. She had heard that this time Qinglong University didn't even have anyone who could participate in the Sacred Dragon Pool baptism, clearly revealing its decline. It was precisely for this reason that she looked down on Qinglong University from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Gui smiled and agreed. Of course, with such a clever and lovely student like you at Jiuxiao University, it must be far better than Qinglong University. Gao Mu, however, was displeased. Stop buttering her up. Mu Xue is already naturally beautiful, she doesn't need you to say it. He spoke with evident annoyance. Jiang Mu Xue was the woman he had set his sights on. How could he tolerate praise coming from another man? Gao Mu, are you looking for trouble? Zhao Gui reciprocated with high animosity towards Gao Mu. The two were in a tense standoff as if they might erupt into a fight any moment. Alright, stop the bickering. Jiang Mu Xue showed a look of annoyance. Yet deep down she was quite pleased with the attention. Being adored by others greatly satisfied her vanity. Let's go in. Jiang Mu Xue stepped forward, her figure disappearing in an instant. They had already made arrangements before arriving, so there was no need for any registration. Soon the three successfully arrived at the foot of the Qinglong Tower. Li Fuse had been waiting for them there. As the vice principal of Qinglong University, he could be considered the host here. When the guests arrived, it was only natural for him to entertain them. Hello, Principal Li. The three greeted Li Fuse respectfully upon seeing him. Regardless of how they had spoken outside in front of a martial emperor, they dared not act recklessly. Li Fuse's demeanor was dignified with only a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Many students passing by noticed the unfamiliar three and paused to watch. Whenever someone challenged the Qinglong Tower, it was always a lively affair. Principal Li, may I inquire about someone? Jiang Mu Xue wore a professional smile. Li Fuse frowned, slightly puzzled as to why she was not asking about the Qinglong Tower specifics, but instead inquiring about a person. Sure, he was curious to know who had captured Jiang Mux's attention. The person's name is Su Nan. Do you know him, Principal Li? She asked with a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing Su Nan's name, Li Fuse's mind instantly exploded. What a Su Nan? Li Fuse never expected that Jiang Mux's inquiry would be about Su Nan. Could there be a connection between the two? Could it be that she has feelings for Su Nan? That truly is an old cow eating tender grass. Ahem, what do you need Su Nan for? Li Fuse coughed a couple of times. He suddenly felt it was time to inform Su Nan. The girl had even come to school to pursue him. My sister Jiang Shiyun lost in the rookie competition to him, and I want to see who this person is that caused my sister such serious harm. She let out a cold snort. She believed that Li Fuse must know who Su Nan was. Not only because Su Nan was the top rookie, but also due to Li Fuse's reaction, she was even more certain. Injuries during competitions are a normal occurrence. Li Fuse waved his hand. It seemed she wasn't here to pursue him, but rather to seek revenge. This made him look down on Jiang Mu Xue before him a bit, such a trivial matter, yet she had to keep it in mind. It is indeed normal, well, I just want to meet this person. Jiang Mu Xue continued with a smile. Normal. With her sister injured so badly, how could she possibly let it go easily? At that moment a figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Oh, are you looking for me? Su Nan walked through the air looking at Jiang Mu Xue with indifference. He then slowly descended from the air. Upon seeing Su Nan's arrival, the three were all stunned. Instantaneous movement through the air. This was the martial sovereign. You are Su Nan. Jiang Mux's brows furrowed tightly, a flash of hostility flickering in her gaze. That's right, Su Nan did not deny it. He particularly enjoyed troublemakers, there was no need to deny it. You do have a respectable appearance. I am Jiang Shiyun's elder sister Jiang Mu Xue. She said coldly. Respectable appearance. Upon hearing those four words, Zhao Gui and Gao Mu immediately displayed obvious wariness. Jiang Shiyun. Su Nan quickly recalled that name. She was the one whose clothes he had burned with fire during the rookie competition. Oh, Su Nan was indifferent. He did not care who her sister was, it had nothing to do with him. But shouldn't you be a ninth-tier martial spirit? How did you become a martial sovereign? Jiang Mu Xue looked puzzled. Just now Su Nan had obviously arrived using instantaneous movement, which is one of the abilities of a martial sovereign. How could a ninth-tier martial spirit suddenly transform into a martial sovereign in such a short time? Could it be a hidden powerhouse? Deliberately suppressing their strength to participate in the rookie competition. None of your business, Su Nan stretched lazily. She clearly came with hostility, so he had no need for any reservations. He wasn't a teacher or principal who needed to maintain any facade. You, Jiang Mu Xue pointed at Su Nan. Her expression instantly darkened, her body trembling in anger. Martial sovereign. What great authority you have. Do you really think that just because you broke through to a first-tier martial sovereign you can do whatever you want? Zhao Gui and Gao Mu were directly displeased. They could not allow anyone to insult their goddess. Two sycophants. Su Nan couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Who are you calling a sycophant? The two of them hated hearing the word sycophant more than anything else. For a moment, all three were infuriated. Seeing this scene, Li Fuse immediately felt the pressure. This was clearly diplomatic pressure. While he felt that Su Nan's words were quite right, they were just too sharp. Weren't you three here to challenge the Azure Dragon Tower today? He directly shifted the topic to the Azure Dragon Tower. He certainly wouldn't blame Su, and instead, he felt it was well done. Li Fuse's words also allowed the three to forcibly stabilize their emotions. That's right, we are here to conquer all 99 levels of the Azure Dragon Tower. Jiang Muxue forced a smile. No matter what, a martial venerable was still standing before them. They could also claim to take action in front of him. Moreover, their main goal today was the Azure Dragon Tower. As for Su, and she would not let him go either. The sacred dragon pool baptism was approaching, and she would give Su Nin a harsh lesson then. She could only endure for now. A hint of helplessness flashed in Jiang Muxue's eyes. After all, they were on someone else's territory. Su Nin was completely acting on his whims. He didn't care at all. If he saw something he didn't like, he would just lash out. He speculated that the three probably wouldn't dare to make a move considering Li Fuse's presence. They were likely contemplating causing trouble during the sacred dragon pool baptism. He didn't mind at all. When the time came, he would just deal with them all. Principal Li, if we take the rewards from the Azure Dragon Tower, you won't be angry, right? Jiang Muxue asked with a smile. She was laying the groundwork in advance to avoid being asked to return the rewards after obtaining them. If you have the ability to take them, I certainly won't be angry. Li Fuse shook his head. They were thinking too simply. Even he, a martial venerable, had not passed through. How dare these three be so confident? The last 3 trials were not mere tests of strength. He hadn't even passed the first trial. The last 3 trials were rumored to be increasingly difficult. I knew Principal Li would never be so petty. I often hear our principal mention you, saying you are very impressive, able to shoulder the entire Azure Dragon University by yourself. Jiang Muxue said with a smile. Although she didn't dare to be presumptuous, there was no problem with the artistry of her words. Li Fuse's expression instantly darkened. Her words were veiled. On the surface, they praised his prowess, but in reality, they mocked the Azure Dragon University for having no one else. Haha, your principal is not bad, either very skilled in socializing, a true social butterfly. Li Fuse responded with a smile. Jiang Muxue immediately caught the implication in his words and dared not say anything further. Why were the people from Azure Dragon University so skilled at verbal disputes? Those words were far more vicious than anything he had said. Calling him a social butterfly was essentially saying their principal was a prostitute. How detestable. Then I will conquer your Azure Dragon Tower and let you know the prowess of our Jiaoshao University. If the people from our school cannot conquer it while others from different schools succeed, that would be a huge joke. Once such a thing happens, they would definitely be ridiculed by other top universities. This was also the goal their principal had for sending them here. Flattering. Then we will go in and challenge the tower. Alright, go ahead. The 3 of them headed directly toward the tower gate. They looked at the giant tower inscribed with the Azure Dragon totem before them, feeling somewhat cautious. If they failed the tower challenge, they would have no way to earn face for their respective universities. However, Jiang Muxue was still full of confidence. She waved her small hand forward. Let's go, we will conquer these 99 levels of the tower at the fastest speed. The moment the 3 entered the tower, they were each transported to their own spaces to face the trials alone. Yet the outside world could still see their progress through the challenges. 3 beams of light surged upward, remarkably clear. 1st layer, 5th layer, 10th layer. For them, as powerful warriors of the martial sect, these challenges were utterly trivial, completely unable to impede their progress. Is this what a martial sect looks like? Many people gasped in astonishment. The martial sect, a realm sufficient to establish a sect, is a level that countless people dream of achieving. Inside the tower, Jiang Muxue was filled with confidence. Is this the Qinglong Tower? Her face was etched with disdain. She felt that she could already declare the trials finished for the upcoming challenges. She had long heard tales of the Qinglong Tower rumored to offer mysterious rewards upon successfully completing all challenges. Today she was eager to see what those rewards truly were. The 3 did not slow their pace. 30th layer, 50th layer, 80th layer. Only upon reaching this level did their speed gradually begin to slow. However, they could still not be stopped. Time passed swiftly. The 3 successfully reached the 97th layer. These were the final 3 challenges. Once they passed, Qinglong University would become a laughingstock among all top universities. Li Fuse's expression did not reveal any signs of panic. He appeared quite confident. Don't even mention you all. Even a monster like Sunan could never guarantee success. His words suddenly paused mid-sentence. He glanced at Sunan, who was quietly standing nearby, uncertain if Sunan could truly overcome the challenges. Sunan's battle record had truly been astonishing. Sure enough, 10 minutes later the 3 emerged. Their earlier spirited demeanor had vanished. Damn it. What a ridiculous trial. Jiang Muxue stomped her foot on the ground, her voice sharp. The other 2 were at a loss for words. They indeed could not get through. It was too difficult. Seeing the three emerge in disarray, Li Fuse asked with a grin, "So how is it? Is the Qinglong Tower easy to conquer?" He chuckled. In previous years, the highest record set by students was merely 68 layers limited by their strength. But reaching the 97th layer made it clear what true difficulty was. The earlier challenges were instantly rendered insignificant. One could say that the previous challenges merely served as practical training. The last 3 challenges are the key to selecting candidates. Principal Li, has anyone ever succeeded in the final 3 challenges? Zhang Muxue asked, not willing to accept defeat. Sunin was choosing to submit. Jiang Hao burst into inward laughter. Indeed, people at the bottom, she felt that there must be some trickery involved in the Qinglong Tower, that Li Fuse deliberately did not want them to succeed, perhaps controlling the difficulty. Of course not, Li Fuse chuckled, shaking his head. If someone did succeed, the Qinglong Tower wouldn't be so shrouded in mystery. Neither he nor the current principal Wang Huijin had ever passed the last 3 challenges. In fact, they had both failed at the first challenge, never even seeing the subsequent 2. Then I believe Principal Li should fully open the Qinglong Tower, granting everyone the chance to attempt the challenges. Zhang Muxue stated assertively. If she couldn't get through, then neither could anyone else. As for whether there was really something amiss with so many people attempting the tower, it would surely be exposed eventually. The Qinglong Tower is the tower of Qinglong University, so it cannot allow unrelated outsiders to challenge it. By the way, I forgot you are outsiders too. However, since I have some connections with your principal, I agreed to let you outsiders attempt. Li Fuse's smile remained, but it was a hollow one. His words caused the expressions of the 3 to darken. The meaning was clear. Their favor had run out, these outsiders should leave. Zhang Muxue would not give up easily. Principal Li, I still want to see someone else challenge the tower, she said with a grin. As she spoke, she glanced at Sunin. Upon hearing this, Li Fuse did not need to think. He knew she was definitely referring to Sunin. A trace of barely perceptible pride flashed across Jiang Muxue's lips. The challenges she couldn't overcome. Sunin definitely couldn't pass either. She wanted to use this tower challenge to suppress Sunin's arrogance. The moment she thought of her younger sister, burned to a crisp anger surged within her. I'm just afraid Sunin might not even make it to the 90th layer. She continued to provoke. To be honest, he too was somewhat curious if Sunin could successfully pass all 99 layers. The Qinglong Tower had been here, yet no one had ever succeeded in passing all. This was also a concern of his. He had even considered Jiang Muxue's idea of opening it to the public. But if he did so, he would feel unworthy towards the past principals of Qinglong University. Moreover, if the rewards within the Qinglong Tower were truly taken by outsiders, Qinglong University would be the laughingstock of the world. Sunin, you see. Li Fuse's gaze held a hint of pleading. He had originally called Sunin over to encourage him to take the Qinglong Tower seriously, not just to participate in the Qinglong competition casually. It's fine, I'll give it a try. Sunin smiled slightly. Regardless of whether it was for Li Fuse or in respect for his teacher Lu Bo, it was no problem for him to seriously attempt the tower. Besides, there were rewards for completing it all. Why not? Upon seeing Sunin truly agree, Zhang Muxue felt a surge of excitement. Oh yes, he really agreed. Huh. I'm just waiting to see your joke, Sunin. She was eager to see how impressive this sudden genius of Qinglong University truly was. She was only a 3rd-tier martial sect, while Sunin had already become a martial sect in his first year of college. Even if he was only a 1st-tier martial sect, it still shocked her deeply. She couldn't even tell if she was doing this to vent for her sister, or if jealousy was at play. She didn't care much about it as long as she could see Sunin's downfall. Sunin stepped forward, instantly teleporting to the entrance of the tower. His expression was calm, exuding an air of composure. The Qinglong Tower. Let's see if it can hold me back for a moment. With his 9th-tier martial sect cultivation, he could completely bypass the strength requirement at the front of the Qinglong Tower. Those wooden figures, no matter how strong, could never stop him for even a second. Seeing this scene, Jiang Muxue's lips curled into a wicked smile. Before the Holy Dragon Pool baptism, I'll let you taste the flavor of failure first. At this moment, more and more onlookers had gathered. Do you think Senior Su Nen can really pass the 99th level? I think it's completely impossible. Even if Senior Su Nen is already a 1st-stage martial sovereign, it's still impossible. Indeed, those 2 5th-stage martial sovereigns just now couldn't get through either. Although Senior Su Nen is the pride of our Qinglong University, if we analyze it rationally, the chances of passing are almost 0. Among these people, there were quite a few 2nd-year, 3rd-year, and even 5th-year students. Although Su Nan is a 1st-year student, they have already referred to him as a senior. Regardless of whether they are 4th or 5th-year seniors, they can only call him junior in front of Su Nan. Strength is paramount. Strength is the only symbol of status. Everyone tacitly accepted this rule. Li Fuse let out a soft sigh, his deep mature eyes filled with anticipation. A few days ago at the Qinglong competition, he noticed that Su Nan's vitality and blood were extraordinarily stable and thick, almost flawless. Although he didn't understand how Su Nan achieved this, he truly believed that Su Nan had a certain chance of passing the first level, the vitality level. In his heart, the possibility of Su Nan clearing all the levels was almost equal to 0. However, even if Su Nan couldn't pass the subsequent levels, he could still provide information for those who come after. Go for it, Su Nan, strive to pass the vitality level. He only hoped that Su Nan could pass the vitality level. But whether he could do it, he wasn't sure in his heart. Inside the Qinglong Tower, Su Nan had successfully been teleported to the 11th level. This was the level he exited last time. A few seconds after he appeared, an expressionless wooden man reappeared in front of Su Nan. First stage martial spirit. The gap is too great. Su Nan couldn't help but smile as he sensed this realm. He didn't even need to make a move once the martial sovereign's pressure was unleashed. The wooden man's body instantly fell apart. It was even crushed to fragments by this pressure. This is the tremendous might of a martial sovereign. Following this, he proceeded through the 20th level, then the 30th level, then the 50th level. His speed was almost on par with Jiang Muxue and the other three. The disparity in strength was too great, and those wooden men couldn't hinder them for even a second. Outside, Jiang Muxue and the others saw this scene and were equally not surprised. After all, Su Nan was at least a first-stage martial sovereign. If he took too much time to get through the first 50 levels, then it could completely be said that Su Nan's martial sovereign rank was fake. It's not bad, Jiang Muxue said deliberately with a condescending attitude. Of course he can't compare to us, Muxue. Exactly, Muxue is incredibly powerful. Gao Mu and Zhao Gui flattered her on the side. They wished they could elevate Jiang Muxue to the heavens. With such flattery, Jiang Muxue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. What she needed most was this kind of unwarranted praise which showcased her nobility. In the midst of their conversation, Su Nan had successfully reached the 90th level. It should slow down here. Jiang Muxue laughed. From here on, the strength of the wooden men would be at the first stage martial sovereign level. Although they posed no real threat, they certainly couldn't be easily defeated like the previous levels. However, just as she finished speaking, the 90th level was already cleared, and this process was uninterrupted. 91st level, 92nd level, 93rd level. In just the blink of an eye, Su Nan had successfully reached the 97th level. This scene left the three of them dumbfounded, especially Jiang Muxue, who was a third-stage martial sovereign. How is this possible? She exclaimed softly. She was a third-stage martial sovereign. With her strength, it wasn't so easy to face these first-stage wooden men. Before the 97th level, all were first-stage wooden men, just slightly stronger in combat power. Whether it was her or Gao Mu and Zhao Gui, they were all blocked for at least a minute upon reaching the 90th. Yet Su Nan passed through as if he was oblivious. Not even a minute, not even 3 seconds could stop him. They just watched as Su Nan's brilliance surged upward. Now only the last 3 levels remained. No matter how powerful you are, once you reach here, you should be finished. She snorted coldly, a hint of triumph at the corner of her mouth. This level she had personally experienced and knew it was impossible to pass. When she was in it, she had almost cursed it out loud. But after coming out, she had refrained from saying anything to maintain her image. The onlookers were all holding their breath. They all wanted to see if Su Nan could create another miracle. Su Nan was one of them, from Qinglong University. If Su Nan was strong, the status of Qinglong University would also rise among the top universities. And as students of Qinglong University, they naturally could bask in some of the glory. Even if the chances of Su Nan passing were equal to 0 deep down, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Su Nan, you must do it. Just passing the first level is enough. Li Fuse's gaze was fixated on the Qinglong Tower. He didn't expect Su Nan to clear everything. Just passing the first level would suffice to let him know what the second level tests. Even if he only passed the first level, Su Nan's name would be etched in the school history with great significance. Inside the tower, Su Nan's gaze searched around, but he didn't find any wooden men present. It was completely empty. Then what is the test for this level? Su Nan wondered. Suddenly, a powerful gravity descended. Su Nan felt his body sink. Then not even a second later, his body relaxed again. Vitality foundation perfect. Past the level. A deep voice was heard, and then everything went dark before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already appeared in the next level. In this level, there was a large, ancient bronze bell hanging in front of Su Nan. In the next moment, the bell seemed to be struck violently by someone. Boom. A loud and continuous ringing of the bell echoed. Su Nan felt his nerves suddenly dazed for a moment before returning to calmness. The divine bridge at his brow also trembled slightly, but no abnormal issues occurred. Divine soul strong. Past the level. That deep voice resounded once more. There was not a hint of emotional fluctuation in the voice, as if it were an emotionless robot. The next second, everything went dark again before Su Nen appeared in a new place. This place was no longer the moss-covered walls of the tower. This is an ancient battlefield. Countless humans and roaring ferocious beasts are present. He watched helplessly as numerous ferocious beasts rushed through his body to attack others. Countless people were disemboweled by the ferocious beasts devoured as blood food. The sharp smell of blood permeated the air. Human corpses and beast carcasses were everywhere. Illusion. Su Nen murmured as he gazed at the incredibly realistic scene. He suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It felt as if he had been fighting the ferocious beasts for dozens of days, without sleep. He felt as if he might collapse and never wake up. At that moment, a purple vertical pupil suddenly opened above his brow. It pierced through the illusion. This immediately brought him back to a state of clarity. Now not only had his state recovered, but he also felt rejuvenated. The previous fatigue had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the scene changed again. This was a pink room. A girl dressed in translucent silk walked towards Su Nen, swaying her slender waist. Every step was incredibly tempting. The most primitive desires of humanity stirred within him. When the girl reached Su Nen, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose, an extremely alluring fragrance. It was like a steaming meat bun placed before you. Could you resist not eating it? My dear, would you like to pick this little flower? As the girl spoke, a wisp of orchid fragrance escaped her lips. Su Nen looked coldly at the girl before him. Under the observation of his Hongmeng eye, he could only see a skeleton writhing before him, exhaling a musty odor. The ancient god-slaying spear appeared directly in his hand. With a single thrust, the girl's abdomen was instantly pierced. Screw you. What little flower was there to pick? How disgusting. He had no intention to play along with such a blatant illusion. In the next moment, the illusion shattered, and Su Nen's figure returned to the moss-covered wall. Steadfast heart. Past. 3 gates cleared. A deep voice resonated. At the same time, 2 orbs of light floated down from above, stopping in midair. One orb resembled a ginseng shape, radiating faint green light with a hint of medicinal fragrance wafting out. The other orb was a half-meter-tall egg. The eggshell was a deep green color covered in fine black skin. Its curve was rounded and full, the surface glimmering weakly, and one could vaguely see green shadows moving inside the shell. Su Nen's Hongmeng eye continued to scan, finding nothing unusual. It seems the illusion has ended, so these 2 orbs are the rewards. Just as he pondered, the deep voice echoed again. 1,000-year spirit ginseng. A dragon egg. Choose one as a reward. 1,000-year spirit ginseng. If it were anyone else, they would certainly choose this. However, it couldn't be used all at once, but it had to be taken multiple times. After consumption, one's vitality would significantly increase. But for Su Nen, with his talent, the effect would be minimal. He estimated that he would be hard-pressed to achieve even 1/10 of the effect. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence, but rather a profound self-awareness of his own talent after so many realm advancements. For someone who often needed to cultivate for millennia, consuming this 1,000-year spirit ginseng would have little effect. It's you. He ceased further deliberation and reached for the dragon egg. Before his hand could reach the dragon egg, it floated automatically before Su Nen. Whether it was aware of his choice or not, or perhaps the little creature inside the egg chose him. But none of that mattered. Reward chosen one. As the voice faded, the 1,000-year spirit ginseng also vanished. Su Nen felt no turbulence in his heart upon seeing this. He had considered taking both quickly, but it was already clearly stated that only one could be chosen. Thus the rules were set. Moreover, the 1,000-year spirit ginseng was indeed useless to him. If he recklessly acted and both rewards disappeared, it would be a significant loss. How does one hatch this thing? Su Nen was somewhat at a loss. He had never hatched an egg and had no experience in this regard. Could he possibly find a hen to help? But this was a dragon egg. Asking a hen to hatch a dragon egg, that was simply absurd. Besides, he didn't have the time and energy to nurture it meticulously. Too troublesome. Get inside. Disregarding whether the dragon egg agreed, or if there would be any issues, he simply tossed the dragon egg into his spatial ring. He clapped his hands. All is well. Whether it could hatch depended entirely on the dragon egg's own fate. Only the strong deserved to be his pets. At this moment, outside, the crowd had already gone wild. The first to boil over were the onlookers. They all raised their hands, shouting excitedly. Senior Su Nen. Incredible. He really did it. We are so fortunate to have a prodigy like Senior Su Nen emerge from Qinglong University. Senior Su Nen, I want to be your dog. They were absolutely elated. Once this matter spread, the status of Qinglong University would surely rise once more. As students of Qinglong University, they felt a sense of pride. This was no joke. There had long been rumors about the Qinglong Tower, with some saying that only the fated can pass. The weight of successfully clearing the challenges was self-evident. If people from other top universities learned of this, they would undoubtedly be shocked. In the past, to showcase the mystery and power of the Qinglong Tower, quotas were opened. Those who participated could truly experience the difficulty of the Qinglong Tower. How did this happen? Jiang Muxue was also in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, during the blood vitality test, she had been pressed down and unable to stand. Yet now she saw that Su Nan had passed in less than 10 seconds. She was utterly dumbfounded. And it didn't stop there. He passed the next gate just as quickly. Now he had even cleared the final gate. She had originally wanted to see Su Nan make a fool of himself, but instead she ended up seeing her own embarrassment. Gao Mu and Zhao Gui also wore expressions of astonishment. How is this possible? This defies logic. The two exclaimed simultaneously. They were both fifth-tier martial sect experts. Even they couldn't pass the first gate. Why could Su Nan clear all the gates at once? This. Li Fuse was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His body trembled with excitement. His entire demeanor reflected disbelief. He initially only hoped that Su Nan would pass the first trial. When he witnessed Su Nan's success, he was exceedingly delighted. Yet Su Nan directly passed all 3 final trials. At this moment he pinched his wrinkled face. It hurts. I can feel pain. Then I am not dreaming. Li Fuse grinned, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at the Qinglong Tower. He never expected that in his lifetime he would witness someone from Qinglong University actually pass the Qinglong Tower. A tower that even a dignified martial sovereign like him could not conquer was successfully passed by Su Nan. He could hardly imagine the achievements that awaited Su Nan in the future. As long as he does not perish prematurely, he will undoubtedly be the hope of humanity. Under the gaze of all, Su Nan was automatically teleported out of the Qinglong Tower. Looking at the frenzied crowd around him, he was utterly bewildered. This wasn't difficult, was it? He had thought it would be much harder. Yet it was that simple. How could this even stump Li Fuse, a martial sovereign? He began to suspect if Li Fuse had intentionally thrown the match. After the shock, Jiang Muxue and the others still wore faces full of disbelief. He must have been lucky. Besides, today was my first time challenging the tower, so it's normal to be unfamiliar. Jiang Muxue constantly reassured herself in her heart. Yes, that's right. It must be that way. She persistently suggested to herself that she was still stronger than Su Nan. How could a third-tier martial sect be worse than Su Nan? It was absolutely impossible. It was something she could not accept. Principal Li, we are leaving now. Jiang Muxue cupped her hands. She no longer wished to stay. The sacred dragon pool, I will be waiting for you. Go on. Li Fuse suppressed his inner excitement, regained his composure, and waved his hand casually. Subsequently, Jiang Muxue turned and vanished from the spot. Seeing that Jiang Muxue had left, Gao Mu and Zhao Gui merely took one last glance at Su Nan before leaving in disappointment. Everyone else can disperse too. Li Fuse waved his sleeve. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly departed. They still had to heed the principal's words. Even if they wanted to get closer to Su Nan, they had no choice but to leave. Once everyone had thoroughly departed, Li Fuse could no longer contain himself. He rushed directly in front of Su Nan, his face flushed with excitement, as he hurriedly inquired, Su Nan, how did you pass the last 3 trials? What reward did you receive? His eyes widened, displaying a thirst for knowledge. Seeing Li Fuse so concerned about these questions, Su Nan innocently replied, the last 3 trials were quite simple. The first trial, the blood chi trial, I only felt my body sink and rise and I passed it in a second. The second trial, the soul trial, there was a bronze bell that chimed twice, and then I passed it as well. The final trial was even simpler. I was shown some images and allowed to pass. Su Nan casually downplayed it. However, Li Fuse was left astonished. What does it mean to simply pass by feeling one's body sink and rise? To think that a martial sovereign like him was pinned to the ground and unable to move. No matter how hard he concentrated his blood chi, it was of no use. He just couldn't get through. Even if he spent time grinding through it, it ultimately proved futile. Eventually, he lost his patience and left in frustration. He had attempted countless times, and each time it was the same. Su Nan, are you sure it was that simple? He asked. He even doubted whether Su Nan was fabricating a story to fool him. The difficulty he personally experienced could not have been so easy. It was that simple. Su Nan nodded. He did not understand what Li Fuse was so surprised about. He truly didn't. It wasn't difficult at all. After confirming again, Li Fuse was convinced. It was not that the trials lacked challenge, but rather Su Nan was simply too strong. This wasn't an issue of realm, but rather Su Nan's foundation was exceptional. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. Li Fuse shook his head in resignation. His expression was a mix of emotions. There was surprise and shock towards Su Nen along with a sense of inadequacy intertwined in various ways. The Qinglong Tower, which even a martial sovereign like him could not conquer, was now easily surpassed by Su Nan. However, Li Fuz did not dwell in these emotions for long and quickly adjusted. The baptism at the sacred dragon pool will begin in 5 days. Let me explain it to you first. Su Nan, do you know the origin of the sacred dragon pool? I don't know, Su Nan replied straightforwardly. He had not even heard of the sacred dragon pool's origin. It is said that an injured giant dragon suddenly appeared in Zhongzhou, and a drop of its blood accidentally fell into a pool, and from then on that pool became the sacred dragon pool. Li Fuz recounted the tale. This served as the last bit of dignity for him as deputy principal. At least he had knowledge to share with the students. If a single drop of blood can transform an ordinary pool into the coveted sacred dragon pool, how powerful must that giant dragon have been? A glint of light flashed in Su Nan's eyes. He suddenly thought of the dragon egg in his spatial ring. If the dragon egg were to hatch into a giant dragon, could it also be that powerful? Dragons have always been formidable beings. Even we humans classify dragons as divine beasts. Li Fuz chuckled. However, he sighed. But now they have vanished without a trace. It is known that their Qinglong University was rumored to have some connection with dragons. Vanished without a trace. Su Nan pondered. Does that mean the dragon egg in his spatial ring could be the last dragon in the world? By the way, you still haven't told me what reward you received. He suddenly looked at Su Nan with eager curiosity. He was also very eager to know what rewards awaited after completing the Qinglong Tower, whether they were as bountiful as the legend suggested. Of course, if you don't want to share, that's fine. It's your choice. Li Fuz added with a smile. As deputy principal, he still had to respect the students' personal will. Everyone has their own secrets, and the secrets of the Qinglong Tower belonged to Su Nan, who naturally had the right not to disclose them. There's nothing I can't say, Su Nan replied casually. Just then he wanted to ask how long it takes for a dragon egg to hatch. There are a total of 2 rewards, and I can choose one. One is a millennium spiritual ginseng. Li Fuz gasped upon hearing it was a millennium spiritual ginseng, his face displaying profound astonishment. It actually includes a millennium spiritual ginseng. It is known that this kind of ginseng, even a martial sovereign like him, would find extremely valuable. Not to mention for Su Nan as a martial sect, consuming it would greatly enhance his blood qi. What is the second reward? He continued to look at Su Nan with eager eyes, desperate to know what the next reward. The second reward is a dragon egg. Su Nan said calmly. In what? A dragon egg? Li Fuz instantly leapt upright in shock. He had just declared dragons long vanished from the world. Yet Su Nan now presented him with a dragon egg. Ni's words were already refuted, on the spot. You're not teasing me, are you? And he still struggled to believe it. And could such coincidence truly exist? And no sooner had he proclaimed dragons extinct than Su Nan produced one, right before his eyes. A flash of white light emanated from the spatial ring on Su Nan's finger, and there before Li Fuz materialized a dragon egg over half a meter tall. And Li Fuz instinctively leaned forward. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the egg. And a faint green silhouette drifts within its core, and he exclaimed in utter astonishment. And this confirmed beyond doubt. The egg was genuine, capable of hatching a true dragon. Then his gaze shifted back to Su Nan, and for the first time profound admiration flooded his heart. And most would have chosen the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, a treasure granting immediate immense power. Who would dare select an enigmatic dragon egg? Its origins unknown, its viability uncertain. And should it fail to hatch, all effort would be wasted, nothing gained. Su Nan's foresight left him humbled and awestruck. Wait. Where did you just retrieve it from? Li Fuz suddenly realized something unsettling. My spatial ring, Su Nan replied, gesturing toward the ring on his hand. And he could not fathom why Li Fuz had grown so alarmed. You've casually stored the world's last dragon egg inside your spatial ring. Li Fuz nearly stomped in desperation. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a dragon egg. Na vessel destined to birth a colossal dragon. Na mythic being revered across legends and scriptures. And to treat it so carelessly, to stash it like common cargo, would outrage any connoisseur of sacred relics. Indeed, I even considered entrusting it to a hen for incubation, but dismissed the idea as too cumbersome. Su Nan spoke with unshakable nonchalance. A hen? Li Fuz's lips twitched involuntarily. And he truly marveled at Su Nan's extraordinary logic. How could anyone possibly use a hen to hatch a dragon egg? The scale alone rendered such a notion absurd. And brilliant. Li Fuz raised his thumb high, speechless, utterly flabbergasted. So, how should I incubate it? Su Nan voiced his true intent. And if the process proved neither arduous nor time-consuming, investing effort to raise a dragon as his personal companion seemed a most desirable prospect. Well, I honestly don't know. And after a moment's reflection, Lifuja shook his head. And how could he possibly understand the hatching rites of a mythic creature? Not even scholarly text existed on the subject, none authentic at least. Nani purported guide would be fabrication. And after all, who among mortals could claim to have successfully hatched a dragon egg? Then there you have it. Without proven methods, storing it in my spatial ring is perfectly reasonable. Na's soft shimmer gleamed upon Su Nan's ring. Once more the dragon egg vanished into the spatial ring. And Lifuja watched, heart pounding. His protest choked, silent mid-throat. By all known principles, living beings could not survive within spatial rings. Yet upon close inspection, he observed no adverse effect upon the nascent dragon within the egg. In fact, the tiny entity moved vigorously, swimming freely within its shell. Na divine beast defied mortal constraints. Its vitality transcended ordinary life. Ultimately, he accepted the truth: the dragon egg belonged solely to Su Nan, and its stewardship rested entirely with him. Not half a meter tall, carrying it openly would be impractical, nay perilous. Such exposure would incite chaos, and worse, risk grievous harm during combat. And thus stowing it safely within the spatial ring remained the wisest course. Since no harm befell the egg, no issue arose. N. Guard this dragon egg well. Someday it may yield unforeseen blessings. Lifuja sighed resignedly. N, with no precedent or expertise to draw upon, this arrangement would have to suffice, for now. N. Su Nan. The sacred dragon pool lies within the Lord's mansion of Shanglong City, Central Province. The ritual commences in 5 days. Do not forget the timing. And he offered this final reminder. Never since Headmaster Wang Huijin's disappearance, Lifuja, as deputy headmaster, had shouldered the entire university's administrative burdens, leaving him perpetually occupied. He now needed to return to official duties. N. Understood. Ns Yunin nodded firmly. An unparalleled opportunity to seize longevity. He would never overlook it. Later that night, within his residence in Su, Nan retrieved the dragon egg once more, placing it at the center of the living room, circling it again and again, scrutinizing every curve and contour. Yet nothing unusual revealed itself. And how long must it incubate? And this question consumed him. And he had never even hatched a chicken egg, let alone a dragon's. For now the creature within showed no sign of breaking free. No stirring, no tremor, no impatience. And perhaps it remains deep in embryonic development. After pondering briefly, he shrugged, tossed the egg back into the ring, and withdrew his golden dragon token to begin searching. He sought the sovereign ascension arts. And soon enough results appeared, but they proved deeply disappointing. And the highest ranked texts available were merely grade B. Not even a single grade. Ns Yunin frowned in disdain. And he required nothing less than a grade sovereign ascension art. Yet only inferior versions greeted him. Worse still, these grade B manuals demanded exorbitant tuition credits, 1500, 2000, each pricier than the last. Spending such vast credits on a mere grade B art was utterly unacceptable. And could it be that sovereign ascension arts are exceedingly rare? Su Nan murmured softly. And though Qinglong University ranked among the world's finest institutions, its reach remained finite. And considered deputy headmaster Lifuja himself merely a martial sovereign. Each martial sovereign commanded immense prestige, and their numbers were vanishingly few. Nor perhaps such arts grew increasingly obscure because higher grades demanded exponentially greater cultivation time, rendering them impractical for modern cultivators. Countless hypotheses swirled through Su Nan's mind. And enough. Let matters unfold naturally. And he waved dismissively, abandoning further speculation. His current lifespan remained insufficient. No sovereign ascension art, however potent, could bridge that gap. And still he yearned for a grades technique, not only to stabilize his realm, but to fortify it beyond measure. This very advantage enabled him to effortlessly dominate peers of equal cultivation rank. As for precisely how many minor realms he could transcend, such limits eluded even his own estimation. His advancement had been astonishingly swift. And moreover, mastering such an art would grant him a formidable divine ability, a sovereign-level trump card honed and irreplaceable. All of these factors held profound significance. And I'll assess matters firsthand when I reach Shanglong City. 5 days later. The time for the Holy Dragon Pool baptism is today. After getting ready, he stepped out, instantly appearing in midair. Although the airship was destroyed, it no longer mattered. Now that he held the esteemed title of Martial Sect Master, and possessed in glass breathing technique, he was not afraid of exhausting his vitality and could fly directly. A few minutes later his figure had already appeared outside Huanan City. He glanced ahead, discerning the direction, before quickly heading towards Zhongzhou. His speed was exceedingly swift, far surpassing the earlier flight speed of the airship. This was thanks to the glass breathing technique, allowing him to operate without concern for vitality consumption. In a distant place a figure clad in black robes was concealed in the air. It was Guillermo. He chose not to reveal himself to block the path, but intended to deliver a fatal blow once Su Nin got close. Caution was one of the means by which he had become an elder. Even knowing that only a 9th-level martial emperor was beside Su Nin, he still aimed to launch a sneak attack. Ha, my favorite thing is to ambush others. It's a pity that those I have ambushed are already in hell. He stroked his white beard with a smug expression. But what is he going to Zhongzhou for? His tone was filled with confusion. Someone reported Su Nan's whereabouts, indicating that he was flying in the direction of Zhongzhou. Thus he waited here. This was the fastest route to Zhongzhou, and Su Nan was also flying this way. And Su Nin is flying over here. What kind of ridiculous intel is this, eh? Guillermo frowned, and immediately burned the information in his hand. The intelligence system is getting worse. Once I deal with Su Nan I must properly rectify it, he said with great displeasure. Only martial sect masters could fly in the air. This was common knowledge. How could a low-level martial king like Su Nin achieve that? These people don't even think, he said with a trace of anger. He believed either these people were seeing things, or Su Nan's guardian had become a martial sect master. Even if it was the second scenario, it wouldn't deter him. A 9th-level martial emperor's guardian upgrading would at most become a 1st-level martial sect master. Would he, a 9th-level martial sect master, still fear this? Although he had just recently broken through to 9th-level martial sect master, not just anyone could provoke him. Finally, after another hour of waiting, Su Nin appeared before him. Watching Su Nin approach, he felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He had a poisoned flying dagger ready to launch at any moment. Indeed, he planned not only to remain hidden, but also to use hidden weapons for his sneak attack. It was all about ambushing. With his strength as a 9th-level martial sect master, Su Nin would be unable to withstand a fatal strike from this flying dagger. Even if theoretically Su Nin managed to survive, the poison on the flying dagger would be enough to ensure Su Nan's demise. His gaze was fixed on Su Nin, the dagger in his hand, itching to be thrown. On Su Nan's side, after arriving in this territory, he keenly sensed something was amiss. His primordial eye trembled once again. This made him instantly aware of the anomaly. He brought his fingers together, positioned them before his eyes, open. His purple vertical pupil suddenly opened. The entire world turned purple once more, and no creature's movement could escape his gaze. Even a small bug wriggling on the ground could not evade his divine sight, let alone Guillermo hiding in the air. When Guillermo saw that eerie eye looking his way, he immediately realized he had been exposed. What the hell is this? He exclaimed in shock. He never expected that his excellent concealment could be so easily discovered. Since it has come to this kill, the power of vitality in his arm had already gathered. With a forceful swing of his arm propelled by this vitality, the flying dagger shot towards Su Nin at tremendous speed. It even created a sharp sonic boom. Under normal circumstances he would not have acted this way, but now that he had been discovered, speed was of utmost importance. Whoosh! The flying dagger sliced through the air. In just an instant it had reached Su Nin. But to Su Nan's purple vertical pupil everything appeared exceedingly slow, like moving in slow motion. He merely tilted his head slightly to the side, and the flying dagger passed right by him. Too slow, Su Nin said with a faint smile. He actually dodged it. Guillermo stared in astonishment at Su Nin. This completely contradicted the scenario he had envisioned just moments ago. However, he did not panic too much. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. You're celebrating too soon. He saw that the flying dagger had somehow appeared behind Su Nin. Success. He was filled with excitement. He believed Su Nin had not noticed this. Even if Su Nin did become aware, it would be too late. Only a final distance remained before it would penetrate Su Nan's body. However, a firewall suddenly appeared behind Su Nin. The flying dagger crashed into it, bouncing off to the ground, losing its vitality. My flying dagger. Guillermo felt an immediate pain in his heart. This flying dagger was his prized possession. Now it had lost its vitality just because it hit a firewall. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? How could a martial king like Su Nin withstand a strike from a martial sect master? Could it be he possesses some life-saving artifact? Yes, it must be that. Otherwise he could think of no other explanation. Suddenly his figure vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, Guillermo appeared before Su Nin. Bone poison palm. Poison gas wafted from his palm. If this palm struck Su Nin, he was confident it would result in Su Nin's immediate death. Even under the corrosion of the poison gas, his flesh and blood would quickly vanish, leaving only a skeleton behind. You're dead. Even if Su Nan's guardian appeared now, he was confident he could kill both of them with a single strike. Yet Su Nan merely revealed an innocuous smile and softly intoned, "Wood transformation." As soon as he spoke, Guomo's right hand instantly transformed into a withered branch. Guomo stared at his hand in disbelief, his voice trembling. My hand. What is happening? He had just felt an extremely bizarre force arise, and then his hand had taken on this form. What kind of evil technique is this? He exclaimed in shock. He was an elder of the Doomsday cult. Usually only others would accuse him of practicing evil techniques. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre martial skill. Angrily he glared at Su Nan, boasting, "Won't save you, killing you will naturally restore it." This time he did not choose to approach directly. Venomous swamp. His body suddenly transformed into a green hue as streams of energy continuously converged before him. Go! A mass of writhing green energy shot directly towards Su Nan. Following that, several more such masses of green energy surged wildly towards him. Seeing this, Su Nan merely moved slightly, each time effortlessly dodging the attacks. So effective. He also wanted to test the Eye of Primordial Chaos in actual combat. Unexpectedly effective. These attacks completely missed him. The green energy masses that fell to the ground transformed into puddles resembling a swamp. ZZ. Creatures within the area and several meters around began to die in large numbers. The potency of this poison was evident. Guomo was clearly a bit stunned. This was a large-scale attack. Yet Su Nan still effortlessly evaded it. He had consumed quite a bit of his vitality, while Su Nan remained unscathed, which made him a bit irritated. "Damn! You should fight me hidden instead of hiding," he roared. He believed that Su Nan's evasion ability was too strong, but his actual combat skills were merely mediocre. He even suspected that the hidden martial sovereign had intervened to help him. Otherwise, how could a low-tier martial king like Su Nan easily dodge his attacks? "Come." Su Nan beckoned with his finger. He had only been testing the ability of the Eye of Primordial Chaos. Now he saw no need to waste any more time. The Royal Dao Extreme Art was activated. His eyes instantly turned golden. 2 golden, and 1 purple, giving off a divine, yet strange appearance. In the next moment, he appeared behind Guomo. A fist came crashing down towards the top of Guomo's head. So fast. Guomo's face changed dramatically. He suddenly regretted what he had just said. He now sensed the fluctuation of Su Nan's vitality. 9th tier martial sovereign. His heart was greatly shaken. Damn it. A 9th tier martial sovereign doesn't need any protector. Luo Yin had shamelessly fed him false information about a 9th tier martial emperor. At this moment, whether he retreated or fought, he couldn't react in time. Crack! A fist landed solidly on his head. His body plummeted rapidly towards the ground, ultimately embedding itself into the earth. His skull had already fractured. What on earth is happening? How could he suddenly become a 9th tier martial sovereign? Guomo's mind began to race. He had read Su Nan's dossier, which clearly outlined his achievements. Although it was indeed quite extraordinary, it shouldn't be this extraordinary. This was a 9th tier martial sovereign. Even his combat power was so formidable. His vitality surged within him, causing the surrounding soil to explode. He broke free from the earth. No way, I can't fight. He instinctively wanted to flee. Without a 100 chance of success, he absolutely could not continue. Moreover, he could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Su Nan. That was definitely beyond what he could handle. His escape was also a masterpiece. In just a few seconds, he had already flown 1,000 meters away. Run? My life is at stake. He was terrified. He did not want to sacrifice his life just to assassinate Su Nan. After flying for several minutes, and no longer seeing Su Nan's figure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. My escape ability is no joke. His complexion gradually relaxed. He was glad to have successfully fled. During his escape, he had continuously changed positions. He guessed that Su Nan had likely been confused by his evasive maneuvers. "Do you think you can escape?" A voice descended from the sky. Guomo was immediately startled, looking at Su Nan above him, sweat pouring down his face. How could this be? My escape skills are so superior. How could he possibly be caught up to? In terms of speed and strength, he had already experienced it. From every aspect, Su Nan's strength was clearly superior. He was now even more afraid to battle Su Nan. "Su Nan, don't take things too far. We are both 9th tier martial sovereigns. Do you really think you can kill me? You can discern victory and defeat among peers, but to determine life and death is extremely difficult, and it may result in mutual destruction. Feel again and see if I am truly a 9th tier martial sovereign." Su Nan's golden eyes, filled with pressure, radiated an unparalleled sense of oppression. Guomo carefully probed again. For a moment he pointed at Su Nin, stuttering, This is a peak martial sovereign. It was often difficult to distinguish between a 9th-tier martial artist and a peak martial sovereign. Now he realized Su Nan had actually reached that level. Doesn't that mean Su Nan is just a step away from becoming a martial venerable? What kind of monster is this? Judgment of your death. Su Nan slowly raised his hand. A spear formed from condensed vitality, crackling with arcs of electricity, rapidly descended towards Gu Mo below. Its speed and power had completely surpassed the boundaries of the martial sovereign realm. Gu Mo wanted to escape, but found he had no time to do so. So he could only gather poison with his left hand and strike out, attempting to forcefully block the attack. Unfortunately, it was ultimately futile. The blood-red spear easily pierced through Gu Mo's palm, encountering almost no obstruction. No. Gu Mo's eyes were filled with terror, despair, and endless regret. In the end, he watched helplessly as the blood-red spear pierced through his heart. Puff! He died on the spot. Successfully plundered lifespan 1,000 days. Remaining lifespan 3,885 days. This time the plundered lifespan had skyrocketed. Martial sovereigns truly live long. Su Nan sighed. The lifespan plundered from the previous martial emperors had barely been over 600, now it had directly jumped to 1,000. Never before had there been such a significant leap. He looked at Gu Mo's corpse, which still wore a spatial ring. But spatial rings can only be opened by their owners if outsiders cannot access them, which is their greatest confidentiality. Even forcibly destroying it would directly obliterate the items inside. Su Nan's eye of primordial chaos casually scanned it, but he found no other items. He casually snapped his fingers. Gu Mo's body ignited instantly. In just a few seconds it was burned to ashes, and the spatial ring was shattered. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze back towards the direction of the central continent. There were still lifespan values waiting for him to plunder. Moreover, he had heard that the family guarding the sacred dragon pool had a notable background. Perhaps he would have unexpected gains. He adjusted his posture and soared into the sky. Continued towards the sacred dragon city. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Nan finally arrived at Shenlong City. Although Shenlong City is a small city in size, the families residing within have significant backgrounds. The Long family has guarded Shenlong Pool for generations. Moreover, the individuals behind the Long family are truly formidable. It is said that they have connections with several top figures from Long Nation. The entire Long family is directly governed by the higher-ups of Long Nation, and no one else has the right to question them. All industries within Shenlong City also fall under the Long family's domain. On ordinary days, some people come to Shenlong City out of admiration, while others are high-ranking individuals from Long Nation. At this moment, a handsome young man with a pale complexion and slightly raised eyebrows appeared on Su Nan's left. He was holding onto a woman with one hand, and both hands were busy. Moreover, he was flying while seated. This speed would greatly reduce efficiency and consume more energy, offering no benefits. An 8th-tier martial master accompanied by 2 1st-tier martial masters. Clearly the identity of the newcomer is quite extraordinary. Su Nan merely glanced at him casually, and then ignored him, directly teleporting towards the city lord's residence. He couldn't care less about others holding on to a few women, even if it were 100 or 80. It had nothing to do with him. What he desired was to enhance his strength. In this world, the strong are respected. Everything else is unimportant. The man, upon being ignored, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Usually when he appears before others, he is the object of envy. He also enjoyed that feeling. Looks like he is a genius from some top university. He spoke in a mocking tone. He had never regarded those from top universities with any seriousness. With his status in the Long family, he could obtain anything he desired. He squeezed the sides of his waist hard to vent his displeasure at being ignored. The 2 women immediately winced in pain. However, they gritted their teeth and dared not cry out, no matter how much it hurt. They knew that if they made any sound and displeased the man, they would face even harsher beatings. After venting, he continued to fly towards the city lord's residence in a seated position. Upon arriving at the city lord's hall, Su Nan noticed that quite a few people were already present. Each of these individuals wore expressions of pride and confidence. They all believed that their strength was the strongest, naturally presenting themselves as if they were superior to everyone else. These individuals all appeared to be in their 20s and clearly had used special means to maintain their youthful appearances. Among them, the most striking was a young girl dressed in a plain long dress with fair skin and a slender figure. Her appearance was a mix of cuteness and a hint of coolness. Jiang Muxue and the others had also arrived, with Gao Mu and Zhao Gui still attentively taking care of them. They were fanning and massaging her shoulders. It was evident that they were already infatuated by her beauty. No hope. Su Nan provided a candid evaluation. As soon as the three saw Su Nan's arrival, they all glanced at him angrily. Su Nan, however, didn't care. He was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. Black and red are still red. Jiang Muxu's anger was accompanied by an air of arrogance. She believed her strength was superior to Su Nan's. Having been humiliated by Su Nan earlier, she was determined to seek revenge today. At that moment, a burly man with a thick black beard slowly walked out from inside the city lord's residence. His face was stern, and he exuded the aura of a strong man, precisely the aura of a martial master. Welcome everyone to my Shenglong City. I am Long Yi, the city lord of Shenglong City. The Shenglong pool is open for baptism every 10 years, and I believe each of you will gain something valuable. Long Yi delivered a brief opening statement. Just as he finished speaking, the young man, holding on to two women, also appeared in this place. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. An 8th-tier martial master. The two women beside him were also 1st-tier martial masters. Many people gasped in amazement. A martial master as a follower, what a grand display. Sorry I'm a bit late, he said lazily. He was doing this intentionally just to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. The protagonist always arrives late. This was his belief. Yaoer, get down from there. What kind of behavior is this? Long Yi pretended to be angry. He was extremely protective of his precious son. However, with so many people present, he had to put on a show. Understood. Long Yao appeared indifferent. He slowly descended, while still holding on to the two women. As soon as he landed, his gaze began to roam indiscriminately. Suddenly he noticed the exceptionally... Without any hesitation, he approached her directly. Ahem, I am Long Yao. May I know your name, miss? He adopted a cultured demeanor. The girl slightly frowned. Lin Xia. She seemed reluctant to offer any further response. Lin Xia? A lovely name, he said with a cheerful smile, but his eyes were constantly sizing up Lin Xia, growing more satisfied with each glance. Long Yao, come here. Long Yao interrupted with a hint of anger. He could not allow Long Yao to become increasingly unruly, otherwise he feared something embarrassing would happen. It was one thing to hold on to two women, but now he dared to flirt with geniuses from top universities. He simply could not feel at ease without causing trouble for a day. All right. Seeing that his father was genuinely a bit angry, Long Yao reluctantly walked over. Even after stepping away, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Xia. This scene fell into Jiang Muxu's eyes, but it turned into a disregard for her appearance. She clenched her fist slightly. Oomph. I am not less beautiful than her, she thought to herself. Usually she received countless flattery, but now her spotlight had been stolen, making her naturally unhappy. The formation of Shenglong Pool will open tomorrow, so please stay overnight, Long Yi said with a smile. Everyone nodded silently in agreement. This rule has been a long-standing tradition. To avoid anyone traveling long distances, and since it was late upon arrival, they would not have enough time for a full day's baptism. Thus the time for participation and the actual baptism was separated. Here are your room tokens. He waved his hand, and the room tokens scattered randomly in front of everyone. Su Nan simply glanced at it. 203. He then directly stored it in his spatial ring. The city lord's residence was quite large, comparable to a large hotel. Long Yi raised his head slightly with a serious expression. For all you talented individuals from afar, feel free to explore Shenglong City today. Just as Su Nan was about to leave, he was astonished to discover that the spatial ring he wore seemed to tremble ever so slightly. If he hadn't paid attention, he might have overlooked it. He probed his divine sense into the spatial ring only to find that a dragon egg was shaking incessantly. Inside, a small green figure swayed back and forth, appearing quite mischievous. Could it be sensing the presence of the sacred dragon pool? Su Nan pondered in confusion. The only thing connected to the dragon egg here was the sacred dragon pool. However, the sacred dragon pool had not yet been opened, rendering any commotion useless. Thus, he directly left the city lord's mansion. He truly wished to stroll through Sacred Dragon City, hoping to find its grade cultivation method within, even if it were incomplete. However, just as he exited the city lord's mansion, he suddenly thought of Li Fuse. With Li Fuse's connections, he might be able to find out about the whereabouts of this grade cultivation method. He could also casually inquire whether Qinglong University had any grade cultivation methods, and if they were hidden away. He decisively took out his golden dragon token and found Li Fuse's contact information. Without any hesitation, he dialed the number. The phone rang for a full half-minute before the other end lazily picked up. Who is it? Briefly explain your question, Li Fuse replied in a detached tone. The sound of a pen scratching against paper could be heard. I am Su Nan. Su Nan did not immediately pose his question, but introduced himself first. After all, if Li Fuse didn't recognize his voice, it would be problematic. He could guarantee that once he asked about this grade cultivation method, Li Fuse would immediately hang up, thinking he had lost his mind. Oh, so it's Su Nan. Li Fuse's expression instantly changed, a smile appearing on his face. Look at me, I got so busy that I forgot to save your contact information. I should have known it was you calling you, I wouldn't have been so indifferent otherwise. Ever since my contact information was made public, I've been inundated with all sorts of absurd questions. I want to ask why there are no grade cultivation methods in the school store. Do you know where I can find one? Sunan quickly asked, both questions not wanting to disturb Li Fuse too much. The other end pondered for firstly, grade cultivation methods are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Secondly, grade methods are inherently rare. Even my Qinglong University doesn't have any at the moment. Of course, if one spends a significant amount of time and effort, it is possible to obtain them from certain factions. Where can one find grade cultivation methods? Such rare resources are controlled by a select few, and will not be sold. Don't even think about it. Li Fuse answered all he knew. Okay, I understand. Sunan merely wanted to ask to see if any information was available. As for spending time to obtain an grade cultivation method, that would be too slow. He couldn't wait that long. Do you need one? If you do, I can help you get one, but it might take some time. Li Fuse inquired. He assumed Su Nan was preparing for his future breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. Transitioning from a first-level martial sovereign to a peak martial sovereign takes a few years, even for someone like Su Nan. This was the shortest time he had mentioned. In the entire Blue Star, there had never been a case of achieving martial sovereign status in such a short time. Su Nan was an exception, and he was the only one he dared to claim could achieve it in such a short time. No need. Su Nan shook his head. He estimated it would take at least a few months to negotiate with those factions, which was not easy, and he couldn't afford to wait that long. I can only go take a look for now. Su Nan decided to seek other solutions. Moments later, he arrived at a lavishly decorated martial arts shop. The sign at the entrance was resplendent with the 3 characters written in a vigorous style, soaring like dragons and dancing like phoenixes. This martial arts shop was named Zijin Pavilion. As soon as he entered, a woman dressed in professional attire walked over gracefully. She wore white gloves, exuding an elegant demeanor and appearing courteous. Dear customer, may I ask what you need? She smiled politely and inquired. Do you have any grade cultivation methods? Su Nan was direct without any hesitation. The woman slightly opened her mouth, her body froze momentarily, and she wore an expression of disbelief. Please wait a moment. She immediately rushed into a room inside. Soon a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire emerged. He wore glasses and appeared cultured, and he approached Su Nan. Hello customer. I am the owner of this shop. I heard you are looking for grade cultivation methods. He spoke with a smile, his tone laced with respect. The fact that Su Nan dared to inquire about the whereabouts of the cultivation method indicated that he was likely a martial sovereign powerhouse. For someone of this caliber, the owner treated him with utmost respect, not daring to be presumptuous. Su Nan nodded slightly. The shop owner had come out. Could there be hope? The shop owner cleared his throat, twice his demeanor increasingly respectful. Dear customer, I'm truly sorry, but we do not have any grade cultivation methods here. Moreover, not only do we not have them, but no martial arts shop in the entire Sacred Dragon City would have them. Customer, it's not that I'm exaggerating. If we, the Zijin Pavilion, do not have it, then other shops definitely won't either. However, you can take a look at other martial arts techniques. We have a vast array of options. He gestured inviting. Upon hearing this, Su Nan turned around and left. The owner rambled on for quite a while, only to suggest he buy something else instead. He didn't lack martial techniques, and was too lazy to waste time there. At that moment, Jiang Muxue and her companions happened to arrive, also looking to see if there were any good martial techniques available. Oh my, am I hearing things? You still want the cultivation method? You who just broke through to martial sovereign, what do you want with its grade cultivation method? What are you pretending for? Jiang Muxue's sharp and cutting voice reached him. The 3 of them ran into Su Nan, who was about to leave. So it's a BTCH accompanied by 2 sycophants. Su Nan smiled faintly. It was these 3 again. He had initially thought he might have to wait until after the Sacred Dragon Pool baptism to have the chance to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, these 3 had come looking for trouble themselves. You dare call me a BTCH? This was the first time Jiang Muxue had heard such an insulting term directed at her. Her fists clenched tightly, her feet stomped forcefully on the ground. Her eyes burned with rage, and she was utterly furious. Standing nearby, Gao Mu and Zhao Gui were also filled with anger. 5 days later, Su Nan had once again called them licking dogs. Good Su Nan, I see you're just asking for a beating. You are the licking dog, Su Nan. Your whole family are licking dogs. The 2 were indignantly upset. Now in Shenglong City, they were no longer afraid of Li Fuse. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel before me and polish my shoes. I might consider forgiving you. Jiang Muxue raised a foot, her tone cold and haughty. She had already made up her mind. If Su Nan did not comply, she would undoubtedly take action. If Li Fuse questioned her later, she could just say they were sparring. Sparring was a perfectly normal thing. If Su Nan truly did this, he would be utterly humiliated. If word got out, it wouldn't just be Su Nan, the entire Qinglong University would be shamed. Brain dead. Su Nan spoke his mind. He truly did not understand what kind of mindset Jiang Mushui had. He just called her a bitch, yet she still wanted him to polish her shoes. As his words fell, everyone in the Zijin Pavilion held their breath, anxiously watching Su Nan and the others. A battle that could explode at any moment was about to begin. The shopkeeper wore a hesitant expression. He really wanted Su Nan and the others to go out and fight, but did not dare to step forward and advise against it. These people were all martial sect powerhouses. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. If they were in a bad mood and decided to beat him up, that would be disastrous. Jiang Mushui was utterly enraged, her rounded chest heaving violently, her cheeks flushed with anger. Good, very good, you're finished. She pointed at Su Nan. Gao Mu and Zhao Gui, seeing their goddess being called brain dead, immediately began to refute. She is not brain dead. Su Nan, you are playing with fire. The two spoke in unison. They stepped forward ready to teach Su Nan a lesson, but Jiang Mushui raised her hand to stop them. Don't move, let me teach him a lesson myself. Her tone was icy, filled with boundless anger. Today, if she did not personally teach Su Nan a lesson, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. At that moment, the shopkeeper finally gathered his courage and timidly stepped forward, cautiously asking, "Customers, if you are going to fight, can you please do it outside? The martial arts techniques here are very easy to damage. Moreover, the various miscellaneous items in the shop could also incur costs for potential damages. That could be quite a hefty expense. They'll compensate for any damages." Jiang Mushui showed no mercy. She was not willing to go outside to fight. She wanted to harshly teach Su Nan a lesson right here in the Zijin Pavilion, while also exposing Su Nan's vanity. She wanted everyone here to see how a first-tier martial sect could shamelessly inquire about becoming a master. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was so frightened that he quickly ran to the back to hide, only poking his head out to peek. The other staff members also retreated to the back, giving enough space for Su Nan and the others. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. He adjusted his glasses, a shrewd smile on his face. Once the fight broke out, the shop would be turned upside down. Then as for how much damage would occur, wouldn't that be up to him to decide? If he said Jiang Mushui destroyed 10 martial arts techniques, then it was 10. If he claimed 100 were destroyed, then it was 100. At that time, he would definitely take a hefty cut from Jiang Mushui. Perfectly, there were many stocks in the shop that couldn't be sold. All of it would be counted on Jiang Mushui's head. Jiang Mushui no longer had any reservations. She stepped forward, one hand radiating with a jade-like glow directly targeting Su Nan's neck. Jade hand capture. She was very confident, not even intending to use her own treasure. A third-tier martial sect fighting a first-tier martial sect, she did not anticipate any unexpected circumstances. Wind silence domain activate. Su Nan smiled lightly. He was at the peak of the martial sect. He didn't need any flashy moves. He activated this domain only to prevent the three from escaping. The wind speed around them instantly slowed down. Su Nan simply vanished from his spot and directly appeared beside Jiang Mushui. Such speed was completely incomparable to a martial sect's instant movement. That had a certain wind-up and cool-down. This, however, had no fluctuation in chi and blood, leaving people unable to react. His arm harnessed the wind's force, transforming into the most resilient steel blade. A chopping strike was aimed fiercely at the jade hand extended by Jiang Mushui. Crack! A crisp sound of bones snapping resounded, and Jiang Mushui's arm bent awkwardly. This was the very hand that had just pointed at Su Nan. "Oh, it hurts," she screamed. She hadn't even seen Su Nan's attack clearly before her arm inexplicably fractured. "Don't worry, this isn't over yet." Su Nan wore an innocent smile. The next moment he appeared behind Jiang. With a leap utilizing the wind force, he delivered a fierce whip kick to Jiang Mushui's back. Up. Jiang Mushui was sent flying, crashing heavily into a bookshelf, which broke apart. As the force on Jiang Mushui had not yet fully dissipated, she crashed through the bookshelf, colliding against the wall, causing it to shake twice before finally coming to a stop. Successfully plundered. Lifespan 800 days, remaining lifespan 4,685 days. Jiang Mushui felt all her ribs in her back had broken. Her upper body could no longer exert any strength, and just the thought of moving caused her immense pain. At this moment, she finally regained her composure. Just now she had been in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening, only knowing that she had been beaten. How is this possible? Didn't he just break through to the first-tier martial sect 5 days ago? She was filled with astonishment. Su Nan's speed was extremely fast, and the fluctuations of chi and blood came quickly. But as the one being hit, she felt it very clearly. No way. This is absolutely impossible. She quickly shook her head, believing her senses were wrong. No matter how strong a person's talent was, it was absolutely impossible to leap so many realms in just 5 days. But then she negated herself again. If it was her misperception, then why was Su Nen able to easily defeat her? She was already caught in a mental struggle. Before she could think it through, Su Nen appeared in front of her again. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Jiang Mushue's face. "Come polish my shoes for me." He returned her actions with her own. Jiang Mushue instantly felt a great humiliation, and her tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Su Nen, you little." Before she could finish her words, Su Nan's fierce kick struck her abdomen, causing her to gasp in pain. "Ah!" Jiang Muxue's eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, she truly felt the fluctuation of Su Nan's vital energy. Peak Martial Grandmaster. This was no ordinary first-level martial grandmaster. Now she finally understood why she had fallen so easily. At this moment, she felt intense pain throughout her entire body and dared not utter another word. She feared that if Su Nen kicked her again, she truly did not know if she could walk out of the Zijin Pavilion alive. Su Nen once again placed his martial arts shoe upon Jiang Muxue's face. "I will say this one last time, polish my shoes." His gaze was like a demon from the abyss, sending shivers down Jiang Muxue's spine. Gao Mu and Zhao Gui finally reacted. Seeing their goddess being bullied without any hesitation, they all rushed forward. "Su Nen, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." "Su Nen, let go of my Mushua." The two shouted in unison. Surprisingly, their voices were quite in sync. Su Nen turned around, raising one hand, and gathered a vortex of wind energy in his palm before releasing it. Gao Mu and Zhao Gui collided right into it. They all unleashed their martial skills in an attempt to resist. Boom! The powerful energy fluctuation caused the entire room to shake violently. Martial arts books flew everywhere along with various wooden debris. When the dust settled, Gao Mu and Zhao Gui were seen lying on the ground together, blood continuously oozing from the corners of their mouths. Successfully plundered lifespan 850 days. Successfully plundered lifespan 850 days. Remaining lifespan 6,385 days. How could he be this strong? Peak Martial Grandmaster. The two lay on the ground looking at Su Nen in disbelief. They could feel the fluctuation of Su Nan's vital energy. It was clearly that of a peak martial grandmaster. They had all been deceived. At that time, Li Fuse had told them that Su Nen had just broken through to martial grandmaster, leading them to believe he was merely a first-level martial grandmaster. But how old could Su Nen be? Wasn't he said to be a freshman in college? Could freshmen nowadays really become peak martial grandmasters? They also realized that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Su Nen turned around, his gaze still icy. He had no desire to say it again. Jiang Mushue certainly understood what Su Nen meant. She felt a deep sense of humiliation. With tears welling up, she began to cry. "I refuse to believe that you, Su Nen, truly have a heart of stone." She thought that by putting on a pitiful act, Su Nen would surely spare her. She did not want to polish Su Nan's shoes. She was usually the object of adoration. How could she do such a thing? Unexpectedly, Su Nen kicked her in the abdomen again. Another heavy blow. Up. Jiang Mushue felt a surge of blood rising in her chest, thinking she would spit blood in the next moment. But she forced herself to hold it back. She couldn't spit blood. That would be extremely ungraceful. I will wipe. She had not expected Su Nen to show no mercy at all. Using her sleeve as a cleaning tool, she began to rub repeatedly at Su Nan's shoes. With each stroke, she felt an immense sense of grievance. After she finished wiping, Su Nen instantly vanished from the scene. Lifespan acquired. He couldn't be bothered to linger any longer. Once Su Nen left, the shop owner approached with a beaming smile. He stood before Jiang Mushue and pointed at the mess on the floor. "All the martial arts books here have been damaged, and with the cost of repairing the building, this amounts to quite a significant fee. I still need to calculate carefully. You must first provide me with your identity information. Once I calculate it, I will let you know." "All the martial arts books?" She looked up in surprise. Besides the martial arts books on the shelf, she had smashed some were damaged due to at least half of the martial arts books lay scattered on the floor in perfect condition. She was so furious that the blood in her chest could no longer be contained. Pooh! She spat all over the shop owner's face. The shop owner was momentarily stunned, touching the blood on his face. "Now you've messed up my appearance. Forget it, I won't charge you for this." He still adhered to the principle of leaving room for others. Even though the Long family stood behind him, he didn't dare truly offend her. Su Nen appeared 200 meters away from the Zijin Pavilion. Those around him, upon seeing Su Nan's sudden appearance, showed no surprise. Instead, they wore expressions of respect. They all received news that these unparalleled geniuses from top universities had come for the Holy Dragon Pool baptism. "Please wait." A clear female voice called out from behind Su Nan. He turned around to see that it was the stunningly beautiful woman Lin Xie. Her face bore a hint of urgency. "Is there something you need?" Sunan asked, puzzled. He was not familiar with this person and did not understand what she wanted with him. Unless she was here to help Jiang Muxue seek revenge. If that were the case, Su Nan would be quite pleased. After approaching Su Nan, her urgency seemed to ease a bit. "I would like to discuss a deal with you." Her tone still retained a hint of aloofness. "A deal?" Su Nan frowned. This did not seem like she was here to help Jiang Muxue seek revenge. "Go ahead, I'm listening," Su Nan replied calmly. Lin Xie glanced around, her face revealing a conflicted and hesitant expression. "There are too many people here. Where are you in that room? I will come find you tonight." After speaking, her cheeks turned slightly red. That kind of shy and awkward expression. She understood that her words might lead to misunderstandings, but there was nothing she could do about it. 203. Su Nan's expression remained calm. He would not assume that this woman was here to offer her affections. The fact that she sought him out indicated that he possessed something Lin Xie needed. As for what it was, that could only be revealed tonight. "All right." Lin Xie nodded shyly. Her heart raced, fearing that Su Nan would reject her request. If it weren't for the importance of this matter, she would not be so cautious. "Well, if there is nothing else, I will take my..." Su Nan said. He wanted to stroll around the Holy Dragon City a bit more. It was always good to see more while out and about. Who knows, he might encounter some troublemakers, and that would be even better. Lin Xie looked up, staring at Su Nan's face for a couple of seconds. She suddenly felt that Su Nan was quite special, seemingly completely uninterested in her. She was well aware of her good looks. She knew her beauty very well. Even now, those passing by on the street were all pretending to be indifferent, yet their eyes kept glancing at her. She smiled slightly and softly said, "All right, then we will meet tonight." As the sky gradually darkened, Su Nan returned to the city lord's mansion. He casually wandered around today and found that even the street vendors had nothing worth picking up. Indeed, it isn't that easy to find a bargain, Su Nan sighed. Finding a bargain so effortlessly was merely a plot device in short dramas. Upon arriving at his room's entrance, he placed the room token in the identity recognition slot. In the next moment, the door opened automatically. What greeted his eyes was a clean and tidy room. This room was not constructed from any precious metals, it simply comprised some basic cement and stone bricks. After entering, he casually glanced around. The room's size was average, but it was equipped with all the necessary infrastructure. Only the bed looked impressive, made from rosewood, and exuding a creamy wooden fragrance. After a simple wash, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Once he finished washing up, Su Nan lay down on the bed, stretched his body, and then closed his eyes. As for when Lin Xie would arrive, that was not something he needed to consider. With his current perception ability, he would easily hear the sound of a knock. However, just under 10 minutes after he lay down, a knock echoed. Su Nan stood up and slowly walked over to open. Upon opening the door, it was indeed Lin Xie, who had kept her promise to come. She seemed to have just finished bathing, her hair still slightly damp, and she radiated a faint fragrance. "May I come in?" she politely asked. After all, this was a man's room. It would be terrible if there were things she should not see. "Of course," Su Nan replied, taking a seat on the sofa first. Lin Xie appeared a bit nervous, looking around to find no one before stepping inside with small cautious steps. Before leaving, she also closed the door behind her. "Sit," Su Nan said, his gaze landing on the opposite end of the sofa. The sofa in the room was also a circular design. His intention was clear, he wanted Lin Xie to sit across from him. Lin Xie's expression showed obvious surprise as she stepped over and sat right across from Su Nan. "I didn't expect it. Seeing you in person is quite different from hearing about you," she awkwardly complimented. "You look much more handsome than in the photos." She had indeed learned about Su Nan beforehand, and her words were all true. However, saying these polite remarks for the first time still made her somewhat nervous. "No need to be so formal, just speak frankly," Su Nan said with a slight smile. In contrast, he appeared to be in a very relaxed state. From this, it seemed the matter was quite significant. She even began to flatter him with polite words to win his favor. I want you to help me take revenge." Lin Xie, though slightly nervous, stated her purpose. Su Nan remained silent, merely watching her. With the initiative in his hands, he had no need to rush to say anything. "My family was annihilated by the Long family, and I am the only adopted daughter who escaped in school." At this point, tears were swirling in her eyes. Yet she was merely a second-tier martial master, lacking the ability to seek revenge. This feeling of helplessness tormented her every night. "Whom do you want to kill?" Su Nan inquired. He was also not concerned about why her family was annihilated. There were quite a few members of the Long family, and the head of the city lord's mansion was even a martial sovereign. He couldn't just go and annihilate a family, could he? Moreover, with his current strength, it was impossible. "Just kill that scoundrel Long Yao." She gritted her teeth, her tone filled with deep resentment. Su Nan fell silent. If it was just a matter of killing Long Yao, that could indeed be done easily. After all, he was merely an 8th-tier martial master. What makes you think I would help you? Su Nen would not offer unconditional help just because of a few tears. Lin Xiyu had spoken for a long time, but had not mentioned the conditions for her request. Killing Long Yao meant he would first have to face a martial sovereign and the entire Long family. This was no small favor. Without sufficient sincerity, he would absolutely not agree. Before coming here, I looked into all of your backgrounds and reviewed your relevant information. With your talent, even if something goes wrong, Qinglong University will definitely protect you. She gazed at Su Nen with a look of yearning. Su Nen remained silent. Until he heard the conditions, he would not waste his breath. Lin Xiyu continued, initially, I had no hope at all. But when I saw you possessing the strength of a peak martial master outside the Zijin Pavilion, the flickering flame of hope ignited in my heart. I can also tell that you are a decisive person. As for the reward for helping me, how about I offer myself? Not interested, you can leave, Su Nen decisively refused. After all, that a night of passion was the reward. To offend so many people for such a loss-making deal, he absolutely would not do it. Lin Xiyu looked astonished. She had never expected that her beauty would one day fail. Consequently, she pulled her clothes back up. I'm sorry, I was reckless, she said apologetically. A look of extreme conflict appeared on her face, and upon seeing Su Nan's resolute expression, she finally solidified her thoughts. I can give you this great inheritance technique passed down in my family, she said firmly. Father, mother, I hope you both are in the heavenly realm, and do not blame me. Initially, she truly intended to use her body to exchange for Su Nan's help. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she was unwilling to leak the ancestral scrade technique. Unfortunately, Su Nan was completely uninterested in her. Today I also saw you using divine abilities, she said softly. Moreover, since Su Nan had inquired about the scrade inheritance technique, it made her realize the possibility of success. Yet just moments ago she had still attempted to test the waters with her body. If Su Nan could not control himself, that would save her the trouble of leaking the ancestral technique. Regrettably, the outcome was not as she had hoped. Su Nan had not taken an interest in her. He was not swayed by beauty, and was solely focused on enhancing his own strength. No wonder Su Nan's past battle records were so terrifying. Upon hearing the news of the inheritance technique, Su Nan finally spoke again. Show it to me, I will check its authenticity first. He would not simply take Lin Xiyu's word for it. Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took it out from her spatial ring. An extremely ancient book emerged, still carrying a faint lingering fragrance. It seemed Lin Xiyu had glances at it a few times before coming. Lin Xiyu, with reluctance on her face, said, This is the scrade inheritance technique, the 9 tribulations technique. Su Nan casually flipped through the pages, and the more he read, the more shocked he became. Practicing this method required enduring 9 heavenly tribulations. With a single misstep, one could be struck into ashes. However, there were benefits. Not only would the status of the attained master be greatly enhanced, but even the strength of the physical body would undergo an extreme improvement. Su Nan's heart almost automatically ignored the drawbacks, and only saw the benefits. Indeed, he was quite satisfied with this method of attaining mastery through the 9 tribulations. I accept this deal. Su Nan's expression remained calm. This was a true transaction. What nonsense. Compared to this, it was nothing. He couldn't show too much excitement in a transaction. One must remain calm. Even though his heart was already filled with joy, it was all so effortless. He had originally been troubled about where to find an strength master method. Now it had come directly to him. Although it came with conditions, Su Nan was the type who could only see the benefits and not the drawbacks. He didn't care what consequences awaited. He would just go for it. Every day he lived now was a gift. He needed to swiftly enhance his strength, otherwise if he fell before a true enemy, due to lack of power, it would be too regrettable. As long as he was powerful, what consequences could he fear? Alright, but I can only give you the method of attaining mastery after you successfully kill Long Yao. Lin Xia lightly twirled a strand of hair. This was her carefully considered thought. Although she knew Su Nan was decisive in killing, she was unaware of his character. What if after receiving the method of attaining mastery, Su Nan reneged on his word? She would have no way to counter it. No, I must first receive this method of attaining mastery. Su Nan resolutely refused. He had to obtain the reward first in this transaction. Of course, he was also afraid the other party would run away. With such a vast blue star, where would he find them if they hid in a deserted corner? For a moment, the two fell into a stalemate, neither side willing to make a concession. My family was exterminated because of Long Yao's lust. He set his eyes on my mother's daughter, who is my sister. When my sister refused, he wanted to use force. My father couldn't bear to see it, and injured Long Yao, resulting in Long Yao bringing countless powerful individuals to seek revenge, leading to a brutal massacre of my family. At this point her gaze dimmed and tears began to well up in her eyes. Although she was merely an adopted daughter, she had been treated sincerely, and they referred to each other as sisters. Now her once warm family had been destroyed. All of this just for such a trivial matter. Sunan also never expected. It was Long Yao's fault, yet Long Yao exterminated her family over a minor injury to his son. Moreover, after the extermination the Long family remained unscathed, facing no repercussions. Looking at it this way, the forces behind the Long family were not simple. It seemed that the seemingly calm Long country had its roots beginning to rot. In this lifetime, if I have the strength, I will surely avenge this injustice. Lin Xie vowed with determination. Right now I just hope to kill Long Yao first. Her gaze suddenly became resolute, no longer hesitant. I admit that Long Yao deserves to die, but you still have to give me the method of attaining mastery. Su Nin said blandly. Although he had heard a tragic story, he would not yield on his reward. All right. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. She initially intended to tell Su Nan about this matter to see if he would develop a kind heart after hearing it. Yet instead her desire for revenge grew even stronger. She directly decided to give Su Nan the method of attaining mastery, without insisting on anything further. If her family hadn't fallen from grace, how could they have been exterminated? This further highlighted the importance of strength. Without power, one could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She harbored a strong desire for revenge which allowed her to break through amidst many geniuses and become a second-tier martial sect now. I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Xie cast one last hopeful glance at Su Nin before turning to leave his room. Su Nin stored the method of attaining mastery in his spatial ring, his expression turning contemplative. Tomorrow is the baptism at the sacred dragon pool, he murmured. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to think any further. He could only take it one step at a time and see what opportunities arose to kill Long Yao tomorrow. The next day, remaining lifespan 6,384 days, Su Nan was already standing before the sacred dragon pool. The others looked curiously at the pool. The sacred dragon pool was quite large, more than sufficient to accommodate 100 people at once. Mist floated over the surface, and amidst the howling fog some seemed to transform into the shape of a giant dragon. The water surface surged without wind, and with each ripple the air within 100 meters trembled. Just a glance made one feel as if their soul were being greatly impacted. It was a pressure coming from ancient dragons. The power of the sacred dragon pool is indeed well-deserved. Long Yu appeared very pleased and proud. His family guarding such an important sacred dragon pool was a complete trust in them. It is indeed well-deserved. Lord of the Long Mansion, please proceed with the opening. There were those who flattered him, and those who could hardly wait. Everyone please hold on, I need to explain a few precautions first. Long Yu gestured with his hands downward. Although the sacred dragon pool can greatly enhance your vitality, do not be too greedy. Once you feel that the raging energy within you has reached an unbearable level, you must retreat immediately. Otherwise you could explode and die. Long Yu laughed. Upon hearing the words explode and die, many immediately calmed down. Though they wished to enhance their strength, they didn't want to die here. It seems we need to be cautious. Indeed, we must be careful. Always pay attention to your body. Some had already begun to remind themselves continuously. When strength increases too quickly, one can fall into a state of excitement. Once too excited, it becomes difficult to notice changes within the body. Thus, one must adhere to their true self. Otherwise, when it becomes uncontrollable, it will be too late. Long Yu slowly stood at the edge of the sacred dragon pool, arms outstretched, beginning to chant incantations. Heaven and earth, myriad formations gathering spirits everywhere. Dissolve. In the next moment. Buzz. The formation that had covered the sacred dragon pool was instantly lifted. However, the mist on the water's surface still clung tightly to the water, not scattering around due to the lifting of the formation, as if it were one with it. Long Yu placed his hands behind his back and casually swept his gaze. All right, everyone can enter and begin the baptism. Upon hearing the news that entry was permitted one after another without hesitation, they swiftly stepped into the sacred dragon pool. The water was shallow, even standing it reached only up to the abdomen. As others entered, they quickly sat down, leaving only their heads above the water. Su Nin, seeing this, found a corner and sat down as well. Lin Xie, however, carefully chose a spot just a few steps away from Su Nan and sat down nearby. You don't mind me sitting beside you, do you? She smiled faintly. Without waiting for Su Nan's consent, she gently submerged her body into the... As her body sank, the water clung tightly to her clothes and form, revealing the graceful contours. Yesterday, her loose attire concealed such a splendid figure. I don't mind, Su Nan shook his head. Where someone chose to sit was their own freedom. Not far away, Jiang Muxue and two others also found a place. Their eyes timidly glanced at Su Nan, and seeing he paid them no mind, they slowly exhaled in relief. Though all three were injured, they forced themselves to come for this baptism, lest they waste such a tremendous opportunity. Soon they were astonished to discover their wounds healing at an astonishing pace. The miraculous power of this sacred dragon pool far exceeded their expectations. At that moment, Long Ye and the elder Long Ye stood atop the cliff, exchanging a glance. Long Ye smiled gently. Ahem, everyone proceed with your baptism. I have some matters to attend to, and will leave first. After speaking, he gave Long Ye a knowing glance, aware that his beloved son was about to engage in some In that case, it was better not to witness it. To not see meant he would remain ignorant. As for any consequences, he would shoulder them later. Long Ye cast his gaze toward Lin Xie, a wicked and lascivious grin spreading across his face. Suppressing his inner restlessness, he began cultivating. The sacred dragon pool only opened once every 10 years for baptism, and he could not afford to miss it. From this moment on, everyone cultivated earnestly. Time flew by swiftly. 3 hours passed quickly. Soon and realized his cultivation still progressed at a tortoise's pace. Even the pool's power seemed ineffective for him. He glanced at Lin Xie beside him. Her eyes were tightly shut, occasionally contorted in pain. The surge of blood and qi often brought suffering, signifying rapid expansion within. At this time, Long Ye had already opened his eyes. Unable to restrain his agitation any longer, his mind abandoned all intention of serene cultivation. Damn it! I've endured long enough, it's time to vent. His gaze fixed fiercely upon Lin Xie, radiating aggression. Damn! Such a petite figure. He looked at her reflection in the water, gesturing with his hand, nearly salivating. Without hesitation, he began approaching Lin Xie. Halfway there, he abruptly stopped, deliberately wearing a sinister expression, and shouted, Lin Xie, am come. He believed this made things more entertaining. Lin Xie immediately ceased cultivating and snapped open her eyes. She stared at Long Ye, now close by, her heart jolting. What do you intend to do? She asked warily. The others also halted their cultivation, eager to see what would unfold. What do I intend to do? Don't you know? Long Ye's eyes gleamed greedily as he advanced a few steps closer to Lin Xie. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Lin Xie rebuked angrily. Not polite. Long Ye laughed arrogantly. He was an 8th-rank martial ancestor. A 2nd-rank martial ancestor was no match for him. Yet should they truly fight, injury would be regrettable. Thus, with a flash from his spatial ring, a golden, glowing rope appeared in his hand. Go! The rope shot toward Lin Xie. She struck it with a palm as if hitting iron, numbing her hand in the process. The rope effortlessly bound Lin Xie. To her shock, even her blood and qi were restrained, rendering her unable to use them. Ha ha ha, ensnared by my binding rope, and now you find your blood and qi useless. Long Ye laughed loudly. Now you belong to me, I shall savor you slowly. The lascivious grin on his face deepened. Witnessing this, the others finally understood everything. They comprehended why Long Ye had left earlier, to facilitate Long Ye's indecent acts. Yet none wished to meddle or invite trouble upon themselves. To offend Long Ye was to offend the entire Long family. Some women inwardly felt grateful their appearances were ordinary. Lin Xie's heart was thrown into turmoil. The sensation of her blood and qi being restrained robbed her of all security. Do not come near me. She continued to scold fiercely while struggling desperately, but to no avail. No matter how she fought, it was all futile. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Sunan offered an impartial appraisal. Yet such a precious artifact being used for lustful deeds was a tragic waste of its true purpose. Not come near you. Do you really think you can escape? Long Ye laughed maniacally. His body trembled with the excitement of impending success. Lin Xie's thoughts were in chaos as anxiety crept in. Her gaze sporadically flicked to Su Nan. If he failed to honor his promise, she was truly doomed. She pinned all her hopes on Su Nan. Yet he closed his eyes, plunging her into despair as she helplessly watched Long Ye draw nearer. She had misjudged him. With Su Nan ignoring her, all hope was lost. She resolved, even if it meant detonating her blood and qi, she would never let Long Ye succeed. Though unable to circulate her blood and qi, she could still trigger an explosion of this fundamental power. Sunan closed his eyes because he sensed the dragon egg violently quivering once more. Using his spiritual sense, he entered the spatial ring and saw the small green shadow within wildly thrashing about, creating noise. Come out. Sunan withdrew the dragon egg and submerged it to the bottom of the sacred dragon pool. Long Ye stood before Lin Xie, a wicked smile on his lips. I will claim you in front of everyone. Enjoy it. Yet on Lin Xie's face appeared a resolute expression of, even if I die, I will never let you defile me. With that, she prepared to detonate her blood and qi, but suddenly a figure she found deeply reassuring stepped. Su Nan's vital energy converged, and with a furious punch he struck out. Long Yao was completely caught off guard, still immersed in the thrill of his impending success. He was sent flying several meters away, the water in the pool splashing up. When he got back on his feet and clearly saw the figure before him, he realized it was the person who had previously ignored him. "It's you," he exclaimed angrily. He had long held a grudge against Su Nan, and now he dared to interrupt his enjoyment. "That's right, it's your grandfather, me." Su Nan replied with a faint smile. "Such a scoundrel deserved to die. So arrogant," Long Yao said with a mix of disdain and anger. "After I deal with you, I'll take care of her." He appeared confident. He was an 8th-tier martial sovereign, and none of the people here were on a higher level than him. What was there to fear? Dealing with the Su Nan was as easy as lifting a hand. He had only been caught off guard by a sneak attack and accidentally knocked away. Only the distant Jiang Mu Shui and her companions knew that Long Yao was doomed. Su Nan was a peak martial sovereign. How could a mere 8th-tier martial sovereign dare to claim he would deal with Su Nan? This was simply courting death. They saw the intense killing intent in Su Nan's eyes and understood that Long Yao was almost certainly doomed. "Fortunately, we didn't provoke him too much," Jiang Mu Shui said with relief. She dared not mention her sister's grievances. Strength was paramount. In the face of overwhelming power, all she could do was submit. "Yes." Gao Mu and Zhao Gui agreed in unison. Su Nan's strength was terrifying. They had experienced it firsthand. Long Yao's eyes were fierce as he lunged forward. Shatter Sky Strike. He aimed to obliterate Su Nan in one strike. The air around him shattered like mirrors, producing a crisp sound. Su Nan directly grasped the ancient divine spear in his hand. As Long Yao approached, he pointed the spearhead at Long Yao's heart and thrust forward fiercely. This thrust had no ornate techniques, nor did it crackle with electricity. It was solely powered by immense vital energy. Long Yao's martial skills crumbled instantly, leaving him with no resistance. "How could this be?" he exclaimed in shock. Swoosh. The spearhead pierced through his body. Long Yao didn't even have the chance to dodge. Peak. Martial sovereign. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Having enjoyed the best resources since childhood, he could hardly believe that someone surpassed his level. Moreover, the aura of that level was extremely stable. But there was no chance for him to regret. His heart had already been pierced by the spear. Don't kill me. I was wrong." He finally began to panic. Finally understanding what it meant to be afraid, he even failed to utter his last words before dying on the spot. Quick, precise, and ruthless. This was the essence of that last thrust. His own vital energy was far stronger than that of an ordinary martial sovereign. Coupled with the suppression of his level, killing an 8th-tier martial sovereign was still quite easy. Successfully plundered. Lifespan 950 days. Remaining lifespan 7,334 days. Everyone present displayed expressions of utter astonishment. They never expected that Su Nan would dare to kill Long Yao on the territory of the Long family. He is actually a peak martial sovereign. What on earth did he eat to grow up so quickly? How did he advance his levels so fast? Hiss. That thrust was too overbearing. They were all shocked by Su Nan's strength. Only Jiang Mu Shui and her 2 companions had already anticipated the outcome. Stronger than we imagined. Jiang Mu Shui swallowed nervously. She couldn't even believe how they would defend themselves if that thrust landed on them. "Should we kneel down and apologize?" Gao Mu hesitated. He felt that apologizing would put his mind at ease. "I think so too." Zhao Gui agreed with this idea. Although kneeling in front of everyone was somewhat embarrassing, they could only brave. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the water level of the sacred dragon pool was rapidly decreasing. Soon after a brief 10 seconds, the pool was completely dry. What is happening? Everyone looked on in confusion. Even the 3 who were about to kneel and apologize were left dumbfounded. They hadn't finished their training yet. Many had even reached the brink of a breakthrough, yet the sacred dragon pool had suddenly disappeared. At the moment the water vanished, Su Nan quickly retrieved the dragon egg. He hadn't expected the egg to absorb so much, draining the entire sacred dragon pool dry in such a short time. It didn't matter. After all, he had already killed Long Yao, and letting the dragon egg drain the sacred dragon pool was not in vain. He glanced at Lin Shiyue, his gaze intense. Lin Shiyue felt Su Nan's burning gaze and her cheeks flushed instantly as she shyly asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Her tone was soft and delicate. Coupled with her stunning beauty and alluring figure, many men would find it hard to look away. In the next moment, Su Nan reached out and picked up the binding rope, playing with it a bit. It was clearly now that the master was dead, he was the new master. He directly stored the binding rope into his spatial ring. Lin Shiyue couldn't help but show a disappointed expression, thinking Su Nan was looking at her. But it turned out he was only looking at the treasure. Did I not look as good as the treasure? The moment this thought arose, she quickly shook her head. No. How could I have such thoughts? My great revenge has not been avenged. I must continue to cultivate diligently for this hatred. Sun In didn't think too much and had gained another splash treasure. Delighted. It's time to go now. Sun In stepped forward. His figure appeared directly in the air, then he began to fly rapidly towards Qinglong University. Now that he had killed Long Ya's precious son and drained the sacred dragon pool, he had to make a quick escape. If it were just a martial sovereign, it would be manageable, but who knew if there were any lingering old-timers in the city lord's mansion? To be safe, he should hurry back to Qinglong University. After all, this was someone else's territory. Lin Shiyu looked at Su Nan's departing back, her tone grateful, "Thank you." Then she also sped away. So many people had witnessed why Long Yao had died. With Long Ya's temperament, she couldn't escape unscathed. Just like back then, a small matter could lead to the annihilation of his family. Moreover, Su Nan had no grievances with Long Yao. Such a decisive kill was too strange. After some investigation, they would definitely be able to find clues. Half an hour later, Long Yao finally came to check on the situation. As soon as he arrived, his eyes nearly bulged out, his face full of shock. The sacred dragon pool was dry. Not a drop remained.